This audiobook contains 11 censored sentences and 44 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. But there were still 2 hours left before school ended. The students started discussing their summer vacation plans. Yves-chan, do you want to go to the beach together during summer break? Fujiwara-san, dongyugume. Sakurai's little sister was being wrapped up by Secretary Fujiwara. It's so hot. Why isn't the air conditioner on in the classroom? Fujiwara Chika let go of Eve and muttered to herself. I heard the refrigerant ran out. They haven't called someone to replace it yet. A female student answered. After a while, Fujiwara Chika couldn't stand anymore. She turned toward Kagaya and said, Kagaya-san, let's go to the student council room. Today is the last day. If we don't go now, we'll have to wait another 2 months before we can enjoy the student council air conditioner. Shinomiya Kagaya checked her phone, and to the girl's sudden suggestion, she lightly nodded. It really was hot. Coupled with the sound of cicadas outside the window, it felt even hotter. Most importantly, the window was half open but didn't bring in any cool breeze at all, only hot air, making the heat worse. AI-chan, do you want to come too? Is it okay? Hayasaka AI had rarely gone to the student council room before, mainly because habits from her previous job made her avoid disturbing Shinomiya Kagaya. Umo. Chika finally turned her attention to Sakurai Saki, who was holding his phone, frowning as if thinking about something. Saki-kun, do you want to? Saki-kun, you're dressed too warmly today. Didn't you switch to the summer uniform recently? Afraid of the cold? Sakurai Saki pulled his attention away from his phone. Just now, in the study group Shijo Maki created, the Nakano quintuplets were sharing their test results and talking about their holiday plans. Except for Ichika, all of them unexpectedly wanted to follow Mika back to Kyoto, which Saki didn't expect at all. It seemed that because the anniversary of their mother's passing was near, the 5 sisters would return to Kyoto every summer. Afraid of the cold? Fujiwara Chika moved closer to Sakurai Saki and discovered that it was extremely cool beside him, like an air conditioner was running. She reached out and touched Sakurai Saki's head. A cool sensation spread from her palm through her whole body. In this heat, the sudden coolness made Chika involuntarily let out a soft sigh. Today, Sakurai Saki happened to draw an ability that allowed him to control temperature, which conveniently fit the current situation. Let's go to the student council room together. Shirogane probably has something to hand over. Today was the last day. Also the last day, Shirogane Miyuki would serve as student council president. Sakurai Saki stood up. He lowered his head and checked his phone once more. Nakano, it's Suki. Do you want to go to the beach this summer vacation? The swimsuit I bought last year still hasn't been used. Nakano Miku, it's Suki got chubby. She has to buy a new swimsuit. Nakano, it's Suki. How rude. I don't want to hear that from someone who never gets fat no matter what she eats. Nakano Nino, that's because it's Suki eats a lot but doesn't like to exercise. Last time she said she'd jog every morning. She only lasted a month. Shijo Maki, go to the beach sounds nice. Where's Ichika? Nakano Yatsuba. She left right after finishing the exam. Probably filming? She's been really busy lately. Compared to her, Sayasen doesn't have any scenes at all, even though he's the male lead. Puppy tilting head. JPG Shijo Maki. Huh? Saki-chan is filming too? Really? Cat scratching head. JPG. Why is she suddenly using stickers? After reading everything, Sakurai Saki opened the sticker panel and sent a orca licking. GIF ting. Shijo Maki. So what does this sticker even mean? In the front row of the classroom, Shijo Maki tilted her face. JPG arriving at the student council room. Sakurai Saki glanced at Shirogane Miyuki, who had arrived earlier. He said he came to pack up his things, mainly documents. You all came just in time. I just finished cleaning. Hearing the footsteps, the student council president Shirogane looked up, only to find that everyone was wearing expressions like they had just seen a ghost. What's wrong? He asked. Shirogane, aren't you hot? President, why didn't you turn on the air conditioner? Miyuki-kun, it's 32 degrees today. Hayasaka AI tilted her head and asked, "Is the air conditioner here broken too?" They came here specifically to enjoy the AC. If it was broken here too, then coming was pointless. No, yo de understanding. Today is the last day, right? I thought I should save a bit of electricity for the student council. Shirogane Miyuki was used to saving money. Recently, even with the heat, he rarely turned on the AC at home. Keichan and Shirogane Papa were the same. All three of them were frugal, but Shirogane Miyuki was by far the strictest. The student council's budget from Shuchiin is basically impossible to use up entirely, right? Sakurai Saki was truly helpless with this kind of personality. Saving money wasn't a bad thing. Next semester, Aino will be the president. If I help her save a bit, she'll have an easier time handling things. In reality, during the previous club meeting, Shirogane Miyuki was isolated by the younger club leaders because he refused to compromise on budget allocation. Those immature young masters had never suffered losses like that, only to be pressed down by a president from a humble background. As for what happened afterward, after being glared at by Sakurai Saki and Shinomiya Kagaya, they immediately behaved like obedient puppies. You can save on big event budgets, but something small like air conditioning is really unnecessary. Miko-chan isn't lacking money. Her monthly allowance is 100,000 yen, and she saves most of it. Sakurai Saki commented, "Don't compare your own salary to the allowance of a wealthy Oju-sama. That much?" Even Shirogane Miyuki was shocked. But her allowance has nothing to do with the budget. No, I'm just telling you that Miko-chan understands financial management, unlike Kagaya. Since she'll be president, you don't need to worry about her handling the budget. Not to mention, she'll have Ishigami helping her. Sakurai Saki spoke halfway, then muttered to himself, "Though honestly, I'm not sure Ishigami will still join the student council next year. That kid, nourished by love, had been floating on clouds lately." Before Sakurai Saki could think further, he suddenly felt someone pinch his waist. There was no need to guess. It was Shinomiya Kagaya. "Who are you saying doesn't understand money?" She protested. Sakurai Saki quietly asked, "How much is a pork cutlet sandwich at the cafeteria? I usually eat the bento prepared by my personal chef. How would I know that?" Then, Kagaya Oju-sama, "Do you know the largest bill a school vending machine accepts?" 10,000 yen? Kagaya said, then noticed Hayasaka AI looking at her with a helpless expression. That's wrong. Previously, Hayasaka always bought drinks for her, so naturally Kagaya had no idea. Besides, compared to drinks, she preferred brewing her own tea. Kagaya was the type to prepare things herself. "All right, don't look at me like that. I still know some basic financial knowledge. For example, hotels near Minato Station usually cost around 10,000 to 15,000 yen per night." Kagaya-san knows about that. But does that really count as basic knowledge? People who have never stayed in a hotel near Minato Station wouldn't possibly know that, right? Chapter 397, 398. Heading up the mountain tomorrow is summer vacation. Everyone, we absolutely have to go to the beach this year. Otherwise, our last high school summer will be wasted. Inside the student council room, the air conditioner had just been turned on, so the air was still a bit warm. Because of that, an extremely exaggerated scene appeared. All three girls were pressed tightly against Sakurai Saki, enjoying the continuous stream of cool air emanating from his body. Shirogane Miyuki looked at Sakurai Saki being surrounded by three girls. A hint of envy emerged in his heart. But when he remembered these three were not the type one could handle easily, he gained newfound respect for Sakurai Saki. A man running a harem without dying yet was pretty incredible. He regained his composure and continued from Chika's topic, Secretary Fujiwara. "Last year you went to England for vacation and got tanned that badly. This year, if you go to the beach, will you be all right? My body has always been like that. But at most I turned a wheat-colored skin, not the deep dark type you get from tanning." "Tanning? You mean the beauty treatment where you sunbathe on purpose to darken your skin?" Hayasaka AI still preferred pale skin. It wasn't discrimination. She genuinely couldn't appreciate dark skin tones, even though she is considered Jairu. "Secretary-chan, Have you tried using sunscreen? Useless. Fujiwara Chika sighed. Before, when I went to the beach, I didn't dare stay on the sand for long. If I didn't go into the water, I'd be dark in just one day. I don't even dare wear bikini styles that expose too much. The tan lines would show, and Meha always teases me about them. I remember the Fujiwara family has a private beach, right? Shinomiya Kagaya didn't think tan lines were anything to be embarrassed about. After all, no one outside could see them. That's right. And the Kagaya-san household has several private beaches too, plus an undeveloped private island. Joe, why did the topic suddenly shift into something strange? Talk of private beaches and private islands at the drop of a hat. Was this how boring and showy rich people were? Shirogane Miyuki glanced at Sakurai Saki. Sakurai, your family doesn't have a private beach, right? We don't. Good. Shirogane Miyuki let out a sigh of relief. If Sakurai's family also had a beach, the student council room would be filled with suffocating rich people air. A guy as poor as him shouldn't even be upstairs. He should probably go hide in the parking garage. My family only has a few mountains. It really doesn't have a beach. Sakurai Saki recalled. He had asked his mother before. Jinguji said the family only had mountains, no sea, because she was originally a fox. What fox lives by the ocean? Your family has mountains? Just some small hills near Kyoto, close to Kobe, nothing noteworthy. In the biggest structure, there is just a vacation villa. As soon as he finished speaking, silence filled the student council room. Aside from the cat-dog argument, the topic of summer vacation destinations was always one of the hottest. Why are you all quiet? Sakurai Saki, the one who ignited this war, didn't realize it all. Saki-kun, you want a vacation in the mountains? Fujiwara Chika asked in a heavy tone. If they went to the mountains, how would she show him her bikini? Last time when they bought underwear together, everyone bought bikinis too, all in preparation for this very moment. They planned to entrance Sakurai Saki with revealing bikinis, but the operation was about to begin, and now it was ruined? I think it's not bad. It's cool on the mountains, we can catch insects, go fishing, and play in the streams too. Sakurai Saki didn't understand their intentions. It was just a choice of summer vacation location. Why were their expressions like that? Kids choose one, but as mature high school students, shouldn't they choose both? I want to go to beach. Shinomiya Kagaya also firmly stood on the beach side. But right after she spoke, Hayasaka AI shot her a warning look. Kagaya-sama, we can't win against Secretary Chan. Hayasaka, you must understand, a woman's charm isn't determined by breast size. I was going to agree with you, but hers are too big. We can't win. The moment a male student sees them, their eyes get sucked in. That's real-life experience. So what now? To avoid being crushed by Fujiwara's secretary's chest, are they going to give up wearing bikinis? No way, that's way too stupid. No, Kagaya refused to lose. Giving up this early was not her style. Kagaya's body wasn't inferior to Fujiwara Chika's. Thanks to years of archery training, she had defined abs and firm hips. Using those advantages as her cards wasn't impossible at all. She could absolutely beat those two useless lumps of fat. In the end, they're just two useless lumps of fat. Kagaya-san, what are you staring at? Fujiwara Chika felt her gaze was a bit indecent. She covered her chest, cheeks flushing bright red. Kagaya ignored her and instead asked someone else. Sakurai-san, let's still go to the beach together this summer, okay? Going to the mountains is boring. You guys are misunderstanding something. Actually, we can choose both. Everyone in the student council is still free during summer. Sakurai Saki glanced at Chika on the left, then Kagaya and AI on the right, and suggested, I want both. At this moment, Shirogane Miyuki suddenly spoke. Sorry, Sakurai, but I have to fly to the U.S. in mid-August to prepare for school. So if we pick both locations, I won't make it. His words made everything much simpler. Shirogane, which one do you want to go to? And don't say either is fine. Sakurai Saki immediately blocked his neutral response. Mountain. Then let's go to the mountains near my place at the beginning of August. Okay? Umo. But saying the mountains near my place sounds so fancy. Shirogane Miyuki muttered. Shinomiya Kagaya followed along with the flow of the conversation. Then, after we send the president off to America in mid-August, we'll go to the beach. Okay. Omu. And at that time, we can invite Nakano and Eve-chan too. As for Ishigami-kun, let him take care of himself. Shirage and Miyuki felt increasingly uneasy. Ishigami wasn't going, and there were no other guys. Didn't that mean the beach trip would turn into Sakurai's full-on harem party? Good thing his little sister wasn't joining. Shirage and Miyuki let out a sigh of relief. HM? Fujiwara's secretary. Who are you chatting with? Shirage and Miyuki suddenly noticed Fujiwara Chika had taken out her phone some time earlier and was typing rapidly. Chika raised her head and said cheerfully, I'm inviting Kei to come with us, and we're going to shop for bikinis too. Shirage and Miyuki. Suddenly, he didn't want to go to the beach. He had a strong feeling that Sakurai, Saki this scumbag would corrupt Kei-chan. But with so many people around during the summer trip, Sakurai wouldn't be able to do anything anyway. Kagaya-san, this time can we choose your family's private beach? Of course. I don't want to go somewhere crowded either. It's really embarrassing being stared at by strangers while wearing a bikini. Then he'll contact the manager in charge of the beach right away. So nothing goes wrong. It's over. Total defeat. Shirage and Miyuki closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and felt life grow darker. Sorry, Kei-chan. Your big brother tried his best. When you go to the beach, please don't let Sakurai lure you into some dark place, especially the rocky areas along the shore. Your big brother truly does not want that guy as my brother-in-law. Note, lately there's been a constant stream of parties, weddings, engagements, birthdays, and today there's another one. My cousin's daughter's first birthday party. Seriously, I have so many relatives, just count on my mother's side. I have 8 aunts and uncles, 19 cousins, and 10 or 12 nieces and nephews I can't remember, and I'm pretty sure it will continue to double in the future. And my father's side is just as many. My wallet hurts. Chapter 398, 379. Audition day, when he arrived at the pre-booked photo studio, Sakurai Saki met Minamoto Mashiro right at the door. She tied her hair in a way that made people feel comfortable, a side ponytail draped over one shoulder. The kind often seen on elegant ladies or anime mothers who usually die early. Saki-kun, is this the friend you just mentioned? Minamoto Mashiro looked Fujiwara Chika up and down, studied her face for a moment, then asked, Your girlfriend? And Sakurai Saki was just about to deny it. But Fujiwara Chika was faster. She raised her right hand as if claiming the right to answer. That's right. Fujiwara Chika. One energetic child. Minamoto Mashiro didn't seem too concerned and introduced herself. My name is Minamoto Mashiro. You can just call me Mashiro-ne like Saki-kun does. Note, up to now, it's been Mashiro-san, but it'll switch to Mashiro-ne from here on. Hi, Masido-ne. Fujiwara Chika looked at the beautiful woman before her face full of satisfaction. Chika-chan and Saki-kun go to the same school? Yes, and we're both members of the student council. I see. Sakurai Saki watched as the two of them chatted and laughed their way into the elevator, and in the end, he didn't bother to explain anything. A misunderstanding is fine, as long as Chika is happy. Mashiro-ne seemed to have realized something as well, but she had no intention of saying it out loud. Inside the elevator, Minamoto Mashiro looked at Sakurai Saki as he stepped in and asked, Have you two eaten yet? If not, let's grab dinner after the audition. It was already past 6. Summer was approaching, so the evenings came later. The sky outside was only tinged with red, not yet showing any signs of dusk. Not yet. Then what do you want to eat? Mashiro reached out her hand and, under Chika's envious gaze, gently patted Sakurai Saki's head. Conveyor belt sushi? Or Chinese food maybe? Sakurai Saki noticed the eager sparkle in Chika's eyes beside him. Don't tell me you want to pat my head too? Chika, you're not really the type who fits that kind of move. Usually, only older sister-type women can get away with patting a younger boy's head like that. Sakurai Saki. Fujiwara Chika. Their eyes met, and Sakurai Saki quietly sighed to himself. then stepped closer to her and slightly bent down. After getting her fill of patting Sakurai Saki's head, Chika looked quite pleased. Minamoto Mashiro teased her. "Chika-chan, are you jealous?" She could already tell. This girl was definitely not Sakurai Saki's girlfriend. "Saki-kun sure is popular, huh?" "No, I was just curious, so I wanted to try touching it." Fujiwara Chika explained. "A girlfriend who's never patted Saki-kun's head before?" Nope. Chika blushed and lowered her head. A sudden pang of guilt welled up inside her. Luckily, the elevator soon reached their floor, and the three of them stepped out together. The moment they exited, they heard a woman's cold voice. "No, since the male lead has been changed, then what's going on?" Sakurai Saki asked curiously. He quickly recognized the person speaking. Director Kinoshita, the screenwriter and director of this film, and also a long-established, well-known novelist. She wore glasses, and though her face was ordinary, she could still be considered fairly attractive. Not to the point of stunning beauty, but decent enough. Seems like it's an issue with the choice of the female lead. What's Chika's role this time? Sakurai Saki suddenly realized he hadn't asked about it yet. Supporting role. The third female lead. The third wheel in a love triangle? Isn't that just a forgettable side character? Minamoto Mashiro noticed his expression and explained there's actually quite a bit of screen time. It's still considered one of the main roles. Fujiwara Chika looked around the scene before her, a bit nervous. From the doorway, the three of them saw the person who had been hidden behind the frame just a moment ago, now talking with director Kinoshita. It was a man in a neat suit, looking very much like a manager or an artist representative. The male lead role has already been decided. The female lead needs to be adjusted to match him. Director Kinoshita was speaking when she noticed the three of them entering through the still open door. Her eyes swept over Fujiwara Chika, then shifted to Sakurai Saki. "Sakurai-kun and Minamoto-san, you two arrived right on time." Sakurai Saki noticed the manager's gaze toward him carried a hint of hostility. Combined with what they'd said earlier, he could more or less guess the situation. The female lead had originally been decided, but since the scheduled male lead was injured in a car accident, the role was now pending confirmation. Didn't they say this was supposed to be an audition? Why does it feel like the choice has already been made? After that, Minamoto Mashiro stepped forward and exchanged a few words with the manager and the director. Then, the audition officially began. They gave him 10 minutes to get familiar with the script. Sakurai Saki looked at the section assigned to him. He skimmed through it briefly and found that most of the male lead scenes were flashbacks. The male protagonist was a young man living in a coastal town, while the two female leads, one lived in Tokyo and the other in the countryside. Sakurai Saki had a bad feeling about this. After reading a few more pages, he realized the film didn't seem very kind to the male lead. The guy died early and even had fewer scenes than the second female lead. Midway through, the cause of death was revealed. Had perished at sea. Just as he suspected, this script definitely wasn't a romantic comedy. After all, director Kinoshita was a novelist known for writing about social themes, separation, and death, and she was particularly devoted to the concept of mono no aware, the sorrowful beauty and impermanence of all things. A script written by an author like that, it had to be pure drama, no doubt about it. Normally, an audition wouldn't give candidates too much material to perform, but director Kinoshita seemed rather pleased with him. Fujiwara Chika sat in the corner of the audition room, watching from a chair. At first, she had planned to mess up the audition so that Sakurai Saki wouldn't get the male lead role. But when she saw him after makeup, Chika suddenly felt that it would be a huge waste if a face like that didn't end up on screen. The audition scene seemed to involve a window. Fujiwara Chika watched as Sakurai Saki walked to where the sunlight streamed in, drew the curtain open, and lifted a prop book. The warm spring sunlight fell across his face. The handsome young man was quietly reading, his expression focused. It felt less like he was basking in the sunlight and more like the sunlight itself was basking in him. Before long, Chika saw the director smiling in satisfaction, patting Sakurai Saki on the shoulder and saying something. Wait, are they judging purely by his looks? Saki-kun hasn't even said a single line yet. But Saki-kun wasn't a famous actor, nor someone who had invested in the production. No matter how much she thought about it, Fujiwara Chika couldn't figure it out. After a few minutes of conversation, she saw Sakurai Saki walking toward her. "What is it?" she asked. Sakurai Saki put the book in his hand down. "They said we have to wait for the female lead to arrive so I can act with her." Fujiwara Chika. She suddenly realized something extremely dangerous. That was the female lead. Isn't that terrifying? What if Sakurai Saki and that unfamiliar actress suddenly spark some kind of romantic chemistry? Is there a kissing scene? Probably not. The male lead in this story is a pitiful guy who can't even bring himself to confess. Sakurai Saki had no idea why she was asking that question. Good, that's a relief. Fujiwara Chika glanced at the title of the book in his hand. In Search of Lost Time, Volume 7, Finding Time Again, a novel by the French author Marcel Proust. Chika had read it once before, or rather, she tried to read it, didn't understand a thing, and now it was just gathering dust on her bookshelf at home. Chapter 399. So embarrassed I want to jump off a building the final exam ended. Sakurai Saki and 4 of the 5 Nakano sisters onto the road, returning to Kyoto. He returned to Kyoto during the summer vacation, first to be with his mother, second because he had agreed to Mika's invitation. But there was one thing Sakurai Saki did not expect. The seat he bought happened to be right next to someone. Nakano-san, what a coincidence. After a very long silence, Sakurai Saki faced the man sitting directly opposite him. Nakano replied coldly, showing no intention of talking much. The young man, who in his heart had once been a very outstanding youth, had now turned into a shameless brat clinging to his daughter. "Do you mind your daughter having male friends?" "I don't mind." Of course Nakano wouldn't care about such trivial things. "But you already have a girlfriend, yet you're still teasing my daughter. Are you sure you just want to be friends?" Brat. He had once ordered an investigation. Even after finishing his tutoring job, this student council general affairs of Shuchiin continued to stay in contact with the 5 sisters. "Nakano-san, maybe you don't know, but actually Ichika and I have filmed kissing scenes before." After saying that, Sakurai Saki smiled and added another line for this father. "And not just once." "I guess that's fine, right?" On Nakano Maruo's stiff face appeared a trace of displeasure. A few seconds later, he heard another sentence. "Right, it was after I already had a girlfriend." Nakano Maruo had the urge to immediately call and stop Nakano Ichika from continuing her acting career. But after thinking for a moment, he eventually held himself back. "It's fine, that's just work." This line from Nakano Maruo sounded as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. Sakurai Saki had the illusion that if he said one more word, this man would swallow him alive. Truly a terrifying father. When the 5 sisters all get married, perhaps he will lock himself in his room to drink and cry all night. In the last exam, their grades weren't bad. Even without me, their results are steadily rising. Maybe it's thanks to me occasionally tutoring them for free over the phone. Sakurai Saki said with a tone full of emotion. The hand Nakano Maruo used to hold the newspaper tightened around the edge. Sakurai Saki noticed he was using force. "Ohaya, Nakano-san. What's wrong?" "Sakurai-kun. So you're this irritating before this, I never noticed." "Ayaya, sorry, but thanks for the compliment." Sakurai Saki's punchable tone made Nakano Maruo even angrier. "This bastard. Why can't my daughters open their eyes?" Just earlier at the station, she was still smiling and chatting with him. While the two were talking, Nino walked over with a bag of snacks. They were right in front of the train car. "Sakurai-san, what are you talking about with my dad?" "Nothing, just talking about your grades in this final exam." Nakano Maruo silently nodded. If he had to put it clearly, this brat seemed to be deliberately provoking him, always bringing up topics related to his daughters. "Oh, seeing you two talk so happily, I thought it must be something interesting." Nakano Nino opened the snack bag and took one out. "These salted egg yolk flavored chips are super good." Sakurai Saki glanced at Nakano Maruo sitting opposite him, then slowly opened his mouth and bit the chip that Nino held out. Even Nino didn't react in time. She hadn't been intending to feed him, because her father was still right there. It really does taste good. Sakurai Saki nodded to himself. I'll head back. You eat the chips first. Nino's face turned red. She handed him the bag of chips and hurried back to her seat. Sakurai Saki was eating potato chips, looking relaxed as he tilted his face toward the window. From afar, the peak of Mount Fuji could be seen. The journey was still very long. Sakurai-kun, can I consider your earlier behavior a provocation? The corners of Nakano Maruo's mouth lifted into a smile filled with danger. He felt the dignity of a father had been trampled on. Nakano-san, friends sharing snacks with each other is completely normal, isn't it? The thickness of your skin truly exceeds my imagination. Restricting your daughter's social interactions, fathers like that haven't been suitable for modern society in a long time. Nakano-san, this is the Reiwa era. The Heian period ended 840 years ago. Why is your mindset still so outdated? I am simply carrying out pest prevention. Pest prevention. I haven't even finished destroying things yet. Sakurai Saki was about to say something when he saw Itsuki walking over. Why are these girls coming one after another? Itsuki, what's wrong? Nothing much. I just wanted to ask. I remember that Hikaru-kun, your younger brother, is currently living in Kyoto, right? Seems like it. Sakurai Saki mumbled. What Hikaru-kun? He doesn't exist in the first place. But something like this, unless something goes terribly wrong, Sakurai Saki wouldn't dare reveal, even if he died. Too embarrassing. What do you mean, seems like it? You have to answer me clearly. I bought the type of donut he likes this time. So, can you help me get it to him later? Kids shouldn't eat too many sweets. Kaka, I want to eat. Master, hurry up and accept them. Shinobu, shut up. Being mean to me, I'm angry. I won't talk to you anymore. Unless you take all these donuts and offer them to me as tribute. Give it here. It'll help you pass it to him. All right. Nakano Itsuki also didn't insist on meeting directly. Getting off the train, Sakurai Saki pulled his suitcase. Before he could even leave the station, Miku grabbed his hand and pulled him into a quieter corner. Saki-kun, at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow, can we meet at the place where we first met? Miku spoke directly, with no intention of going in circles. Omo, the thing you're hiding from Itsuki, when do you plan to tell her? Mika suddenly asked. What? The first time you met me, the clothes you were wearing were the ones you bought together with Itsuki and the others that day, right? Mika began to deduce, and also, 6 years ago, aside from me, no one saw you, whether tourists or the shop owners. When buying snacks, I paid every time. I once even suspected that you were just my hallucination. Miku, are you saying that I'm actually an Esper who, aside from having my body shrunk, also possesses the power to travel through time? Saki-kun. Mika smiled. Do you know what covering your head while your tail sticks out means? The fashion 6 years ago was completely different from now. A boy wearing that style simply could not have existed at that time. Fine, I really am not a normal person. Sakurai Saki didn't expect her to deduce it on her own. The clothes back then being remembered by Miku was indeed a huge flaw. He slowly explained that trip excluding anything related to the sister's mother. Nearby, Itsuki, who had just realized someone was missing, vaguely caught sight of Miku. Mount, disappearing so suddenly, doesn't Miku know that doing that makes everyone worried? As she approached, Itsuki happened to hear a short part of their conversation. The matter of you and your younger brother Hikaru being the same person, it's better if you explain clearly to Itsuki sooner. She talked quite a lot about him on the train just now. Forget it. Even if I tell her, she might not believe it, or she might refuse to accept it. After all, a lot happened that day. Just hearing that much, Itsuki's expression completely froze. If Sakurai Saki and Hikaru-kun were the same person, then what on earth had she done? She bathed twice with him there, hugged him to sleep once, and secretly kissed him too. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Thinking about all the benefits she had given that day, Itsuki felt she no longer had the face to continue living on this earth. She squatted down on the ground, in front of everyone, holding her head and curling up, as if blue smoke was rising from the top of her head. Chapter 400. If I had known earlier. The walk from a station back home was one Sakurai Saki made alone. Hayasaka AI had returned to her mother's house the moment summer vacation began, probably dropping by to visit in a few days. Shinomiya Kagaya stayed behind in Tokyo apparently. She was a bit afraid of Kyoto, since nothing good ever happened when she came back. Being detained when returning from Kyoto before, just thinking about how last year Kagaya was forbidden from going out for an entire month made Sakurai Saki feel that perhaps the Shinomiya family ought to be destroyed. Unfortunately, Kagaya had a kind heart like a bodhisattva, so she would never do something like that. And Sakurai Saki himself had no reason to take action. Walking along the Pontocho district near the Kamo River, passing through the old-fashioned street, Sakurai Saki stopped in front of Kitsunatamiya, his family's shop. Since the shop was operating normally today, he didn't enter through the front to avoid disturbing customers, and instead circled around toward the door beside the kitchen. As soon as he opened it, Sakurai Saki didn't see his mother. Strange. She was usually here making wagashi except in winter, when she would get a bit lazier. Young master, why did you come back already? The last time he returned was during New Year's, so he hadn't seen the kitchen staff in charge of this place back then. Today he happened to run into them. There were 4 women in total. The one who spoke was one of them. The other 3 continued working but glanced up and smiled at him. Chiene, where's my mom? Boss is probably upstairs. Your Ibukine is chatting with a customer in the hall. Ibukine doesn't matter. You didn't need to mention her. All she does every day besides slacking off is, well, nothing, right? If she hears that, Ibuki will definitely get mad. Chie placed the freshly shaped wagashi into the steamer. Although, it is true she usually doesn't do anything, getting paid without working. Kitsunatamiya sure has some questionable employees. Sakurai Saki sighed and headed upstairs. After he left, in the kitchen, one of the staff suddenly asked Chia, "Chine's boss sick? I saw her face looking flushed this morning. If we let the young master go see her, will he catch it? Sick? It's not that serious. That's good. She just entered mating season." Mating season? Well, she's a fox after all. As long as a fox has once had relations with a man, every year at irregular times, she enters mating season, and only her partner can cure it. What? Foxes are that pure? But I heard in stories that foxes love seducing men. The staff member said this with a truly shocked expression. This was the first time she had heard something like this. I'm not too sure either. Boss told me about it while gossiping once. Maybe only celestial foxes are this pure. Wild foxes wanting fast cultivation often absorb yang energy. That's quite normal. Wait, since when does boss have a partner? Isn't she always fiercely against interacting with men? The voice dropped to a whisper. I heard it was mumbling. Huh? Really? No way, I don't believe it. Why not? Sakurai Saki went upstairs. First he returned to his room to put down his things. Then he prepared to tell his mother that he was home. She had been missing him so much she might even think he only returned every few years. Even though when he saved Kagaya last time, he had come home briefly, his adoptive mother was becoming increasingly clingy. He really didn't know if that was good or bad. He lightly knocked on her door. Ibuki, is that you? No, it's me. Sakurai Saki was just about to open the door when he heard Jinguji Tamaki's voice, filled with rejection. Treasure, please, don't come in. Why? Why can't I come in? Mama isn't feeling well. Are you sick? Sakurai Saki immediately grew anxious. No wonder he hadn't seen her downstairs earlier so. She was sick? But can gods even get sick? After living together for so many years, Sakurai Saki had never once seen her fall ill. Something like that. Jinguji Tamaki's voice sounded weak, as if she was desperately trying to endure something. Sakurai Saki was silent for a few seconds. Then he directly pushed the door open and stepped in. As soon as he entered, he immediately saw Jinguji Tamaki lying face down right in the middle of the room. A blanket was wrapped around her, a few tails sticking out from under it, playfully swaying at their tips. In addition, Sakurai Saki also saw 2 fox ears on top of her head. Is it that serious? Just what kind of illness was it? To the point even her fox form was showing completely. Don't look at me. How can I not look? If I don't look at you, how do I know what's wrong with you? Sakurai Saki walked up to the blanket, then sat properly on the tatami floor. Jinguji Tamaki tilted her face to look at him. On her beautiful face, the seductive tear mole beneath her eye emitted a strange allure. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. Even her breath carried fragrance. Don't say anymore. I'm not familiar with yokai habits, but if there's anything I can help with, then just say it. If really not, I can go find someone. Baby, hurry and go outside, please. Mom is about to not endure it anymore. Jinguji Tamaki struggled to support herself up, trying to push him out. With that movement, the kimono on her shoulders slid down a bit, revealing the alluring skin beneath. She panted little by little. No, if you're sick, you have to treat it. Dragging it out will only make it worse. Then, can little one help mama with an injection? Where's the needle? If you have medicine, then you should have said it earlier. Here. Note, Omoshiroi evening. Inside the wagashi shop. At the dining table, Sakurai Saki chewed food in small bites. Had he known, he would also get beep at home. He would rather die than open that door. Does this dish suit your taste? I heard sea cucumber and sea urchin are very nutritious, so Mom especially went to buy some. Jinguji Tamaki slightly tilted her head, her expression gentle like the spring breeze of March. Thinking back to her beast-like appearance a few hours ago, Sakurai Saki felt his waist ache a little. Tasty, as long as you like it. Jinguji Tamaki's expression was a bit shy. She had already told the other party to hurry and go outside, but this brat didn't perceive her condition at all, and even kept leaning closer. Baby, this time when you're back, how long will you stay? Around a dozen days? Then eat a lot. Nourish your body, or else you'll be exhausted. Mom once saw a cow plowing too much and dying right in the field. It was around the Kiju era. That day, I was strolling in the fields. Suddenly, I saw a young water buffalo collapse to the ground, its four legs trembling, dying horribly. Sakurai Saki's hand, holding the chopsticks, trembled slightly. He seemed to have seen his own future. The next day, Sakurai Saki woke up from bed, rubbed his eyes, preparing to go for his morning run along the Kawagawa. He still maintained his good running habit day after day. Finished washing his face, just put on his shoes, chatting with the staff in the shop when his phone vibrated with a message. Nakano, it's Suki. Are you there? Come outside and talk for a bit. Itsuki taking the initiative to invite him out was something Sakurai Saki absolutely did not expect. Chapter 401. You like me too? Why did you call me out? If not for being nearby, Sakurai Saki would never run over to meet her. Itsuki hugged the hamburger, chewing in small bites. Clearly her mouth wasn't big, but her eating speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, she had finished almost half. You know, I know. You should know. No, I really don't know. No. Did you call me out just to mess with me? What's wrong with you? If you had admitted your mistake earlier, I could have forgiven you. What exactly do I know? I just got home yesterday. I haven't even rested for long, and early this morning you dragged me out here. And the meeting place is McDonald's. If I could understand what you're thinking, that would be the real miracle, wouldn't it? Hikaru-kun. What are you trying to do? Today, Nakano Itsuki called him out precisely to ask this. And he even became the kid trying to take advantage of her. This guy is too awful. Since when did you know? Huh. So you really weren't planning to tell me? If I didn't overhear the conversation between you and Miku, were you planning to hide it from me for life? Nakano Itsuki widened her sparkling eyes, her entire face full of disbelief. This guy had seen her body, even touched her chest, and yet didn't show even a bit of remorse. If I tell you, you won't believe it anyway. Last time my weight got eaten by a crab. You also solved it. If you tell me, they'll definitely believe. Nakano Itsuki stared wide-eyed at him. Then if I say this wasn't intentional, will you believe it? At that time, he only intended to hand over the homework and leave. Who knew this person didn't want to let him escape? Benefits that a beautiful girl voluntarily offers no man would pass that up, right? If a man's willpower were really that strong, then the beauty trap wouldn't work anymore. I don't believe it. See? You agreed earlier but immediately denied it behind my back. Those are two different things. Clearly you were the one who brought me home on your own. I only came to deliver homework, and you ended up kissing and hugging me. Nakano Itsuki recalled, and indeed, it really did happen like that. And you even saw my body. I haven't even settled that with you yet. Itsuki turned her face away, holding the half-eaten hamburger, her voice soft. A boy's body is okay, right? Huh? You brat, show me some respect. This is a society with gender equality, so it's not wrong for a girl to look at a boy's body. My sensitive areas aren't private. Sakurai Saki tried to regain control of the conversation. No, that's not our topic. We were talking about you hiding from me the fact that you shrank. Nakano Itsuki was not stupid. She reacted quickly. She was almost tricked by Sakurai Saki into switching the subject. All right then, let's switch roles. Imagine you suddenly got small, and when you went to a boy's house to submit homework, that person said nothing and hugged you, kissed all over your face, even spilled fruit juice on you, then took you to shower. Nakano Itsuki covered her face, blushing bright red, embarrassed. Stop, don't say any more, I surrender. There were still other people here. Many customers around began looking at them with strange expressions. Explain it to me. Ooh, please, don't say any more. Nakano Itsuki looked at him, tears shimmering. Right now, she only wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. All right then, they'll spare you once. Hearing that, Nakano Itsuki sighed in relief. Just as she picked up the hamburger to take another bite, she suddenly froze. Wait, why did she call Sakurai-san out here again? All right, she came to ask his attitude. She straightened her expression. Sakurai-san, after doing that to me, will you take responsibility? Why does this question feel familiar? Sakurai Saki suddenly remembered. Back then, when he saw Ichika's entire body, she also asked something similar. At that time, he answered, I already have a girlfriend. I can't take responsibility. Not long after that, under Shirogane Miyuki's guidance, Sakurai Saki awakened. Rather than being pure and making girls sad, it was better to be a flirtatious scumbag. Today, Sakurai Saki once again faced the same question. If you want me to take responsibility, I will take responsibility to the end. You want to break up with Hayasaka-san? That's not good, you know? Even though I don't mind, I don't encourage you to do that. Nakano Itsuki took another hamburger, tore open the wrapper, and looked at him with innocent eyes. Itsuki, so pure, had absolutely no idea what Sakurai Saki was really thinking. That instead left Sakurai Saki speechless. I didn't mean that. What I meant was, we'll try to make it up to you. But you already kissed me and even saw my body. Besides dating, is there any other option? Woman, where did this sheltered, noble young lady from ancient times come from? Her way of thinking was as pure as Shinomiya Kagaya's 1 year ago. If it's material compensation, I don't need it. Nakano Itsuki puffed her cheeks, the way she ate making her look like an adorable hamster. Then what do you want? If you're not going to date me, then... Nakano Itsuki took a bite of her hamburger, thought for a moment, and said, then continue tutoring me. She realized that what she needed was probably only the knowledge inside Sakurai Saki's head. Everything else, apparently, wasn't necessary. His face was indeed handsome, but even without dating him, she could still look at it totally a win. As for bedroom matters, Itsuki had no interest. Or change to something else. Even if you don't give this kind of request, it'll still teach you. I know. Even knowing it, she still said that. Consider it that you owe me a favor. Later, if I run into trouble, I'll come and find you. After all, you seem really capable. The way you said that, I almost thought you liked me, scare me to death. Sakurai Saki exhaled, taking a sip of coca. I like you. So, huh? Sakurai Saki almost spit out the sip of coca he had just taken. She likes me? What the hell? Normally, she has absolutely no intention of this. I don't have many male friends anyway. Among the boys I interact with, if you were my boyfriend, I wouldn't refuse. No, I would even be a little happy. Roughly that feeling. Nakano Itsuki explained, her face blushing bright red. Hearing you say, that makes me feel like a backup plan. Backup plan? That's not right. If you break up with Hayasaka-san, it's fine if I date you. That's what I think. I don't understand anymore. Sakurai Saki fell into confusion. So, I really am that attractive? Forget it. Let's pretend I never said anything. Itsuki felt much lighter inside. Last time when Nino ran away from home, she was asked directly by Nino. Miku and I argued fine, but why are you arguing? Don't you like Sakurai? Itsuki got infuriated by that question. Isn't it just liking him? You think I can't like him? Sorry, I like him too. I even have to date him separately. Eat meals together. Take Sakurai, the one you like, without giving you a chance of... Chapter 402. She really... I'm crying next. Everyone go home? Sakurai Saki didn't feel anything special toward Itsuki. He felt stopping here was the most reasonable. Nakano Itsuki was about to nod when her phone rang. Sorry, let me check the message. She said that and immediately took out her phone, giving Sakurai Saki no time to object. Glancing at the line message, another message from Nino, Itsuki thought silently. Nino rarely sent her messages, especially after the two had quarreled twice. Honestly, it was a bit like a Cold War. But Itsuki didn't care for tsundere bad tempers. She still maintained the motherly position in the family, always caring for everyone. Nino, Itsuki, where are you running off to? We woke up and didn't see you. Itsuki's face filled with question marks. Woke up? What time did you guys play until yesterday? Since it had been a long time since returning to the childhood house, everyone was very excited, playing a little late. Itsuki was too tired and slept first. So these people didn't sleep at all? Where are you? Itsuki repeated Nino's message, then looked at Sakurai Saki. A bold thought flashed in her mind. Sakurai-kyun, Itsuki called Sakurai Saki in a sweet voice. What is it? Bend down a little. Sakurai Saki complied. Nakano Itsuki removed the star-shaped hairpin from her head, then leaned her face close to Sakurai Saki, holding up her phone to take a selfie. Unfortunately, she didn't have the butterfly hairpin like Nino. If she did, she would have recreated it no matter what. After taking the photo, Itsuki sent it to Nino, along with the caption, "Going on a date with the person I like. Just finished breakfast." Sakurai Saki could easily see the message. He decided to ignore it, not asking further. Itsuki held the phone, realizing Nino hadn't replied. Let her know what it's like to dare use that attitude with me last time. A few seconds later, Nino replied, "Gambare?" Itsuki read it out loud. What kind of reply was this? "You sent Nino mail." In the small mansion Nakano Murawa bought in Kyoto, Nino placed the phone on the dressing table. Her sisters went on a date with Sakurai Saki, and she didn't feel a bit angry. Nino had never thought she could monopolize Sakurai, so there was no psychological pressure. She was completely different from Hayasaka AI. The pressure of protecting the queen's throne wasn't something a challenger like her could compare to. Moreover, Itsuki just eats all day. What else can she do? Today going on a date with him, she'll probably just eat all day too, right? Thinking that, Nakano Nino felt even more at ease. Finished breakfast. At Itsuki's suggestion, the two of them went to the nearby bowling alley. It looked like she didn't want to end the date that early. All right, your hand movement is correct. Just throw it like that. Sakurai Saki instructed the movements for Itsuki. Unexpectedly, she had never played bowling before. In Sakurai Saki's eyes, the Nakano quintuplets all looked like the type who enjoyed going out with friends, or rather, was Itsuki the exception? Nino and Ichika communicated very well, having countless friends, and Yatsuba didn't even need to be mentioned. Almost the entire school knew her. Mika truly wasn't good at speaking with strangers, but in the past year, she had improved a lot. Itsuki, don't you usually go out with friends on weekends? I do, but we usually choose dessert shops or newly open restaurants. Heroes gather with their own kind. People gather by groups indeed. Friends of a food lover are all gluttons as well. It felt like Itsuki and Miko-chan would probably have a lot of shared topics. These two girls both liked eating and also ate extremely well. The sound of clink rang out. The bowling ball rolled forward, but its path was slightly crooked, seeing the ball drifting off to the side before even reaching the pins. Itsuki said, and yet it still didn't hit anything. Do you want me to demonstrate once? Itsuki nodded, letting out an omo. Sakurai Saki picked up a bowling ball, took his stance, stepped forward 4 steps from the starting point, and threw it smoothly. The ball curved, directly knocking down all the pins. Next, he'll explain step by step. Sakurai-sen, we're on a date, right? Why does it suddenly turn into a teacher-student kind of thing? Itsuki realized that every time she went out with Sakurai Saki, there was never even a hint of ambiguous atmosphere, not even much of a friend-like feeling. It was more like the feeling of tutor and student. What is your definition of a date? It's when a boy and a girl agree to go out and have fun. Then are we having fun? Yes. We just do what feels comfortable, as long as we're happy. That's the most important, right? Sakurai Saki completely didn't understand what she meant. If he didn't instruct her and she just threw randomly, at first it might feel fun, but afterwards it would become questionable. Today, he wasn't insisting on teaching her some beautiful throwing form. But the simplest straight throw, she should at least learn that, right? Very quickly, the two entered the phase of holding hands for direct teaching. Itsuki had very good learning ability. By the 4th throw, she was already able to knock down quite a lot of pins. After playing for an hour, she could even rely on luck to knock down all 10 pins. When the two left the bowling alley, Itsuki looked very happy. Sakurai-san, you were right. When dating, being happy really is the most important? Of course. Thinking too much will make it not fun anymore. Omo. Itsuki nodded repeatedly. Then she explained the next plan. It's almost noon. Shall we go eat? For a moment, Sakurai Saki really wanted to go home. It had only been 2 hours since breakfast. He wasn't remotely hungry. In that time frame, even if he tried to stuff food in, he couldn't. But looking at Itsuki's expression, he really couldn't say something that would ruin the mood. After all, being happy is the most important. Sakurai Saki kind of wanted to slap himself for having said that earlier. After finishing lunch, in the afternoon, Itsuki even dragged Sakurai Saki to have afternoon tea. Sakurai Saki had never thought going on a date with a girl could be this painful. Originally, in the late afternoon, they were supposed to go their separate ways. But because her house was nearby, Itsuki suggested visiting Kitsunedemeya for a bit. Sakurai Saki couldn't refuse. When they returned to Pontocho, since it was no longer early, there were far fewer customers. The two entered through the main door. They greeted a few familiar customers. At the reception counter, Ibuki Yuki, the glasses-wearing girl, yawned and said, "This little scumbag brings another girl home again? Weren't the last 2 still not enough for you? Ibukini, you're being lazy again? Miss, you misunderstood." Nakano Itsuki hurriedly took out the souvenir she had bought earlier. She explained, "He and I are just normal friends, not intimate at all. Today I came here to visit Annie, to thank Sakurai-san for taking care of me recently. I take care of you. Shouldn't you be thanking me?" Sakurai Saki mocked in his heart. "And also, are you sure the main objective of this visit is really to say hello? You clearly came because you wanted to eat wagashi. Yet you still have to find an excuse. I really want to cry to death." Chapter 403. Can friends do this kind of thing? Sakurai-san, was that person just now really your mother? Are you sure that wasn't your older sister? Nakano Itsuki held a skewer of Hanami Dango as she sat in Sakurai Saki's room. "I should be the one asking you why did you suddenly run into my room? Your mom told me to come up and hang out, didn't she? She must have misunderstood again." Sakurai Saki spoke with a yare-dazed tone. "Misunderstood?" Itsuki chewed her dango, her mouth full so her words were unclear. "What is there to misunderstand between us? She thinks we're not in a normal friends relationship, but we are clearly normal friends," Itsuki said, then suddenly remembered the receptionist downstairs. The corner of her mouth twitched. "Sakurai-san, so you really are the type of scumbag who brings girls home for the night?" "I'm very sorry to tell you, I'm exactly that type of scumbag." Receiving such an answer, Itsuki was shocked. You're not denying it? What is there to deny? Sakurai Saki had absolutely no intention of denying this sort of thing. Nakano Itsuki swallowed all the remaining dango on the skewer, then stood up. "Sakurai-san, we'll go home first." She was afraid that if she stayed, she would do something she would regret. "I'm completely not interested in you. Even if you tried every trick in the book, I'd be too lazy to touch you." Hearing that, Nakano Itsuki immediately stopped walking, then sat back down on the tatami. She stared at Sakurai Saki and said unhappily, "Scumbag. Who are you looking down on? Did I deny your appeal? What? Are you upset because I didn't scumbag you a little?" Sakurai Saki looked at her with a strange expression. "Don't offer yourself up like that. I can't handle it, even if you stripped naked and pole danced. I'd be too lazy to touch you. That's what you said, right?" Nakano Itsuki gritted her teeth, leaned in, and pushed him down to the floor. Before Sakurai Saki could react, she had already pinned him. "I'm really not interested in you. After all, the five of you sisters have almost the same figure. If I had to bully someone, I'd rather go bully Nino. Also, Itsuki, isn't your character supposed to be a serious, obedient student? Why is there also a bit of little evil mixed in? Why? We're friends." Sakurai Saki looked at her face so close in front of him, feeling her sweet breath at such a short distance, then turned his face away to avoid her gaze. This brat had absolutely no sense of boundaries between men and women. Barging into a boy's room was one thing, but now she even pinned him down without a shred of embarrassment. "I clearly confessed to you this morning. If you answer like that, aren't you denying my attractiveness?" Nakano Itsuki was still a girl she liked eating, but anyone could tell she cared about her weight, which meant she cared about her charm as a girl. Suddenly being judged with such words, she naturally got angry. "Then what do you want me to say? That I like your body? That when I see you, I immediately want to pin you down and do all sorts of things to you? Pervert." That unreasonable attitude reminds me of Nino. As expected of sisters, the two of you are exactly the same in that area. I'm completely different from her. How could I possibly be that type of person? Nakano Itsuki turned her head away, denying it. The five Nakano sisters looked very similar, but being told you were exactly like one of your sisters was something none of them liked. "She's a big tsundere, and you're a small tsundere." True, not the same. The degree of saying one thing, but meaning another, is a little different. Nino is more stubborn. As Sakurai Saki spoke, he placed his hand on her shoulder. "W, what are you doing?" Feeling the hand on her shoulder, Itsuki reacted like a startled little rabbit and quickly backed away several steps. She stood up in a rush, retreating all the way until her back hit the wall. Only then did she feel a bit safer. "Weren't you the one who attacked me first? And now you're asking me?" Sakurai Saki stood up from the floor and straightened his clothes. Then he slowly stepped toward her. Itsuki was forced back against the wall, unable to retreat any further. Her voice trembled. "Don't come over here. Seeing his silhouette drawing closer and closer, Itsuki swallowed hard. "You once said that if I managed to bring Nino back, even kissing me one more time would be fine? I'm not remembering wrong. Am I? That was 3 months ago, wasn't it? Invalid. Expired." Itsuki hadn't even finished speaking when her mouth was covered. A few seconds later, Nakano Itsuki tried to push him away with all her strength, but she realized she couldn't do it at all with her own power. With no other choice, she could only try relaxing her body, taking the initiative to melt into it. After all, she had made that promise, and Itsuki didn't want to break her word. But the more they kissed, the faster her heart beat, and her body grew hotter. Something inside her finally gave way. Itsuki slowly lost control of her composure, overwhelmed by a rush of emotion, as she began reacting instinctively. Just as the moment between the two grew hazy and they were on the verge of letting go, footsteps sounded from outside the door. Itsuki suddenly came back to her senses. She lowered her head and looked at her clothes, half pulled open. The possibility of being discovered at any moment made her both embarrassed and strangely excited. What'd I do now? Just a few minutes of giving in to desire, and she had already ended up like this. Could it be there was some strange succubus living in her heart? Itsuki's cheeks were burning red. She felt like the real Itsuki had completely disappeared just now. She wasn't that lewd. Itsuki whispered softly. "Sakurai-san, let go. It's fine. The door's locked." Sakurai Saki lifted her snow-white chin. At this point, did he think she'd back down so easily? "Itsuki, let go. Don't be like this." She absolutely did not want his mother seeing her, as some weird kind of woman visiting for the first time and already doing that in her son's room. But your heartbeat is getting faster, you know? You also find it exciting, right? In no way. Even if she died, Itsuki would never admit it. Don't make any noise, okay? If we get caught, we're done for, right? As soon as he said that, a mature, seductive woman's voice came from outside the door. Treasure, dinner is ready. You two can come down to eat now. Sakurai Saki looked at Itsuki's body, trembling uncontrollably from excitement, and answered, I'm not hungry, I just ate dango. Is that so? What about you, Itsuki-chan? Are you hungry? Not hungry. And what's wrong? Your voice sounds strange. You two aren't doing anything weird in there, right? No, we're playing a game. Don't play too long, okay? After you finish, come down to eat. After saying that, the footsteps slowly faded away. Nakano Itsuki let out a sigh of relief, her whole body going limp as if finally freed. But she hadn't even fully relaxed yet. Want to continue? Hearing that, Nakano Itsuki gave him a charming sideways glance. What are you saying? How could I possibly give up? They had already come this far. Nakano Itsuki turned her head, letting out a soft "Amen." But they were just friends. Was it really okay to do something like this? A tiny bit of rationality still lingered in Itsuki's mind. But very quickly, that bit of rationality was wiped clean by pleasure. Probably it's fine, right? Chapter 404. You're the pervert. Why hasn't anyone come downstairs yet? Ibuki Yuki, who was staying for dinner, asked Jinguji Tamaki as she came down the stairs. Those two kids are getting intimate in there. I'm too embarrassed to even open the door. They're going that far? Ibuki Yuki pushed up her glasses. Her mature face couldn't hide her surprise. It's not mating season for humans yet, right? It's only 7 p.m. Seems like that girl was the one taking the initiative. Jinguji Tamaki sat at the dining table. Well, that's none of my business anyway. Is that rumor we heard last time true? What rumor? About humans developing a time machine? What else could it possibly be? Ibuki Yuki had heard it came from some research institute called SCRN. The main research facility was destroyed. I'm guessing it was the dark hand of heaven behind it. As for the smaller facilities hidden all over the world, they haven't been located yet, but that matter was already settled a month ago. Jinguji Tamaki answered, That's good. If a time machine really got developed, this world would turn upside down. No, it wouldn't. Large-scale time reconstruction is basically impossible. Time is a straight line. Anything that has happened cannot be undone. What about young master? I don't know. Maybe he can do it without any of us noticing. Jinguji Tamaki didn't want to talk about it. Wasn't interesting. That being said, large-scale time reconstruction wasn't feasible, but small-scale might still be possible. For example, a small island, using a time machine to trap it in a loop. But even that possibility was very low. Nakano Itsuki ended up not going home. She stayed at the wagashi shop. The next morning, they'll take you home, Sakurai Saki said to the person burying herself under the blanket like an ostrich. Itsuki's soft voice leaked out from the gap near the pillow. What do I do now? If my sisters find out I slept over at your place, what will they think of me? Yesterday, they actually became intimate. And in the second half, she was even the one making the first move. Just thinking about it made Itsuki feel she no longer had the face to see anyone. What even was that? A fling? That wasn't right. Those are between strangers who hang out and then pretend nothing happened afterward. But she and Sakurai were friends. How was she supposed to describe this? It's fine. I already texted Nino. Said you ate too much yesterday. So full you couldn't walk. And that's why you didn't go home. Hearing that, Itsuki immediately threw the blanket off. She didn't even care about the breathtaking spring scenery being exposed. Her beautiful eyes glared at him. What kind of excuse is that? How could I possibly do something like, think about it again? Okay. Actually, that is possible. But still, Nino believed it just like that? In her sister's mind, what kind of woman did she think Itsuki was? Some kind of eating champion? Itsuki-chan, my little cute, you don't want to go home? The restless hand of Sakurai Saki slid down to her beautifully full, shapely thighs. That was his favorite place yesterday. The feeling in his hand was unbelievably good. Putting his hand there felt like his whole palm was being enveloped by softness, and the elasticity was excellent. Don't call me that. Nakano Itsuki's cheeks were dyed a cherry blossom red, and she hurriedly pulled the blanket up to cover her body. You were so eager last night. You wouldn't stop begging for more. How come, after just a few hours, you don't want any of it anymore? Don't talk about last night. From now on, I definitely won't ever let you treat me like that again. I advise you to give up early. That attitude of saying no, but not really rejecting, normally people call that tsundere. Who's tsundere? You're the tsundere. Nakano Itsuki quickly pried his hand off. Sakurai Saki was only teasing her. He didn't intend to make things difficult for her. Get out. Itsuki pouted, pretending to be angry. If she didn't act a bit tougher, she was about to get eaten clean again. Okay. Nakano Itsuki watched him leave the room, exhaling in relief. Thinking back to last night, she realized something strange. Sakurai Saki seemed to understand her body very well. Too well. He even knew which positions would make her feel good. Who exactly did he practice that technique with? It wasn't hard for Itsuki to reach that conclusion, because for the Nakano quintuplets, aside from personality, almost everything else was the same. Even their bodies weren't very different. While she was changing clothes, Itsuki's phone vibrated. She picked it up and saw it was a message from Nino. Nino, how does it feel? Itsuki stared at the message, full of question marks. She slowly typed back. It feels pretty good. Sakurai-kun's house is very comfortable, Japanese style, and the blanket smells like sunlight. Ding dong. Nino, not that. Did anything happen between you two? He said you ate too much and couldn't walk home. That kind of excuse? I don't buy it. Itsuki felt a little touched. Nino actually didn't believe Sakurai Saki's weird excuse. But before she could stay touched for more than a few seconds, another message came. Nino, Tisich, I even thought we could be pole sisters together. Didn't expect you to not get eaten. Pole sisters. Itsuki repeated the unfamiliar term, then switched to another app, Wiki. Search. Open explanation. Pole sisters refers to the relationship between multiple women who maintain a relationship with the same man, also called harem sisters. Suggested for you, Wiki. Cave Brothers. It means that. Nakano Itsuki hurriedly exited the wiki page. What the hell? The person Sakurai Saki hated most at the beginning, Nino, was actually the first among the 5 sisters to get involved with him? Did Sakurai get mentally manipulated by Nino or something? Otherwise, this made no sense. He was so skilled yesterday. Turns out he had prior experience with Nino. After breakfast, Sakurai Saki drove, preparing to take Itsuki home. Why are you looking at me like that? In the passenger seat, Nakano Itsuki withdrew her gaze. You clearly already have a relationship with Nino, yet you still don't let me go. She told you? Something like that. Are you angry? Angry about what? My relationship with you was only last night. From now on, you will never touch me again. Tell me, what is there for me to be angry about? The strong smell of vinegar. Note, vinegar's smell in Chinese slang means jealousy, if I'm not mistaken. Last year, I always saw you as a student, same with Nino. At least for a very long period, I didn't think about doing anything with you girls. Sakurai Saki's voice was very serious. You think I'll believe that? You must have already planned to gather all 5 of us into your arms and enjoy yourself every night, switching one girl each day to serve you. Sorry, you're wrong. I prefer all 5 of you at the same time. Nakano Itsuki went silent for a few seconds. You really are a pervert. Hearing footsteps outside the door yesterday and getting excited you are a pervert too. Sakurai Saki said cheerfully. Perfect match. Looks like it's fate. Nakano Itsuki choked on her own breath at his damage with damage counterattack. Why Yori the pervert? How could she possibly be the pervert? Chapter 405. Yatsuba has never stepped onto the stage in front of the Nakano house. Under Nino's mocking gaze, Sakurai Saki pushed Itsuki out from behind. All right, stop hiding. And, Nino, good morning. Nakano Itsuki spoke with a stiff, robot-like rhythm. Just thinking about the fact that she and Nino had become pole sisters made her feel strange. Itsuki, what's wrong with you? Why are you so shy? Nakano Nino only needed one look to know that something definitely happened last night. Nothing. I just ate a bit too much yesterday. Itsuki forced herself to stay calm. She didn't want Nino to notice anything. But unfortunately, just looking at her slightly strange way of walking, Nino already understood roughly what had happened. She just didn't know who took the initiative. Nino guessed that it was Itsuki, because this Sakurai Saki guy didn't like taking the initiative. If a girl didn't give an invitation, he wouldn't force anyone, like a kind of playboy with boundaries. Itsuki, you're not in your dangerous period right now, are you? In the safe period. But I heard that even the safe period can be dangerous. Even when it's safe, it's not really safe, so you have to take proper precautions. I didn't do anything with him. Itsuki insisted stubbornly, just when Nino was about to keep teasing her. At the door, Nakano Yatsuba ran out. The bunny ears on her head bounced twice. Yahalo. Good morning. Sakurai-san. Full of energy, truly adorable. Sakurai Saki responded to her. Good morning, Yatsuba. It must be troublesome for Sakurai-san to come all the way here, right? Not all. Our houses are close. Driving doesn't even take 20 minutes. Come inside and sit. Our house is really big. Sakurai Saki originally planned to go to the appointment, but thinking about it again, since Miku was here, it seemed he didn't need to head to the meeting point immediately. Besides, that small park was also nearby. Yatsuba led Sakurai Saki into the living room, then brought tea, busy for several minutes. Sakurai-san, here you go. Sakurai Saki took the cup she handed him. Thank you. No need to thank me. This time all of us did well on the exams thanks to Sakurai-san. Where's your new tutor? Dad said we can study well on our own, so there's no need to hire a new tutor. Sakurai Saki felt that Nakano Maruo was afraid another person like him would appear. But the fact that the quintuplets could study by themselves was a good thing. Last time, about your future, have you decided yet? I want to take the exams myself. I won't enter the sports university anymore. Nakano Yatsuba looked at him, speaking with a seriousness she had never shown before. Are you sure? Sports are your specialty, and you even received an invitation from the university. It's okay, because I've already thought it over. If I give up the exam, then all my efforts from this past year would be wasted. After the track and field competition ended, I decided that in this last half year, I would study seriously. February next year was the unified exam. There was still enough time. Sakurai-san, I'll do my best. This kind of thing, you should tell Nakano-san, right? Saying it to me won't have any effect. Dad doesn't care about this kind of thing. He has no demands regarding our future. Sakurai-san was our tutor for a whole year, so I thought I definitely had to tell you something like this. In Nakano Yatsuba's heart, Sakurai Saki was still a strict tutor. She had absolutely no idea what Sakurai Saki had already done with her sisters, which was very normal. After all, she was the only surviving one at the moment. The most intimate thing the two of them had ever done was just him feeding her medicine like a lover when she had a cold and ended up in the infirmary. Have you decided which school you want to apply to? Not yet, but I plan to enter the same school as Itsuki and the others. In the Nakano household, except for Ichika, the other sisters were all preparing for exams, and their scores were quite similar, so they would probably be able to enter the same school. While the two were talking, at the edge of the outer wall near the door, Nino and Itsuki stood together, so there really wasn't any intimate action. Itsuki muttered to herself. She thought Sakurai Saki definitely wouldn't let Yatsuba off that easily. But unexpectedly, even when alone, the two still maintained a teacher-student state. Sakurai-san isn't interested in Yatsuba. He always sees Yatsuba as just a cute little rabbit. Little rabbit? Yeah, her ribbon. Don't you think it looks like it? It does look quite similar. And man, what are you two doing standing here so early in the morning? Mika's slightly sleepy voice came from beside them. It wasn't even 8 yet. She completely didn't understand why the two were standing here. Miku? Itsuki suddenly heard the voice and jumped. Turning around and seeing Miku in pajamas, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Miku walked without making a sound. Scared her to death. Itsuki, you're back? Umu. Sakurai-san brought me home. Oh. Miku still wasn't fully awake. After a few seconds, she finally reacted. Saki-kun, Miku repeated once. That's right. What's wrong? Where? They are talking with Yatsuba. Nino pointed toward the living room. Nakano Miku nodded slightly, then sleepily walked toward the living room. Sakurai Saki was discussing with Yatsuba about the range of possible university choices when he noticed the sliding door of the Japanese-style living room being opened. Miku, wearing only a white shirt and completely defenseless, stepped inside. Because Miku had sleepwalked like this many times, Sakurai Saki had already become immune to seeing her dressed like this. Sakurai-san, what's wrong? Yatsuba followed Sakurai Saki's gaze, and her face immediately turned bright red. She hurriedly stood up, wanted to take Miku out. But Miku's movement was faster. The moment Yatsuba stood up, Miku had already approached Sakurai Saki, even lying down on his lap. What should she do now? Yatsuba looked at Miku's blissful face and even felt a little unwilling to break such a scene. She knew Miku had feelings for Sakurai Saki, just like Nino, loving someone she couldn't have. But that couldn't be helped either. Sakurai-san already had Hayasaka-san as his girlfriend, so there was no way he could accept a second girl. It's air-conditioned here, it's pretty cold. Yatsuba, go get a blanket. Sakurai Saki noticed Miku's breathing gradually becoming steady. Could it be this girl didn't sleep properly last night? Since it was summer, the air conditioning was on and the temperature was very low. Sleeping like this could easily lead to catching a cold. We even made an appointment at 9 at the park, and yet it's almost 8 and she's still this sleepy. Sakurai Saki strongly suspected that Miku was going to stand him up. Luckily, he had come to the quintuplets house early. All right, I got it. Nakano Yatsuba nodded. This kind of situation with Miku wasn't the first time. She quietly ran out of the living room. Sakurai Saki lowered his head to look at the peacefully sleeping Miku. What should I do now? Originally, they agreed to just be friends, but based on her previous behavior, that wasn't something mere friendship could comfort. That was completely girlfriend-level jealousy mode. Chapter 406. Yatsuba discovers a big secret still sleeping. Nakano Nino looked at the wall clock in the room. It was almost noon. Clearly yesterday, she was still so excited, saying that today she had an appointment to go out with Sakurai. Yet when it was time, she fell completely asleep. Nakano Nino thought so, then glanced again at the person sitting cross-legged, letting Miku sleep soundly on his lap. Looking at them makes me want to fall asleep too. Nakano Nino searched for a spot on Sakurai Saki's body where she could settle down to sleep, but after looking for so long, she still couldn't choose a suitable place. Letting him hold her would be perfect. But Nino felt that inside the house right now, there was a passerby who knew nothing Yatsuba who might not know about any of this. Such intimate gestures could cause awkwardness. Miku wasn't embarrassed at all, daring to openly lean into Sakurai Saki, but Nino didn't dare. She still had a bit of maidenly pride, though not much. What's wrong? Sakurai Saki put down the book, raised his head, and looked at Nino, sitting opposite him. After quietly observing her face, Sakurai Saki immediately grasped the truth. She wanted to join too. Want to come over? Sakurai Saki extended an invitation for left and right cuddling. No thanks. Nakano Nino turned her head away. Soon I have to go to Hokkaido with Ichika for filming. Do you want to come along? Sakurai Saki thought about the upcoming schedule. Stay here for a few days, then go to Hokkaido to film for more than a week. Then at the beginning of August, go up the mountain to escape the heat. Not really good. Huh? Hokkaido? Ichika is going that far? Nino had only said half her sentence when her eyes widened. Ever since the four sisters and Ichika moved out separately, communication frequency had dropped considerably. They only knew Ichika had a filming schedule, but they didn't know it was that far. That was the northernmost part of Japan. If it's for avoiding the heat, that's great. Their ski resorts are famous too. Last time, during the winter camping trip, because we were in different groups, we didn't even get to ski together, right? This time we can make up for it. Mphumph. Nino took out her phone, opening her schedule app. My summer break hasn't been scheduled yet. Consider yourself lucky for inviting early. Otherwise, my schedule would have been packed full already. This was a lie. Nakano Nino had to return to Kyoto for summer vacation. and she had no familiar classmates nearby. Every day, she could only stay at home browsing her phone, at most going out on walks with her sisters. The last 2 summer vacations were painfully boring. What she said was merely to prove she was very popular. Then I really am lucky, just in time to catch the last spot. That's right. Seeing her expression without any blush or nervousness, Sakurai Saki didn't expose her lie and simply went along. 4 days from now, we'll come pick you up. Want to go by plane or Shinkansen? Plane? Then we'll fly. I'll buy the tickets later. He had checked beforehand. Both forms of travel were possible and still had available seats. As for AI-chan and Kagaya, bringing too many people along on a filming job would be inconvenient. They would all gather again later for the mountain trip, so there was no need to bring everyone at once. After all, this was work, not a vacation. Bringing Nino alone was enough. And what about Itsuki, the one who had Aika Paradise with him last night? Right now, she was extremely avoiding Sakurai Saki, to the point she didn't dare look at him. With that condition, it was better to give her time to calm down. More than 10 minutes later, Nino went to help Itsuki cook. She was a bit worried, because as the one in charge of cooking in the house, Nino understood very well the cooking skills of her sisters. Itsuki's dishes could only be called edible, definitely not delicious. And meanwhile, Sakurai Saki was reading halfway through the book. The person lying on his lap turned over to change position, letting out a sleepy sound. What time is it now? Miku opened her eyes in a daze, and then she immediately saw the handsome face right in front of her, looking down at her. Saki-kun. Saki-kun. Nakano Miku very quickly remembered the promise between her and Sakurai Saki. Within just a few seconds, her heart once again fell into self-blame. They clearly arranged to meet at 9 a.m. in the small park, yet she just slept so soundly like this. The events that happened a few hours ago appeared one scene after another in her mind, and Miku quickly understood the situation. She didn't sleep enough, and carelessly fell asleep on his lap. Sorry, Miku weakly said, then sat up. Sakurai Saki closed the book. No need to apologize. Doing this between friends is very normal. Not normal at all. Miku seemed to oppose the word friends, her small face full of displeasure. Miku, if we don't act as friends, what do you think we can be? I don't know. Since last summer, Miku had realized that she liked Sakurai Saki. From that moment on, she didn't want to just be a student, being friends was the same. The promise maintained for 6 years gave her the chance to like Sakurai Saki. Gave her the reason to meet him in the first year, but it didn't make her more sensitive to her own feelings. If only she could have realized earlier that she liked him. Then at least she could have stood on the same starting line as Fujiwara Chika and Hayasaka AI, instead of not even being able to step onto the competition stage. Miku, that matter was my fault. It's fine if you're angry at me. Nakano Miku was the one who actively approached him that day, and Saki was very grateful. At that time, the ones who continued to persist in talking to him, besides Shirogane Miyuki, were only Miku. But Miku, if you know the reason why we met each other when we were little, then you should also understand why back then I didn't want to talk to you. Because Mika knows Sakurai Saki is the current me, not the me from the past. Back then Miku thought it was because she was too stupid. Her entrance exam scores too low, so Saki didn't want to recognize her or didn't want to become friends again from the beginning. But later she changed her thoughts. Maybe his memory was bad and he forgot. But now, Miku completely understood. The Sakurai Saki from that time wasn't the Sakurai Saki she knew at all. That cold, quiet boy who avoided people from afar was a block of ice that hadn't melted yet. Not like the sun that brought warmth to her when she was small. Sully. Back in first year, I didn't recognize you. No matter what excuse I give, it's true that I didn't do it. Saki said seriously, I'm really sorry. He valued the spirit of agreements. And in this matter, he had broken the promise. The young girl approached again and again, yet was repeatedly hurt by his cold attitude. Even though he didn't know anything at that time, what had happened couldn't be changed. I'm not angry anymore, it's fine. Even though Miku said that, her expression still inevitably carried sadness. She could have been much closer to him. But luckily, The misunderstanding was resolved before it was too late. You forgive me so easily. Instead, it makes me feel guilty. How about this? As punishment for violating the agreement, it'll grant you 3 wishes, no matter how difficult. What do you think? In that moment, Miko had a thought of asking him to break up with Hayasaka AI and be with her. But very quickly, she gave up on that. Saki-kun, I want you to treat me like a lover. Is that okay? Entrance. Nakano Yatsuba leaned against the wall, not daring to move. What were they talking about? Why did it suddenly turn into this? She clearly just came calling for lunch, yet the development had completely exceeded Yatsuba's expectations. Miko actually confessed. Didn't those words basically mean she wanted to be his lover? Would Sakurai Saki agree? Very quickly, the answer resounded from the living room. If you want that, of course it's fine. What? He actually agreed. 2 timing. And from the way he said it, he didn't even sound embarrassed. Yuwa Sakurai Saki really is a scumbag. Nakano Yatsuba blushed, squatting down on the floor. As a pure girl like a little rabbit, she absolutely couldn't accept this at all. Chapter 407. On how to distinguish the Nakano quintuplets in the dining room. Sakurai Saki noticed that the way Nakano Yatsuba was looking at him seemed off. She looked at him as if an interrogator were staring at a criminal. Yatsuba, what's wrong? Do you also want to go out this afternoon? And no, not at all. I think staying home is fine. You can go hang out with Miku. Nakano Yatsuba bit the tip of her chopsticks, hurriedly rejecting his suggestion. Just thinking about Sakurai Saki being intimate with her sisters in a place Hayasaka AI didn't know about made her feel scared. The rumor Itsuki once heard had actually become reality in this way. Sakurai-san was really a scumbag. Unbelievable. Usually he was always very serious with everyone, completely without any intention of going further. So how did he suddenly turn into a scumbag who takes advantage of everyone? No matter how she thought about it, Yatsuba couldn't imagine such a scene. But earlier when I was alone with Sakurai-san, he didn't act weird at all. Yatsuba felt very curious about this. She and Miku looked quite alike, yet he had no improper intentions whatsoever. Could it be that Sakurai-san distinguished everyone very clearly? Sakurai-san, can you tell the 5 of us apart? Yatsuba asked, her question a bit abrupt. Sakurai Saki put down his chopsticks, thought for a moment, then answered. What do you mean? If it's just based on daily outfits, that's not difficult at all. Oh, what if everyone removed their hair accessories and styled their hair the same way? That's fine too. Even without touching, just looking, I can roughly tell. I see. Yatsuba nodded, then blinked rapidly, her brain operating at full speed. What did without touching mean? If he touched them, then he could distinguish all of them? Was that what he meant? Each of you has a different aura, and it's even easier to tell when you talk. Talking? For example, when Yatsuba laughs. She usually makes it sound like, ee-hee, it's very cute. Sakurai Saki imitated Yatsuba's laugh. Goo, that sounds kind of weird to me. Nino cut in. Is my laugh weird? Yatsuba looked at Miku, seeking agreement. A little bit. Mika chose to be honest, but still very cute. What about you? Itsuki? Do you think it's weird? I've heard a lot, so it doesn't sound weird anymore. Nakano Itsuki replied calmly. The green rabbit ear ribbon on Nakano Yatsuba's head drooped like a wilted scallion, completely losing its energy. So my laugh really is weird. You girls think it's weird? I think it's cute. On the contrary, for a girl full of energy like Yatsuba, that laugh fits your image even more. I think it's very fitting, Sakurai Saki said, then continued eating. Yesterday, he had eaten too much in the afternoon, so he didn't eat dinner, and now he was a bit hungry. Nakano Yatsuba unconsciously let out a silly laugh. But before she could enjoy it for a few seconds, realizing the situation, she hurriedly forced herself to stop. How scary. She almost let Sakurai-san raise her affection points. He compliments everything. No wonder Miku and Nino were drawn to him. The attack power of this scumbag is too strong. Yatsuba reminded herself firmly. She absolutely must not like this person. This person was a scumbag, even if he was handsome, smart, and apparently came from a wealthy family. She must not like him. Sakurai Saki continued the earlier topic about distinguishing the quintuplets. And Miku, her voice isn't like you girls, it's gentler. Once you hear it, you can tell right away. So you don't think I'm gentle? Nino didn't realize this about herself at all. Gentle. Sakurai Saki lied, more easily than breathing. Nino looked doubtful. Really? You don't even believe yourself, yet you still ask me? Sakurai Saki rolled his eyes internally. But Nino was always like that. Being able to maintain her nature until now was already a kind of special talent. Really? Why would I lie to you? It feels like you're brushing me off. Sorry, you guessed it right. Nino changed the topic. If I dress the same as them, would you still recognize me? Among the 5 of you, your aura stands out so much there's no need to guess. You shine like the sun in the dark night. Sakurai Saki wondered why eating dinner had turned into such a strange quintuplet identification game. Anyway, that's still a compliment, right? Nino knew her own flaws, but she didn't want to change. Changing too much would make her lose her individuality and blend into the crowd. At this moment, Itsuki was also curious if she disguised herself. How would Sakurai recognize her? Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Sakurai Saki's gaze subconsciously glancing down at her thighs. Itsuki, what did he mean by that? Her thighs were bigger than the other sisters. So, just one glance, and he could tell. And he even looked at her with such a terrible expression, Sakurai-san. Would you like to reconsider that? It's actually quite difficult to recognize Itsuki. Sakurai Seki sensei dangereux. Itsuki, you're lying, aren't you? How could I? I have no reason to lie, right? He had no reason to lie. Just be honest. She wouldn't be angry, so would he consider telling the truth? Nakano Itsuki smiled dangerously. Sakurai-san, repeat after me, okay? Sakurai Saki quickly responded. Nakano Itsuki is a woman with a perfect figure, beautiful and kind. You still remember? Hearing his words, Itsuki felt a little touched. This was something she had said a year ago, yet he still remembered it. I remember everyone who has ever threatened me. And afterward, he would take proper revenge. But considering how she begged him several times last night, he would let this small matter slide. What the heck? Your personality is awful. Holding a grudge for a whole year? Itsuki tried recalling if she had angered him, and realized apparently not that much. An eye for an eye is my motto. But it's fine since I got my revenge last night. All debts are cleared. You bullied me just because of that. Now Itsuki understood why he didn't show her mercy last night. So it was because of something from a year ago? Revenge? Last night, Yatsuba the little rabbit's ears were extremely sharp. She immediately caught the key point. Itsuki wouldn't have. No. With Itsuki's personality, becoming Sakurai-san's lover? Impossible. Even being friends with benefits was impossible. Kuhum. I was talking about the game. Itsuki hurried to explain. Ohaya, the game Nino teased. Saki-kun, what did you do with Itsuki yesterday? Miku asked in surprise. If they were supposed to treat each other like lovers, then asking something like this should be okay, right? They'll talk about it privately later. All right, we'll talk later. Nakano Itsuki froze. What about my opinion? He wasn't seriously planning to tell Miku, right? No way. Absolutely not. Chapter 408. Chika has made up her mind after lunch, after resting for a bit. Sakurai Saki and Miku were preparing to visit the place they had gone to 6 years ago. Truthfully, Sakurai Saki still remembered the memory clearly, mainly because for him, it had only been about half a year. Since it was the weekend, when they arrived at the nearby small park, there were quite a few children playing. A little boy, wanting to get a girl's attention, tugged on her hair. Sakurai Saki commented, "Kids. Saki-kun was also childish, you know? I know it well back then, to get Chika-chan's attention. You always teased her and treated her like a toy." Miku gave an example. Teasing like that was something only elementary or middle school boys did to girls. For someone like a high school boy to act that way, it was hard to say he wasn't childish. You knew. Of course. Miku watched the two little ones chasing each other in front of them, and with a nostalgic tone she said, "Because I always watched you. That's a heavy feeling. Do you know how happy you looked back then? And then you treated me so coldly, so I was sad for a long time." Today, Miku talked a lot unlike usual. Or rather, she had changed a lot. She was no longer afraid of communicating. The quiet Miku of the past was now behind her. Only now did Sakurai Saki realize it. Miku continued reminiscing. When you were a first year, you even became friends with Hayasaka-san. At first, I was the only one who could talk to you. But afterward, more and more people appeared. The number of people who got along with you increased. And without even noticing, you became everyone's Sakurai, the most popular boy in Shuchiin. And then you became our tutor. Umo. At first, when I accepted Nakano-san's request, aside from Shirogane asking for help, the real reason was actually you. Back then, among the 5 sisters, Sakurai Saki only knew Miku. If not for that connection, even if Shirogane Miyuki pushed the request onto him, he wouldn't have agreed so decisively. Because he understood Miku, he assumed the Nakano quintuplets would all be easy to talk to. In the end, Nino gave him a direct face slap. I ranked below President Shirogane. What Miku focused on was this point. So at that time, she wasn't even equal to some random boy. No way, right? Do you want the truth? Or the pleasant version? The truth. If Shirogane were in trouble, I would definitely do everything I could to help. But if it were you, Miku, I would just stand on the side and watch. Of course, when I was still a first year. Back then, Sakurai Saki extremely disliked women. To him, they were troublesome, hard to understand, and liked to cause trouble unreasonably. Even now, he still thought women were troublesome. If I'd known, I would have chosen the pleasant version. Miku puffed her small cheeks. Anyone with eyes could see she was upset. Sakurai Saki didn't want to continue this topic. The vending machine over there still hasn't been removed. Maybe because the sales are decent? Mika guessed. This was a park regularly visited by nearby residents. With such a high foot traffic area, it would be stranger if the vending machine were removed. The two walked over to the vending machine. Sakurai Saki bought 2 cans of matcha soda. So the reason you like drinking matcha is because of me. Umu. Fate is quite mysterious, isn't it? Miku took the can he handed her. Sakurai Saki nodded. So did Miku like matcha soda because I bought it for her back then? Or did she already like matcha soda, which is why she likes it now? He suddenly wondered. Because Miku liked matcha, when he traveled back 6 years, he offered her matcha soda. So, if he hadn't bought her matcha soda back then, how would she have come to like it? Is time actually a straight line? Was time travel inevitable? Or perhaps his ability at that time wasn't strong enough to alter reality. Sakurai Saki furrowed his brow. This probably didn't need too much thinking. He didn't fully understand his own ability, which was why these contradictions appeared. With an ability that could only activate randomly once, he couldn't grasp its full essence. What's wrong? Mika noticed he was distracted, so she asked with concern. Nothing. I was thinking if I hadn't bought you matcha soda back then, would you have ended up liking it? Probably not. Nino likes black tea, and the others don't even like tea in general. Receiving her answer, Sakurai Saki stopped thinking about it. Carrying their drinks, the two headed toward the mushroom-shaped hut where they had once taken shelter from the rain. The kids around them looked at the two approaching with curiosity. Perhaps in the eyes of these children, an adult like Sakurai Saki had no business entering a kid's playground area. The entrance they could easily crawl into years ago had become a bit tight. Fortunately, both were slim enough not to get stuck. So cramped, Sakurai Saki realized his legs couldn't fully stretch out. Miku also felt cramped. After all, she had grown a lot taller over the past years. It's hot too. Can't help it. Before, it wasn't hot because it was raining. Now it's clear outside and over 30 degrees. Being in a confined space during summer truly was torture. Today, Miku wore shorts with black pantyhose, topped with a light blue outer shirt and a breathable t-shirt underneath. Why didn't she take off the pantyhose? Wearing those in summer was pure torture. It looked beautiful, yes, but wasn't she hot? Just endure it with willpower. Mika noticed him looking at her tights. Girls really have it rough. Sakurai Saki tugged at the collar of his short-sleeved white t-shirt. Summer clothes for guys were simple, just wear whatever was cool. And especially for someone good-looking, anything looked good. No need to suffer. Miku originally wanted to come here with Sakurai Saki to reminisce about their childhood, but she soon discovered that she absolutely couldn't endure this temperature. She quickly surrendered and took off her coat, placing it to the side. A few drops of sweat on her forehead slid down her smooth, fair face, then traced along the snow valley and disappeared without a trace. Sakurai Saki quickly withdrew his gaze. Much cooler now. Mika's body temperature was very low, so she wasn't actually that afraid of heat. Taking off one layer of clothing cooled her down immediately. Want to go outside? No. A firm answer beyond expectations. After Miku finished speaking, she looked toward him, and Sakurai Saki also lifted his gaze to her face. The two looked at each other for a few seconds. "Kiss me." Sakurai Saki didn't waste words and slowly lowered his head. The faint salty taste of sweat mixed with Mika's unique fragrance stimulated all his senses. In addition, the remaining matcha soda in her mouth also joined in the affectionate exchange of fluids between them. Mika's chest rose and fell as she wrapped her arms around his neck. On the other side, Tokyo, Fujiwara Chika was walking around shopping together with Shinomiya Kagaya and Shirogane Kei. At the moment, the three of them stepped into a second-hand store. Kagaya-san, look at this. It says it can detect nearby treasure. It looks so fun. This is definitely a scam, isn't it? Before Kagaya even finished her sentence, Fujiwara Chika was already taking the treasure detector watch to the counter to pay. "Kei-chan, do you want to buy swimsuits later?" "Kagaya-ne, I bought mine last year." "Really?" While the two were talking, Fujiwara Chika began using the detector to search for signs of treasure. "How can this be? Why isn't it working? You should at least try it before buying. The stuff here can't be tested before buying." "How am I supposed to know?" Fujiwara Chika hardened her resolve. She must find a place where she could use this detector. The detector wasn't reacting because there was no treasure around. Definitely not because it couldn't detect treasure. It had to be that, having just wasted 10,000 yen on a piece of junk. Fujiwara Chika consoled herself. "Don't run around waving that weird thing. You'll be taken for a strange woman," Shinomiya Kagaya reminded her. "No way, right?" Fujiwara Chika looked left and right, whistling while hastily explaining, "I totally wasn't thinking of using it when everyone goes hiking or to the beach." To be able to say something so simple out loud. "Fujiwara-san, you really are amazing." Kagaya-san actually praised me. That's so rare. "Kagaya, for an idiot like you to have grown up safely until now, one really must thank the gods." Chapter 409. The annoying point when Sakurai Saki and Miku walked out of the small park. A long time had passed. Miku put her coat back on. The two then went to a vending machine to buy another can of cold drinks. After that, they headed to the cheap snack shop they used to visit, only to find that the shop had somehow been replaced by a fried chicken store. It was definitely still open last year. Mika hadn't been to this area in a long time. To preserve the feeling of anticipation, she hadn't checked ahead either. The chain is expanding really fast. Sakurai Saki took a sip of iced coffee. The bitterness reminded him of the sweetness he had just tasted from Miku. The expansion of the fast food industry was like cockroaches multiplying in the dark, appearing everywhere without anyone knowing since when. Probably because the old lady who owned the store wasn't in good health, so she closed it. "Kids don't really eat cheap candy anymore," Sakurai Saki said nostalgically. He quite liked cheap candy, especially Amebo sticks and yuzu candy. Though Amebo was still pretty popular, supermarkets everywhere sold them. "Your voice sounds like some middle-aged man reminiscing about his youth." Miku covered her mouth, giggling. She glanced at the cup of coffee in Sakurai Saki's hand. "What? Want to try?" Sakurai Saki remembered she wasn't good with coffee, especially this black coffee. If it were the super sweet Max coffee, basically soda in disguise, she might manage it. Omo. Miku accepted the cup he offered. Because they had just done things far more direct, she didn't care about something as trivial as an indirect kiss. A few seconds later, her beautiful brows knitted together, and her voice carried a bitter note. "Not tasty." Clearly matcha is also very bitter. "But you can't accept coffee? Even if it's not tasty, I can still finish it. Saki-kun, don't underestimate me. Miku seemed unwilling to admit defeat, took another big sip, and the bitterness on her face grew even stronger. This action looked incredibly cute in Sakurai Saki's eyes. He teased. Miku looked at him with a strange expression. She thought back to 6 years ago, when Sakurai Saki always liked to feed her ice cream. Back then, she didn't know why. Only after growing up did she understand. Why are you looking at me like that? Saki-kun, the way you looked at me eating ice cream before was very improper. Was it? Sakurai Saki wanted to change the subject. Miku, do you know the Matthew effect? The more something there is, the more it increases. The less something there is, the more it decreases, like wealth. It always flows toward those with more capital. Every time Saki-kun talks about a topic he doesn't want to continue, he uses some weird theme to steer the conversation away. Miku pouted, cutting him off in a flat tone. This trick works very well on Chika and AI-chan. Why doesn't it work on you? Chika-chan is easily distracted by curiosity. Hayasaka-san, because she's your girlfriend, won't make things difficult for you, right? But I've always been observing you, so I know these things. Nakano Miku said this with great pride. Sakurai Saki didn't know how to respond. Thank you for observing me so carefully. Thinking about the photo album at Miku's home filled with pictures of him, Sakurai Saki felt it was best not to dig deeper into the subject. Next, the two arrived at the general store where they had once made a promise, only to find that it had apparently changed ownership long ago and had become a cat cafe. Times change, and old things fade away. Sakurai Saki sighed. The overlap of memories and reality created a strangely marvelous feeling. Is that from Lee King's poetry? Your terrible classical literature score last year still managed to remember things like this? Sakurai Saki smiled at her. My grades are great now. I never said you were stupid. I was just feeling emotional. In a bit over a year, everything has changed. Sakurai Saki suddenly felt like an ordinary person. A year long if you say it's long, not so short if you say it's short. What kind of extraordinary being would think deeply about such things? For example, Shinobu sleeping for a year was quite normal. You're making things up. Idiot. Liar. Ungrateful fool. Shinobu's furious voice rang in his head. All right then. Vampires don't sleep that long. But wasn't that scolding a bit too much? It's not like he was some M-type man who liked being insulted by girls. That's right. Everything has changed. Mika shot him a glance and added, your relationship with my sisters has gotten better too. Although this had something to do with her not daring to move forward. How did Nino progress so fast? Something must have happened that she didn't know about. Otherwise, with Nino's annoying personality, how could she have successfully climbed into his bed? With a personality like Nino's, she'd be a failure character in any manga or drama. That lock, do you still have it? Here. Sakurai Saki seemingly conjured from thin air a heart-shaped lock from his pocket. I can't believe you actually kept it. Saki-kun, you didn't throw it away? It's only been half a year. Throwing it away would be weird. Saying things like that at a moment like this, men who don't know how to please girls won't attract anyone. Just like when kissing, if you ask, can I kiss you? 99% of girls will lose the mood instantly. Then what should I say? Because I like you, so I kept it? Mika's bright eyes looked straight at him, filled with expectation. She wanted to hear that answer. I don't want to lie to you. That's exactly why, Saki-kun, this kind of attitude from you is so annoying. 3 days later, he traveled all over Kyoto with Miku. The other 3 sisters, except for Nino, found it very strange. The sudden improvement in the relationship between Sakurai Saki and Miku was something Itsuki and Yatsuba couldn't understand at all, especially Yatsuba. She absolutely couldn't understand why Mika dared to make such a strange request. And even more, she couldn't believe that Sakurai Saki actually agreed. Very soon, the day they had agreed to go to Hokkaido arrived. Before departure, Nino, who would be accompanying Sakurai Saki, looked at Miku with the eyes of a victor, though nobody knew what she was trying to show off. Itsuki said that she only found out too late. Otherwise, she would have gone to Hokkaido with Sakurai Saki to escape the heat. She kept complaining every day that Kyoto in summer was too hot, that the recent temperature felt like you'd die if you didn't turn on the air conditioner. Sakurai Saki felt she exaggerated a bit, but it was indeed hot lately. He heard that Kagaya had taken Chika to a vacation villa to cool off. If it was already this hot at the end of July, wouldn't going to the beach in August be like roasting alive? But no matter how hot it was, it didn't matter. After all, once they got to Hokkaido, the temperature definitely wouldn't be that high. The destination of this trip was Sapporo, and the filming location was also nearby. Chapter 410. Ichika. Do you want all 5 of us? Filming was extremely boring, especially filming in a freezing place. In an outdoor shoot, no less. Right when preparing to confess, something unexpected happens to the heroine's family. How could such a bizarre plot happen in real life? If it were me, even if something happened to the other person's family, I would still confess. The heroine is about to transfer schools. Giving up confessing now, how can that be called liking someone? Movies needed logic, but no matter how illogical something was, as long as the internal logic matched, it worked. It could still be acted out, and the audience would just think the plot design was incredibly clever. Nobody would question things like, how could such a low probability event like getting hit by a car and sent flying 10 meters happen while just walking on the street? Those were Sakurai Saki's thoughts after a morning of filming on a snowy street. Otaru was a charming city with snow all year round. Beside them were independent red-roofed houses. Nearby was a mountain called Tengu Mountain. Climbing up would allow one to see the entire nighttime view of Otaru. Logically speaking, Hokkaido's geographical location shouldn't be this cold. It should be a place with pleasant 4 seasons and distinct climates. Sakurai Saki suspected something strange, perhaps some supernatural creature in the nearby sea was manipulating the weather, creating year-round snow. Oh well, in a world with supernatural abilities, talking about geography and science truly was foolish. All right, that's a good take. Good work, everyone. Director Kinoshita, wearing a thick coat, called cut. This scene of Sakurai Saki was excellent, mainly because the male lead was a high schooler. Having an actual high schooler act like one was naturally perfect. Not to mention Nakano Ichika's gaze, it really did look like she genuinely liked him. That look was absolutely superb. Very soon, a day of filming ended. Sakurai Saki ate together with Nino and Ichika at a nearby restaurant. While waiting for the food to arrive, the 3 began chatting idly. Nino, you came all the way here too? You usually spend so much. Does the allowance your dad gives you even cover it? Satoru-san brought me here, and the money I'm spending is his. Huh? Ichika blinked, then looked at the 2 sitting across from her. Since when did these 2 become close enough to buy plane tickets for each other, even going on trips together? It was over. The update patch rolled out too fast. She felt like she couldn't keep up. Ever since she moved out of the Nakano family's luxury apartment, Ichika had been so busy with her career that she almost completely stopped paying attention to her sister's relationships. As a result, after just 2 months of not seeing them, Nino had already climbed all the way up. She had guessed that Nino and Sakurai Saki had something going on, but she only thought they were being ambiguous, yet it seemed far from that simple. Nino, doing that isn't very good, you know? Ichika asked, how about letting me handle it instead? As an outsider, using Sensei-chan's money like that is... Before she even finished speaking, Nino had already leaned right against Sakurai Saki and planted a kiss on his cheek. After kissing him, she looked at Ichika and asked, understand now? The meaning was, you still think I'm an outsider like that? Ichika, with a blank expression, nodded. Got it. It's over. These 2 probably became involved with each other long ago. Nino's movements were way too skilled. That kind of action perfectly portrayed the image of someone secretly getting close to a man who already has someone. No, she is secretly being unfaithful behind Hayasaka's back. Ichika couldn't accept it for a moment. Her own dear sister had turned into a Lancelot like this. Sakurai Saki, do you want to explain yourself a bit? Nakano Ichika smiled, fully pronouncing his entire name. If Nino hadn't said it directly, she probably never would have known that her sister had this kind of relationship with Sakurai Saki. What does he need to explain? Nino was like a foolish person who got taken in and still helped the one who deceived them, him doing this willingly. Nino, going along with him like this, what about your status later? As long as we get married, that's enough. I don't care about the rest. Nakano Nino thought very simply. With Sakurai Saki's ability to travel between worlds, these worldly constraints meant nothing. Nakano Ichika felt her little sister was way too stupid. Or rather, she had given up too early, since she already had a relationship with Sakurai Saki. Then just fight Hayasaka for him. After all, she's just a girlfriend, not fiancé. If she wanted to cut in and compete, wouldn't she still have a chance? But Nino didn't think of that. She did think and thought for a long time, but she realized she didn't have the ability to do it. It was better to be realistic. Even the battle between Fujiwara Chika and Hayasaka AI was that intense. If she jumped in, it would only be courting death. Even if Shinomiya Kagaya came, it wouldn't help. Though Nino didn't think Shinomiya Kagaya would lower her noble head to enter Sakurai Saki's harem anyway. Ichika, everything you said, I've already thought about. Sakurai Saki rubbed his temples. My future plan is to push Chika to become prime minister, then bribe the parliament members to change the law. Nakano Ichika hadn't even heard the rest when she already looked at him as if he were an idiot. Sensei-chan, let me interrupt for a second. Who are you trying to make prime minister? Chika, you're joking, right? No. Fine, I'm joking. Sakurai Saki didn't intend to continue talking about this plan, mainly because Chika had said she didn't really want to be prime minister. In short, I can't let my sister fall into the abyss again. These past few days she's been sleeping with me, so don't even think of getting near her. Unless you choose to dump Hayasaka, then date Nino. Nakano Ichika looked at Sakurai Saki cautiously. Sure, it's been a while since I slept with you, Ichika, Nino said with a cheerful and unexpected tone. Ichika. She felt like there was something off with this girl. Could it be she wanted to drag her into the harem? Bring her in first, then pull in Miku, who already liked Sensei-chan, and finally Yatsuba and Itsuki, so he could gather all 5 sisters into his harem? Hiss, what a terrifying plan. I was planning to sleep alone anyway. Sakurai Saki didn't mind it much. It's not like Nino didn't have legs to walk with. The 3 of them booked rooms in the same area, just 1 room apart. There weren't many tourists here. The hotel was almost empty. The snowy scenery was beautiful, but this was just a countryside area. They said a director came to shoot a movie, so the local government supported a lot. After the shoot, do you want to go skiing? As Sakurai Saki spoke, the food was brought up. Crab hot pot. This place produced a lot of crabs. The cold climate made the crab meat delicious, firm, and sweet. Please enjoy your meal. Seeing the faces of the 3, the staff quickly guessed they were part of the movie crew. Because of the cold weather, the 3, already starving, began eating dinner. Ichika answered his earlier question, not sure if we'll have time. My scenes and yours are separate. The reason you finished in 1 week is because even though you're the male lead, your script amount is only 1/10 of mine. The male lead has that little screen time. That's why people say he's the mob character type of male lead. Aside from being handsome, he's got nothing else. Feels like you're not complimenting me. Ichika chuckled softly, but didn't refute it. Nino quietly leaned over and snatched the crab leg meat Sakurai Saki had just picked up to eat. Then like a little fox, she closed her eyes. Delicious. Sakurai Saki didn't get mad. He picked up another piece, blew on it to cool it, then brought it to her mouth. Then eat more. Seeing their intimate actions, Ichika's crab-eating speed increased noticeably. She felt like she was nothing more than a giant light bulb. Chapter 411. Nino is actually an M? Finished dinner. It was very cold outside, and since they needed time to digest, the 3 decided to chat while staying in the restaurant. Obviously, it's a love triangle plot, but the male lead only exists in memories. This script is clearly unreasonable. His screen time is only a bit more than the supporting male character. Calling the male lead a mob character earlier was completely accurate. Sakurai Saki truly had no intention of becoming famous. He just felt the script had issues. Having fewer lines suits you better, right? That's right, fewer lines, but the pay doesn't decrease at all. In other words, putting in the least effort while gaining the most benefit. That's called making money. It's not about doing more to earn more, but about profitable laziness. The snow outside is so thick, aside from the last time we went skiing, I've never seen snow this deep. Nino looked out the window, her expression like someone from the desert seeing snow for the first time. The three sat beside the window on the second floor of the restaurant, where the scenery was beautiful. Snow covers the area year-round, and even in summer the temperature stays below zero. That's why Hokkaido is loved. While other places are considered summer resorts, their temperatures are only a bit over 20 degrees. Sounds like a Hokkaido local proudly introducing their hometown. Ichika teased. Before coming here, I looked up a lot of information, interesting places nearby, beautiful scenery worth seeing, romantic spots suitable for confessing, that kind of information. And then I realized Hokkaido is pretty great. Aside from all the snow, it's quite nice. Contradiction. Just now you praised how beautiful Hokkaido's snow is, but now you say you like everything except the snow. Nakano Ichika rested her chin on her hand, observing his expression. Her face was half smile, half skeptical. No one knew what she was thinking. Every time you go somewhere new, feeling excited is normal. But after looking for a while, you'll think, oh, it's just this, nothing special, just snow. You can see snow in winter anyway, just not often. Last Christmas also had snow, remember? In Tokyo, a white Christmas is rare. Like a couple going through the honeymoon phase and then settling in a long-term harmony. Over time, even beautiful things will start revealing flaws. On Christmas Day, we had a party at home. Sensei-chan, has anyone told you your taste in gifts is terrible? Nakano Ichika said helplessly. I have short hair, you know, and you gave me a hair accessory. I truly don't get it. At first I planned to give you earrings, but I thought giving something like that between friends felt like crossing a line. You already crossed the line when you gave Nino perfume. Nakano Ichika said, and saw Nino lower her head, falling into a shy state. Her expression changed. You too. After saying those two words, Ichika took a deep breath. When exactly did you two start having that kind of relationship? She should have realized earlier. Who gives perfume, something that personal, as a Christmas gift? What kind of normal friend does that? It's too ambiguous, something only men and women who like each other would dare to give and accept. Nino even looked very happy when she opened her gift. She didn't look like she wanted to refuse at all. Ichika thought, I'm such an idiot, really. I only knew Nino had feelings for Sensei-chan, but I didn't expect she liked him so much she'd want to become the little three. If I had known earlier, I'd rather die than let Nino fall into that rabbit hole. Ichika, you're too slow. He gave me that perfume, and I've been using it all the time. You always put on makeup inside your own room. How would I know? Nakano Ichika turned away, grabbed Nino's shoulders and shook her. Nino, wake up, he's a scumbag. He already has a girlfriend. Nino, shaken several times by the shoulders, said in a dazed tone, Stop shaking, of course I know. She had already said it several times earlier. Ichika was full of confusion, knowing there's a tiger on the mountain, yet still climbing it. Is my sister trying to be a hero? No, she's practically raising the tiger herself. I like him. Is that a problem? Nino's question nearly made Ichika spit out a mouthful of blood. Loving someone to the point of losing all rationality is not a good thing, girl. From the start, Ichika also had feelings for Sakurai Saki, but she wasn't thirsty to that extent. She even deliberately kept her distance from him, because Nakano Ichika knew she couldn't stay with Sakurai Saki forever unless he broke up with Hayasaka Ai. But with how close those two were at school, how could anyone believe they'd break up? Sorry, is this a joke? Ichika, you're really making a fuss. Since dinner started, Nino had already noticed that Ichika wasn't acting normal. Are you jealous of me? At this moment, Nakano Ichika didn't know what expression she should have. Jealous? Me jealous? You think I love Sensei-chan so much I can't live without him? He's just more attentive, more gentle, more handsome. Always caring about me. Crap. Aside from the fact that he already has a girlfriend, he's actually pretty good, isn't he? Nakano Ichika felt like a detective who just discovered her blind spot. Ichika, you're so childish. You're already in the entertainment industry, but you still don't get it? Nino looked at Ichika with an extremely irritating expression, her tone slightly mocking. Big directors and those types, them taking advantage of actresses is totally normal, right? And there are even actresses who willingly play along just for good roles. How could Ichika not understand? Back then, she and Sakurai Saki became close because a young, rich, playboy director harassed her. But to become the kind of woman who climbs up for benefits, who would even sell her body, she couldn't accept that. That's a totally different matter, isn't it? Right? But Sakurai-san isn't one of those fat, middle-aged directors. Nino, this is the first time I think Sensei-chan's words made sense. Girls falling for good looks really do get tricked easily, getting sold by some scumbag, and still helping him count the money. Ichika sighed. That was something Sakurai said. And, at the same time, he was exactly the type who put that theory into practice. What do you call this? Practice what you preach? Think about it. In the entire country, how many men are more handsome than him? Not many, right? And I can't like him? Nakano Nino pointed straight at Sakurai Saki's face across from her, insisting that her actively pursuing him wasn't that unreasonable. It's not like she falls for every handsome guy she sees. You two are pretty well matched, actually. One likes hitting, one likes being hit. Ichika knew her little sister liked strong, slightly bad boy types. To put it bluntly, the kind with a hint of delinquency. If Sakurai Saki had obediently listened to her back then, Nino might not have liked him at all. This kind of thing was complicated. So Nino is actually the M-type, huh? Suddenly discovering her sister's kink made Ichika fall into despair. Damn it, what kind of weird taste is that, Nino? Enjoying the women's argument like a spectator, Sakurai Saki suddenly realized the battlefield had extended to him. What do you mean, easily tricked? Do you know how much effort he put in back then just to avoid Nino's pursuit? He confessed to Hayasaka AI at the sports festival just to make Nino give up. Who would have thought she'd pursue him even harder? And when she wasn't Sundara, she was this cute. What man could withstand that? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Nino suddenly noticed that both of them were looking at her. Nino, you're really cute. Sorry, even if you suddenly praise me, I won't be happy about it. Nino quickly waved her hand, but her expression was the complete opposite. Crap, she was a little happy. Seeing that expression, Ichika covered her face. She's hopeless. The illness has reached its final stage. Just let her fend for herself. Chapter 412. Bathing together? After finishing dinner, the three walked toward the ryokan they had booked. Ichika had already been here for nearly a week, so she was very familiar with the area. Tengu Mountain? How could I have time to climb that? Just because you didn't have scenes these past few days doesn't mean I didn't have to film. Nakano Ichika answered Sakurai Saki's question. It was freezing. Ichika suddenly recalled the heat in Tokyo. In recent years, Tokyo had been extremely hot. Sometimes during summer it even exceeded 40 degrees. Walking under the sun felt like being in an ice cream bar, unsure when she'd melt and drip into a sticky puddle on the ground. Recently, TV often aired reports about heat stroke too. Thinking about that, Nakano Ichika felt a little warmer. She exhaled, her breath instantly turned into a white mist in the cold air. Nino suddenly chimed in. Is there a real Tengu on Tengu Mountain? Sakurai Saki shook his head and said, I don't know, maybe there really is. Were they handsome? In reality, Tengu are probably ugly, aren't they? In mythology, their shared traits are a red nose, red face, and holding an Uchiwa fan. It's only in modern works that they've been made good-looking. Listening to the two talk like full-on Shinibu, Nakano Ichika lightly patted her cheeks, reddened from the cold wind. Too Chuyuni. She couldn't handle it. Surely they didn't really believe Tengu existed in real life? Turning onto another street, the three walked in and were greeted by a small park with almost no equipment, just a seesaw and a swing set. Nino's eyes flashed with mischief. She stepped across the road, grabbed a handful of snow. Ichika, hearing the call, Ichika, hands tucked inside her puffer jacket, turned her head on reflex, only to be struck directly by a snowball. Nino. Ichika pulled her hand out, grabbed a handful of snow from the roadside, and hurled it straight at Nino. Ugh, why did you hit me in the face? Nino shielded herself with both hands, blocking the snowball as she loudly complained. You attacked first? Ichika didn't bother playing big sister anymore. The two quickly descended into a snowball brawl. Sakurai Saki instinctively stepped back a little, then, thwack! A stray snowball slammed directly into his forehead. He wiped the snow off with his hand. You two are forcing me. Huh. A true supporter of gender equality, Sakurai Saki joined the battlefield. A few minutes later, your snowball-making speed is ridiculous. Nino shouted right before another snowball hit her chest and bounced off. The damage wasn't high, but the humiliation was max. The very next second, Nino let out a humph sound, bent down, scooped snow with both hands, and charged at Sakurai Saki like she had nothing to lose. Godi. Hey, don't tell me you're going full kamikaze. Sakurai Saki immediately ran for his life. This girl was insane. She dared to use close-quarters combat with freezing snowballs. The icy snow would deal continuous cold damage to her hands. Nino's strategy was basically hurt the enemy 1,000, hurt herself 800. Even if she managed to shove 2 terrifyingly cold lumps of snow into Sakurai Saki's shirt, her hands would be numb before the cold reached him. And as expected, so cold. Sakurai-san, stop running already. She clearly knew this would happen, yet she still insisted on using that tactic. Nino, you're too naive. You think I'll go easy on you just because you act spoiled? Dream on. Don't underestimate mon détermination. Stop already. Tonight, I'll wear whatever cosplay you like. Any outfit. You can even choose the underwear and the pose. Nino unleashed her ultimate condition. Immediately, Sakurai Saki's steps, caught between desire and conscience, became as heavy as if they were sinking in a swamp. Too despicable. Woman, she dared to use that method to control a man. She understood Sakurai Saki's weakness far too well. Sensei-chan, please. Just as he was about to raise his hands and surrender, Nakano Ichika suddenly appeared from behind no one knew from where and tackled him to the ground. Her face full of excitement, she lifted the snowball in her hand, ready to shove it into Sakurai Saki's clothes. Seeing the snowball only a few centimeters away and unwilling to take the damage, Sakurai Saki immediately hugged Ichika tightly. Everyone knew that once you hug someone, you couldn't attack them with a snowball anymore. What are you doing? We're in the middle of a snowball fight. Mem, don't ugma. Caught in his arms, Nakano Ichika suddenly began struggling. Her embarrassed voice had none of her usual big sister composure. She looked exactly like a flustered girl caught off guard, not knowing how to react. Your boat is freezing. Let's stop this snow battle. Let's go back to the Ryokan before you get sick tomorrow. Sakurai Saki changed the topic, but when he noticed the snowball in Ichika's hand, he still refused to let go. They'd hugged several times during filming earlier in the day anyway. Something this small Ichika definitely wouldn't mind, right? I'll let go of me already. Nakano Ichika suddenly felt like all the strength in her body had disappeared. Soon after, Nino caught up to the two of them. How did a snowball fight turn into hugging? Sakurai Saki released Nakano Ichika, her face flushed red, whether from the cold or embarrassment, then stood up and brushed the snow off himself. Nino, let's go back, or you'll catch a cold. After intense movement, they would start sweating. He would probably be fine, but the two girls didn't have the same stamina. If they caught a cold, it would be troublesome. All right, Ichika. Nakano Nino saw Ichika crouching on the ground like a little duck, silent with her head lowered. Nino approached, leaned to her ear, and whispered, "It was just a hug. Why are you that embarrassed?" Nakano Ichika quietly stood up and brushed off the snow. Let's go. Back to the Ryokan. It's not far. Seeing her flushed cheeks, Nino knew Ichika wasn't cold. Her heart was warm and flustered enough. She kept telling Nino to stay away from Sakurai-kun. Yet the moment he hugged her, she practically melted. After a few more minutes of walking, the three saw a house glowing warmly with lights, its roof covered in thick snow. A few hardy plants grew near the entrance. They followed the stone path inside. Ah, my room has a Roten Bureau outdoor bath. It's right in front of the room. I asked the owner to clean it today. I heard there are lots of hot springs in this area, so the more luxurious rooms usually have private Roten Bureau. Sensei-chan invited me? Nakano Ichika teased, glancing at him. She was preparing to act all big sisterly again. Umo, Ichika and Nino can bathe first. The public bath here doesn't change the water often. Sometimes it's dirty. His calm expression made Ichika lower her guard. Bathing with Nino should be fine, right? Chapter 413 played to the full inside the Ryokan room. Sakurai Saki was holding a collection of short stories by Kawabata Yasunari, reading with deep focus. Reading Yukiguni in the middle of a snowy region truly has a special feeling, like reading a youth novel right inside the school. Ichika's figure is so beautiful. That killer waistline, even though Ichika normally doesn't exercise at all. How does she still keep a curve like this? So unfair. I exercise too, and body management is a compulsory course for an actress. I'm not Itsuki. No one knew since when. But the conversation of the two Bishujo bathing had turned into a session of criticizing Itsuki. Poor Itsuki. Itsuki is annoying, eating so much every day, yet still staying around 50 kilograms. That's totally unreasonable. Nino's voice was full of dissatisfaction and jealousy. That's right. We work so hard every day. So why can we only maintain the same weight as her? But Itsuki's thighs are much thicker than ours, and her chest too. That's true. Sakurai Saki nodded. Since they had already Aika before, he had a very clear understanding. Itsuki's soft thighs were truly a treasure. Her voluptuous figure, big breasts, and full hips were the best. Slightly chubby is much easier to hug than a skinny frame. Yeah, Nino, why is your place here? What? A grass patch. I naturally don't have any. I even suspect sometimes whether you're really my older sister. A normal older sister doesn't care whether her younger sister has any hair down there or not. And Sensei-chan is still in the room. What are you even saying? What's there to be afraid of? It's not like he doesn't know. But Ichika, you also don't have any hair down there, yet you're teasing me. Though I know Yatsuba does. Inside the Japanese-style room, Sakurai Saki shook his head, threw away all the images he had just imagined, and focused again on the book. It was a cold night scene, as if one could hear the sound of ice cracking from deep within the frozen earth. There was no moon. Looking up, the sky was full of stars. More than one could believe. Read the book, read the book. Ichika, do you think we should call Sakurai-san in? Nino's teasing voice echoed. No way. You won't lose anything. But I will. Our bodies aren't that different from each other anyway. Round it up, and he's basically already seen you mean after we get married in the future. Whoever it is will be cheating on her husband. Ichika said irritably. Then just marry the same person and ITL'll be solved. You definitely have bad intentions. Ichika, why do you have a mole on your thigh here, hey? Talk properly and stop touching. You pervert Nino. What, we're all girls here. I can't touch a little? Why are you touching? Want to test it first for Sensei-chan? Why are you bringing him up? Obviously, I just want to touch. And he won't come in. Even if he does, he'll protect you. Protect me? Don't let it turn into you helping him push his way in. When that time comes, he'll be gentle. So you don't shout in pain. Sakurai Saki put the book down. Imsovi, Kawabata Yasunari. Imsovi, literary masters. I have fallen into the deep pit called human desire and cannot pull myself out. Just hearing their voices is enough to make my heart pound non-stop. Moreover, is girls' private conversation normally this lewd? It's completely different from their usual behavior. Even lines like help push the waist, they dare say that. If he weren't here, how much further would they go? Sakurai Saki truly couldn't imagine. Sakurai Saki read the book, Focus. Focus. Nino, I bet Sensei-chan is very excited right now. You guessed right. No. am focusing on the wrong thing. I'm supposed to read. Basically, aren't boys all thinking about these kinds of things? We're this pretty, and we're quintuplets. I'm sure he's been imagining the two of us together tonight. Pervert. What are you even saying? I'm joking, though I do agree. Ichika definitely wouldn't agree, right? Wait, you'd actually agree to something like that? If it's you or the other sisters, then I do agree. Switch it to Hayasaka-san, then nope. You guys go that far? Ichika's voice was full of disbelief. Not really. I'm just saying, there's no way I do actually agree. Your expression just now didn't look like a joke. Who knows? Sakurai Saki took a deep breath. Turn the page. The Milky Way was full of stars, each point of light clear. Even the bright clouds looked like grains of silver sand. Strangely transparent. If not for the cold outside, and the fact that this was his room, then Sakurai Saki would definitely have run several kilometers to get away from this terrifying space. Girls really are very scary. Sakurai Saki once again affirmed the thought he had always had. Even knowing full well that he was in the room, they could still say lines that were almost teasing like that. Nina was one thing, but even Ichika joined that joke. Sakurai Saki couldn't help sighing. Could it be that he had always been too gentle? After that, the voices of the two girls became much quieter, but their laughter could still be heard. In the open-air bath, Nino looked toward the closed sliding door of the Japanese-style room not far away. How was my performance just now? She looked at Ichika and smiled. Those lines earlier were all secretly planned by the two of them. Of course, some are improvised. Perfect. Nakano Ichika gave her a thumbs up. Earlier, when Sakurai Saki hugged her, her heart almost stopped beating. That little incident could count as payback. Nino slowly sank her whole body into the hot water, leaving only half her head above the surface. Ichika thought the two of them were acting, but a few of the things Nino said earlier truly weren't jokes. They soaked for more than 10 more minutes. Nino slowly stood up, took a towel. Then she said to Ichika, "He'll go out first, you soak a bit longer." Nakano Ichika nodded. She had been cold all day, and even now hadn't fully recovered. Sakurai Saki heard footsteps, but his mind was on the book, so he didn't pay attention. "You're done bathing?" Nino is still bathing. She told me to call Sensei-chan over to bathe together. Sensei-chan, don't do anything over the line, okay? I'm heading back, okay? They'll be right there. Hearing the footsteps fade away, Sakurai Saki stood up and stretched, then went to the changing room, and afterward went to the outdoor bath, preparing to bathe. Hot mist surrounded the bath. Because the temperature outside was very low, the steam was so thick that after just a few meters one couldn't clearly see a person's face. He put his foot into the water, waited a moment to adjust to the temperature, then sank his whole body into the hot spring. A few meters away, he saw a silhouette. "Who went in?" Sakurai Saki reflexively responded, "It's me." Chapter 414. Frank Nakano Ichika had never thought she would encounter a danger level like this. Bathing together with a man in an outdoor hot spring, was there anything more terrifying than that? Wait, why did you suddenly come in here? Nakano Ichika suspected Nino had played a trick on her. These kinds of pranks on sisters among the quintuplets seemed like only she could pull off. "Didn't you call me in to bathe together?" I called my ass." Nakano Ichika quickly understood everything. Nino pretended to be her, tricked Sakurai Saki, then made him come bathe with her. The voices of the quintuplets were fairly similar. Just imitating a bit was enough to fool someone. Not to mention earlier Sakurai Saki had been reading. His attention wasn't focused on this at all. What do I do? Go out now? Nakano Ichika began thinking of options. Bathing in a hot spring meant you couldn't wear clothes. She didn't bring a towel either, so the closest thing she could use to cover herself was more than 10 meters away. If she wanted to leave, she would have to move nearly completely naked for over 10 meters. And Sakurai Saki was only a few meters away. At this distance, the steam hit her, and Ichika thought she wouldn't be discovered for a short while. But if it took too long, she would definitely be seen. "Ugh, Nino Baka, you're not seriously dragging me into the water with you, right? If you like Sensei-chan, then keep him to yourself." Thinking that, Ichika couldn't help remembering the hug in the snow an hour ago, and her heartbeat sped up. No, no, don't give in that easily. He's a scumbag who already has a girlfriend. She shook her head wildly, trying to shake that memory out of her mind. Then, Ichika realized Sakurai Saki was walking toward her. Nino, why not saying anything? I soaked too long, so I'm a little dizzy. I want to go out. Ichika praised herself in her heart at this moment. Not only did she answer his question, she even gave a perfect reason to end this mixed bathing situation. Really? Are you okay? I'm fine. I just need to drink some water. All right. They'll take you out. The ground here is slippery. If you're dizzy and fall, it'll be dangerous. Sakurai Saki's voice was very serious. He didn't have even a trace of desire. Or rather, if a man still had desire when a girl was dizzy, that type would be terrifying. No need. Ichika said that and stood up. Before she could take a few steps, she saw Sakurai Saki's silhouette getting closer and closer. With our relationship, you still want to be polite with me? Just accept my concern. His firm tone made Ichika panic. If it were Nino, she'd be thrilled right now. But Ichika, Sensei-chan, get a grip. No, Ichika, you have to get a grip. Run outside. Nakano Ichika thought that in her head, but her body didn't move. Because Sakurai Saki had already gotten close, she had no choice but to quickly crouch down. Instantly, the hot water covered her body. Ichika used her hands to cover her sensitive parts so they wouldn't be exposed. They had slept naked together before, but those sensitive areas still made her embarrassed, even though Ichika usually slept naked. Why did you suddenly crouch down? Im embarrassed. Can you not come any closer? Ichika stared at the silhouette in the steam, slowly backing away until she reached the edge of the spring. Got it, look. Be careful not to slip when you go out. Sakurai Saki also realized something was strange. If it really were Nino, she definitely wouldn't be this shy right now. Eliminating all the wrong possibilities, only one remained. The girl in front of him was Ichika. Nino, you're really good at planning things, huh? Sakurai Saki sighed inwardly. Then he turned around. Thank you. Ichika mumbled softly. After hearing Sakurai Saki's words, she also knew she had been discovered. I'm not looking, you go. Sakurai Saki spoke in a calm tone. He had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. Sensei-chan, do you want to, goodbye? Nakano Ichika reflexively intended to tease him a little, but immediately remembered that right now it was easy to cause trouble for herself. So she carefully stepped out of the hot spring, wrapped a towel around herself, and left. Sakurai Saki heard the footsteps disappear. He let out a sigh of relief and then lay down in the hot spring. Ichika, just now, probably didn't intend to counterattack, right? Luckily, she didn't do that. Otherwise, if something happened, Sakurai Saki wouldn't know what to do. Finished bathing, the three gathered in Nino's room to play a board game. Today's filming was very tiring, but it still wasn't time to sleep yet. Red 4. The game was Uno. Blue 4. Ichika played the card, glanced briefly at Sakurai Saki's face, then immediately turned away. That scene earlier was really too embarrassing. Even now, she still hadn't calmed down. Therefore, Ichika glanced at Nino. Facing her gaze, Nino curved the corners of her lips into a smile, without any intention of explaining anything. Reverse. Blue 9. Ichika played another card. Right now, she was a little angry. The younger sister she was determined to protect had just stabbed her in the back. It would be strange if Ichika wasn't angry, but to avoid letting Nino sink even deeper, Ichika still decided to sleep with her tonight. Halfway through the game, when Ichika went to the bathroom, Nino leaned close to Sakurai Saki's ear and said, "Tonight, wait for me in this room. It'll sneak out from Ichika's side at midnight." The promise from that day on the snow is still valid, right? Sakurai Saki was quite concerned about this matter. Of course, it's still valid. When Ichika returned, seeing the two sticking close to each other, she spoke up. "Nino, sleep with me tonight. You promised." All right then. In no time, the game ended. The three were planning to rest, so they left Nino's room. Ichika led Nino back to her room to sleep, while Sakurai Saki also returned to his room. Just like that, Nino's room was empty, though a bit of a waste, but it could still be used at midnight. Time passed slowly. After Ichika and Nino finished washing up and lay next to each other, this Japanese-style room had a large futon, enough for 2 people to sleep with room to spare. The heater was on, so it wasn't very cold. Ichika, don't kick the blanket at midnight, or else you'll catch a cold tomorrow. Nino, don't steal my blanket. If you don't want to sleep with me, then let me go. Okay. Nino pouted, acting spoiled. Let you go sleep with Sensei-chan. All right. If you don't want to, then forget it. Nino laid down on the futon, lightly patting the empty spot beside her. Come in. Ichika sighed internally. She really didn't know what to do in a situation like this. Forget it, sleep. Lights off. The room quickly fell silent. Because Ichika had been cold all day, she felt very sleepy and soon almost drifted off. But just as she was about to fall asleep, Nino suddenly reached over and hugged her waist. As sisters, Ichika of course didn't mind these things. She tried to force herself to continue sleeping. But Nino's movements were very strange. She would occasionally turn over or pull the blanket around. In short, she didn't sleep peacefully. Under Nino's torture, Ichika couldn't sleep for half an hour. Nino, are you asleep? No answer. Forget it. Ichika climbed out from the blanket, yawned. Holding the key, she decided to go sleep in Nino's room. Chapter 415, Morning Room on the Other Side. Sakurai Saki lay under the blanket in Nino's room, opening his eyes to look at the ceiling. He had been stood up by that idiot Nino. She didn't come. Sakurai Saki didn't think she wanted to break her promise. The higher possibility was that idiot really fell asleep. If she wanted to come at midnight, she had to wake up at midnight. If she slept too deeply, then how could she get up? Meh, whatever. Sakurai Saki closed his eyes, silently telling himself he was too lazy to go back to his own room. So he would just sleep here. The hallway was cold. He didn't want to step outside at all. Clack, clack. The sound of the door opening entered Sakurai Saki's ears. He wasn't fully asleep yet, but at this moment he had no other thoughts. He was too tired. To summarize in one sentence, he had entered sage mode, no longer possessing any worldly desires. In Sakurai Saki's perception, Nino's footsteps grew closer, and soon, a warm body slipped into the blanket. He subconsciously turned around, wanted to hug Nino into his arms. Previously, whenever he slept with Nino, he would always do this, and the same when he slept with Itsuki. But unfortunately, this time the person was not Nino, and even less so Itsuki, but Ichika, who was sleepily dozing. Ichika slipped into the blanket, and her first thought was, why is this blanket so warm? But her sluggish brain couldn't think anymore. Right now, she just wanted to sleep. When a hand was placed on her chest, Ichika had her second thought. What is that? The hand, wrapped around her chest, pulled her into an embrace, and then Ichika had her third thought. So warm. Very quickly, she directly fell asleep. The exhaustion from the day, combined with the comfortable feeling from relaxing her body after soaking in the hot spring, made it impossible for her to think any further. Morning, inside the pitch-dark Japanese-style room. Sakurai Saki woke up on time at 6. Normally at this time he would go out for a morning run, but today, because he was in Hokkaido, the outside conditions were completely unsuitable for outdoor exercise. It's warm in the blanket. Sakurai Saki felt the soft, warm fragrance in his arms. Not thinking too much, he simply assumed Nino had sneaked over here at midnight, never imagining it could be Ichika. So sleepy. But I have to start filming soon, I don't want to move. Nakano Ichika couldn't open her eyes. She normally slept until right before school. Her biological clock wasn't adjusted at all. She would normally set an alarm before sleeping, but right now her phone wasn't by her side. Ichika, in a daze, felt someone hugging her and didn't think much of it. She even forgot about abandoning Nino last night and running to this room. So she thought the person hugging her was Nino, because judging only by the scent of the hair next to her, she didn't sense anything strange. Sakurai Saki and Nino used the same shampoo. Nino, what are you doing? Suddenly, Ichika felt Nino reach toward her and tug at the collar of her yukata in a strange, abrupt way. The yukata loosened slightly, and Ichika quickly pulled it back shut, her face flushing. Nino, don't move around, it feels weird. Ichika still remembered that Nino's sleeping posture last night wasn't good. So it turned out not only was her sleeping posture bad, but when she just woke up, she also liked to move around randomly. Nino's actions became more and more excessive, even slowly moving downward, reaching Ichika's belly, and still not stopping, continuing to move downward, very quickly breaking through the final line of defense. Ichika finally couldn't bear it. She softly murmured, "Don't move around." After speaking, she realized that hand paused, but did not completely stop. It slowly shifted to her waist. The next second, under the pull of the arm, Ichika was pulled tightly against Nino, who was sharing the same bed. Very quickly, Ichika felt warm breath on her face. Before she could react, her red lips were pressed against something equally soft. "Nino, why are you suddenly kissing me?" Ichika's inner alarm blared intensely. Just as she was about to open her eyes, this Nino became even bolder and pushed that thing inside her thighs. Ichika tried to resist, but she was completely powerless. She opened her eyes, but since the curtains weren't drawn, the room was pitch black. Only with the faint light slipping through the gap in the curtains did she finally realize who the person in front of her was. "You, Amen." Ichika pushed against Sakurai Saki's chest, but with her strength, it was completely useless. Just like that, Ichika gradually gave up resisting. She simply treated this as filming a kiss scene after all. She had already filmed with him before. A few more times wouldn't make any difference. Similarly, her body had been touched by him before, so this time was no big deal either. Ichika was currently trying hard to deceive herself. A few minutes later, the two finished their first round of battle. "How are you doing so early in the morning?" "Pervert." Nakano Ichika quickly escaped from his arms. "Morning kiss. Wasn't it you who asked for it yourself, Nino? You guys play this big?" Nino, E. At this moment, Nakano Ichika was suffering but couldn't say anything. She absolutely couldn't reveal her real identity in such an embarrassing situation. "Wait, how did I end up here? Isn't this Nino's room? Why is Sensei-chan here? Could it be?" A possibility flashed in Nakano Ichika's mind. It was all Nino's scheme. She pretended to agree with her, then pretended to sleep, then kicked her out of the room. "What's wrong? Still want to continue? You haven't done what you said you would yesterday." Sakurai Saki looked at the face under the blanket, which seemed a little red. Actually, he had night vision, but he wasn't using it right now. "It's not early anymore. We should get up, right?" Ichika just wanted to leave this room as fast as possible. Breaking a promise isn't good, you know? "You already agreed," Sakurai Saki said with a slightly disappointed tone. But he wasn't the type to force a girl. "Sorry, but I feel a bit unwell. Maybe I got cold last night." Nakano Ichika imitated Nino's voice rather. From the moment she realized the situation, she had been mimicking Nino's speech pattern, and thanks to that, Sakurai Saki didn't notice anything strange. "All right, I'll open the curtains." "Ichika." "Curtains? Wouldn't that expose everything?" A moment of inner struggle flashed through Nakano Ichika's mind. She blinked, fiercely battling inside. I changed my mind. But you have work this morning, right? Can we use a faster method?" "Umo." Seeing Sakurai Saki nod, Ichika immediately dove back under the blanket. On the other side, Nakano Nino rolled once under the blanket in Ichika's room with a peaceful expression. Last night she came up with a whole bunch of ways to tease her good older sister, but unfortunately, she was too sleepy. The moment she closed her eyes, she fell into a dead sleep. She hadn't done anything at all. More than 10 minutes later, the door opened. Nakano Ichika rushed into the bathroom with her mouth covered, then coughed a few times. After gargling several times, Ichika returned to the bedroom and found Nino still sleeping. "Did I guess wrong? Did Nino not do anything?" Ichika picked up the phone nearby, checked the time, then prepared to shower. Just now, she wasn't the only one who put in effort. Sakurai Saki also helped her unwind. so she had sweated quite a bit during the process. Chapter 416. Two girls chatting. This Ryokan offered breakfast delivery service. When Nakano Nino woke up, she found that Ichika had already eaten. Ichika, you're really up early. Nino spoke, then glanced at her phone. It wasn't even 7 yet. Waking up this early was completely unlike Ichika. Nino rarely tried to wake Ichika up, but Itsuki had plenty of experience. According to her, Ichika was the type of girl who absolutely could not wake up early on her own. Before she slept enough, waking her up was harder than going to heaven. Just like the princess in the forest. Without the prince's kiss, she would sleep forever. Nino, go wash your face. It'll help you call for breakfast. Where's Sakurai-san? Gu quan tam gu I lam ji. He won't starve to death. The moment Nakano Ichika heard her mention Sakurai Saki, a faint blush unconsciously spread across her smooth white face. After all, just 30 minutes ago, she had been sleeping with Sakurai Saki and even doing that kind of thing. True. Nino thought about it. Sakurai Saki wasn't a child. He couldn't possibly starve. Entering the washroom, Nino washed her face in front of the mirror, then glanced at the sink. Huh, why does it smell familiar? Must be her imagination. After washing up, Nino stepped out, just in time to hear the door chime ring from outside. Good morning, dear guests. Turns out it was the staff delivering breakfast. She thought Sakurai Saki came to scold her. After all, Nino had promised to night raid at midnight, but ended up falling asleep like a log. There was nothing she could do. The moment her head touched the pillow, she got sleepy. She had zero willpower to stay awake, let alone persist until midnight for a surprise raid. Hope Sakurai-san won't be angry. Nino silently prayed, then opened the door, received the breakfast from the staff, and casually said thank you. Holding the food, Nino walked into the hall and sat down across from Ichika. Ichika still hadn't finished eating. She was chewing small bites very elegantly. Ichika, what's that at the corner of your mouth? Nino noticed something white near her lips. Nakano Ichika immediately panicked and hurriedly wiped her mouth with a wet tissue. Nino didn't understand why she reacted so nervously. Looking at the other girl's tray, she guessed, looks like salad dressing from your salad. Why doesn't my portion have salad? I want some too. Nakano Ichika forced herself to remain calm. There's still some left on my side. You can try it. I ordered fruit for your portion. Stuttering too much would give her away. Is that melon? Fruits here must be expensive, right? Since it's cold all year, they probably can't grow fruit. Nino didn't pay any attention to Ichika's expression. Her whole mind was focused on breakfast. Umo. Ichika nodded. Looks like she dodged that one. She took the blame for Nino, even used her own body to settle the debt. Yet she couldn't even tell the truth. What kind of worldly suffering was this? Nakano Ichika sighed internally. Hopefully the next few days would be peaceful, or maybe she should find some excuse to kick Nino out of Hokkaido. Nakano Ichika found this idea brilliant, but unfortunately she had no reason to carry it out. After finishing breakfast and waiting for the staff to collect the trays, Nino stood up and said, Ichika, I'm heading back to my room. Go. Nino nodded and began looking for her room key. There were 2 keys. She had given one to Sakurai Saki last night, so now she had only one left. She looked at the spot where she had placed the key last night, her face showing confusion. Nino asked Ichika, did you see my key? I put on this small cabinet here. You saw it last night too, right? Nakano Ichika froze for several seconds. Then her brain spun at full speed, instantly giving an explanation. This morning I woke up and thought the key was placed too carelessly, so I kept it for you. It's here with me. It's over. I'm going to get caught. But Nakano Nino didn't think in that direction at all. The possibility of Ichika actively running in her room to have a secret rendezvous with Sakurai Saki was practically zero. Okay, give it here. Seriously, why do you take my key? Nino teased. Don't tell me you wanted to sneak into my room, waiting for Sakurai-san to night raid you instead? After she said that, she noticed Ichika's eyes suddenly dodging. Wait, Ichika, why are you nervous? Don't tell me you. How could I run into your room to wait for Sensei-chan? Nino, You really know how to joke. Ichika smiled at her. Then she handed her the key from her pocket. Next time bring the key with you. Otherwise, if you lose it, it'll be troublesome. Although the landlady downstairs at the Ryokan keeps spare keys, bothering people isn't good, right? Hearing her speak so seriously, the suspicion in Nino's heart gradually disappeared. That's true. Yesterday, she even fiercely opposed the idea of becoming Sakurai-san's lover. How could Ichika possibly take the initiative to cling to him? Allericht, im leaving. Nino took the key and turned around to leave the tatami room. After she left, Nakano Ichika held her chest and took a deep breath. If I get found out, I'm done for. Right now, she could only hope nothing had gone wrong on Sensei-chan's side. Early in the morning, Sakurai Saki was just like Ichika. He also took a bath. After bathing, while he was halfway through his meal, he noticed that Nino had returned. Sorry. Nakano Nino saw him eating, and her first sentence was filled with guilt. She was apologizing for missing the date last night. It's okay, I don't mind. Sakurai Saki thought she was apologizing for this morning's matter. It's good that you're not mad at me. Honestly, I didn't rest well yesterday, so it turned out like that. I know. You don't need to explain. Ooh, darling, you really are so nice. Nino pressed up behind him, rubbing her face against his. All right, I'm still eating, don't be like that. They were talking on completely different wavelengths, yet their exchange didn't feel awkward at all. It was very natural. Thanks to Ichika's efforts, it was her sacrifice that protected Nino. After eating, Nino stood by the window, admiring the snowy scenery outside, and asked, Is today's filming location still the same as yesterday? No. I heard her heading to the beach. If things go smoothly, we'll even have to sail out in the next few days. Once this project was finished, Sakurai Saki could complete his mission, and the title of main character, like a background passerby, would be firmly stamped. No dialogue, little screen time, but the full salary. This job really was great. Going out to sea? Can I go with you? Nino suddenly became excited. Are you sure? Fishing boats make people seasick easily, and the sea wind here is both strong and cold. I'm afraid you want to head back halfway through filming. Is it that uncomfortable? Then why not use a green screen? The director doesn't like special effects, so there's no other way. We're just workers earning a living, so we can only follow orders. Sakurai Saki said while pressing up behind Nino. Then he wrapped his arms around her waist. Very quickly, he leaned close to Nino's ear and whispered, Is your body feeling better? It's still very early, Mo. Nino nodded slightly. In the end, it seemed she still couldn't catch a break. Chapter 417. Amid the snow and wind cold. Too cold. Although he had read the script and knew clearly that he couldn't avoid death, encountering an accident at sea like this still felt a bit too drama. Even though there was foreshadowing, for example, the news on TV continuously reporting that the sea conditions lately had been terrible, but as the male lead, Sakurai Saki still felt that this script was truly melodramatic. The seawater was very cold, but fortunately, he didn't actually have to jump in and drown himself. Indeed, a blessing in misfortune. The final day of filming ended, and Sakurai Saki stepped off the boat. Congrats on finishing, Sakurai-kun. You really do have a talent for acting. A photographer walked over and patted his shoulder. For a young actor still in high school, everyone in the crew treated him quite warmly. But that was probably also related to the person backing him. Ueno Yoko, Ichika's manager, had arrived in Hokkaido 2 days ago. She was the one supporting Sakurai Saki as the male lead. Not to mention, Ueno Yoko also had a very good relationship with director Kinoshita, so Sakurai Saki instantly had someone backing him, even if only halfway. Ichika was the one who truly had a powerful umbrella. But she was favored because her talent was simply too exceptional. Thank you. Everyone is flattering me too much. What followed was a round of pleasantries. Many people came to chat with him, and Sakurai Saki didn't show any attitude, responding to each person politely. After finishing those meaningless social exchanges, Sakurai Saki walked toward Nino and Ichika. The three of them had arranged to climb Mount Tengu today. After all, Sakurai Saki was about to leave Otaru. If he didn't climb it, it would feel like a wasted trip. A few nights ago, the three had already strolled around the entire Otaru Canal area. From there, they could even see the steep road made for ships to slide down into the sea, the shipbuilder's slope, which they had passed by many times. Aside from that, they had visited almost all the nearby famous spots, intentionally leaving Mount Tengu for last. I already bought the bus tickets. Today, Ichika had no scenes to film, and in the next few days, she didn't have many either. The second female lead had more scenes to shoot than her. The bus goes straight to Mount Tengu? Of course it does. Did the sea wind blow your brain numb? Ichika teased him. For the past 2 days, the thing she heard most was his complaining. She felt a bit sorry for him, but not really that much. ITLL take about 10+ minutes, really fast. Let's take the ropeway up later, okay? I looked it up beforehand. The ropeway takes about 4 minutes. If we skip it and try hiking up on foot, ITLL take at least an hour, and we still might not make it to the top. Ichika's tone was full of implication. In weather this cold, she had zero desire to climb a snowy mountain. Then let's take the ropeway. I'm done with work today anyway. Tomorrow Nino and I are going to Sapporo to ski. Ichika, if anything happens, call me. Actually, Mount Tengu also had a ski slope, but the slope length wasn't enough to interest Sakurai Saki. If something happens, he'll call Yokane, no need to call you. Nakano Ichika shot him a glare. They were so far apart. What could he possibly help with over the phone? Talking as if he was someone impressive. All right, stop talking about that. It's still early, let's hurry up. Seeing the two of them chatting so naturally, Nino felt a bit guilty inside. Honestly, it was finally her chance to go out with Sakurai Saki, and with Ichika tagging along, it really felt like a bother. It had been like this the past few days, too. She didn't even let her sleep together with Sakurai-san. What was she thinking? Did she really believe that doing that would cut off her connection with Sakurai Saki? Nakano Nino grumbled in her heart. On the bus, there were very few passengers. This place wasn't a famous tourist city to begin with. The number of visitors each year wasn't high. The scenery was indeed beautiful, but because there wasn't much promotion, no matter how lovely it was, it could only become a little holy sight in the hearts of a small group of people, never something widely known. Who knew, after this film aired, would Otaru, this small port town, become a bit more famous? Mount Tengu has a ropeway. Don't you two think that's strange? Sakurai Saki tried to find topic. I think it's strange too. Hokkaido is covered in snow year-round, yet a small, sparsely populated town like this is willing to go through the trouble of building an entire ropeway line. And the ropeway leading to the summit didn't overlap with the one leading to the ski area. That was the strange part. The Hokkaido from a few decades ago wasn't as cold as it is now. In summer, it could even reach around 20 degrees. Only in winter would it drop below zero. Nakano Ichika felt that these two people had way too little knowledge. Just because it wasn't in the textbooks they didn't know. Nino she could understand, but Sakurai Saki used to be a tutor and still didn't know. So that's how it is. But this is only a rumor, right? Nino opened her phone to check, and she discovered that such information really did exist. But nowadays, whenever Hokkaido was mentioned, everyone's first reaction was a land of white snow. Hearing this, Sakurai Saki fell silent in thought. Could there really be yukai under the sea recently? Otherwise, how do you explain? This topic didn't last long, because the bus soon stopped at the foot of Mount Tengu, where the ropeway tickets were sold. After buying the tickets, the three didn't have to line up and walk straight into the cabin. The ropeway hung suspended in the air, slowly ascending. Snow began to fall lightly, and it looked like it would get heavier. But since snow fell here every day, Sakurai Saki didn't pay much attention. It's so high. Nino sat close to Sakurai Saki, hugging his arm as if she were afraid of heights. Nakano Ichika turned her face away, too lazy to look at the two of them feeding dog food. Nino afraid of heights? Lies. Did they forget the Nakano sisters' luxury apartment was on the 30th floor? And with how Nino sometimes stood out on the balcony, enjoying the breeze, she was afraid of heights? When they went to the amusement park together previously, Ichika hadn't seen Nino afraid of anything. But Ichika had gotten used to a lot during these past few days. These two stuck together so much that she had grown accustomed to it. Choosing not to look made her heart feel calmer. But the snow outside the cabin grew heavier and heavier. If it got any worse, something really could happen. Sensei-chan, look outside. The snow's getting heavy. Let's take pictures quickly and go back. Sakurai Saki suggested. Ichika and Nino both nodded, not intending to oppose. Under these conditions, lingering would be asking for death. After getting off the ropeway, the three didn't head straight to the shrine next to the station, but continued climbing a bit further to the observation deck where the entire Otaru could be seen. Nino took out her phone, snapped a picture, and posted it on ends with a short caption. Very quickly, a flood of comments appeared. Nino was popular among her schoolmates, and she had female friends in nearly every class. Ichika also took a few photos so that when the film aired, she could post them on her artist Twitter. As for Sakurai Saki, he casually took a few shots. Since the wind and snow were getting stronger, they couldn't stay long. Before descending the mountain, the three decided to visit Tengu Jinja. They followed a small path cleared by people through the snow, and when they stepped past the torii, the gate symbolizing the territory of the gods, a masked female figure appeared before them. She wore a Miko outfit, but on her face was a Tengu mask. The woman lifted her head and looked towards Sakurai Saki. Even though her face was covered, her voice clearly held surprise. Sakurai-sama. No. Welcome, honored guests, to Tengu Jinja. Wait a second. What did she call him just now? Ever since the snowstorm turned strange, Sakurai Saki had felt something was off. Turns out he had run into a yukai. And, judging from that form of address, she even sounded like a subordinate of his mother? Seriously, could this be any more coincidental? Chapter 418. What do you intend to do? Tengu Jinja was located high on a mountain. From the outside it looked small, but once inside, there were quite a number of rooms. As a Miko, and also the Guji, the one who presided over the shrine, this Tengu girl lived here alone all year round. All of this information was what Sakurai Saki heard while chatting with the Tengu Miko on the way in. The cable car is suspended just because of some snow and wind. I really can't believe it. Nino angrily complained about the operation status. Just a bit of snow and wind, and the cable car stopped? Nino was freezing and couldn't stand it. There were few sights to see on Tengu Mountain, and they had nearly seen all the nice spots. Other than this shrine, there was nothing else. Now, she just wanted to go down the mountain and return to the Ryokan to soak in the onsen to warm herself up. We're already inside the shrine. What is there for you to complain about, Nino? But that Miko is really kind, even letting us rest here and wait until the snow eases. Ichika was still a little surprised. Normally, visitors were not allowed to enter the living quarters of shrine workers. Doing so would be considered disrespectful toward the deities. But did Tengu count as deities? Ichika suddenly wondered. That's right, she was so kind I actually found it a bit scary. Don't you feel there's something off about the way she acted towards Sakurai-san? There is? Sakurai Saki asked back. When a girl stares intently at a strange man, I like to call that phenomenon lust rising upon seeing a face. Between people, there is no such thing as love at first sight. Only lust rising upon seeing a face. Everything is decided by hormones. Umo. Nino nodded seriously like a philosopher. She made that statement up on the spot. But Nino truly felt the Miko had an interest in Sakurai Saki. Nino, you're too narrow-minded. You turn everything into romance between men and women. Ichika disagreed. In her eyes, the other person was simply being kind. Moreover, once the snow let up, they would leave. With such a short span of time, what could the Miko possibly do? Reality proved. Things always exceeded expectations. Murphy's Law always hit at the strangest times. The snow continued falling all the way until dusk. The probability was clearly very low, yet still happened. Ichika looked at the snowflakes drifting outside the window, then walked to open the door and look outside the shrine. The path they walked just a few hours earlier had been completely covered by snow and vanished entirely. Night fell. Although the wind and snow had lessened greatly, going down the mountain was still nearly impossible. Earlier, the Miko had said she could provide meals and a place to stay. and that there were also bathing facilities in the shrine. Nino and Sakurai Saki didn't think much of it and immediately ran off to bathe, leaving Ichika by herself. Aren't those two scared at all? Bathing in a strange place, and such a strange one at that. Ichika withdrew her gaze. Sakurai Saki seemed to have no wariness towards strangers. She didn't know. Once Sakurai Saki realized this Miko was a subordinate of his mother, he felt as relaxed as if he were at home. Just as Ichika was spacing out waiting for them to return, the wind and snow outside the room suddenly strengthened. Not long after, the room door opened. The Miko, wearing a mask, who at some point had changed into a black kimono, stepped in with soft, graceful movements. Ichika's heart instantly clenched tight. That mask was truly terrifying, completely red, with a long protruding nose, eyes like bronze bells, and a mouth full of teeth poised to devour someone. She could handle it during the day, but at dusk, in a room all alone, it was impossible not to be afraid. "Miss, where are the other two guests? Dinner is nearly ready." Her voice was slightly husky, not sounding like a young girl's at all. "They went to bathe. They should be back soon." Ichika breathed a sigh of relief when she saw she had only come to call them. "Don't you want to go warm yourself up? Over there is spacious enough." Ichika fell silent for a few seconds, then gently nodded. "I'm a bit cold, too. They'll head over now." This place and this Miko both made her uneasy. Her heart was beating noticeably faster. Well then, she'd better head over to where Nino was. The bath here was inside the building, with hot water sourced from the mountainside. It seemed to contain a lot of sulfur, giving the water a milky white color. Sakurai Saki lay in the bathtub, leaving only his head above the water. Not far away, Nino was the same, but she wrapped a towel around herself. Even though she had been completely naked in front of him many times before, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Inside a shrine, and yet there's a large bathtub like this, it's amazing. How do they manage this? Nino spoke, seemingly wanting to stay here until tomorrow. The hot spring water felt very good for the skin. After a short soak, she could already feel her skin becoming smooth. Hot springs are quite common in Ataru. Just in our hotel alone, there are several springs. On Tengu Mountain, having a hot spring is normal, Sakurai Saki replied. "It seems we'll have to sleep here tonight," Nino said, then curiously asked, "That Miko earlier, who exactly is she? You talked to her for quite a while, right?" Sakurai Saki answered directly. "She's the Guji here, and also the recipient of offerings from Tengu Mountain and Ataru." Nino nodded. Being with Sakurai Saki always meant encountering interesting situations. Was it dangerous? With Sakurai Saki's protection, Nino wasn't too afraid. But not afraid didn't mean Ichika wasn't wary of the situation. While the two of them were talking, Ichika changed her clothes, wrapped herself in a towel, and stepped into the tub. She wrapped herself tightly, leaving nothing for Sakurai Saki to see even if he glanced. "What's the matter? Suddenly running in here?" "I am a little scared. The wind and snow outside are strong, and being alone in the room is too frightening, so I came here." Ichika blushed as she admitted her weakness, entering a bit hastily. "In the end, I still have to bathe together." Ichika looked at Sakurai Saki, who was completely naked, and her gaze unintentionally slid downward, but she immediately jerked it up as if shocked by electricity. "I can't look. Even though I saw him this morning, this can't be exposed. Otherwise, it's over. Could it really be joining his harem?" "Ichika really is a coward," Nino arrogantly remarked. "Nino, you came here with Sensei-chan yourself. Dare to say you're not scared? What do I have to be scared of?" Nino glanced away. In truth, she had been scared earlier. That Miko radiated an unpleasant aura. Ichika didn't mind and slowly stepped into the tub, then winked at Sakurai Saki teasingly. "Sensei-chan, don't look at me randomly, okay? You're all wrapped up. What is there for me to look at?" In reality, if Sakurai Saki wanted to look, she couldn't have stopped him. Moreover, the bodies of the 5 Nakano sisters were all alike. Seeing just one was enough for him. For the rest, just imagining was enough. The imagination of an esper was truly excessive. After bathing, the three of them followed the Miko to the dining hall for a meal. The Japanese-style dinner was simple: grilled fish, pickles, and prepared eggs. Throughout the meal, Ichika and Nino stayed close to Sakurai Saki, both clearly wary of the Miko. Understandably so, the entire meal, she didn't remove the Tengu mask. Ichika and Nino were bound to be scared. Even though Nino knew this Miko was a good person, she couldn't completely shake off her fear. Ichika felt that this shrine was strange everywhere, and only Sakurai Saki gave her a sense of safety. After eating, the three of them followed the Miko to the place where they would sleep tonight. Imsali, dear guests, since the shrine is quite small, I could only arrange one room. But as you three bathe and ate together, I think it's fine for you to sleep together. Outside, the wind and snow are strong, and standing at a distance, I won't hear you, so do as you like. If you need anything, you can call me in the dining room we just came from. The Miko bowed lightly, then left the room. Before going, she even winked at Sakurai Saki. Sakurai-sama, I'm only helping you this much. You have to take the opportunity. Sakurai Saki read this intent through a Tengu mask. He looked to his left, where Ichika was holding his hand, then to his right at Nino. At this moment, Sakurai Saki had serious doubts. Ichika running into the bath must have something to do with the Tengu Miko. Bathing together, eating together, and now conveniently suggesting sleeping together. A corner of his mouth lifted. This chain of events is perfectly aligned. This girl is really clever, but he really had no intention of conquering Ichika. Nino, Itsuki, and even Miku Sakurai Saki already had enough. He wasn't a stamp collector. He didn't need all five. Keep in mind, the mother of the five sisters under his care wasn't really dead, only in a state of pseudo-death. If she woke up a year from now and saw all five daughters in the same harem, she'd surely get so angry she'd end up hospitalized again. Completely unreasonable. He couldn't allow that. Are we really sleeping in the same room? Ichika asked hesitantly, her hands still clutching tightly. Sakurai Saki, with both of her breasts pressed against him, forced himself not to think of forbidden things, and replied, "There's really no other way. Nino sleeps in the middle. We sleep on either side. Does that work?" No need to think this arrangement made the most sense. Nino as the wall. Ichika could sleep safely without worrying about Sakurai Saki mischief, and Nino got to sleep next to the person she liked. Umo. Ichika nodded, agreeing to the suggestion. It was too cold for anyone to sleep outside, so this was the most reasonable solution. Why does anyone ask my opinion? Nino mumbled, but she also found the suggestion reasonable. All right, then let's arrange it this way. Time passed slowly. The wind and snow had lessened. The network signal was fairly good, and it wasn't too boring. Around 10 o'clock, Ichika covered her mouth with her hand and let out an adorably youthful yawn. Yawn's so sleepy. Then let's turn off the lights and sleep? We need to get up early to go down a mountain tomorrow, Nino suggested. Ichika nodded. A few minutes later, the bedroom was plunged into darkness. Don't do anything weird in front of me, okay? Ichika warned before sleep. If the other two play in front of her, she would surely blush, curl tightly in the blanket, and not dare move. Nothing like that will happen. Nino had no interest, probably. She hadn't thought about it earlier, but after Ichika's remark, a hint of mischievous interest appeared on Nino's face. Stop talking, go to sleep early. Sakurai Saki had been filming all day and was exhausted. Now he just wanted to sleep with no other thoughts. Hearing his tired voice, Nino also kept her own thoughts to herself. Before long, the room was filled with 3 steady breathing patterns. Around midnight, Ichika rubbed her eyes and got up, preparing to use the bathroom. She stood at the bedroom door, listening to the wind and snow outside, quickly becoming fully awake. The bathroom was quite far from the room, with a dark hallway in between. Ichika blinked, wondering if she could hold it until morning. Before long, she realized she couldn't. Carefully, Ichika went over to Nino and shook her. "Nino, wake up." She called several times, but Nino didn't move. Gritting her teeth, Ichika shook her again and again, yet Nino still didn't respond. What's wrong? Nino didn't wake up, but Sakurai Saki beside her did. Rubbing his eyes, he saw Ichika's flustered expression. I need to use the bathroom. The words barely left her mouth before Ichika's entire body was filled with embarrassment. Uma will go with you, don't worry. Sakurai Saki slowly got up, opened the door, and motioned for Ichika. So Ichika followed his small steps, quickly reaching the bathroom. But for some reason, there were no lights installed. Ichika turned to Sakurai Saki behind her, her voice on the verge of tears. Sensei-chan, can you come with me? She had never imagined that going to the bathroom could ever be this difficult. Sakurai Saki sleepily nodded. He just wanted to quickly get back to sleep. The two entered the bathroom. Sakurai Saki watched Ichika slowly sit down and suddenly became fully alert. Now, what is she doing? How did things suddenly develop like this? The sound of running water continued for several seconds, and Ichika's voice rang out, full of embarrassment. Don't look at me. Please. It's dark. I can't see anything. Oh, half a minute later. Ichika finished washing her hands, her face still flushed, without fading at all. So embarrassing. Forget the dignified image of the eldest sister. Even a girl's pride was completely gone. Finished? Zminus. Ichika held Sakurai Saki's hand, and the two slowly returned to the bedroom. The wind and snow outside had stopped. The hallway was silent except for the sound of their footsteps. Sensei-chan, are you awake? Not awake. Liar. Such a quick reply. He was definitely fully awake. Ichika wanted to cry. Tonight was just too embarrassing. Back in the bedroom, Nino, at some point, had moved to lie at the edge of the bed. Sakurai Saki lay in the middle, and Ichika, seeing this, said nothing. So the two girls once again lay together under the blanket. Now what? Sensei-chan has seen my whole body. And in such an embarrassing situation, Ichika tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Once more, Sakurai Saki opened his eyes, this time awakened by Ichika. In the dark room, Ichika sat on top of him, carrying an attitude of if it's ruined, and said, Tonight, I've been made to feel so embarrassed. Sensei-chan, how do you plan to take responsibility? Tonight, it seemed, would not be peaceful at all. Chapter 419, Help Scumbag. Ichika, are you okay? The next morning, the snowstorm stopped, and the three of them rode the cable car down the mountain. At the entrance of the cable car station, Nakano Nino looked toward Ichika, her expression a bit embarrassed. When you were helping me last night, you didn't think about my feelings at all. Ichika complained as she looked at her, doing that kind of thing halfway through, only for Nino to wake up. Clearly, when the noise was loud at the beginning, she didn't react at all. But when it was about to finish and the movement got smaller, Nino instead rubbed her eyes and got up, then rushed in and joined the fray, dragging Ichika, who had just finished her first encounter, into another round. Her first time had been forced by Nino into a shimaden, and Ichika felt absolutely terrible. So, does it still hurt? Nino looked at the thick clothes she was wearing, trying to see Ichika's injuries through them. It doesn't hurt anymore. Nakano Ichika replied irritably. Really? I don't believe it. Suspicious. In short, just suspicious. Nino felt that her first time back then had hurt so much she nearly died, so there was no way her sister wouldn't be in pain. Sakurai Saki heard them chatting and didn't dare say a word. Girls talk about these things like this. Aren't they embarrassed? Or is it because there's no one around so they can shamelessly talk like this? Do I not know whether I'm in pain? Nino, baka. Ichika didn't know what to say anymore. She glanced at Nino and said, It's just like you wanted. Happy now? What do I have to be happy about? If anyone's happy, it's him. Nino made an innocent face. She basically didn't help at all. Ichika was the one who threw herself forward. In the middle of the night, she even got startled awake. Anyway, it was something bound to happen sooner or later. If it didn't happen last night, you still wouldn't have spared me later. Ichika said confidently. But why did Nino want to do this? Ichika couldn't figure it out. What is the benefit of turning all 5 sisters into Sakurai Saki's women? She herself had feelings for Sensei-chan, so giving her body could still be considered voluntary. But it's Suki and Yatsuba, what about them? Those two definitely wouldn't want that, right? Anyway, think about it. Itsuki just ate all day. She basically had zero events that could raise her affection with Sensei-chan. As for Yatsuba, even more impossible. That girl had never considered Sensei-chan a romantic interest from the beginning. Obviously, you wanted something to happen with him. Yet now you are blaming me, Nino muttered. Hee, that day at the hot spring, pretending to be me and going out to trick him, that was you, wasn't it? Who was the one who called Sensei-chan to your room to sleep in the middle of the night? Not me, right? And your sleeping posture was terrible. You kept bothering me so much I couldn't sleep. I want to switch rooms to sleep alone, but when I came to your room, I ended up being hugged by Sensei-chan the whole night. And don't even mention the morning you even made me help him instead of you. Ichika even exposed this much. Anyway, everything that needed to be done was done already, so she didn't feel embarrassed about these small things anymore. So that's why Ichika woke up so early. Nino said and shifted her gaze guiltily. It wasn't on purpose. It was just coincidence. Forget it. It's all in the past. Telling you now is pointless. Ichika didn't pursue it further and instead turned to ask Sakurai Saki. I'm free for the next few days. Darling, go on a date with just me, okay? Hey, we said we were going skiing today. Ichika, what are you planning? Nino strongly objected. I'm competing for affection, obviously. You didn't notice? Ichika's lips curved into a gentle smile. We've already had a relationship, so for now my status is the same as yours. Whatever you allow Sensei-chan to do, of course I can do too. Like asking him out on a private date, for example. Nino's eyes widened, and she firmly declared, no way. If even this was allowed, wouldn't she lose all her advantage among the 5 sisters? Saying no won't change anything. Ichika leaned closer to Sakurai Saki, ignoring Nino's murderous glare, and asked, You said you'd take responsibility until the end, right? At this moment, Sakurai Saki once again faced an ancient dilemma. Choose A or choose B. Unfortunately, there was no acute angle option. Otherwise, he would definitely pick that. Having wild fun with Ichika and Nino in Hokkaido for a few days. And only after Ichika's filming schedule became busy again did Sakurai Saki bring Nino back to Kyoto. Rested for a few days. The appointed day arrived, going up the mountain to stay at the villa. This time there were many people going. Besides the student council members, Kei-chan also joined. Outside Kyoto Station, Sakurai Saki was waiting for the student council members for this trip. After receiving a message on his phone saying they had arrived at the station, he waited a little longer, then saw Miko-chan and Chika appear first. Sakurai-senpai. Aino Miko pulled a small suitcase. Wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat and a pure white one-piece dress, her innocent and cute outfit stood out. Quite a few tourists nearby saw this petite girl run straight toward the boy standing there. Probably her boyfriend? They made such a guess. I miss you so much. Aino Miko set down her suitcase and hugged Sakurai Saki around the waist, pressing her face to his chest. So it is her boyfriend. Seeing the intimate gesture between them, the onlookers immediately confirmed their assumption. Until, Saki-kun, why are you hugging Miko-chan? Chika pointed at them, face full of question marks. Her favorite Kohai and the man she liked most were hugging. This was completely beyond imagination. Miko-chan, you're hugging someone who already has a girlfriend. This is something only a bitch would do. I'm not having any weird thoughts like that. Aino Miko reluctantly pulled away from Sakurai Saki's arms. It's just that I haven't seen Senpai in a long time, so I got a little excited. I see. It's true that when you haven't seen each other for a while, you'll want to hug. Fujiwara Chika nodded, then smoothly took over Micah's shift and hugged Sakurai Saki as well. The passers-by all stopped in place. Was this some kind of hidden camera show? A minute later, their suspicion grew stronger. Because 2 more girls arrived, a Yamato Nadeshiko beauty with long black straight hair and a blonde, blue-eyed half-Japanese beauty, and they also went up to greet the boy affectionately. But it still didn't end there. A little while later, 2 boys even showed up. Oh God, were they also supposed to hug him too? Under the expectant gaze of the gossip-loving passers-by, Shirogane Miyuki brought along Shirogane K and Ishigami Yu as they joined the group. Sakurai, next time when you're waiting for people, don't choose a place like this. Shirogane Miyuki's face was full of helplessness. Sakurai-senpai, should we leave now? Ishigami Yu looked around to confirm everyone was present, then asked. I've prepared the car, and there are enough seats. It was still early. They could arrive in time to prepare the ingredients for the afternoon. And at night, they would grill meat and set off fireworks. Chapter 420. Do you like me, or do you like her? The car was already full. Sakurai Saki was driving while explaining today's schedule. It'll take about an hour to get there. We can have lunch at the town at the foot of the mountain. And in the afternoon, the boys will handle the fishing. The girls can do whatever they want. Fishing? Hayasaka AI looked quite interested. Shinomiya Kagaya also became excited. Can I fish too? Shirogane. Sakurai Saki was about to speak, then remembered there were two Shirogane in the car, Satama. No, Miki. How many fishing rods did you bring? I only have 2 at the villa. I only brought the one my dad kept at home. Shirogane Miyuki sat in the back row with his sister Shirogane K and Ishigami Yu. Ishigami, how about you? Didn't you say we only need to take care of ourselves? And besides, girls going fishing, I bet they'll get bored really fast. Ishigami, you said something with EQ below 0. Huh? Ishigami-kun, are you discriminating by gender? No need to guess. The first person to mock Ishigami in the car was, of course, Chika. Gender discrimination? Fujiwara-senpai. Sakurai-senpai already said it. If the boys don't catch any fish this afternoon, we'll all be eating cup noodles tonight. Under these conditions, if you're confident you can feed the group, then it'll just give you my rod. How about it? In truth, Ishigami Yu wasn't that confident about fishing. He rarely fished in real life, but he fished online quite a lot. All right, fishing online here didn't mean fishing games, but posting controversial statements online, then waiting for people to argue while he sits back to watch the chaos. Let's pick the easiest topic to spark debate. LGBT. Cough. Let's not talk about this. I'm not confident of catching that many fish, so I'll give up. Fujiwara Chika quickly retreated like flowing water, then immediately threw the issue back. But since Ishigami-kun said that, he must be very confident he'll catch a lot of fish and won't let everyone go hungry tonight. Right? Dead. Ishigami Yu had pushed himself into the trap he set. How was he supposed to answer? And not like Fujiwara-senpai. This small matter is too easy. Although he really wanted to say something cool like that, Ishigami had absolutely no confidence he could fill the whole basket. Chances were high head catch nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh, of course. Ishigami Yu nodded with guilt. Head made up his mind. If he couldn't catch enough fish this afternoon, he would go to the market at the foot of the mountain to fish. As long as he used bait named money. You could say casting once meant catching one. Ishigami-kun, buying fish is not allowed, that's right. If you can't catch fish and go buy it, that's too lame. Aino Miko nodded seriously. She did not understand the so-called dignity of fishermen at all. Going home empty-handed was extremely embarrassing. Ishigami Yu looked toward Shirogane Miyuki beside him, intending to ask for help, but why does Muse-senpai's face look so bad? In Ishigami's mind, Shirogane Miyuki was an almost perfect man. There seemed to be nothing he couldn't handle. But at this moment, Shirogane Miyuki rubbed his temples, wondering whether the half-month of fishing tips he studied online could be used. Fishing? I have no idea how to fish. When Sakurai mentioned it, he even deliberately asked, "Oh, Shirogane, do you know how to fish? If not, I can teach you." How could I accept that? If asked like that, how could Shirogane Miyuki admit it? Did he not care about his pride anymore? After the summer break, he'd fly to the U.S. Shirogane Miyuki had decided. This summer he absolutely could not continue troubling Sakurai Saki or Fujiwara Chika. If we can't catch fish, we'll eat instant noodles. Why didn't I know that? Shirogane Miyuki, a man who worked part-time during summer to the point of going crazy, barely opened private messages from his friends. At first he thought fishing was just a fun side activity. Who would have thought it was tied to dinner? We should have enough rods, right? Miko-chan, do you want to fish too? No need, Sakurai-senpai. Miko-chan would already be satisfied just standing behind Sakurai Saki, watching him fish. Chika, do you still want one? Fujiwara Chika covered her mouth, teasing Ishigami sitting in the back. Ishigami-kun already said he can feed everyone, so I won't play around. Next, the fishing topic temporarily paused. All right, has everyone heard of something called Tsukinoko? Fujiwara Chika threw out another topic. This girl seemed to have no idea what silence was. The trip was clearly only an hour long, just closing your eyes and resting would get you there, yet she insisted on stirring up the atmosphere. Isn't that just a mythological creature? Ishigami, you responded with disdain. He roughly guessed Fujiwara Chika's intention. Gather everyone's strength, go into the mountains, and search for a non-existent mysterious creature. Even though every year they held something called the Tsukinoko Search Festival. Did anyone actually believe it? I'm serious. Fujiwara Chika looked left and right, searching for someone willing to do something crazy with her. Kagaya-san, do you want to come along? Shinomiya Kagaya gently shook her head. Fujiwara's secretary. You're definitely planning to bring out that trash you bought last time again. I'm not joining in your nonsense. That so-called treasure detector worth 10,000 yen. Nobody understood why Fujiwara Chika was so obsessed with it. Kagaya-san, you don't understand what sunk cost means at all. That's not true. Shinomiya Kagaya shook her head softly, revealing a sorrow only a beautiful girl could have. I understand. Fujiwara Chika, something felt off about this topic? What exactly did you understand, Kagaya? Say it clearly. Kagaya-san, do you have investment that lost money? Shinomiya Kagaya whispered. Loving someone I shouldn't love, being torn between friendship and him, my feelings are really complicated. Fujiwara Chika turned her head to her. Kagaya-san, what did you just say? Her voice was too quiet. Chika didn't hear anything at all. Chika couldn't hear it, but Ishigami, sitting right behind Shinomiya Kagaya, heard it loud and clear. Shinomiya-senpai already has someone she likes? Ishigami-yu's back turned cold. He immediately decided to hypnotize himself into forgetting this. He was scared. If he learned the truth, he might get assassinated. Ishigami-yu thought so. Kagaya said she feels guilty toward me. Hayasaka AI smiled as she answered Fujiwara Chika. Huh? Fujiwara Chika blinked. This means AI-chan has something on Kagaya? No, absolutely cannot let a development like this happen. Fujiwara Chika felt like she was being cuckolded right this moment. After all, her favorite Kagaya was being held to weakness by her love rival. Wasn't this just like a doujinshi plot? Very quickly, Fujiwara Chika reached a conclusion. Impossible. How could Kagaya-san possibly owe you anything? Kagaya-san, hurry and explain. Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly didn't know how to answer. Actually, Hayasaka AI also had wronged her before. No matter what, AI-chan's betrayal couldn't be denied. But the matter of Shinomiya Kagaya stealing a man also couldn't be denied. If compared carefully, the two of them were even. Seeing Kagaya say nothing, Fujiwara Chika grew even more anxious. Kagaya-san, say it now. Do you like me, or do you like AI-chan? Hearing that, Sakurai Saki, who was observing Shinomiya Kagaya's expression through the rearview mirror, almost burst out laughing. So you have days like this too, Kagaya-chan. A Shurafield scene is an essential element in a harem. Once you step into it, you must experience it. Note, Shurafield basically refers to a blood-soaked battlefield, but harem version, chapter 421. The battlefield called barbecue. When they reached the town near their destination, the student council group first went to a restaurant to have a simple meal. While waiting for the dishes at the barbecue place, on the way here, I saw a lot of rice fields. The rural scenery looks quite nice. This was Shinomiya Kagaya's first time coming to a place without any trace of urban atmosphere. Since she was young, she had lived in bustling places like Kyoto or Tokyo, and Hayasaka AI sat at one table. Kohai-chan, Kohai-kun, and a Shirogane sibling sat at another. I would, if I could live here with everyone. Shinomiya Kagaya said this with a slightly hopeful expression. From the place you're familiar with to the place others are familiar with, that's called traveling. After staying long enough, Kagaya, you probably won't find this place beautiful anymore. Sakurai Saki glanced at Shirogane Miyuki's side. They'd already started eating. Shirogane Miyuki was in charge of grilling the meat. Honestly, Sakurai Saki wanted to go over there. Going to eat barbecue with Shirogane Miyuki had one advantage. You didn't have to grill anything yourself, just eat. Shirogane Miyuki would be like a mother, taking care of everyone meticulously. He was truly too gentle. But now, Sakurai Saki had become the only man at this table. Naturally, all the serving duties fell onto him. Speaking of which, kids outside Tokyo all think about going to Tokyo for work when they grow up. This causes a severe population loss in rural areas. Now, only children and the elderly remain in the countryside. Hayasaka AI suddenly raised the topic to a completely unrelated level. Anyway, everything outside Tokyo is countryside. Fujiwara Chika casually dropped a high-level, meaningless statement. Hey, Fujiwara-senpai, you're being regionally discriminatory again? From the next table, Ishigami-yu, as if receiving a signal from Trisolaris, immediately sent his fleet over. Obviously, the place you live isn't even a high-class area of Tokyo. Can Shinjuku compare to Minato? Fujiwara-senpai, compared to people from Minato, you're basically a country bumpkin yourself. This guy seriously spouted a regionally discriminatory argument no less than Fujiwara Chika's. Ooh-wee. Fujiwara Chika looked at Sakurai Saki with teary eyes. Saki-kun, he's bullying me. When you can't win an argument, you start calling Sakurai-senpai for help. Fujiwara-senpai, can you have some self-awareness? You trouble him every single time. Have you ever considered Sakurai-senpai's feelings? He's usually very busy. He was even filming recently. You're completely a parasite living off Sakurai-senpai's blood. At that moment, Shirogane Miyuki, who was grilling meat, suddenly became distracted and got splashed by oil. Ouch, that hurts. What's wrong, you senpai and Iki? Two Ishigami-yu and Shirogane K simultaneously spoke with concern. Shirogane Miyuki shook his head. It's nothing. Ishigami's words had just stabbed him right in the heart. Always relying on Sakurai Saki. Like a parasite sucking his blood? Damn it, isn't that exactly me? Singing, volleyball, swimming, cleaning fish, dancing, and so on. Haven't I relied on him too much? Once school starts, hell fly to America. Without Sakurai, will I run into problems? Shirogane Miyuki suddenly began to consider that possibility. At the same time, Sakurai Saki raised a hand to his forehead. You hit him already. He insulted me. Too noisy. Shinobu, stop shouting. I already have a headache. Is there any parasite as cute as you? Anyway, don't yell anymore. Truly, the nuclear weapon named Ishigami-yu was terrifying one attack, and the damage radius spread to 3 people. Even Sakurai Saki didn't escape. But I heard many places really hate Tokyo. Honestly, regional discrimination is boring right from the root. If you think about it, actual native Tokyo locals only make up about 50%. The rest are all people from elsewhere. They wear neat suits, tie their ties nicely, then call themselves Tokyo people and even feel proud of it. Don't you think that's pointless? Sakurai Saki continued after Hayasaka AI. True. All right, enough of that. Our barbecue has arrived. Shinomiya Kagaya thanked the waiter, then picked up the tongs, preparing to place meat on the grill. She wanted to grill with her own hands. Seeing her start grilling, Sakurai Saki asked, Kagaya, have you grilled before? Just as he finished, Fujiwara Chika glared at him, her expression saying, how dare you crush a child's enthusiasm? No, but something this simple doesn't need practice, right? The moment she said that, Sakurai Saki, Hayasaka, AI, Fujiwara Chika, and even the people at the next table all fell silent. A few seconds later, Sakurai Saki spoke. Kagaya, grilling meat isn't as simple as you think. Isn't it just cooking it through without burning it? Everyone mixes their own sauce. What's hard about that? Fujiwara Chika proper chin on both hands and spoke in a tone full of disappointment. Yar, Kagaya-kun, you're still too young. Shinomiya-senpai, beef has doneness levels. Miko-chan reminded her. I know, but Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly reacted. Right, beef has doneness levels, and everyone likes theirs differently. If only one person is eating, then it's fine to follow your personal preference, but if it's a whole group, how are you supposed to control the heat? Kagaya shot up, turning to look at Shirogane Miyuki at the next table. Too strong. Too strong. President Shirogane was adjusting the position of each piece of meat on the grill, cooking each type of food differently. Not only beef, there was lamb and pork. Wait, why was that piece of pork burnt? President Shirogane, that piece of meat seems... You mean this one? Shirogane Miyuki used his chopsticks to pick up the burnt piece of pork. He dipped it in sauce and put it into his mouth. I like pork slightly burnt. It tastes better that way. If it's only just cooked, I can't get used to it. So that's why. Burnt meat. How could this be? This completely exceeded Shinomiya Kagaya's understanding. Someone actually liked pork slightly burnt. That slightly dry, chewy texture Kagaya disliked it, so she instinctively assumed no one would like it. But here was an exception. I actually like pork cooked that way too. Sakurai Saki stated his preference. I like beef grilled until it has a brown char. Fujiwara Chika voiced her request. Kagaya, I prefer medium. Hayasaka, AI added. Shinomiya Kagaya slowly sat down, staring at the grill before her, as if she were a hero receiving a world-saving mission. She thought. She struggled internally. Should she continue? Here, in this battlefield full of hardships, she could fail at any moment. Shinomiya Kagaya, should she really continue? Kagaya took a deep breath, then handed the grilling rack to Sakurai Saki, saying each word clearly. I'll entrust it to you, my prince. Sakurai Saki's face was full of question marks. How did this end with me doing it again? Didn't she say she wanted to try it herself? Today's barbecue battle. Kagaya wins by using Sakurai Saki as her fallback, successfully counterattacking. Chapter 422. Responsible Miko-chan. After eating and resting for a while, the group continued on their way to the destination. The scenery outside the car window gradually left the city behind. After another half-hour of driving, everyone arrived at the mountain villa that Sakurai Saki had mentioned. First impression, big. Fujiwara Chika tilted her head as she looked at the Western-style building before them. 3 floors. With her imagination of Sakurai Saki's house, she had expected a Japanese-style home, not this Western-style design. Sakurai Saki parked the car in the privately built parking area outside the villa, then introduced. Inside, the entertainment equipment is almost fully set up. I already sent the game consoles and board games over beforehand. But the outdoor pool is a bit large, so it hasn't been cleaned for quite a while. If anyone wants to swim, ITLL take time to clean it. If we're playing in the water, we should go to the river. Ishigami, you all though, he was the type who preferred staying indoors and didn't like running around, would definitely choose the river over cleaning a pool. It can only be said, that's what laziness looks like. Ishigami is right. We don't need to. Shirogane Miyuki was just about to speak when he suddenly thought of a problem. Swimming in a river and swimming in a pool. Aren't those two completely different things? The place where Shirogane learned to swim wasn't a fast-flowing river, but a water park. Even the school's swim classes never used flowing water. He had never swum in a river before. In short, Shirogane Miyuki began to panic. What if I can't swim? He definitely didn't want to embarrass himself in front of Ishigami and Miko. This was the pride of the student council president and the dignity of a man. Shirogane Miyuki changed his mind. How about I clean it? No need. Really no need. Miyu-senpai, don't be like that anymore. Summer vacation is ending and you'll stop working soon. Relax a little for us. Okay, Ishigami, you laughed loudly, patted his shoulder, then got out of the car. After that, everyone got out of the car to unload their luggage. Shirogane Miyuki stayed silent until they entered the villa's living room. From outside, it already looked not small, but the reasonable layout and design made him feel an even greater sense of spaciousness. Yes, a sense of spaciousness right inside the living room of the house. In the end, among the student council, he was probably the only one from a poor family. Shirogane Miyuki sighed internally. However, since everyone they befriended didn't care about family background, it was fine. At Shuchiin, class stratification was actually quite severe. Many students would ask about the other person's parents' jobs before making friends. The clearest example was their attitude toward mixed students. They practically wrote the word contempt on their faces. How will we divide the rooms? Sakurai Saki looked around and explained. The second and third floors each have 5 rooms. There were 8 people in total, so 2 rooms would even be left unused. Split by gender? Shirogane Miyuki proposed. He made that suggestion so his younger sister could escape from Sakurai Saki's clutches. If Kagaya and Kei shared a room, Sakurai Saki probably wouldn't dare do anything strange. Why is everyone quiet? Right after Shirogane Miyuki spoke, he noticed no one responded and wondered if he said something wrong. But that wasn't the case. Some people in the group were thinking. After a brief silence, Hayasaka AI struck first. I want to sleep with my boyfriend Kun. There was no need for the girlfriend title now. When else would it be needed? Could the other girls sitting here manage to say something like this? Then, Sakurai, you sleep with Hayasaka-san? The rest will be divided by gender? Girls on the second floor, boys on the third floor? But I want to play board games with Saki-kun tonight. Fujiwara Chika immediately used a move that matched her personality. No one could doubt the sincerity of her words. Because normally, she really did cling to Saki-kun to play board games together. Then Secretary Fujiwara, no need, if it's just board games, we can play together in the living room. The multiplayer games we couldn't play before now seem possible, right? Shinomiya Kagaya cut off Fujiwara Chika's words, and right after that, she received a gaze from Fujiwara Chikare, gaze full of emotion. Why are you betraying me? Kagaya-san, you know I like Saki-kun, right? Shinomiya Kagaya could read that suspicion from her eyes. Sorry, Secretary Fujiwara. Do you really need to ask why? Of course it's because I also like Sakurai. What else? You can't possibly be naive enough to think I'd choose friendship over love, right? This is a battle to win a man. Even if I can't be the main wife, I should at least be a concubine. As for you, Earth Cancer, the only position you can have is a low-ranking concubine. But, Fujiwara Chika's expression gradually turned aggrieved, looking like she was about to cry. She couldn't find a reason to share a room with Sakurai Saki. At that moment, Shirogane Kei, as the little sister who didn't understand the situation at all, tilted her head in confusion. Chikane, if you want to play board games alone with Saki and I, you could just go upstairs. Fujiwara Chika. Why didn't I think of that? She couldn't sleep next to him, which made night raid more difficult, but that didn't mean she couldn't do it. 2 people playing board games alone is boring anyway. So never mind. The aggrieved look on Fujiwara Chika's face instantly vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. During these 3 days and nights at the villa, she had to make AI-chan green-haired at least once. Betting her title as the love detective, she must succeed in the night raid. Hayasaka-senpai, even though I know you and Sakurai-senpai are a couple, during a group activity like this, sharing a room isn't proper. I am worried it might be inappropriate. Aino Miko mumbled, blushing as she said it. At what? Shirogane Kei, being a middle schooler, thought for a few seconds and then blushed as she realized the issue. Saki and I, if everyone is going out to have fun together, you need to behave properly. Right. Fujiwara Chika nodded. If those 2 got too close, her chances of success would drop straight down. AI-san, intimacy doesn't need to be rushed. Shinomiya Kagaya also wanted to join in dividing the shares. At this moment, being pressured by the entire group, Hayasaka AI had no choice but to reluctantly accept the verdict. I know. After that, Aino Miko nodded in satisfaction, then announced. Even though we've eliminated the possibility of Hayasaka-senpai and Sakurai-senpai doing eki things to prevent Sakurai-senpai from sneaking upstairs to date Hayasaka-senpai, I've decided to sleep in a room next to Sakurai-senpai, supervising him at all times. Shinomiya kaguya ayazaka aikika. Seriously, are you sure you're not planning to supervise, then take him for yourself? At this moment, all the girls thought Micah's previous statement was such a waste. Her words weren't meant to stop the two from having fun, but to prepare for cutting in. I think that's a good idea. Miko-senpai's reputation for being serious and responsible is famous in our middle school division. I heard she's even a top candidate for next year's high school student council president. Having her supervise Saki and II should definitely be fine. Shirogane Kei offered her opinion. Aino Miko rushed over and shouted, "Kei-chan, I like you the most." Wonderful. She could go into Sakurai-senpai's room at midnight to chat with him. What's that? Just chatting? Of course. What else would they do? They're not allowed to do Eki things. Chapter 423. We're the teammates. Help. Shirogane Kei only knew Hayasaka Ai and Sakurai Saki were a couple, but didn't know that Chika and Kagaya also liked him. She also didn't know that Aino Miko had feelings for Sakurai Saki. If she knew, she would definitely understand why the other girls were looking at her with such strange eyes at this moment. Did I do something wrong? Could it be that Aino Senpai even has some secret affair with Saki and II? No way, right? With Aino Senpai's childish figure, if Saki and II laid a hand on her, wouldn't he be arrested and thrown into jail? The room assignment ended quickly, mainly because they didn't think the timid Miko could do anything earth-shattering. After all, every day she thought about sticking close to Sakurai Saki, but until now the most she had done was a hug. Anything further than that, she didn't seem interested, nor did she have the guts. Luggage placed. Everyone went downstairs again, then started sorting things in the living room, including the clothes they would wear when going out later. The girls wore cute, wide-brimmed hats, mostly in white outfits, looking clean and adorable. Especially Shirogane Kei. Her long silver hair combined with a youthful sailor uniform made her look like a white lily, so pure it made people want to dirty it. Hey, why are you staring at my little sister like that? Shirogane Miyuki leaned over next to Sakurai Saki, whispering, "This outfit isn't even that revealing, is it? Kei-chan exposing her legs and arms in summer is something you can't accept? That's not the problem." This level of exposure was something he definitely could accept, but the way Sakurai Saki stared at his sister was something Shirogane Miyuki couldn't tolerate. "I'm standing right here, and you dare look at her like that once I go to America. Won't you just become my brother-in-law?" Sakurai Saki didn't bother with him, instead turning to Shirogane Kei. "Kei-chan, this outfit really suits you. It reminds me of crystal clear water flowing between mountain ravines." Really? Being complimented, Shirogane Kei moved closer and deliberately spun around in front of him. "Newly bought. I've never seen you wear it before." I bought it last time when I went out with Kagane and Chikane." Kei's face couldn't hide her happiness. Seeing his sister's expression, Shirogane Miyuki felt he might have overreacted. "Kei-chan." He was about to give her a compliment when Shirogane Kei rejected him. "Forget it. No need for your evaluation. I can already guess you won't say anything new." After that, Kei-chan returned to the group of girls. Sakurai Saki patted Shirogane Miyuki on the shoulder. Don't mind it. It wasn't him being told off by his sister, so of course he wouldn't mind Shirogane Miyuki complain silently. However, the reason Shirogane Kei didn't need her brother's evaluation was because the very next day after buying that sailor uniform, she had already tried it on for him once, and what she got in return was an extremely half-hearted assessment. Shirogane Kei didn't hate her brother. She just wasn't good at expressing herself, so she chose a somewhat odd way to act. "All right, let's go fishing." Shirogane Miyuki tried to use fishing to soothe his depressed mood. He was about to go to America, yet his little sister had absolutely no wariness toward his scumbag friend. He really couldn't feel at ease. What was even scarier was that in half a month, they would all be going to the beach together. Yar. So troublesome, the villa wasn't far from the river where they planned to fish, only about a 20-minute walk. Everyone walked through the forest. To think there's such a flat path here. Shinomiya Kagaya, this time, prepared to go fishing with the boys. The other girls followed Fujiwara Chika to search for some so-called legendary Tsukinoko, which sounded boring just thinking about it. AI-chan originally wanted to go fishing too, but ended up being blocked by Miko-chan, truly pitiful. Meanwhile, Shinomiya Kagaya, thanks to the harmless and gentle image she had been showing everyone, successfully blended into the boys' group. Miko wasn't wary of her. In Mika's eyes, the perfect Shinomiya-senpai could never have a close relationship with Sakurai-senpai. But unfortunately, Miko-chan guessed wrong. At the back of the boys' group, Shinomiya Kagaya secretly held Sakurai Saki's hand, enjoying the rare moment of a world for just the two of them. Holding hands in the middle of summer, only Kagaya, with her special constitution and low body temperature, could do such a thing. It's not really flat. This mountain path ends halfway up. This used to be my mom's summer hideout, at least more than 10 years ago, because back then the Wagashi shop couldn't install an air conditioner. But in recent years, she spent a large amount to renovate the old structure, so now she's too lazy to move around in summer. Hearing that, Shinomiya Kagaya recalled the lazy yet seductive aura Jinguji Tamaki always showed at home, and felt it made perfect sense. Is there any yukai in this mountain? Probably not. Sakurai Saki looked at her interested expression and answered. He really couldn't understand Kagaya's thought process. What is this? Without a little danger, it's not exciting enough? If you want to meet yukai, you can go find my mom. She knows a lot of them. No, I was just asking randomly. Kagaya had had enough of boring, rule-bound daily life, but she wasn't planning to risk her life for excitement. People who don't seek death won't die. Besides, since last year, she had already experienced plenty of bizarre incidents. Just the fact that she got caught in a snowstorm at a ski resort in spring was enough to scare her a bit. A distance ahead of them, Ishigami Yu secretly glanced back, then leaned closer to Shirogane Miyuki and whispered, "Miyu-senpai, don't you think Shinomiya-senpai and Sakurai-senpai are a bit too close? No. Maybe you should take another look? They're already holding hands, and you still say no? You mean the hand-holding? Shinomiya's stamina isn't very good, so it's normal for Sakurai to guide her." As the summoner who summoned the scumbag demon from deep within Sakurai Saki's heart, Shirogane Miyuki had to protect his summoned creature. Even though President Shirogane knew letting Sakurai Saki go around being a scumbag wasn't very good, honestly, right now he felt a strange sense of pride. If Sakurai Saki was opening a harem, at least 1/3 of the credit was his, right? Really? Shinomiya-senpai is a member of the archery club. Last time when tutoring me, she almost punched me into the ground. And you say her stamina is bad? Who are you trying to fool? Even though Shinomiya is in a sports club, her endurance is lacking. Long walks will tire her easily. After hearing that, Ishigami Yu found it reasonable. After all, archery didn't require leg training. But it still felt like Miyu-senpai was intentionally covering for Sakurai-senpai. Was it his imagination? What's wrong? What are you guys talking about? A familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Ishigami Yu stiffly turned his head and saw that the person standing there was none other than Shinomiya Kagaya. No way. Did she hear everything they just said? Wouldn't that mean they were doomed? We were talking, about the fishing later, we decided. Ishigami Yu glanced at Shirogane Miyuki desperately, begging him to help. Where are the teammates? Where are my teammates? Save me. Chapter 424. The greatest despair event in human history. We were, talking about a competition. Shirogane Miyuki began making things up. Competition? Sakurai Saki walked over at that moment. How come he didn't know? But it sounded interesting. That's right, just fishing is a little boring, so we wanted to have a match, betting on the honor of men. Shirogane Miyuki continued, even though he had never fished before, a complete rookie. But to save Ishigami Yu, he had no choice but to lie. He even used the honor of men as a wager. He's too gentle. Ishigami Yu wanted to cry. Yes, yes, yes. Ishigami Yu immediately acted like an unintentional repeater. A competition makes it fun. Without some climactic moments according to the unspoken rules, fishing would be a waste. Can I join? Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly asked. Even though I've never fished before. Completely a beginner, can I participate? Originally, Shirogane Miyuki wanted this weird competition to only be among the men, but since Shinomiya Kagaya said that, he didn't want to look weak. In the student council, except Chika, everyone basically had a strong desire to win. Or rather, for geniuses capable of entering Shuchiin, it would be strange if they easily accepted losing. So Shinomiya is also a beginner, then there's no way she's stronger than me. A strange confidence surged in Shirogane Miyuki's heart. He recalled the fishing techniques he had studied for half a month, and felt that he absolutely had to win this match. If you want to join then, just come. They'll teach you later. Sakurai Saki didn't care much about this competition. He had confidence in himself. Shinomiya-senpai, just saying this beforehand, this is a competition betting on the honor of men. Ishigami wasn't scared. He just thought that if by any chance he beat Kagaya and she became unhappy, what would he do? So Ishigami wanted to persuade Shinomiya Kagaya to give up. But unfortunately, with his position as her younger brother, there was no way he could shake Kagaya's thoughts. Then I will bet the honor of a member of the Shinomiya family. Shinomiya Kagaya refused to back down. That's not necessary, right? The moment Ishigami heard her bet the honor of the Shinomiya family, he instantly panicked. Everyone knew that if Shinomiya Kagaya said something like that, it basically meant she was truly serious. Correspondingly, if she won it would be fine, but if she lost, the consequences would be extremely severe. Why did I say those things just now? It was over. Even his escape route vanished. Dead. Should I just give up later? Ishigami, you didn't dare win. He could lose 10,000 times, but if he dared win even once, Shinomiya Kagaya might erase him from the world. This wasn't a joke. Very quickly, the four of them arrived at a riverbank. The river water was very clear and not fast-flowing. They could see the fish moving at the bottom. I heard that in less populated places like this, fish bite more easily. Before Sakurai Saki even finished, he already saw Shirogane Miyuki and Shinomiya Kagaya simultaneously running toward the riverbank. You guys aren't setting bait nests? Although there are many fish, it's probably easier to catch them after setting the bait. I'm just checking the water quality and adjusting the bait. Hearing that, Shirogane Miyuki quickly came back, pretending to be calm as he picked up a few packets of fish bait and began mixing them with clumsy movements. Watching the way he did it, Sakurai Saki felt something was wrong. Did Shirogane actually know how to fish? Something seemed off. Unlike the other two, Ishigami walked skillfully to a nearby spot, grabbed his fishing gear and bait, and began working. Except his movements were very slow, as if he was intentionally trying not to win. No one knew what he was thinking. A small competition like this shouldn't affect anyone's friendship. Did you really think Kagaya would kill you, Ishigami? Can I use your bait? Shinomiya Kagaya didn't want to touch the somewhat dirty-looking bait, but still wanted to experience fishing. Of course, you can use mine together with me. Sakurai Saki always favored the person he liked more than anyone else. All right, since it's still early, start quickly or we won't have dinner tonight. Sakurai Saki reminded. Besides this fishing competition betting on the honor of men, this also directly concerned the dinner ingredients. If they didn't try harder and ended up empty-handed, they would have to eat instant noodles tonight. Such an outcome was unacceptable to him. Of course, Sakurai Saki did prepare ingredients in the fridge so that he could cook late at night if someone got hungry. But that was his emergency energy reserve. It couldn't be used casually. A few minutes later, after finishing the bait nest, Sakurai Saki handed the rod with bait attached to Kagaya. This time we're only catching small fish, so it should be easy. If I can't catch anything, will it be embarrassing? Shinomiya Kagaya asked. While the two of them chatted, they placed folding chairs and sat at the riverbank. Beside them, hearing their conversation, specifically hearing Kagaya's naive remark, Shirogane Miyuki felt certain that victory was already in his grasp. How could he possibly lose? Unfortunately, Shirogane Miyuki's confidence only lasted a few short minutes before it ended. Because IT bit the bait. I caught one. Shinomiya Kagaya excitedly reeled in her rod. Her first time fishing, and she succeeded instantly. She was even faster than Sakurai Saki. Newbie luck? So fishing also required this? Let me help take it out? Sakurai Saki thought Kagaya might be scared of live fish, but perhaps he was worrying too much. Don't eat, Shinomiya Kagaya said, then quickly removed the fish from the hook and put it into the fish basket beside her. Except her movements were not very skillful yet. From Sakurai Saki's view, the fish seemed wronged, being pulled back and forth as if it hurt a lot. But being handled by a beauty like that, would the fish be happy? Probably not. The fishing process wasn't very interesting. Kagaya quickly took out her phone to check the messages from Fujiwara Chika and the others over there. Earth's cancer. Kagaya-san, I think I just saw Tsukinoko. It crawled forward like a caterpillar. Shinomiya Kagaya sighed inwardly. That was most likely just a snake that had eaten its fill. Kagaya replied, Be careful, don't get bitten by a snake. While she was typing, Kagaya's fishing rod bent and shook again. Why is it biting again? She complained. How is she supposed to keep chatting? Sakurai Saki heard her Versailles-style bragging, and he silently looked toward the distance where Ishigami had abandoned his defeated attitude and begun chumming the water. This is bad. Looks like I'm about to lose something called a man's dignity to someone fishing for the first time. I have to give it my all. Was he thinking that? Not at all. Not far away. Ishigami watched Shinomiya Kagaya reel in fish one after another and sighed in relief. With Shinomiya-senpai like this, she'll definitely win. He could finally drop the act and start enjoying fishing. Pretending to fail over and over was exhausting. Unlike Ishigami, Shirogane Miyuki had already fallen into despair. Been fishing for an entire hour and not a single catch. This was absolutely the most despairingly sinful event in human history. It's over. Chapter 425. The Future of Miko Ishigami. Do you think the fish here are too smart? Why don't they bite? Shirogane Miyuki asked with a puzzled expression as he moved closer to Ishigami. Meanwhile, Sakurai-senpai keeps getting hits. Ishigami also looked troubled. He didn't dare beat Kagaya. But losing too badly meant that Fujiwara Chika would definitely shove her face right at his and mock him later. Just imagining it already made Ishigami feel hot all over. This situation itself made no sense, right? A person puts an effort but doesn't get results. What kind of supernatural nonsense was happening in a developed modern country? Does Japan still have justice? Does Asia still have justice? Does Earth still have justice? No, Ishigami, you're wrong. It's not Sakurai who's catching fish. It's Shinomiya who keeps reeling them in. Shirogane Miyuki said seriously. Right, these two things were terrifyingly different. If they lost to Sakurai Saki, Ishigami and Shirogane Miyuki could still accept it. After all, everyone was a bro. Losing a bit of manly dignity was tolerable. Losing to a friend wasn't embarrassing. But if the winner turned out to be a girl, that was another story. Of course, Shirogane Miyuki wasn't being sexist. He didn't feel that girls had any special advantages or disadvantages in fishing. Besides, this was river fishing, not sea fishing. Catching a hooked fish didn't require much strength. But this time, all three guys had staked something called male pride on the line. If they lost to Shinomiya Kagaya, how would they ever face her again? Wait, that's not right. Wasn't he about to flee to America soon? Oh, that didn't matter anymore. There's no difference between the two for us, Muse-senpai. Ishigami relaxed his expression. He never intended to beat Kagaya anyway, so of course he didn't care. After summer break, Shirogane Miyuki would be going to America, so even if he lost his dignity, it was acceptable. They wouldn't see each other often after that. After graduating university, maybe they'd only meet once a month, and that was assuming Shirogane Miyuki returned to Japan after graduating. Who knows, he might even stay for his master's and doctor. The probability of him marrying and having kids abroad wasn't low either. 4 years from now, when I return from America, Shinomiya will definitely have forgotten everything. You're right. Muse-senpai doesn't plan on taking a master's entrance exam or anything. For now, no. As for the future, I'm not sure. That's true, after all, it's something 4 years away. Ishigami fell into a moment of silence. In his eyes, Shirogane Miyuki had always been someone mature and stable, yet even he had moments of uncertainty about the future. Next year, when all the third years left Shuchiin, what would he do? The student council no longer seemed to have any reason for him to stay. Back then, when Koyasu Tsubame left, she helped Ishigami clear the misunderstandings from middle school. Now, Ishigami was no longer looked down on, no longer the target of rumors. And everything was heading in a good direction. Aino is about to become the president. So she'll be alone in the student council. Ishigami, you suddenly realize something. The girl who used to always argue with him, the girl he had once comforted with letters back in middle school, had grown up enough to shoulder an important position on her own. She would no longer fear crowds, no longer be flustered, and her grades were always number one. What are you thinking about? At that moment, Sakurai Saki walked over, and the three guys gathered together. Ishigami, you looked at the clear running water and the bobber gently dipping up and down, then answered, Aino will definitely win the next election for student council president. But can she really handle the position? Shirogane Miyuki answered in a calm but firm tone. Yes. You're confident. Huh. Miko-chan isn't without flaws, though. Shirogane, think back to when we first reshuffled the student council. Back then, they were cursed out nonstop, and any proposal they submitted got rejected. The club presidents acted like their ancestors had just risen from the grave, each one with a terrible attitude. To restore order to the clubs, Sakurai Saki had gone directly to the most notorious one, Kendo, to establish dominance. Kojima, that short-tempered guy, couldn't handle a few provocations from Sakurai before getting beaten up on the spot. After that, things became much easier. Once he defeated the strongest member of the sports clubs, Sakurai Saki's fame in the athletic circles soared. Then all he had to do was accompany Shirogane to the Union Club, and basically no one dared act tough anymore. Besides Kendo, he didn't spare tennis, basketball, and the other sports clubs either. Using the physical abilities of an esper to bully normal people wasn't something Sakurai Saki was particularly interested in. But what could he do when they kept jumping around too much? You even got into a fight with Ryuju back then. Humph. She thought I wanted to steal your position. So she brought Yakuza to block my door, saying she wanted to teach me a lesson. All I can say is, you two sure had a deep bond. Haha, well, fair enough. Shirogane Miyuki looked embarrassed. Back then, Sakurai Saki had been dragged into the mess completely. Ryuju Momo thought Sakurai Saki was boosting his reputation to prepare to topple Shirogane Miyuki from his position, but she was completely mistaken. If anyone truly had that thought, that person would definitely be Shinomiya Kagaya. So Senpai had all that happened back then. That's right. Later on I got used to it. So I managed to get people to somewhat accept me, but it wasn't exactly stable. Even this year, after some clubs changed presidents, I was ostracized for a while. Shirogane Miyuki said. Then he suddenly felt that Aino Mika's future position really wasn't going to be easy. Third years absolutely couldn't continue as student council members. Not to mention the time and effort. Everyone knew that. But after April, once they graduated, third years simply couldn't stay on campus. Suppose Shinomiya Kagaya, Sakurai Saki, and Fujiwara Chika all stayed in the student council for now. After they graduated from April to July, what would Aino Miko do? She would immediately be missing 3 positions. Could she find the right people in such a short time? The Shuchiin Student Council wasn't like the student councils in normal high schools. Lying around being useless simply wasn't allowed. Without the ability, all you could do was drag everyone down. I don't know what Aino should do either. Moreover, with the way she handles everything, she'll definitely want to revise the school rules on a large scale. That will absolutely lead to even heavier pushback. Shirogane, Miko-chan is pure. Students won't resist her as harshly as they did us. The mixed. Sakurai Saki gave his opinion. Pure or mixed? When Shirogane Miyuki first became president, he even considered abolishing those labels entirely. But later he realized that chain of discrimination was stuck deep into the bone. How could one person possibly hope to erase it? In history, pure have almost never been expelled. Ishigami, you added. But that had nothing to do with whether one could do a good job as president. Sakurai-senpai, do you plan to join the student council again next term? No. Miko-chan no longer needed him watching over her every little move. Chapter 426. Werewolf. It's not that simple. After finishing the topic of Aino Mika's late-year election, the subject returned to the fishing competition. Sakurai, how many did you catch? Not many. For some reason on my side, it was all Kagaya reeling in the line. None of the fish touched my hook. Sakurai Saki didn't let a fishing loss get him down. There'd be other chances to recover later. Then we're doomed. Tonight the girls are going to mock us the whole evening for sure. Shirogane Miyuki patted him on the shoulder. Kagaya isn't interested in teasing us. Just as Sakurai Saki said that, Shinomiya Kagaya stood up on the other side. She looked at Shirogane Miyuki's fish basket, then glanced at the three guys, her chin lifting slightly, her expression full of playful mockery, saying cheerfully, President Shirogane only caught this much? Okawai Kodo. Shirogane Miyuki silently looked at Sakurai Saki. This was the not teasing us you mentioned? Wasn't Shinomiya Kagaya's personality something they all understood? Why were you even trying to defend her? How many did Sakurai-senpai catch? Ishigami, you tried to redirect her firepower. Sakurai-kun and I are a team. You know, Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly announced that the competition was actually a team event. Ishigami, you froze on the spot. When did such a ridiculous rule appear? I don't know anything about baiting hooks. I can't even cast properly. Sakurai-san was helping me the whole time. Under those conditions, I feel like winning wouldn't be fair. The next second, Shirogane Miyuki and Ishigami, you exchanged glances. This competition no longer needed to be judged. Those two were playing dirty. Especially Sakurai Saki, he even brought a newbie along, clearly trying to exploit newbie luck. As for the fishing results, they set it aside. There didn't seem to be anything worth explaining. By the time they brought the fish back to the villa, everything had been forgotten, or rather, no one brought it up again. That evening they had a barbecue, and after finishing, Sakurai Saki's plan was for everyone to go set off fireworks. But Fujiwara Chika stubbornly insisted they play a game first. The game was Werewolf, something she had wanted to play for a long time, but they never had enough people to run it in the student council. Night falls. In the living room, sitting around the table, Fujiwara Chika held the character cards, not knowing what to do for a moment. Because normally, Werewolf requires at least 10 people, and 12 is best. If there are too few people, the game can easily become unbalanced. However, for an offline game, it doesn't seem necessary to care too much. Playing for fun is enough. 3 villagers, 2 wolves, 2 special roles. No seer, is that okay? Chika asked everyone for their opinion. Because someone needed to act as moderator, only 7 people could play. Not including the seer was because there were too few players. If there were a seer, it would be too hard for the wolves. Makes sense. Sakurai Saki nodded. All right, has anyone ever played before? Fujiwara Chika looked around. Then she noticed Shinomiya Kagaya raising her hand. All right, Kagaya truly didn't look like someone who had played this game before. Not to mention she wasn't interested in games, and also the number of friends she had wasn't enough to start a match. A bit sad, honestly. But thinking about that, Chika glanced at Ishigami Yu and Aino Miko. These two have played before. Isvigami-kun, Yore a Hikikomori. Right? How could you possibly have played Werewolf, this game that needs at least 10 friends? This doesn't make sense. It's unscientific. Fujiwara Ace Chika. Objection. Hey, your look is way too rude. I played Werewolf on the computer before, okay? You think I don't have friends? Games like Among Us. Project Winter. Ishigami, you had played them before, and besides, Werewolf isn't that hard. You could just read the rules and understand. Fujiwara-senpai, I played before too. Miko was indeed a big player online. She could also play this kind of game, using it to help overcome her communication anxiety. Oh, I see. But do online friends count as friends? A sense of doubt rose in Fujiwara Chika's heart. Seeing that her 2 juniors had no issues, Fujiwara Chika looked toward one particular person, her face clearly displaying visible fear. Miyuki, you cough. You know how to play werewolf, right? Her PTSD had resurfaced. Past experiences had taught her, never trust Shirogane Miyuki. In the matter of disappointing others, Shirogane Miyuki never disappoints. Look at when we played board games before. Did I ever do anything stupid? Chika thought back and realized that was true. She lightly punched her right fist in her left palm. Enlightened. Miyuki-kun, could it be that you're some kind of body type specialized in board games? Shirogane pouted, complaining. I'm not a Gundam. Even a model number now. And what's more, the model looked like a mass-produced type. Not the protagonist's machine. So weak. Sakurai Saki cut him off, his voice very serious. Shirogane, what if you really are a board game specialized mecha type? Obviously bad at everything, yet extremely strong at board games. Isn't that an ability? No, that's a talent. Stop talking, I'm about to cry. Shirogane Miyuki knew very well his own useless nature, and precisely because of that, a sorrowful feeling rose in his heart. What the hell is this board game specialized type? That kind of mech is completely useless. Give me a protagonist type anime mech instead. And what about K-chan? VE played with friends at school. Oh, I see. At this moment, Shinomiya Kagaya was flipping through the rulebook, asking, villagers can only vote? No special abilities? Then isn't being a villager very boring? No, it's fun exactly because villagers have no vision. Those with special roles need to guide villagers to the correct side, and for wolves to win, pulling villagers to their side is also their best strategy. Ishigami, you shared his opinion. Villagers are indeed villagers weak, powerless, only able to blindly follow the strong. Shinomiya Kagaya concluded. Truly the style of a capitalist's daughter. The special roles seem quite interesting, though, like the witch who can use poison to kill someone or use an antidote to save someone. The hunter, who when killed can shoot someone he dislikes, or the seer, who cannot show themselves openly but can check someone's identity each night. All very fascinating. So Kagayane wants to play a special role? No, I want to play wolf, so I can kill all the people I hate during the night. Shinomiya Kagaya smiled lightly at Fujiwara Chika and Hayasaka AI. You all, did you really think this is a normal werewolf? This is the chance to silently eliminate romantic rivals within the rules, completely legal and transparent. Werewolf is truly so fun. I will forever love Werewolf. Chapter 427. Tonight, Miko joins the battle. Next, we need to choose a fair and righteous person to be the referee, then the game will begin. Fujiwara Chika clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. Immediately, she continued naturally. Considering that Kagaya-san is a newbie, I think the referee should be handled by the werewolf game expert. Tada, that would be me. As soon as she finished, everyone looked toward her, their expressions saying everything without words. Fujiwara Chika and the concept of fairness and righteousness had absolutely nothing to do with each other. She cheated in games all the time. Could she really be a referee this time? Fujiwara-senpai, don't you want to reflect on what you just said? Ishigami, you smiled, the corners of his mouth carrying clear mockery. Fujiwara Chika panicked, glancing away. I don't always cheat. All my little tricks are within the rules, reasonable, just like the sharkskin swimsuits used in the Olympics. High-tech equipment also requires the ability to utilize it. There are people who want to cheat but can't. Fujiwara-senpai, just a reminder. Those high-tech swimsuits were completely banned by the Swimming Federation back in 2010. Haha, Fujiwara-senpai's information is really outdated. Ishigami, you almost burst out laughing now. He could hardly hold it in. Her made-up excuse was exposed on the spot. If it were him, he would already be thinking about which deserted place on Earth he could migrate to tomorrow. But Ishigami, this young man, completely failed to understand the thickness of Fujiwara Chika's skin. She cheated repeatedly, got caught, then continued cheating. Would a woman like that quit out of embarrassment? The answer, absolutely not. Fujiwara Chika straightened her posture, as if nothing had happened, and shifted the topic back. Does anyone want to be referee? She finished asking. Aino Miko raised her hand, her voice gentle. Fujiwara-senpai. Can I be the referee? Miko-chan, being a referee isn't simple. Not only do you have to keep a straight face, but you also have to be familiar with all the werewolf rules. Fujiwara Chika said, with obvious disapproval, preparing to quietly oppose her. You won't let me be the referee? Eliminate all the other candidates and see who dares to protest. Aino Miko blinked. I know the procedures. Why does it feel like Fujiwara-senpai absolutely refuses to let go? Being a referee isn't simple. Fujiwara Chika began repeating. When are we starting? Shinomiya Kagaya was already impatient. Hurry, hurry, hurry. She was very impatient. It was nearly 9 p.m. If they didn't play now, then when? But Fujiwara-senpai, isn't the referee just supposed to read the names of the people the werewolves kill at night? No, no, no. Secretary Fujiwara Chika shook her head adamantly, refusing to explain. Then can you at least tell them what else there is? All right, Chika, let Miko be the referee. Isn't her future dream becoming a judge? Sakurai Saki saw Shinomiya Kagaya's impatient expression and thought it was best to start right away. Besides, once Miko finished this round as referee, you could take the role, next time no conflict at all. You Chika turned away, unhappy, fine. In truth, she didn't want to participate in this strange werewolf game at all. Chika only wanted to be the referee, so she could sit back and watch for fun. AI-chan's expression at this moment practically said outright, if I were a werewolf, I would definitely kill you first, you pathetic pink-haired failure. Is that how we're playing this game? Chika thought to herself. She could already tell her gaming experience tonight was going to be terrible. Sakurai-senpai, you are the best. Aino Miko leaned over and hugged Sakurai Saki beside her. Super like. I love you to Shirogane K and Ishigami you. This scene was normal. They only thought Miko was too excited and accidentally used overly strong words. But to Shinomiya Kagaya, Hayasaka AI, and Fujiwara Chika, this was not normal. That's super like. Is it really just kohai admiration toward senpai? And I love you. Is that fangirl to idol love? Or romantic love between a boy and girl? They all began to question it. Of course, this wasn't the first time the girls had seen Miko hugging Sakurai Saki. They were used to that, but it was extremely rare for Miko to say she liked Saki, let alone loved him. Fujiwara Chika reminded her, Miko-chan, you can't casually say things like I love you to boys, okay? She liked Miko, and she didn't want this Kohai-chan to become her romantic rival. I know. I only said it to Sakurai-senpai. Miko let go of Sakurai Saki, her face bright red, her shy expression extremely adorable. But in the eyes of the other girls, it was no longer adorable at all. Hee, Aino Miko, you're way too late. Shinomiya Kagaya said to herself. In the novel, this was already close to the final stages. Stepping onto the battlefield, now was she really prepared to be shattered? In the world of tricks and tactics between girls, someone like her could never win. Listen to your senpai give up early. If Miko also likes Saki-kun, does that mean I can always cling to her in the future? Fujiwara Chika immediately started thinking nonsense, as usual. She liked Miko. Now that Chika had accepted Saki-kun standing on multiple boats. Seeing Miko, someone she liked, join the big family wasn't so bad, right? No. That's weird. Still really weird. Ino-senpai like Saki ni to. Shirogane K blinked, completely unable to follow the situation. If she remembered correctly, Hayasaka-senpai hadn't broken up with Sakurai-senpai yet, right? So what was Aino-senpai doing now? What Miko just said, how could anyone describe it as anything other than a confession? Miko-chan, do you like me? Hayasaka AI suddenly asked. I do. Aino Miko nodded. Although Hayasaka-senpai liked teasing her sometimes, she wasn't bad to her and often took care of her. Is that so? I really like Miko-chan too. You know, Saki-kun also likes you the same way we all see you as a little sister. Impossible. Inside, Shinomiya Kagaya was absolutely shocked. Hayasaka actually delivered such a fatal blow on behalf of Sakurai Saki. She clearly shouldn't have said that. Sorry, I only see you as a little sister. This was the classic line guys used to reject a younger girl. Ranked 6th in the top 10 most iconic rejection lines. Hayasaka, you're too cruel. Has your heart stopped beating already? Saying something like that, how heartbroken do you think Aino Kohai will be? No, you didn't think about it at all. You're just trying to reduce the number of girls around Sakurai. Hayasaka senpai, did I say something that made you misunderstand? Why did you suddenly emphasize that? Miko-chan tilted her head, her face full of confusion, as if she really didn't understand. No, she understood, but she didn't want to forever be Sakurai Saki's little sister. Hayasaka AI smiled and looked towards Sakurai Saki. Can you explain this? Sakurai Saki silently looked toward Kagaya. Are you there, Kagaya? Save me. Kagaya gave him a glance, then opened her mouth to smooth over the situation. Everyone, let's start the game now. It's getting late. Chapter 428, Werewolf, alright. Now that everyone has received their cards, look at your rolls and make sure not to reveal them, especially the werewolves. Clearly, she wasn't the referee, yet Fujiwara Chika still ended up doing the explanation work. After speaking, Chika looked at her own card. Villager. TSK. So boring. And if she followed the wrong person, losing would be super embarrassing. Anyway, like Shinomiya Kagaya said, stupid villagers could only follow the footsteps of the strong like water without a source, a tree without roots. Will AI-chan's card be? Fujiwara Chika was very curious. Secretary Chan, don't secretly peek at other people's cards. Hayasaka AI warned, seeing her sneaky puppy-like expression and posture. She flipped her own roll card, which, possessing 1 bottle of poison and 1 bottle of antidote. The former could kill someone at night. The latter could save someone killed by the wolves at night, but she couldn't save herself. It could be said that aside from the seer, the witch was the second highest-ranking role in the entire field. Absolutely no doubt. AI-chan is sitting opposite me. How am I supposed to look at your card? Don't accuse innocent people. That's hard to say. Ishigami, you didn't pay attention to the conversation between the two of them. He flipped over his own card. Hunter? He didn't expect to get one of the 2 divine roles. After dying, he could choose 1 player to shoot and take down with him. Everyone here is an elite student of Shuchiin. This round won't be simple. Ishigami, you covered his card again. If the players were ordinary people, maybe he would have dared to play boldly. He might even reveal his role openly, because the hunter was an extremely powerful and high-ranking role. Anyone who opposed a hunter almost couldn't escape death. In a match with only 2 wolves, if the hunter revealed himself, he was practically invincible. Wolves trying to challenge a hunter was basically handing themselves over to die. All right, is everyone done looking? Then let's begin. Fujiwara Chika saw that everyone had checked their identities, so she gestured for Miko-chan to start the game. Then, she began observing the expressions of the players. When playing Werewolf Online, you couldn't see people's faces, so you couldn't read subtle details, but playing in person had this technique using small facial cues to figure out who was a wolf. Ichon expression. Why did she suddenly smile at me? Is she planning to kill me on the first night? Fujiwara Chika looked away, and her guess wasn't wrong. I really want to use the poison to send Chika away immediately. Hayasaka AI didn't care about winning or losing. She just wanted to ruin Fujiwara Chika's game experience. But playing recklessly as a witch wasn't very wise. What if Chika was the hunter? If a witch killed the hunter with poison, they wouldn't be able to shoot. Everyone, night has fallen. Please close your eyes. Werewolves, please open your eyes. Please choose a player to kill. Are you certain this is the one? Several dozen seconds later. Witch, please open your eyes. Hayasaka AI slowly opened her eyes. The player killed last night is this one. Do you want to use your antidote? The one killed was Ishigami. Should she save him? Hayasaka AI thought for a few seconds, then nodded. After confirming, Aino Miko continued to the next step. It's morning, please open your eyes. Next is the election for village chief. The chief has 1.5 votes. Miko-chan looked towards Shinomiya Kagaya. afraid she didn't understand the rules, so she continued explaining during the daytime voting phase. The chief's vote counts as 1.5. So one person voting is like 2 people? Shinomiya Kagaya nodded to herself, then muttered, even a game about killing each other can't avoid being infiltrated by power and hierarchy? The chief's authority is clearly far above normal players. Oof. But humanity truly does need a smart player to lead them. She felt she could be the chief and lead her team to victory. Those who want to run for village chief, please raise your candidate board. As soon as she finished speaking, Sakurai Saki, Fujiwara Chika, Shinomiya Kagaya, and Hayasaka AI all raised their boards one after another. The atmosphere instantly became tense. At this moment, Aino Miko was extremely grateful she wasn't participating in this round. Otherwise, would the girls close to Sakurai Saki tear her apart? Starting from the right side of me. The person seated immediately to Miko-chan's right was Sakurai Saki. Last night, the one who died was Shirogane, but I saved him. Since we don't have a seer, letting the witch lead the team is clearly the most reasonable choice. Sakurai Saki finished and glanced around, then smiled slightly. Looks like the wolves didn't kill him last night, and none of you showed any suspicious expressions. All right, I'm not the witch, I was just fake claiming. Sakurai Saki put his board down. The second person, Shinomiya Kagaya. What Sakurai-san said makes a lot of sense. If the witch reveals herself, we basically confirm 2 good players. Since there are only 2 wolves, harming their own teammate has extremely low benefit and high risk. If the witch doesn't save, the whole round collapses immediately. I believe Sakurai-san is good. And of course, I'm also a good player. She placed her board down. Kagaya had intended to run for chief, but after hearing Sakurai Saki speak, she also... No, Kagaya realized something. A witch revealing herself wasn't necessarily a good thing. The third person, Fujiwara Chika. I think Saki-kun is a good player. After all, he suggested letting the witch take the chief's badge. That's clearly helping the good side. And if AI-chan claims she's the witch, I absolutely don't believe her. Earlier before the round started, she secretly smiled at me twice. It felt very wolf-like. The last person, it was Hayasaka's turn. I think boyfriend Kuin has ill intentions. If the witch appears, she will definitely be killed tomorrow, because there are only 2 special roles. Killing them is faster than killing villagers. The witch will definitely die tomorrow. So should she use the poison? The probability is that she won't, because she might hit the hunter and the game will end immediately. There are many good people, so there's no need to take the risk. But in that case, the wolves will gain a huge advantage. On the first day, the witch almost hands herself over to the enemy. Hayasaka AI decided to play safe. I'm not the witch, just a villager. But the badge should still be in the hands of a good person. Those below, if anyone is good and thinks I didn't say anything wrong, then please vote for me. End of speech. Those who are not running for village chief, please vote. Hayasaka Senpai received 2 votes, Kei-chan 1 blank vote. Hayasaka AI successfully obtained the village chief badge. Last night was a peaceful night. Village chief, please choose the speaking order, Aino Miko announced. Because AI-chan saved someone, it was a peaceful night. Speak in clockwise order. In the next round, because the witch didn't appear, there are no perspectives, everyone could only guess blindly. Fujiwara Chika waved her hand, stood up, and took out the detective hat she had prepared. AI-chan is definitely a wolf. Earlier she attacked Saki-kun, and she also wanted to take the village chief badge. I predict she will be changing her mind later and assert herself as the witch. Very suspicious. The one speaking near the end, Sakurai Saki, rubbed his forehead. I feel that this round we shouldn't skip the seer, because if there's no seer and the witch hides among the crowd without appearing, there's absolutely no way to deduce anything. The wolves also don't jump out, everyone hides, and the round will be extremely boring. Then, he suddenly changed direction. So, I want to vote for AI-chan. Earlier she attacked me. Someone who is working for the good side. Pure. Alright, that's the end of my speech. Hayasaka AI, the last to speak. glanced at him. "I'm the witch. Do you want to reconsider?" "The one I saved yesterday was Ishigami-kun. As for why I didn't reveal my identity earlier, it's because I wanted to carefully observe everyone's speeches. President Shirogane earlier only said 2 sentences and was done. Idle." Kei-chan explained why she didn't vote for me, because she didn't think my villager identity could win the badge. As for Chika, I think she's a wolf. Ishigami-kun was also idle, but he was killed yesterday, so I believe he's a good person. Today let's vote for Saki-chan, because I often interact with him. As long as he lies, he will pretend to smile and act like he's thinking deeply. After hearing her speech, Sakurai Saki looked around at everyone's expressions, and he exclaimed, "Hey, you guys are really going to vote for me?" He shut his mouth. "If you're just playing the game, then just play the game. But mixing real-life factors into it is too underhanded, isn't it?" If he didn't explain, it would have been fine. But once he explained, everyone voted for him. Sakurai Saki gave his last words, "I'm really not a wolf." Once he finished speaking, everyone became even more certain they didn't vote for the wrong person. Round 2 began. After night fell, the wolves killed someone, then the witch used her poison. Morning came. Last night's deaths were Fujiwara-senpai and Hayasaka-senpai. "Village chief, will you pass the badge?" "Give it to Ishigami-kun." As she predicted, once she revealed her identity as the witch, she would definitely die. "Please choose the speaking order." "The one with the badge, Ishigami-you, clockwise." The first to speak was Shirogane Miyuki. "The situation from here is quite simple. Sakurai is a wolf, so we have 2 villagers left and 1 special role. As long as the hunter doesn't appear, everything will be easy. But this is the best-case scenario. There is another possibility. Sakurai is truly a good person who was misunderstood, and Hayasaka was the wolf because during the first speech, she said she was a villager. After getting the badge, she turned into the witch. Not to mention that among the ones who died last night was also Secretary Fujiwara. High probability the witch used her poison. So next, there are 2 possibilities. 1. The witch poisoned Hayasaka the wolf. 2. Hayasaka was killed by the wolves, and the witch poisoned Secretary Fujiwara. Of course, it could also be personal revenge. After all, the information that Secretary Fujiwara and Hayasaka AI were competing over Sakurai Saki had existed for a long time, so this possibility couldn't be ruled out. The worst outcome: 3 good people die, and 2 wolves remain. He didn't say who to vote for. He only laid out the information on the table. Kagaya spoke. "Ishigami-kun is holding the badge. I think we can follow him." After she finished speaking, it was Shirogane Ki's turn. Kei glanced around once and said, "I am the female witch. On the first night, I saved Ishigami-senpai. And last night, I poisoned Hayasaka-senpai. Sakurai-senpai, I believe he's a good person. For the female witch to jump out carries huge risk. After all, to avoid making mistakes, the poison in hand basically can't be used. Moreover, on the second night, I will definitely die, so it's like giving away a free life." When Hayasaka-senpai said she was the witch, I thought she was truly a good person, a villager wearing my witch identity to block attacks. But unexpectedly, she used a very strange reason to push Sakurai-senpai out. If just because of habit one can vote for someone else, then this game doesn't need logic anymore. I agree with Sakurai-senpai's words, so on the first day, I didn't jump out and didn't vote for Hayasaka-senpai. The reason is that a villager taking the badge can't lead the team. If it's given to a wolf, the risk is too big, better to skip. I am the witch. This round I want to vote for Shinomiya-senpai. Ishigami-senpai is the village chief, and my brother's speech just now didn't sound like that of a bad guy. Shirogane Kei was playing the game surprisingly seriously. It was clearly just a normal werewolf round among friends. After listening to everyone, Ishigami, you started thinking, why did the situation suddenly become so complicated? Is Shirogane Kei really the witch? Her reasoning and actions were very logical. A witch jumping out is indeed dangerous. Playing safe increases the win rate. The process is just a bit dull. This is the final round, because the witch already used the poison. If they play incorrectly, the good side loses. If they play correctly, the wolves lose. So who to vote for? He could pass first. If Hayasaka Senpai was the witch, the game would end immediately. Vote for Shirogane K. If she's the witch, then when the wolves kill at night, they still lose. Vote for Mu Senpai. If he's a villager, since Fujiwara Senpai died as a villager, and Sakurai Senpai is also a villager, they would lose. Vote for Shinomiya Senpai. No, she isn't a wolf, they would still lose. The final question is, trust Hayasaka Senpai or Shirogane K. Ishigami, you struggled internally. A few seconds passed. Let's vote for Shinomiya Senpai. Normally she's smart, clever, and beautiful, but she's been so quiet in a deduction game like this. I find it unreasonable. Shinomiya Senpai should definitely be much better than this. Flattery piled on top of flattery. But Shirogane Kagaya was still glaring at him with eyes sharp enough to kill. You're dead for sure. Aino Miko maintained her poker face, and, as the judge, she said, please vote. 2 votes for Shinomiya Senpai, 1 vote for Kei-chan. Finally, Aino Miko announced, the wolves win. Kei-chan and Sakurai Senpai are the wolves. After she spoke, Ishigami jumped up. Ah, I'm so thirsty. I'll go get some water first. Immediately after that, under Shinomiya Kagaya's icy gaze, he vanished into the living room. Hayasaka AI held her head. I voted out 1 wolf. How do we still lose? You took personal revenge. Losing serves you right. Fujiwara Chika was furious to death. She strongly suspected Hayasaka AI of playing dirty. She must be the one who killed her last night. Who told you to call me a wolf? I was the witch originally. But because of your words, the witch became unreasonable. I took personal revenge? You were even worse. Tisich, Fujiwara Chika felt utterly helpless. She only wanted to play for fun. Who could have known Hayasaka AI was actually the witch? Since she was the witch, she should have admitted it early. First she claimed to be a villager, then changed her story later. Sakurai Saki, as a wolf who had won, found the match quite entertaining. Chika, in the end Ishigami sided with Kei. That's definitely related to what you said. All the suspicion toward AI-chan started from you. Fujiwara Chika turned away, refusing to accept this accusation. At that moment, Shirogane Kei walked over to Sakurai Saki, showing off. Saki and I led you to victory, right? Is there any reward? This comeback victory was entirely her achievement. What do you want? Sakurai Saki looked up at her and smiled. Seeing this, Shirogane Miyuki lectured Shirogane Kei. Kei-chan, don't casually make requests of others. That's not good. Hearing that, Shirogane Kei's previously cheerful mood instantly dropped in half. What was Aniki thinking? She just wanted a symbolic treat, like candy or something. But once Shirogane Miyuki intervened, Shirogane Kei immediately lost interest. You even voted for me in the final round. You terrible big brother. No sense of social interaction. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. Shirogane Kei had no idea Shirogane Miyuki was trying to protect her from the scumbag demon. If one day she realized her brother's intentions, who knows what she would think. Note, honestly, I never played Werewolf, so I'm not sure if I edited correctly or not. After Werewolf, they played a few more rounds. They adjusted the rules several times, though with so few people, it wasn't very balanced. But since they were playing with friends, it wasn't too boring. Night. Sakurai Saki slept alone on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Today was a rare day he could sleep alone. There were sounds outside the door. Just when Sakurai Saki thought he was about to be attacked, he realized the footsteps quickly disappeared. He thought for a moment, opened the door, planning to check the situation. After walking a bit, on the second floor villa balcony used for tea, he found a small figure in cute pajamas, looking up at the moon. It was Aino Miko. Chapter 429. Aino Miko. I want to kill someone. Aino Miko looked out through the transparent glass door, slightly pensive. It wasn't until she heard footsteps behind her, along with a man's voice saying, "Why aren't you sleeping so late?" that she turned to see who had come. It wasn't Shirogane Miyuki the one who always cares about everyone in the student council, but Sakurai Saki the one in the student council who cared about her the most. These two people were completely different. During the student council elections, it was this person who had advised her, comforted her, and eased her worries. The fear, anxiety, and even a bit of regret that Aino Miko had felt back then were all soothed by his guidance. So, to live up to Sakurai Saki's expectations, Aino Miko made an effort to overcome her social anxiety and communicate with everyone. She tried to understand and to be understood by others. That was the essence of social interaction. Aino Miko had spent a lot of time gradually realizing that simply imposing her own thoughts on others was wrong. She needed to understand their thoughts while letting them understand hers. Only then could she achieve her own dream to change Shuchiin, even rise higher, to change this world itself, making it a better, more just place. I couldn't sleep, so I just came out to get some fresh air. Aino Miko smiled at Sakurai Saki, seeing him walk straight over and sit in the chair beside her. This was the place for afternoon tea. The lighting was excellent. But recently, the temperature had been very high. Even on the mountain at night, it was close to 30 degrees, hardly an ideal place to enjoy a breeze. Sakurai Saki guessed she had something troubling her. What kind of trouble kept a girl from sleeping in the middle of the night? Could it be because of someone she liked? Sakurai Saki couldn't help thinking about that possibility. After all, Aino Miko was a teenage girl, emotional and sensitive. It was normal for her to like a boy, just who it was, he didn't know. The boy she often got close to in class seemed to be only Ishigami Yu, but the two of them's personalities made any romantic relationship impossible. Who could it be? Sakurai Saki always regarded her as a cute kohai. He really had no other intentions. Even though he often hugged Aino Miko, it was just sibling-like affection. As Hayasaka AI said, both of them treated Aino Miko as a little sister. Therefore, he naturally assumed that Aino Miko also saw him as the older brother and senpai she liked. Sakurai senpai, did you come here because you couldn't sleep too? Umo. At first, he thought someone had come for a night raid, but unexpectedly, it was Aino Miko out for a breeze, something Sakurai Saki hadn't predicted. Are you troubled by something? Aino Miko tried to probe Sakurai Saki's mind. She really expected that if Sakurai Saki faced a problem he couldn't solve, then at this moment, the normally cute Kohai-chan who did nothing else would suddenly become a hero, descend, and solve the difficulty. Wouldn't that be so cool? There's nothing. Everything's going smoothly lately. Sakurai Saki quickly cut off her heroic daydream, a true villain. Oh, really nothing? Seeing her expectant expression, he smiled lightly. Miko-chan, do you hope I run into trouble that much? Aino Miko shook her head and explained, it's because I've always been the one in trouble. Then senpai helps me. I feel that not returning the favor over the long term isn't right. These small favors keep accumulating, eventually becoming debts that are hard to repay. What should one do then? Dedicate oneself entirely? This isn't the ancient era. Such scenarios have long been outdated. If friends help each other, but you still have to repay them, can this relationship even be called friendship? Sakurai Saki didn't allow Miko to return the favor. He didn't like people approaching others with ulterior motives, and he was no good to people who approached him with such intentions. Sakurai-senpai, even blood relatives have to keep accounts straight, divorced couples have to divide their assets, and when parents pass away, siblings often fight over inheritance. There are plenty of examples. Aino Miko spoke fluently. Her future dream was to become a judge, so refuting like this was not difficult at all. By your reasoning, Miko-chan, there's no true affection left in this world. Everything is just an exchange of benefits. The human world is really terrifying, isn't it? Sakurai Saki felt that Aino Miko had internalized her legal studies. At 16, she had already seen through enough of life's evil. By 30, wouldn't she reach full enlightenment and perhaps even become a monk? Dating a practical girl like Miko would be exhausting, wouldn't it? Compared to Nino's idealistic love, dating her would be no pressure at all. Sakurai Saki, who had always regarded Aino Miko as a mascot, suddenly noticed another side of her, or rather, a side he normally didn't pay attention to. He hadn't noticed Micah's characteristics because in front of him, Aino Miko never spoke this way. She always played the role of the cute Kohai-chan, clingy, liking hugs, speaking sweetly like honey. All in all, now Sakurai Saki was a little surprised. But I only gave extreme examples. Most siblings live harmoniously. Many families have happy marriages, and couples who date for over 10 years before marriage aren't uncommon either. Aino Miko refuted her own point and then said to Sakurai Saki, "Earlier, I didn't mean to settle accounts with you, Sakurai-senpai. It's just that you've been so good to me, and my conscience feels uneasy." Every time before exams, he would give her food, check if she had an umbrella when it rained, and during Christmas or New Year. His phone was always there, too many instances for Aino Miko to count. She sometimes wondered how a stubborn girl like herself could have Sakurai Saki patiently interact with her, chatting every morning back in first year. Although Miko always said the candy he gave her was a bribe, in her heart she knew it was Sakurai Saki's goodwill. Gradually interacting, especially in the student council, their relationship improved. Miko realized he could get angry, was very competitive, liked others, and even did things against norms. She discovered many flaws in him. It still couldn't help wanting to be close. But she was only a little sister. Sakurai Saki had never seen her as a romantic interest. Aino Miko knew this. She had initially tried to regard Sakurai Saki solely as a respected senpai, but realized that seemed impossible. Even if rejected, even if there was no future, it didn't matter. She wanted to speak her mind. "Senpai, tonight I have a lot on my mind. Could you listen to me?" Micah's voice was gentle. Besides the matters of owing Sakurai Saki, Miko had another topic she wanted to discuss. "If you want, I trust Senpai will be a very good listener." Aino Miko felt that no problem could trouble him, since last time when Shinomiya Kagaya was taken by the Shinomiya family. It was Sakurai Senpai who rescued her. Shinomiya Senpai said she would help me become Shuchiin's student council president this September, but I'm still uncertain about the choice of members. Members? It seems best to select from first years. But I aren't very familiar with the current first years yet, Sakurai Saki thought. He knew the outstanding first-year students well. For example, this year's special selection students, mixed students, because Shirogane Miyuki had been looked down on before. He and Sakurai Saki wanted to prevent that phenomenon, paying particular attention to the mixed students. From what you're saying, already have some ideas. Umo. Good grades, solid personalities, high test scores from the last exam. I've shortlisted a few. Tono Matama, a slightly dreamy girl but lively, socially skilled, very popular among first years. I think the new student council wants to quickly assert its position, so it's necessary to attract reputable first-year students. And what about positions? Secretary. Aino Miko spoke the answer she had prepared long ago. Feels like Chika all over again. Another energetic, noisy person. Sakurai Saki already felt bothered just thinking about adding another energetic secretary. Also, Kanigi Kogain, the star of this year's art club, has been famous since middle school. I plan to make her auditor. Although Miko said she hadn't had any ideas, she had actually already selected 2 members. Besides that, there were still several other positions. General Affairs, Vice President, Treasurer. You don't have any ideas for Treasurer? I want a Shigami to be Treasurer. You won't agree. Moreover, Vice President would make more sense. Since you plan to bring in all the new students, letting them be Vice Presidents wouldn't work. Ishigami now has a good reputation in school. Making him Vice President would also earn respect. Right, he won't agree. Aino Miko found this troublesome for that very reason. The reason Ishigami you joined the student council was that a few senpai had pulled him out of the mud, and he was eager to meet their expectations. In this regard, Ishigami you and Miko were very similar. Both were the type to strive to fulfill others' expectations. If a few of us ask him, he'll probably agree. Ishigami, you had previously promised Shinomiya Kagaya that he would achieve top results specifically within the top 10 of exams. Don't think that most of this year's student council members are in the top 5, but being in Shuchiin's top 10 was no small feat, you must know. Shuchiin has a standard deviation of 77. Making the top 10 in this school is unimaginably difficult. Forget it, just seeing him annoys me. Moreover, if Senpai asks him for me, I'd rather invite him myself. Aino Miko didn't see this as embarrassing. She was no longer the Miko who constantly quarreled with Ishigami-yu. Now, she had transformed from a Magikarp into a fierce Gyarados. Mainly, if the student council really only had Aino Miko as the old member, she didn't think she alone could lead the whole team well. After all, Miko was only an auditor. Many matters belonged to the president and vice president, which she wasn't involved in. With Ishigami-yu, a highly experienced person helping, everything would be much easier. But if he didn't agree, Aino Miko wouldn't force him. She knew Ishigami-yu wanted to take the university entrance exam, like Koyasu Tsubame. Whether he would be willing to spend a lot of time helping the student council remained a question. It's been a while since you two argued. Have things cooled down? Sakurai Saki was curious. Miko answered briefly. Arguing with him serves no purpose. Compared to arguing, Aino Miko preferred reading books in the student council. Currently, it seemed the only person left in the student council who still liked arguing with Ishigami-yu was Chika, who was a bit too energetic. Miko-chan has grown up, hasn't she? Sakurai Saki, like an old father, exclaimed. Aino Miko, who previously could not maintain composure in front of Ishigami-yu, could now control her emotions, whether angry or happy. Nothing showed. There was no doubt this was a sign of maturity. Grown up? Really? Umo. But senpai, you've never seen me as a girl. Miko moaned softly. Is it because I'm too short? Or because I always act clingy? But when I see senpai, I just can't help it. Senpai, can we pause the student council topic here? After speaking, waiting for Sakurai Saki to nod, Miko continued. I have another concern about a friend of mine. This friend isn't Miko herself, right? Sakurai Saki immediately guessed her meaning, but he still chose to listen seriously. She's a second-year student with a senpai in the same club. At first, she found him annoying and often teased her, so she had no good impression. But later, my friend realized that senpai was caring about her. And because she's not good at socializing, has few friends, and is stubborn. After finishing, Aino Miko smiled gently. Strange, isn't it? There's someone willing to reach out to a lonely, stubborn girl. Any ordinary boy would definitely run away at the sight of her. Is that friend of yours cute? Not to the extent of being cute. Miko said this purely as modesty on behalf of herself, but then she realized and hurriedly corrected that senpai definitely didn't approach her because she's cute. That point, my friend already told me. Mika's acting was terrible, didn't her friend tell her that? And then? That friend of yours likes that senpai now? Sakurai Saki had basically guessed everything. Yes, but unfortunately, that senpai already has a girlfriend, and she's a mature girl of the same year. As for her, since senpai always saw her as a little sister, she feels there's no hope. After Aino Miko finished speaking, everything finally became clear. Senpai, what do you think she should do? Give up, or continue holding on? Hearing that, Sakurai Saki stared at her face, unable to answer for a moment. Sakurai-senpai, you probably guessed already. Just as Miko was about to confess, from the living room connected to the balcony came a noise, and very quickly, a pink-haired figure appeared under the moonlight, along with a voice. Miko-chan, don't let your friend give up. In the silent midnight, Fujiwara Chika, who was preparing to ambush Sakurai Saki, had heard everything. Chika, the love detective, would absolutely never miss any romance-related rumor, especially one involving Miko. Chapter 430, Aino Miko. Can you add me to the harem? Aino Miko had never imagined that there would be a day she would hate Fujiwara Chika. Yes, never. Even though Chika in the student council was always noisy, loved playing games with people without caring about others' feelings, Miko had never once hated her. Aino Miko had long stopped believing there was perfection in this world after enough interaction. Anyone would reveal flaws. That was only natural. But Aino Miko still thought Fujiwara Chika was a good girl. Even though she was loud, like Sakurai-senpai, she was a good person. But why? Methods to commit murder without leaving evidence flashed through Aino Mika's mind. As a terrifying woman who was well-versed in the law, Aino Miko was undoubtedly a dangerous existence. Unlike Kagaya, who used overwhelming power, money, to send people to their graves, Miko-chan preferred to do everything within the boundaries of the law. Those who can find loopholes are always the ones in the related field. Killing within the law was no different. Why? Fujiwara-senpai, why did you interrupt my confession? Aino Miko looked at Fujiwara Chika with empty, lifeless eyes full of eerie curiosity. In her heart, Chika had already died countless times. Miko-chan? Fujiwara Chika waved her hand in front of her face. Chika felt something was strange about Miko-chan tonight. What was she thinking? Weren't they talking about her friend's love situation just now? Aino Miko returned to reality, her lifeless eyes blinking, her voice full of danger. Fujiwara-senpai, why did you appear here? And why did you interrupt my confession? I gathered all my courage, thought about it for half a month, no, more than half a year, to confess. Why did you interrupt me? My only romance in high school, completely ruined by you, this parasite of the planet. Just like Kagaya-senpai said, Fujiwara-senpai really is the cancer of Earth. Fujiwara Chika displayed her signature goofy smile. I couldn't sleep, so I came out to get some fresh air. This woman lying through her teeth. Fresh air was a lie. She clearly came out because she was hungry and wanted to sneak food. Earlier, she even snuck into Sakurai Saki's room, but unfortunately no one was there. As for your friend's issue, I think, Miko-chan, you must tell your friend not to give up. Even if that senpai already has a girlfriend, that doesn't mean she should surrender. We can fight a prolonged battle. Because on the marriage certificate, there's only one name, and secretly carrying his child to force marriage isn't a bad option either. Fujiwara Chika dragged a chair over, sitting between the two of them, and expressed her opinion. This action made Aino Miko even angrier. Not only did she interrupt my confession, but now she dares to sit so close to Sakurai-senpai. Honestly, friends or whatever don't even matter anymore. Today my confession was interrupted, and later it'll be even harder to find an opportunity. Aino Miko wanted to cry, but had no tears. Moreover, regarding marriage due to pregnancy, she didn't even give me a chance. I've never even kissed senpai doing that would be even more absurd. The atmosphere was clearly perfect. I clearly had the mindset that it's okay to be rejected when confessing. Fujiwara-senpai, you, Aino Miko, listening to her talk about her friend's love, only saw the world grow darker. The moonlight outside the window was glaring, the air hot, but Aino Miko at this moment felt neither happy nor sad, her whole body icy cold. In short, in my opinion, Miko-chan's friend has to try her best, Fujiwara Chika said, patting Miko on the shoulder to encourage her. Because of friendship, Miko had also matured. No longer afraid of social interaction. That's good. Try her best. No, her love has already fallen apart. Aino Miko said coldly. Why is that? Fujiwara Chika's face was full of, who am I? Where is this? Are we even talking about the same thing? Why? How dare you ask me why? At this moment, Aino Miko only wanted to pin Chika to the ground and punch her a few times. She no longer cared about hierarchy or social rules. Right now, she just wanted to overturn everything. Chika, dotaske ni mo. Miko-chan's friend is very timid. Letting her compete with other girls isn't okay, and moreover, that senpai could be a scumbag. I heard he's always ambiguous with multiple girls. Having observed the two talking for a while, Sakurai Saki spoke to cut in. Apparently, Miko-chan had intended to confess to him just now, and Sakurai Saki understood that. After all, this isn't a confession scene from shoujo manga. The male and female leads watch fireworks together. The confession is drowned out by the explosions. Or confessing on the train tracks at the crucial moment, the very last second, a train whistles by, and the confession blows away with the wind. Stories like that were overly cheesy. Sakurai Saki didn't like them. So, he chose to follow Micah's topic, giving an answer in a way she would understand. Miko-chan was a second-year student at Shuchiin, top of her class, so she would understand this method. Scumbag doesn't matter. My friend won't notice. Miko-chan gave her answer. She naturally understood. Sakurai Saki wasn't only close with his girlfriend Hayasaka, AI, with Fujiwara Chika, and even Kagaya, he also acted ambiguously. The details Aino Miko didn't know precisely, but she understood that Sakurai Saki wasn't entirely innocent. That's not right, Miko-chan. If that guy is a scumbag, your friend should stay away a bit. Otherwise, it's too dangerous. Fujiwara Chika hurriedly cut into their conversation, knowing he was a scumbag, and still trying to intervene. No. How stupid does someone have to be to do that? Fujiwara Chika couldn't even imagine it. The person who should avoid Sakurai-senpai the most isn't you, Fujiwara-senpai. Aino Miko thought to herself. In the student council, only Fujiwara Chika dared to stick close to Sakurai Saki every day. By her reasoning, the person who should stay away the most should definitely be her, Fujiwara Chika. Scumbags look flashy on the outside, but their hearts are dark. You've probably seen many cases like this, right? Many girls deceived, manipulated psychologically, made into servants for them, and yet still endure faithfully. People like this are terrifying. Don't let your friend do something stupid and get stuck in the mud. Miko-chan, Fujiwara Chika advised. Hearing this, Aino Miko felt a few things needed clarification. Fujiwara-senpai, if you say that, then why are you still close with Sakurai-senpai? How dare she? Miko-chan couldn't understand it all. Isn't she afraid Hayasaka-senpai will notice? But AI-chan knows I like Saki-kun? Fujiwara Chika tilted her head, calmly saying something that sent Aino Micah's heart into turmoil. Hayasaka-senpai knows. Really? I don't believe it. The win or lose between me and her isn't something decided just by dating. At least marriage level is needed to settle it, right? Fujiwara Chika said aloud, but she truly thought so in her heart. Although she no longer cared about Sakurai Saki forming a harem, the main player had still made no decision. Even if he loses in high school, there's still university. After graduation, whose name ends up on the marriage certificate is still uncertain, right? Aino Miko looked at Sakurai Saki, the despair in her eyes not dissipating at all, but instead growing even more terrifying. Sakurai-senpai is truly a scumbag, and he's doing it openly. The most frightening part was, Hayasaka-senpai really agreed. Aino Miko had thought she liked Sakurai Saki enough, but now she realized that her level of affection compared to Hayasaka AI was on a completely different scale. Hayasaka AI was truly willing to share Sakurai Saki with others. This was something Miko had never expected from beginning to end. In general, no woman wants to share her lover. That's a universal truth, right? But sadly, in this country, the noble class no longer has only one woman. Even Aino Miko, a person who worships justice, could not deny that the nobility truly had terrifying privileges. Ordinary law and social conventions couldn't limit them. Don't even talk about forming a harem. A few dozen women is no problem. For nobles, keeping secret lovers is extremely common. Because of her parents, Aino Miko often interacted with the upper class. There was no shortage of people considered by ordinary folks as symbols of justice. Yet she rarely saw any lawyer or judge surprised by the wealthy keeping mistresses. It was so commonplace that no one found it strange. But why did Hayasaka-senpai agree? Because Saki-kun isn't an ordinary person. Fujiwara Chika added in her mind, not even considering the influence of his mother. Just the fact that he's an esper is already formidable, nearly unmatched. Hayasaka AI certainly understood that the future of the two wouldn't last just a decade, but a whole lifetime, so she didn't care about this matter. But Chika couldn't tell Aino Miko these things. Maybe she thought she wasn't worthy of Saki-kun's love? Omo. Sounds like a line from a cheesy harem novel, something the female lead often says. Saki-kun is amazing, and I'd be crazy to monopolize him. So I have to share him. How can there be a girl like that? The better the boyfriend, the more the girl wants to monopolize him, right? Aino Miko was a believer in pure love, reading only female protagonist novels, rarely reading harems not for any other reason, but because it made her heart ache. She only liked pure emotions. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Fujiwara Chika turned away, speaking with a guilty look. How could Hayasaka AI overlook rivals in love? She was just indulging Sakurai Saki, so she didn't speak directly, tacitly allowing him to open a harem. AI-chan, a former maid of Shinomiya Kagaya, wasn't surprised by playboys. The Shinomiya household even indulged more than Sakurai Saki. She had even heard of young masters indulging in wild parties with their wives. After raising her standards, Hayasaka AI found Fujiwara Chika and Sakurai Saki hugging perfectly normal. Only when she realized Shinomiya Kagaya intended to betray her did she overreact, but later she adjusted herself. One could only say, Hayasaka AI was truly a terrifying woman. She had never shown anger in front of Sakurai Saki, and just this alone was frightening enough, wasn't it? No wonder I always see Shinomiya Senpai and Sakurai Senpai exchanging those affectionate glances. Aino Miko muttered. If Fujiwara Chika used her body to interact with Sakurai Saki, Shinomiya Kagaya preferred to use her eyes and presence. One used the body, the other used the spirit. As an outsider, Aino Mika's observational skills within the student council were indeed top tier. Kagaya-san? Fujiwara Chika suddenly looked at Sakurai Saki, her eyes scrutinizing him. Then a few seconds later she smiled at him. Saki-kun, what's your relationship with Kagaya-san that I don't know about? Sakurai Saki was about to give a sweet lie when Chika said, Don't lie to me or I'll get mad. The hero rescues the beauty likes the hero, that's normal, right? Sakurai Saki answered stiffly. In fact, before he saved Kagaya, she already liked him. Taking Kagaya away from the Shinomiya family would at most be like DLC content, some Miko costume roleplay. You also went after Kagaya-san? Before me? You haven't even touched me yet. Sakurai Saki nodded shyly. No need to argue about the order here, right? Am I the last one? Fujiwara Chika pointed to herself. She meant, why did I come first? But Kagaya-san got to you first? Am I not good enough for you? You didn't even bother giving me a chance? Sakurai-senpai, you're so terrible. You didn't even pay attention to Shinomiya-senpai. Aino Miko couldn't believe it. Yes, you clearly knew I liked Kagaya-san the most, and you still went after her. No wonder last time when we went for bubble tea together, Kagaya-san wanted a couple drink with you. I should have realized earlier. She was really foolish. She clearly knew Sakurai Saki was a womanizer. Yet she didn't stop Kagaya-san, the female friend she liked most, from falling into his hands. Senpai, being romantic and being reckless are different things. The discussion gradually shifted from Mika's friend's love life to criticizing Sakurai Saki. Even Sakurai Saki hadn't expected this. Over 10 minutes later, after the two girls had voiced all the accusations they could think of, Sakurai Saki, the culprit, finally got a short break. Miko-chan, regarding your friend, what do you intend to do? Aino Miko thought for a moment and already had her answer. As long as she had Hayasaka A's consent to pursue Sakurai Saki openly, she wanted to give it a try. After all, Fujiwara Chika hadn't given up yet. How could she? Even Shinomiya-senpai was involved. Being the eldest daughter of the Shinomiya family, someone from such a wealthy conglomerate choosing to become Sakurai Saki's lover, Miko felt even less need to worry. She's already expressed her feelings to that senpai. She told me she doesn't want to give up, so I want her to persist too. Aino Miko looked at Sakurai Saki and said something with a double meaning. This probably doesn't have much to do with her. It's Senpai's decision that really matters, right? Mon proposes. God disposes. She had done everything she needed to do. The rest depended on the other person's intentions. If Sakurai Saki didn't want it, no matter what Miko did, it would only be one-sided. Chapter 431. Ishigami, you doesn't want to be silenced. Ishigami, you had recently gotten used to waking up early. He had wanted to wake up and train every day for a long time. Ishigami really wanted to dress like a handsome guy, but spending all year cooped up at home made his aura a bit gloomy and his body a bit thin, which made anything he wore look unfitting. So Ishigami, you planned to train his body first. He supplemented protein, then carried out planned exercises. In the past month, his body had improved a lot. He believed that before long, he would be able to regain the sturdy build he had back in middle school when he was in a sports club. Ishigami, you look at the alarm on his phone, set for 6:30. At the beginning, it still worked, but recently it stopped being effective. Ishigami's biological clock had gotten used to the routine and would no longer be late. He always woke up before the alarm rang. Not to mention during this summer vacation, he was in an unfamiliar place. He had trouble sleeping, so he woke up extremely alert, not groggy at all. Ishigami, you got up, then used his phone to send a good morning message to Koyasu Tsubame, along with a photo of the forest scenery outside the window. Recently, he and Koyasu Tsubame had been developing their feelings quite well. On free weekends, he even took the train to meet her and hang out, and in the process he got to know a few of her university friends. Ishigami, you felt that he still wasn't worthy of her yet, so he was working hard to improve himself. A man who is working hard is the most handsome. Ishigami, you had always admired one person, and that was Shirogane Miyuki, the greatest proof that effort works. Wash my face, wash my face. Ishigami muttered to himself as he changed clothes and stepped out of the room. Immediately after, the lively, hard-working boy instantly saw a pink-haired girl sneaking out from the room next door, Sakurai Saki's room. And judging by the sleepy look on her face, she clearly wasn't fully awake yet. Ishigami, you, what are you suspecting? Fujiwara-senpai coming out of Sakurai-senpai's room. Isn't that perfectly normal? No. What the hell would be normal about that? Isn't Fujiwara-senpai supposed to be upstairs? Why did she run down here? And even if she did, it's only a little after 6 in the morning. Don't tell me she went into Sakurai-senpai's room just to play cards with him. Ooh, I'm so sleepy. Saki-kun wouldn't let me keep sleeping. Fujiwara Chika rubbed her sleepy eyes, then slowly lifted her head. Last night, after talking with Sakurai Saki and Miko, she quickly went upstairs. After Miko-chan went into the bedroom, Chika began her second night raid, and after succeeding, she hugged Sakurai Saki to sleep for the whole night. Of course, they didn't do anything, just simply hugged and slept. But just that alone was enough to satisfy Chika. She didn't want to give up her innocence so easily. Even though Shinomiya Kagai's sneaking around made her very angry, Chika still felt that a girl's first time should be treated a bit more ceremoniously. Who's that? The hallway wasn't very bright due to the weak sunlight from outside. Half asleep, Chika couldn't clearly see Ishigami-yu's face. But Chika wasn't awake, while Ishigami-yu was fully awake. He was even starting to doubt life. Why was Fujiwara-senpai coming out of Sakurai-senpai's room? Ishigami-yu racked his brain, but couldn't understand. Could it be? No. Even though Fujiwara-senpai was a woman with a terrible personality, barging into the room of a guy who already had a girlfriend, surely she wouldn't. Sorry, it seems like she really would. She was already this bad. What wouldn't she do at this point? Ishigami-yu, as a member of the Shuchiin Student Council, you have to have confidence. Your understanding of Secretary Fujiwara is correct. Fujiwara-senpai, why are you coming out of Sakurai-senpai's room? At this moment, Fujiwara Chika was fully awake. She had been seen. It was over. She was done for. She had to find an excuse. I cough. I went into Saki-kun's room just now to discuss with him the plan for this morning. I want to, climb the mountain. This mountain isn't very tall, right? It feels like it would be very fun. Fujiwara Chika stammered out a string of fragmented sentences. Someone who didn't know better might think she was speaking in code. Really? Right now, although Ishigami you didn't really believe it, compared to Fujiwara Chika PvPANG with Sakurai Saki, you wanted to believe what Chika said more. Humans are always afraid of knowing the truth. The moment fantasies collapse is always unbearably painful. Ishigami didn't care much about Fujiwara Chika, but he respected Sakurai Saki. He didn't dare believe this person would spend the night with anyone other than his own girlfriend. Even though in the student council Fujiwara Chika often hugged and clung to Sakurai Saki. Ishigami you actually already had the answer long ago, but he didn't dare accept it. There's no way Sakurai-senpai is a scumbag. While Ishigami you was desperately trying to convince himself to trust Sakurai, at the other end of the hallway, a door opened. Amen. It's still early, they'll go to Sakurai-senpai's room. Because of the confession incident last night, Aino Miko barely slept at all. Early in the morning, her mind was a mess, and an even scarier thought popped up. She wanted to go to Sakurai Saki's room and stick close to him with zero distance. Just like that, under the horrified gazes of the two people, Aino Miko opened Sakurai Saki's door and walked inside. X2, the two looked at each other, faces full of question marks. What was this? Why was Miko-chan going in? Fujiwara Chika tilted her head, her right eyelid twitching. Ishigami you was also stunned. He originally thought Fujiwara Chika coming to Sakurai Saki's room early in the morning to discuss plan for the day was already illogical enough. Who knew an even heavier character would appear afterward? What was she going in there for? Ishigami you blinked. He looked at the time on his phone. It wasn't even 6:30. Now, Ishigami you didn't even want to wash his face anymore. What he wanted most was to open Sakurai Saki's door and see exactly what was going on inside. This was bad, super curiosity overload. No idea. Fujiwara Chika rubbed her temple. She couldn't understand Miko-chan's behavior either. Last night, listening to Miko-chan talk, she genuinely thought the girl was talking about problems related to her friends, completely failing to hear any hidden meaning. Very quickly, one man and one woman decided to go check the situation. Fujiwara-senpai, the door isn't fully closed. Let's look through the gap? Ishigami you, being timid, didn't dare to enter openly. But him not daring didn't mean Fujiwara Chika, who had just come out from that room, wouldn't dare. No, let's just go straight in. If you don't dare, then go wash your face first. Fujiwara Chika shook her head, then walked straight towards Sakurai Saki's door. After a few steps, she slowly pushed the door open, and she stepped inside lightly. What met her eyes was a room arranged exactly the same as a few minutes earlier. The only difference was that besides Sakurai Saki's pillow, there was an extra girl, Aino Miko, hugging Sakurai Saki. Her sleeping posture was so blissful that anyone who saw her would immediately feel she was inside a beautiful dream. Ishigami you also walked in. Then he slowly backed out before pinching his own cheek hard. He suspected he was dreaming, but the pain on his face told him he wasn't dreaming. Before he could go back and look again, he heard Sakurai Saki's voice from inside. Miko-chan seems to be dreaming. Does she have a habit of sleepwalking? Ishigami you immediately believed that explanation. He didn't dare not believe it. So she was sleepwalking, huh? But wait, that's not right. Who sleepwalks in the morning? Ishigami tried to convince his brain, but his brain kept telling him something about this was wrong. Forget it. For this kind of thing, the more you know, the faster you die. Don't think about it. God of Give Up Ishigami, you quickly convinced himself, preparing to use the Joestar clan's secret technique. But before he could take a few steps, why doesn't Sakiko-in wake her up then? Clearly earlier I wanted to keep sleeping with you, but you used the excuse that everyone would find out to chase me back. Why is Miko-chan allowed? Her voice wasn't loud, but Ishigami you heard every word clearly. Fujiwara-senpai, so you really did sleep with Sakurai-senpai the whole night? Does Hayasaka-senpai know about this? Sakurai Saki answered Chika's doubt. If AI-chan finds out you sneaked over here, she'll definitely get angry. No, she probably already knows. When I left last night, I even deliberately stomped once in front of her door. Hey, that behavior is straight-up provocation, Fujiwara-senpai, you're seriously too much. Just now I think I heard footsteps. Who was it? It was Ishigami-kun. He wakes up really early, no idea what stimulant he got injected with today. Judging by his appearance, he seems ready to go exercise, and he even has a sports watch on his wrist. But there's no sound outside now, so he's probably washing his face? Ishigami, it's over. Am I about to be silenced? He's doomed, even though he was full of curiosity. Ishigami, you didn't dare listen any longer. He quickly fled from this place, full of trouble. This morning's breakfast was prepared by Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka AI. The two woke up exactly at 7, much earlier than Fujiwara Chika, who had slept on Sakurai Saki's bed for a long time and only woke up near 8. There was one very notable thing. Aino Miko this morning let out a soprano scream inside the villa, one that could rival the cry of a dolphin, because when she woke up, she found herself sleeping in the same bed with Fujiwara Chika. The moment Miko-chan entered Sakurai Saki's room earlier, she was like a drunken person, completely unaware of the situation. So after waking up and discovering Sakurai Saki had turned into Fujiwara Chika, she was utterly shaken. Where had Sakurai Saki gone? He had left the room right after coaxing Fujiwara Chika to sleep. After washing up, he even went for a 1-hour jog along the small forest path. Conveniently, he returned to the villa on time before breakfast and was currently taking a shower. What did things end up like this? Aino Miko sat in the dining room, covering her face, her entire being drowning in embarrassment. Her sneaking into Sakurai Saki's room had been exposed. This went completely against her usual image. Miko-chan can actually sleepwalk, Fufu Okawai, Kodo, Fujiwara Chika teased. She couldn't see the truth behind the phenomenon. She truly believed Sakurai Saki's explanation. But to sleepwalk all the way to Sakurai-san's room is a bit too much. Shinomiya Kagaya commented, then noticed Fujiwara Chika giving her a strange look, as if looking at, a cat caught stealing food. Not good. By Shinomiya Kagaya's logic, Fujiwara Chika should absolutely not know about the filthy things between her and Sakurai Saki. What exactly happened that I don't know about? Fujiwara Chika right now was the biggest variable, even capable of dragging Hayasaka AI down from her throne. If things went in the wrong direction, she and AI-chan becoming losing dogs was not impossible. Miko-chan, don't sleepwalk again next time. Hayasaka AI seemed to see through the truth. Her mood now was extremely calm. How to put it? It no longer mattered. When fleas become too many, you stop feeling itchy. Besides, as for Miko-chan, honestly speaking, her combat power was low. She wasn't even as threatening as the 5 Nakano sisters. After graduation, how many times a week could Aino Miko even meet Sakurai Saki? Rather than worrying about a Kohai destined to fail anyway, she would rather stay cautious of Fujiwara Chika. This pink-haired girl, Hayasaka AI, felt she was the type who could pull off stunts like forcing marriage after getting pregnant. Her morality bottom line was too low. You could not be cautious. Aino Miko felt scared. Previously, as the Kohai of the two, she didn't feel any pressure from Hayasaka AI. But ever since confessing to Sakurai Saki, Miko-chan suddenly felt the suppression of Hayasaka AI, the legitimate girlfriend. Right at that moment, her savior arrived. What's going on? Has everyone finished eating already? No, we're waiting for you. The president and Ishigami-kun just finished eating a moment ago and went outside to clean up the barbecue grill from last night. Shinomiya Kagaya answered. Sakurai Saki nodded and sat down. Then he began talking about today's plan. Does anyone want to go hiking? There's a path here that directly leads up the mountainside, and there's a fully built observation deck up there. Even with a telescope, you can see some pretty nice scenery. It's 34 degrees today. Even if we're in the mountains, it won't be much cooler, right? Do we really want to go? Hayasaka AI felt a bit distressed for her skin. With this sun, going outside would definitely make her tan. Shinomiya Kagaya wasn't afraid of tanning. Her constitution handled sunlight pretty well, but she also had no intention of going hiking in such heat. There's the fireworks festival tonight, isn't there? Do we really have to be so bored that we go hiking at noon? Both girls refused, and Sakurai Saki also wanted to give up for a moment. Just like they said, hiking in this heat really didn't sound great. But unexpectedly, Fujiwara Chika was very enthusiastic about it. We absolutely have to go hiking, since we're already in the mountains. Wouldn't it be weird not to? Actually, she didn't want to go at all. But this morning, while dealing with Ishigami-yu, the excuse that Fujiwara Chika made up was going hiking together. Even though she often argued with Ishigami-yu, Chika still cared a lot about her senpai identity in front of him. Can't let Ishigami-kun find out? Absolutely not. But actually, he already found out. All her struggling now was meaningless behavior. Chika, aren't you really prone to tanning? Sakurai Saki still remembered last year's summer tan-bred version of Chika. But since we're already in the mountains, wouldn't it be weird not to? Fujiwara Chika picked up her chopsticks, using eating to hide her guilt. All right, if you're going, then I'll go with you. Let's ask Shirogane and the others later. As soon as she finished speaking, Shinomiya Kagaya Hayasaka, AI. Then I'll go too. Leaving Fujiwara Chika and Sakurai Saki alone together made the other two uneasy. Just like that, under the 34-degree heat, 3 girls and 1 boy roughly decided on a hiking activity. Chapter 432. Turns out the clown was myself outside the villa, next to the grill used for last night's barbecue. Shirogane Miyuki was moving the leftover charcoal and other unused items into the wooden storage room beside it. Ishigami, why have you been making that serious face this whole time? I'm thinking. Ishigami-yu answered. He was thinking about why Fujiwara Chika went asleep overnight in Sakurai Saki's room. But no matter how he thought, he just couldn't understand. Especially that line Chika said. She probably already knows. That only confused Ishigami-yu even more. Could it be that Hayasaka Senpai has some unusual preference about relationships? This kind of thing only happens in fictional stories, not in real life. No matter how he thought about it. It couldn't be that. Does Muse Senpai know about this? Ishigami-yu thought for a moment, then prepared to ask. Muse Senpai, let me ask you something. Do you feel like Sakurai Senpai and Fujiwara Senpai are overly close? I don't think they look like normal friends at all. Really? I think they're normal. They've been like that since their first year, and they haven't changed in their second or third year either. Could it be that those two have been sleeping together since their first year until now? Then, Sakurai Senpai and Hayasaka Senpai are just casual flings? That confession during the sports festival back then was so sudden, Ishigami-yu never really understood it. Now he understood. Turns out everything was Fujiwara Senpai's mission. Whether it was the sudden confession or living together, everything was simply a mission assigned by the master, damn it. Fujiwara Senpai is playing big. Ishigami-yu's head was filled with filthy thoughts that crazily connected together, then created an extremely absurd conclusion, one even more absurd than the real situation. Shirogane Miyuki finished arranging the items, and when he saw Ishigami-yu's face turning strange outside the storage room, he quickly spoke up to defend Sakurai Saki. I don't know what you're thinking, but the relationship between Sakurai and Hayasaka has nothing to do with us. No matter how close they are, we're still just outsiders, so casually interfering in their love life isn't a good idea. Muse Senpai, I know. It's just, I'm a little curious. Curious about what? This line wasn't said by Shirogane Miyuki, but by Sakurai Saki, who had just walked over. He felt that if he didn't speak immediately, his image in Ishigami's mind would distort into some kind of Lovecraftian form. Ishigami, you still didn't realize the one who had spoken was Sakurai Saki, and excitedly continued, Muse Senpai, aren't you curious about their drama? A love triangle drama. If you're interested in that kind of thing, you can go to the library and borrow the Media Club magazines. They're filled with those. Not only mine and Chika's, but even Kagaya's. What do you think? Hold on. Something's wrong here. Ishigami, you stiffly turn around and found Sakurai Saki standing right behind him. Yaha, Sakurai Senpai W, what are you talking about? It's over. Talking behind someone's back and getting caught. This kind of situation, too embarrassing. So embarrassing, he wanted to die. Would it be okay if I just jumped off the mountain right now? Ishigami, you swallowed. The loud gulp sound showed just how scared he was. Normally, Sakurai Saki was gentle and approachable, but when he was angry, Ishigami Yule didn't that imagine it. He had never seen Sakurai Saki angry, but he also didn't think someone like him would be easy to talk to when pissed off. In fact, people like him were the scariest when they got angry. I'm dead. But contrary to his expectations, Sakurai Saki didn't get angry. It's fine if you gossip about me behind my back. I can pretend I didn't hear it. But it's better if you don't talk behind Kagaya. She doesn't like that. Ishigami, you looked at his expression, confirmed he wasn't angry, then quietly said, I'm sorry, Sakurai-senpai. In front of Shinomiya Kagaya, Ishigami, you was extremely obedient, like a puppy tamed by its owner. But after talking to Sakurai Saki as equals for so long, he had gotten a bit delusional about his own strength. I'm not using my senpai status to lecture you, but Ishigami, you should practice thinking from other people's perspectives. I understand. Ishigami, you nodded. He tried imagining the situation. If someone spread rumors about him and some girl, even if the possibility was tiny, it would still be troublesome. Not to mention spreading it in front of friends. That made the nature of it even worse. As long as you understand. Next year, everyone graduates, and you'll be one of the senior students in this school. As a student council member, Sakurai Saki said, then naturally shifted the topic toward the student council. All right, Ishigami, have you thought about joining the next student council? Shinomiya-senpai and I promised each other that next year we'll get into the top 10 of our entire grade. If I take on student council work, ITLL be difficult. At that moment, Shirogane Miyuki exposed his lie. Ishigami, you spend a huge amount of time playing games every day. You need to fix that habit. Shirogane brushed the charcoal dust off his hands and prepared to wash them. I've tried cutting down recently. Ishigami, you said very seriously. How much did you cut down? Games are too fun. I cut down 30 minutes. I am guilty. Ishigami, you bent forward and did a sumimace pose, making both of them cover their faces with their hands. 30 minutes. Wasn't that basically not reducing at all? It's fine. I'm currently ranked 30th in the entire grade. Improving 20 ranks in 1 year is easy. Confidence overflowed from Ishigami-Yu's words. Sakurai Saki and Shirogane Miyuki looked at each other. Ishigami probably has no idea about the gap between top 10 and top 30. Huh? This is Shuchiin. Top 30 and top 10 are two completely different species, okay? If Sakurai Saki didn't have that Esper-like mind, even though he didn't use that ability for studying, he still has spent a whole year starting from zero to catch up with Shirogane Miyuki. That alone was enough to show how difficult it was. We can't let him keep self-destructing like this. Both of them thought the same thing. But to avoid crushing the kid's confidence, they prepared to phrase it in a gentler way. Ishigami, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Without accumulating little by little, when the important moment comes, something big will go wrong. This was Shirogane Miyuki. Sakurai Saki, however, was much more direct. Ishigami, in the games you play, your rank is only a bit above average players. Do you know why? Because you suck. Gaming skill isn't something that gets better just because you play longer. After 100 matches, you're diamond. After 1,000 matches, you're still diamond. This kind of meaningless entertainment, just drop it. Climb up, then fall back down. And after recalculating points, you end up losing dozens. That's the normal state of a casual gamer. Sakurai-senpai, you were still online last week, weren't you? You clearly went to Hokkaido, and you were still online. Are you really filming? Ishigami, you absolutely would not give up gaming so easily. Our playtime is about the same, but our skill difference is huge, isn't it? So what if your rank is high? With how you play, it's like you turn on hacks. Even game aimbots aren't as good as you. You just want me to join Aino's student council, right? Ishigami, you rubbed his forehead, figuring out what they were up to. Shirogane Miyuki immediately replied, that has nothing to do with Aino. We're worried about your academics. You made a promise with Shinomiya, so you'd better fulfill it. And besides, haven't you always worked hard? Top 10 in Shuchiin is terrifying, not as simple as you think. For the last finals, you already know Aino's score, right? She was 30 points above you for 181. And that was Shuchiin's internal exam. You know how hard those are. Sakurai Saki also shook his head. No. Hey, Sakurai-senpai. You hesitated, right? Hey, that was way too obvious. I understood every detail of that. And you only answered one word. Where's the explanation? Where is it? You. Ishigami, you felt he was being treated unreasonably. If Sakurai-senpai asked that, it must be for Aino. No need to think much. Guessing randomly would still hit 8 out of 10 times. Ishigami, you had long noticed that although Sakurai Saki was gentle with both Kohai, he clearly treated Aino Miko better than he treated him. Then how am I supposed to refuse? If Sakurai Saki honestly said he wanted Ishigami you to join the student council to support Aino Miko, he would definitely agree. That was obvious. He still hadn't repaid his debt of gratitude to Sakurai Saki. Sakurai Saki cared a lot about Miko on a daily basis. But he cared about him quite a bit too. If you really don't want to, we definitely won't force you. Shirogane Miyuki was never someone who forced others or imposed his will onto anyone. He was the one in the student council who could understand other people's perspectives the most. Since you said that, if I refuse, it'd be a bit too much. The two senpai who always cared about him had spoken. So Ishigami, you truly couldn't and didn't want to refuse. All right, but don't go jumping in on your own. If Miko can handle things herself, that's still the best. What we mean is wait until the day she can't bear the pressure anymore and comes to ask you for help. Then, for the sake of your shared bond as former student council members, at least consider helping her shoulder some of it. Hearing the ambiguous tone in Sakurai Saki's voice, Ishigami, you felt that this guy genuinely cared a lot about Aino Miko. No wonder Aino Miko had sleepily wandered into his room this morning. Feelings don't appear overnight, they build up day by day. If Aino comes to beg me herself, of course he'll give her some face. Ishigami, you said with a hint of arrogance. This sentence was meant to show that he actually didn't want to join Aino Mika's student council. And if in the future he accidentally did end up joining, it would only be because of the request of the two senpai he respected, not something he personally wished for. One can only say Shigami, you really is a bit tsundere. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been fighting nonstop for nearly 2 years. Ishigami, a man acting tsundere looks creepy as hell. Sakurai Saki commented. Ishigami, you, have I really been tsundere this whole time? If you don't want to join my student council, then fine, I don't need you either. At that moment, Aino Mika's voice sounded from the side. She hadn't heard the whole conversation, but she could more or less guess the contents Sakurai Saki had mentioned this last night. But Aino Miko really hadn't expected him to lower himself to ask a mere Ishigami for help. It was honestly humiliating, since Ishigami you was 1 year younger than Sakurai Saki. This was a request from both senpai. If you invite me in the future, I won't refuse. Ishigami you turned back. His expression suddenly serious. He had accepted the request, so of course he would see it through. The effort of Shirogane Miyuki, the spirit of keeping promises from Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakurai Saki were all truly passed down into Ishigami Yu's heart. This was the gift his senpai had left for him. As for Fujiwara Chika, sorry, this person didn't have many strong points, maybe only her carefree nature and optimism counted as her good traits? Is that so? Since it's something the senpai asked of you, then I won't be mad about this. Aino Miko unusually didn't argue back, since this was Sakurai Saki's good intention. Hearing the two of them, a warm sense of relief rose in the hearts of Sakurai Saki and Shirogane Miyuki. The two of them had once always fought like cats and dogs when they met, yet now they could actually talk normally. It probably counted as normal, right? Still a bit tense, but compared to before, much better. By the way, where's Kagaya? I haven't seen her. Sakurai Saki suddenly asked. Probably doing her summer homework? Shirogane Miyuki's answer almost made Sakurai Saki twist his waist. It was just too plain and straightforward. While true, they were student summer homework was unavoidable. There's still more than 20 days left. She doesn't really need to rush. Did you forget Fujiwara, the secretary last year? She ran to the school one day before the new term started and begged us for help. She didn't write a single word during the entire summer vacation. I honestly can't understand. In Sakurai Saki's eyes, summer homework should be finished at the start of the break otherwise. If you're having fun and suddenly remember that mountain of work, it just kills the mood. On one side, Ishigami Yu quietly averted his gaze. Homework? There was that too. Summer vacation had started in mid-July, and now was already nearing mid-August. Yet Ishigami Yu still hadn't written a single word. Games were too fun. Dating with Koyasu-senpai was too blissful. Homework? Sorry. He really wasn't in the mood to do it. Even a dog wouldn't want to do it. All right, let's not talk about this. We already agreed to go hiking. Are you two interested? Sakurai Saki asked. Just now the topic had been dragged completely off track by Ishigami Yu, and Saki had almost forgotten the reason he came here in the first place. Hiking? Ishigami Yu thought for a moment and felt that hiking didn't sound bad. He also hadn't exercised yet this morning. I'm interested as well. Shirogane Miyuki gave his opinion. Seeing that neither of them refused, Sakurai Saki nodded. He turned to Miko and said, "Tell those guys to bring less food, otherwise they won't even make it halfway." Sakurai-senpai, you said that too late. Shinomiya-senpai brought a lot. Perhaps because it was her first time hiking and going on an outdoor picnic, Shinomiya Kagaya was extremely excited. Listening to the two talk, Ishigami Yu felt a bit like laughing. With Shinomiya-senpai bringing that much stuff, she'd definitely get exhausted halfway and be unable to continue. He was sure of it. Shinomiya-senpai, always so proud, panting and tired just imagining it is entertaining. Ishigami Yu began to look forward to it. 10 minutes later, Ishigami Yu looked at Shinomiya Kagaya walking ahead while holding an umbrella, then looked at the extra lunchbox that had appeared in his own hands, falling into silence. I really should have thought of it. Turns out the clown was actually himself. Chapter 433. High school boys, incomprehensible creatures. In the middle of summer and still going mountain climbing, the person who made this decision is definitely an idiot. And the one who agreed to participate in this activity that sounds like dying just by hearing it is also an idiot. There's still a bit more before we get there. If anyone's tired, then take a break first. Sakurai Saki wiped the sweat on his forehead. He said, "Damn it, it's too hot." An Esper who's afraid of heat. How embarrassing. This is even more embarrassing than having a pollen allergy. But sensing hot and cold is a self-protection mechanism of the body. Getting rid of it might even be dangerous. Explaining it like that seems reasonable. But an Esper being afraid of heat or cold is still super embarrassing. Shirogane Miyuki also raised his hand to wipe the drop of sweat on his forehead. I think I can still handle it. Men are always competitive in completely unnecessary places. At a time like this, if you're hot, then just say it. Miyu-senpai, how about senpai quits? That way I can quit too. Ishigami Yu, carrying the food that Shinomiya Kagaya, his mother, assigned to him, felt the whole world turning dark. As the son, he absolutely cannot resist Shinomiya Kagaya. He didn't know how long this strange mother-son relationship would continue. Probably until Kagaya graduates. Ishigami, are you hot? Sakurai Saki really did want to take a break. He had misjudged today's temperature. This definitely did not feel like just 34 degrees. I'm actually still fine. Really not hot. Bullshit. It's hot to the point of dying. But if he gives up now, then wouldn't the 30 minutes he persevered earlier be wasted? Ishigami, you had a very clear understanding of sunk cost. Fujiwara Chika and Shinomiya Kagaya walked behind, both holding umbrellas. Looking at the backs of the three boys walking under the blazing sun without umbrellas, they complained, why aren't they using umbrellas? If they had shade, they wouldn't be this hot. Shinomiya Kagaya also didn't really understand. She shook her head, then looked toward Hayasaka AI walking at the back of the group. AI-chan, do you know why they don't use umbrellas? Ai-chan walked lightly, playing on her phone with one hand. Previously Kagaya's maid, she had undergone bodyguard-style training, her stamina extremely good, at least much better than Kagaya's. At this moment, she showed absolutely no sign of fatigue. Because of their pride, obviously. Pride. Just casually ask any high school boy. 99% won't use an umbrella under the blazing sun. Why? This question came from Chica. And indeed, she very rarely saw boys use umbrellas. Because using an umbrella looks very gay, that's how high school boys influenced by machismo think. AI-chan fired shot, directly bombarding the entire male student population of the world. That's true. Boys using umbrellas in summer do look a bit feminine. Maybe this is just a natural habit of boys? Fujiwara, Chica nodded. Shinomiya Kagaya frowned. But umbrellas can effectively prevent skin cancer. The topic jumped from boys' pride to hospital wards, an absolutely massive turn. Compared to their lives, maybe they care more about their pride? High school boys are really pitiful. Fujiwara Chica sighed. Kagaya nodded. That's true. I'm telling you, Zakuhai. Are you really not hot? The sweat on your forehead is about to form a small pond already. Shirogane Miyuki turned his face, looking towards Sakurai Saki. If you say you're still not hot, then I'm going to die from the heat. Just surrender already. I beg you. I'm the type who sweats easily. If you keep asking me whether I'm hot, then honestly, it doesn't count as hot. Some people were still acting tough. But some had already wanted to give up. That's right. It was the man whom otaku once placed their hopes on. Give up God. Ishigami you. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. How about we? The two words take a break hadn't even come out yet. The three girls behind immediately asked, do you want to rest? You guys are really hot already, right? Taking a break isn't embarrassing. You don't have to force yourselves. Saki-chan, come over here with me. It's over. Now there was no more excuse to give up. The three boys shook their heads at the same time, meaning still manageable. But saying is one thing. 10 more minutes later, Ishigami, you truly couldn't endure anymore. Even though there was a cold stream flowing beside them, the temperature simply wouldn't drop. Let's rest, he said. He gave up. So what was the point of persevering in this? A meaningless competition, with the only purpose being to satisfy a pointless sense of winning and losing, stupid or not. Stupid. Super stupid. Shirogane Miyuki also braced his hands on his knees. Panting heavily, I agree. Even though I'm not that hot yet, if you too. Sakurai Saki hadn't finished speaking before the other two glared at him. The general meaning was, what the fuck are you pretending for? Fine, I'm hot too. Hearing that answer, Shirogane Miyuki and Ishigami, you finally nodded in satisfaction. If everyone loses, then everyone wins. No losers, all victors. An ending like that is truly wonderful. The girls were also starting to feel tired. Let's rest a bit. Omo. Surprisingly harmonious. The girls had absolutely no intention of competing under this hellish heat. They found a flat, grassy area shaded by trees, and the 6 of them prepared to rehydrate. Speaking of which, Aino didn't come along. Earlier, I thought she wanted to climb too. Her stamina isn't good. Ishigami, you said quietly. Not coming is better, otherwise if she gets heat stroke, someone would have to carry her down. Miko-chan mainly didn't want to leave Kei-chan alone in the villa. Even though I'll be back in the afternoon, the gap in between is too long. Leaving Kei-chan alone to look after the place isn't good. Sakurai Saki explained. After saying that, he opened a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. After exercising, even drinking water tastes sweet. Since they had already eaten in the morning and not much time had passed, they only rested for about 20 minutes, drank some water, and started climbing again. Different from before, Sakurai Saki joined the girls' group. He abandoned Shirogane Miyuki and Ishigami. Hey, do you really not want to use umbrellas? In this kind of heat, don't wait until you overheat and get into trouble. The higher they went, the stronger the mountain winds became. At this point, under the wind's influence, it actually wasn't that hot anymore. But Ishigami and Shirogane Miyuki looked back at Sakurai Saki, hiding under Shinomiya Kagaya's umbrella, looking like some young master on an outing with his harem, stirring up a burning fire of jealousy in their hearts, making them extremely uncomfortable. Sakurai Saki had betrayed his own class and joined the ranks of the weaklings. What kind of high school boy uses an umbrella in summer? Weak. Super weak. Miyu-senpai, absolutely do not betray us. Of course I'm not weak. The two smiled at each other. like comrades fighting side by side. But only 5 minutes later, Ishigami ran to the girl's side and opened an umbrella. He couldn't take it anymore. Shirage and Miyuki turned around to look at the two traitors behind him, clenching his fist tightly. You two are traitors. Where the hell did you put your male pride? Huh? 5 minutes later, Shirage and Miyuki opened an umbrella and let out a breath. So cool. Chapter 434. The student council inherited by bloodline, while Sakurai Saki and the others were climbing the mountain. Aino Miko was at the villa, sitting with Shirage and Kei doing homework. It was Kei-chan who invited her, and the purpose actually had very little to do with homework. She was mainly curious about Aino Miko's romantic feelings. Last time, Aino Miko confessed to Sakurai Saki, and that completely shocked Kei-chan. Aino senpai. Last time senpai said you liked Saki and I, was that true? Kei-chan. She was busy playing on her phone just now. All her attention sucked into the screen, completely ignoring the question from her underclassmen. Oh no, she accidentally said her true thoughts out loud. She did like him, but this was something she should only tell Sakurai senpai. Aino Miko was the type of girl who embarrassed easily. Last night, when she confessed, she still had to speak indirectly. Although part of that was thanks to Fujiwara Chika's interference. Miko herself was never good at speaking straightforwardly. She was best at taking the long way around. I mean, like a kohai liking her senpai. Aino Miko added. I see. Shirage, Kei didn't believe it. She had read an article before. When people are distracted, like when they're playing on their phone, they basically can't lie, and only their true feelings come out. Just like when someone hands you something while you're on a phone call, people will unconsciously take it. Humans are mostly single taskers. Multitasking is very rare. Even if Aino Miko is an elite student of Shuchiin, she is no exception. Kei-chan, I really only like Sakurai senpai in a normal way, a very normal way. Aino Miko emphasized again. I also like Saki and I a lot, in the way a little sister likes an older brother. Shirage, Kei said casually. But that sentence caused a fierce storm inside Aino Miko's heart. Kei-chan isn't lying, right? Is it really just the way a little sister likes an older brother? But she and Sakurai senpai are very close too. At that moment, a chain of suspicion began to form. Love is a dark forest. Does she like him? Does he like her? Do you like that person? Once doubt sprouts, the chain wraps around everyone. But sorry, for now that entire chain of suspicion is meaningless. The reason, because Saki and I doesn't see me as a girl, I feel very comfortable around him, and I think that kind of relationship is the best. Shirage Kei was reminding Aino Miko, telling her not to jump into the fire. Saki and I already has a girlfriend, so if Miko-chan really likes him, in the romantic sense, she would be doomed. That's right, in Shirage Kei's eyes, Sakurai Saki is still the pure, innocent type who only likes Hayasaka AI. In such a situation, if Miko-chan's love-addled brain made her go confess, it would only make their relationship awkward, and even staying as kohai would become difficult. I also really like the atmosphere when in with Sakurai senpai. Miko-chan was referring only to the senpai-kohai feeling. But right now, she was a bit scared if Sakurai Saki didn't accept her feelings. What should she do? She had heard that many boys and girls don't confess to the one they like not because they don't want to advance, but because they're scared of being rejected and having the relationship regress. Not advancing, but instead retreating. No one wants that outcome. But Sakurai senpai had already been entangled romantically with 3 girls. Adding her wouldn't be unusual, right? Miko-chan thought about the girls in the student council, Chika and Kagaya, and felt it actually wasn't that terrible. Sakurai senpai might also like her. That possibility was actually quite high. Right. Next year, Kei-chan will be entering Shuchiin's high school division, right? Aino Miko suddenly remembered this matter. Right, why? Shirage Kei was currently a third-year middle school student with excellent grades, and she would definitely pass the entrance exam with ease. Unlike her brother Shirage Miyuki, the type who only knows how to study and works extremely hard, Shirage Kei belonged to the genius type, someone who had stood out among her peers since childhood. No wonder their terrible mother chose to take Kei away and leave Miyuki behind. Kei-chan, have you thought about joining the student council? If you're interested, you can get some experience starting next year, and later on, if you want to run for president, you'll already have a background, and students will accept you more easily. It seemed Aino Miko was preparing to turn Shuchiin Academy's student council into a hereditary system. Shira gained Miyuki passing to Miko, and Miko then passing to Kei. If Sakurai Saki overheard this scene and conversation, he would definitely laugh to himself. Very interesting indeed. Chikane's younger sister, Meha, wants to be the president. I'm not that interested. Shirogane Kei had been treasurer in middle school for 2 years, and she wasn't used to nor fond of presidential work. The student council president gets a special recommendation slot, and it saves a lot of effort. Also, as the younger sister of President Shirogane, many people will definitely have high expectations of you. Even though Shirogane Miyuki held no real status in the eyes of VIPs, to ordinary students, he was an extremely capable student council president with very high approval ratings. Though, if not for the behind-the-scenes interference of Shinomiya Kagaya during the previous election, he might not have been re-elected. And now, as Shirogane Miyuki's younger sister, Shirogane Kei was 100 guaranteed to be labeled. Allicht. But I want to start as treasurer first. In the end, Shirogane Kei didn't refuse. She also wanted to follow in her brother's footsteps to see whether she could achieve the same accomplishments, ranking first in the year, while also being a respected student council president. Great. That means my new student council has one less empty seat. Aino Miko was planning to recruit Ishigami Yu as vice president. The treasurer position had originally been left empty, but now it was filled. Wait, Kei-chan mentioned Fujiwara-senpai's little sister earlier. Maya-chan is also in the student council. What position does she hold in middle school? Vice president. Aino-senpai, are you planning to bring her into the high school student council too? Hearing that, a thought briefly flashed through Aino Mika's mind about switching out the vice president candidate. But she didn't even need a guess to know that Fujiwara Chika's sister probably wasn't reliable. Compared to the steady Ishigami Yu, she wasn't a better choice. But I need to think it over. Right, Kei-chan, you can call me Miko-ne. Calling me by my family name sounds distant. Miko wanted to experience the feeling of being an older sister. In the student council, she was always the kohai and had no sense of having moved up to second year. Miko-ne, running for president is really hard, isn't it? Shirogane Kei knew very well that her brother had once practiced speeches in front of a mirror for the election. Terrifyingly so. And back then, the Shirogane family couldn't even afford lights at night. So Shirogane Miyuki talking to a mirror in the dark looked like something straight out of a horror movie. It's manageable. Yeah, I remember Aniki almost lost you last time. Kei recalled. That's because President Shirogane intentionally went easy on me. There was also the reason that Sakurai-senpai had encouraged her. Otherwise, Aino Miko felt that when she went up on stage, she wouldn't even have been able to breathe. At that time, her fear of speaking in front of crowds still hadn't been cured. The two chatted for a while until noon. Since Hayasaka AI had cooked in the morning, they only needed to heat up the food. No need to cook again. Afternoon, around nearly 3 o'clock, the mountain climbing group finally returned. I really saw it at Tsukinoko, and it was huge. Fujiwara Chika loudly told everyone about the mysterious creature she saw on the mountain. Secretary Fujiwara, you've been saying that the entire way back. Shinomiya Kagaya felt like her ears were about to sprout calluses. Even if she really saw it, does that mean we had to risk our lives with you in this stupidly hot weather? That's a mysterious creature worth 200 million yen. If I catch it, I can make a huge fortune. Fujiwara Chika's dream turned out to be nothing lofty at all. Kagaya truly did not expect this to be about money. But before she could complain further, Chika continued. And I could also gain fame. If I ever want to enter politics someday, that kind of background would be really interesting and might get me a massive amount of support. What to say? As expected of the daughter of a political family. This isn't good. Shirogane Miyuki muttered. He was starting to worry for the future of the country. If Secretary Fujiwara ever becomes a politician, this country might not be far from destruction. This is just an excuse, right? All this is just to prove that the treasure detector you bought wasn't a waste of money. Hayasaka AI saw straight through her. Something that only cost 10,000 yen. Just consider it a life lesson. Did she really need to prove its usefulness so desperately? But I really used the detector to find the Tsukinoko. It definitely works. Fujiwara Chika insisted. She really did see something strange earlier. Kei-chan and Miko-chan ate properly, right? Sakurai Saki began worrying about his little sister and Kohai-chan. They're not little kids. Shirogane Miyuki complained. Are you treating Aino and Kei like babies? The fireworks tonight. Should we start preparing them now? Shinomiya Kagaya asked. If they waited until after dinner, wouldn't it be too late? Sakurai Saki nodded. More or less. But no need to rush. We can rest a bit first. He wanted to go take a shower. Ishigami, who had been silent until now, asked, Isn't it a bit dangerous to set off large fireworks in the mountains? No. I already prepared a clearing. And the big fireworks are only one launch. The rest are handheld. Sakurai Saki explained. Ishigami nodded to show he understood. Actually, the risk of forest fires in summer wasn't high. It was mainly autumn and winter, but precautions were still important. Then, everyone went to shower one after another. They finished setting up all the fireworks. Time quickly passed into the evening. Before the fireworks started, Aino Miko approached Sakurai Saki. Sakurai-senpai, can we watch the fireworks together? Just the two of us. Sakurai Saki thought for a few seconds, and he didn't refuse. Omo. Chapter 435. Miko's feelings fireworks. Should we see it from the side or the bottom? Thinking about this problem doesn't seem to have any meaning. Sakurai Saki and Aino Miko stood on the second-floor balcony of the villa, the place used for afternoon tea, waiting for the fireworks to begin. Senpai, Miko called out to him once, but noticed that Sakurai Saki seemed a bit absent-minded, as if he didn't hear her. So she called him again, Sakurai-senpai. What's the matter? Senpai, why are you spacing out like that? In Micah's heart, there was a bit of disappointment. The two of them were watching fireworks together. Yet Senpai didn't seem interested at all. This made Aino Miko feel a little fear. Her confession wouldn't be rejected, right? She had struggled so hard to regain her courage, prepared that this time she would confess directly. But in this situation, how was she supposed to say it? Just as Miko was thinking, the first burst of fireworks shot into the sky, blooming into a brilliant kaleidoscope-like scene overhead. It seemed to be the type launched at a slow pace, so the fireworks didn't go off continuously, but once every nearly 10 seconds. Aino Miko looked up, slightly turning her face to observe Sakurai Saki. His attention was completely captured by the fireworks. Her charm. Even lost to fireworks? The fireworks are beautiful. Looks like I didn't buy the wrong ones. Facing his sudden remark, Aino Miko couldn't react in time. Just now she had been staring at Sakurai Saki, so she barely watched the fireworks at all. Beautiful? Probably. Thus, Miko echoed, very beautiful. Sakurai Saki teased with a smile. Obviously, Miko-chan wasn't looking at them at all. I did look. Aino Mika's face turned red, but because it was dark, it couldn't be seen clearly. I was spacing out earlier not because I found watching fireworks with you boring. Sakurai Saki clarified this first. I was just thinking about how I should reply to you. Aino Mika's confession, he didn't want to drag it out, nor didn't want to keep her hanging without giving an answer. Doing that wouldn't make him a scumbag anymore. That would make him trash, and those two things are different. Aino Miko didn't say anything, only waited for his answer. The fireworks in the distant sky continued to burst, and the light in Aino Mika's eyes kept shimmering. I'm not a good support, and before this, I always saw you as a kohai. Your sudden confession really surprised me. Sakurai Saki's thoughts continued. This isn't the first time I've heard you say you like me. That time you hugged me and mumbled those words, your voice was very soft, but I actually heard it. I thought you were just joking. No, maybe I understood, but I didn't want to break the relationship between us. He had wanted to maintain the senpai-kohai relationship he had with Aino Miko. People are always content with the status quo, not because they hate change, but because they hate when things change for the worse. Actually, even if I get rejected, I'm still your kohai. Aino Miko used a voice that sounded like she was negotiating. If senpai wants to reject me, then please don't distance yourself from me. Keep things the way they are, okay? Miko, once a relationship between people is damaged, it's not easy to fix. Sakurai Saki reached out and patted her head. If it were before, Aino Miko would probably be happy to be patted. But based on her thoughts, what Sakurai Saki just said was basically him rejecting her already. I know. Aino Miko's voice carried some disappointment, but the fireworks nearby were loud, so it wasn't clear. What's wrong? I never said I'd reject you. Sakurai Saki noticed her disappointment and understood her thoughts. Aino Miko raised her head to look at him blankly. The light in her eyes gradually filled with sudden joy. Senpai agreed? But not right now. Sakurai Saki gave a half-certain, half-uncertain answer. Not right now. But if after you graduate from high school you still like me, I will accept your confession. How about that? The distance between different kinds of like is very thin. Liking family, liking friends, liking someone of the opposite sex. So many kinds, can they really be clearly distinguished? Receiving such an answer, Aino Miko immediately took out her handkerchief and very quickly began sniffling. Seeing this, Sakurai Saki panicked. What's wrong? If you don't want that, then I can accept it right now, too. Donkai. Seeing the cute Kohai-chan he liked shed tears right in front of him, Sakurai Saki really couldn't handle it. No, no need. I can wait 1 year. Wait until I become more mature. I'm sorry, senpai. I couldn't hold it in. Aino Miko spoke while crying. She was now so happy she couldn't take it. Just earlier she thought she would be rejected, but she didn't expect the situation to reverse at the last moment. Being accepted by someone like you, a scumbag like you, isn't something worth crying over. But I just like you. Oh no. Miko-chan's sudden direct attack is too strong. Sakurai Saki couldn't take it for a moment and even felt a bit like he was too terrible, unworthy of Miko's feelings. Senpai. Miko wiped the tears at the corner of her eyes and called out. What is it? Aino Miko used a voice as soft as a mosquito. Lower your head. Not far away. At the place where the fireworks were being launched, Hayasaka, AI, and Shinomiya Kagaya were watching the burst shooting up from the ground into the sky. Aino Miko is probably confessing right now, isn't she? Shinomiya Kagaya said in a very certain tone. Sakurai Saki might accept. The possibility wasn't small. Ayazaki didn't respond. Kagaya asked curiously, You got ambushed by Aino, but you're not jealous or angry at all? No, if it's Miko-chan, I can accept it. Hayasaka AI had very like toward Aino Miko, and her tolerance for the girl was extremely high. If you keep thinking like that, Sakurai-san won't be able to function properly anymore, you know? Shinomiya Kagaya said worriedly. Hayasaka AI, as the empress, wasn't anxious, but Shinomiya Kagaya, the imperial consort, was the one panicking instead. How should I say it? Besides us, aren't there many other cute girls at school? Have you ever seen him take the initiative to approach any of them? Don't think opening the heart of my boyfriend is easy. It's not that simple, all right? He does have principles, but I don't think there are that many. Shinomiya Kagaya replied calmly. Hearing that, Hayasaka AI suddenly lost confidence as well. At most just the ones in the student council, right? It can't be more than that. Her, Chikamiko Kagaya. That much was enough. If there were more, then Hayasaka AI really couldn't handle it. She could accept these girls because she had good relationships with them, but that didn't mean other female students could also join the big family. The colors of the fireworks grew more varied, and the speed at which they burst made one's eyes spin. Aino Miko looked up, gently touching the corner of her lips, recalling the first kiss just now. Her mood extremely good. In the future, there will surely be many more memories worth remembering, right? Chapter 436. Chika, can I become the president? The vacation at the mountain villa didn't last long, because the time for Shirogane Miyuki to fly to America was approaching. When that moment came, the whole student council had to see him off. Just thinking about it already felt like a sad scene. Even Sakurai Saki, no matter how strong his nerves were, wouldn't be able to endure that. But fortunately, he had a way. Mid-August, Shirogane Miyuki and Sakurai Saki came to Shuchiin to clean up as usual, then organized and advanced the documents that would need to be handled in the short period after the new term began. President Shirogane intended to finish all the work a month early to prevent the student council from turning into a chaotic hot pot while he was gone. But then, something happened completely outside Shirogane Miyuki's expectations. Sakurai, are you serious? In the student council room, Shirogane Miyuki pointed at the huge LCD screen on the wall, then pointed at his own face. That's right, so that you, Shirogane, even while in America, can still remotely participate in our daily conversations. I think this screen is absolutely necessary. Are you using me as a joke? Shirogane Miyuki could be certain. This request from Sakurai Saki was purely something he proposed because he thought it would be funny. How can you think that way about your brother? Am I the type of person who would use you as a joke? That's not the problem. Why is this screen necessary? Can't we just talk on the phone? Shirogane Miyuki raised his right hand, trying to stop the strange ideas forming in Sakurai's head. Are you saying you want to hang my image on the student council room wall? Yes. That way you can talk with us across the ocean. International calls are expensive. I can't afford them. You're planning to mount my whole head on the wall? Shirogane Miyuki couldn't believe it. Sakurai, reread what you just said. Don't you think it's too much? What's there to worry about? It's not like ITLLB, a black and white screen. What the hell? So your head really is full of these ideas. What a real bastard. Sakurai, be a proper human being. I'm begging you. I'm only 17. I still have a long life ahead of me. If you don't want that, then how about I hang your photo in the student council room instead? I'm not dead. What would you hang my photo for? That's not what I mean, Shirogane. Even though nothing is wrong with you and your body is perfectly fine, with such a long distance between us, in practice you're not much different from being dead. And I don't mean physically. Sakurai Saki genuinely wanted to hang Shirogane Miyuki on the wall, for no reason other than the fact that just imagining it was funny. Hey, wipe that smile off the corner of your mouth right now. You've gone too far. Shirogane Miyuki shouted back, unable to hold it in any longer. Sakurai Saki sighed. If you really don't want it, then forget it. I was just joking. Anyway, the time difference between America and here is huge. If you want to listen to our after-school chit-chat every day, you'd have to stay up until late at night. Hayes, hearing you say that suddenly makes me feel lonely. Shirogane Miyuki said in a sad tone, studying abroad all alone, surrounded by people of different races, and even the language isn't the same. Sakurai Saki put away his smile and asked with genuine concern, how far have you gotten with English? I've basically fixed my pronunciation, but there are still parts that aren't smooth. The habits I've had since childhood are hard to correct. But Shirogane Miyuki was the kind of person who could do anything as long as he put in the effort. A true genius. Something this small, he had already improved a lot over the past 6 months. To prove he wasn't lying, Shirogane Miyuki opened his mouth and spoke a few sentences in English. Sakurai Saki also replied with a few sentences. Then he nodded. It should be fine. In my impression, your pronunciation is already quite similar to that of foreigners. But if it's a real American hearing your Japanlish accent, they'd still know you're Japanese. They don't need to hear it. They can tell just by looking, right? You're right about that. Besides, discrimination against Asians over there is still pretty heavy. Ah, right? America is very chaotic. Remember to stay safe. Otherwise, with an entire ocean between us, even if I want to save you, ITLL be hard. But next year, after Sakurai Saki fully mastered all his powers, small matters like that probably wouldn't be a concern anymore. Cross an ocean to save me? Were you Superman? Hearing that, Shirogane Miyuki could only feel that Sakurai was joking. But America really was chaotic. There were shootings almost every month, but the place Shirogane Miyuki was going to could still be considered safe, and normally he had no plans to run around recklessly. After finishing his exchange year and returning to Japan, there shouldn't be any major problems. When school starts over here, I don't think ITL will be too busy at first. If you guys have any trouble, you can send me a message. Can we project it onto this big screen? Why are you so obsessed with this big screen? Sakurai Saki looked away. It's nothing. At that moment, a creature of chaos entered through the door. Pink hair, characteristic ribbon bow. Fujiwara Chika walked in and immediately saw the student council's new screen, her eyes lighting up. Oh my gosh! The screen that Saki-kun won in the prize draw has been delivered already. Prize draw? Shirogane Miyuki blinked. Huh? So, just because he won a prize, he wanted to make this huge, useless screen serve some purpose? Shirogane Miyuki almost spat blood. So that's the reason? That's why he wants to hang me on the wall. That's right. Last time Saki-kun went on a date with me at the shopping mall. We stopped by the mall's prize draw booth, and we ended up winning this giant LCD screen. Fujiwara Chika announced Sakurai Saki's achievement. Sakurai Saki nodded as well, wearing a proud expression. Shirogane Miyuki tilted his head. He's this happy over winning one prize? Why? He didn't know that in certain strange aspects, Sakurai Saki had extremely exaggerated obsessions. As an Esper with the title Divine Son, Sakurai Saki's luck was actually good, but he could never beat a vending machine. Aside from that, he had never once won any prize from mall raffles. Every time, it was always the lowest consolation prize, a packet of tissues. Anyone would think they were meant for wiping away his tears. This is amazing. We can watch movies in the student council from now on. This thing must be awesome for watching movies. Fujiwara Chika dreamed about the future, but Shirogane Miyuki poured a bucket of cold water over her. Secretary Fujiwara, after the new term starts, we'll be entering the crucial period before exams. We should focus more on studying. He said this mainly for Chika's sake. Sakurai Saki's grades were not something he needed to worry about at all. I do study properly. Saki-kun can testify. She wasn't lying. Recently, Sakurai Saki had indeed been teaching her. It was certain that 1 year later, Chika would proudly say, I, Fujiwara Chika, achieved the results I have today, even getting into Todai, entirely through my own efforts. Saki-kun, keep buffing me. Even if Secretary Fujiwara doesn't worry about studying, but Shirogane Miyuki spoke with a tone that was both serious and sincere. Our student council term is about to end. Do you really want to trouble the next cohort, the new students? Kagaya isn't going to be the next president. Then can I run for the position? Shirogane Miyuki. I'm just kidding, third years can't run anyway. I do understand that much. Shirogane Miyuki let out a sigh of relief. He was truly terrified of the idea of Chika becoming the president. Just imagining it was already horrifying. Chapter 437. As expected. Still not changing anything, seeing that he seemed unable to refuse the fate of being hung on the wall to become eternally immortal. Shirogane Miyuki simply lay flat, giving up resistance altogether. If he was going to be hung, then let it be hung. Anyway, once Aino Miko successfully runs for student council president, this LCD screen would surely retire with honor. After all, Aino Miko couldn't possibly have the same strange hobby as Sakurai Saki, right? When are you guys going to the beach? It's almost the 15th already. Seems like the 18th. By the way, today is the 11th. Kagaya said she had already prepared the yacht. Hayasaka AI said she would pilot it herself, not even needing to hire a professional, because she herself was the professional. The fact that a former maid had mastered operating such a vehicle was truly baffling. That's amazing. I heard from Kay. You even get to sit on a yacht. Shirogane Miyuki felt a surge of envy. He wasn't jealous because Sakurai Saki was traveling with a bunch of beautiful girls, but because he wanted to ride a yacht. After all these years, he had never come into contact with such luxury. A small yacht, it's not as grand as you think. And if we go normally, we can reach the destination in one day. Destination? Umo. a small island to the south. Although it's private property of the Shinomiya family, there are still quite a lot of natives living on it. Natives? Savages? Shirogane Miyuki had never heard that this trip involved fighting savages. Fujiwara Chika chimed in. Not savages. It's just that the Shinomiya family doesn't use that island, so they don't force the people living there to move away. Basically, it was an island with no real value. It didn't have oil or gold mines, just felt boring. Fujiwara Chika had been hoping for an exciting adventure, so she could use the treasure detector she bought at a secondhand shop for 10,000 yen to show off her skills. Unfortunately, no such thing would happen. Stop talking. Finish your homework first. Sakurai Saki displayed a teacher-like sternness. To prevent Chika from repeating last year's tragedy, Sakurai planned to make her do her homework first. It's just homework, right? Fujiwara Chika dragged out her voice, reluctantly saying, I knew. She wasn't dumb, nor was she the type to completely neglect homework like Ishigami-yu. Last year, she didn't finish mainly because the trip was too much fun. Damn it. Thinking like that means she totally can't refute Saki-kun now. How about you ask everyone around if anyone hasn't finished yet? Even Kei-chan finished all her homework in advance when she went on that mountain trip last time. Isn't that right? Sakurai Saki wasn't trying to scold her, but the truth was that no one wanted to bring homework stress to a beach vacation. No, I feel like there's definitely one person who hasn't finished. Fujiwara Chika stubbornly declared. Sakurai Saki glanced at her, cutting off her fantasy. Let me tell you straight, the person you think definitely wouldn't finish homework first, Ishigami-yu, has already finished everything. Really? No way. Fujiwara Chika absolutely refused to believe that someone like Ishigami-yu, the give-up god, had finished homework early. The probability was 0. 0. He said it in the line group a few days ago, didn't he? This time he's not going on the beach trip. That's right. Ishigami is the gloomy otaku type, after all. Shirogane Miyuki cut in. Secretary Fujiwara, your impression of Ishigami is still stuck a year ago. In reality, lately Ishigami has evolved to the point where even I can barely understand him. At school and outside school, he's like two different people. He's not going because he has to study to try for better grades. Fujiwara Chika felt an entire stomach full of rebuttals, but couldn't say a single word. Evolved? Ishigami evolved? Is he a Pokemon? That's right, Chika. Maybe you don't know. But Ishigami now is practically a super Ryaju, as everyone calls it. He knows all the trendy expressions that Ryaju use, and his EQ when interacting with people is extremely high, probably because he used to hide in corners observing others. Basically, he's no longer the Ishigami-yu from before. After listening to all that, Fujiwara Chika showed an expression as if the sky had collapsed. Huh, Ishigami, that gloomy otaku, is a Ryaju now? That makes 0 sense. It feels incredibly wrong. Maybe this is what people call prejudice. That's right. Prejudice is very harmful. Under the coordinated attack of the two, Fujiwara Chika squeezed her pen, fingers tightening. Her mood right now was extremely conflicted. Ishigami-yu, Kohai-kun, improving in a good direction was something she was of course happy about. But why is Ishigami in the student council exactly the same as before? And he keeps mocking me. Let him show me that high EQ part. Sakurai Saki explained. Boys are creatures who are very lazy. They only show their good sides to the girls they like. For example, male birds spread their tails to court the females. If they want the female to like them, the male puts up its beautiful tail. What Ishigami is doing now is exactly like that. As for why he can't show his Ryaju side inside the student council room, Ishigami already sees the student council as the harbor of his heart. Doesn't he? It's a place that shelters his weakness, pushes him to grow. The student council occupies a very important place in Ishigami-yu's heart. And the more important a place is, the more important the relationships are, and the more scared people become of ruining or changing things. Seeking benefit and avoiding harm is human instinct. My mood right now is really complicated. Chika, don't pay attention to such things. Even though Ishigami sometimes targets you, most of what he says actually makes sense. Saki-kun, you mean what I say doesn't make sense? Fujiwara Chika demonstrated the natural talent of girls, immediately finding a loophole in his words. The Sakurai ship has sunk. After saying that, he had no idea how to follow up. Girls can always stir up trouble in places normal people can't understand. But fortunately, Chika wasn't too unreasonable. Fine, I admit it, I'm indeed a bit airhead in some areas. Fujiwara Chika pouted, but Ishigami-kun is always sharp-tongued with me. Can't he be gentler? Boys are only gentle with the ones they like. This line didn't come from Sakurai, but from Shirogane Miyuki. Hearing that, Fujiwara Chika looked toward the student council president with curiosity. You clearly don't like anyone, so why do you speak like someone experienced? Secretary Fujiwara, that is exactly the kind of thing that makes Ishigami annoyed with you. Shirogane Miyuki held his face and slammed his forehead against the table. He felt personally attacked. Is it strange to not have a girlfriend for all 3 years of high school? Once I get to America, I must get a girlfriend immediately. Shirogane Miyuki had made up his mind. I feel like, Chika, if you could fix that habit of yours, people would like you more. The reason Fujiwara Chika was disliked by Ishigami was precisely because she always blurted out things others wouldn't say. Fujiwara Chika understood nothing. Forget it. Just stay the way you are, Secretary Fujiwara. If she could awaken by herself, she wouldn't be Chika anymore. Sakurai Saki also nodded. Fujiwara Chika was exactly that kind of girl, never stopping. Oi oi oi, I'm not weird at all. Shirogane Miyuki lifted his head, smiling in exasperation. As expected, still not changing anything at all. However, that was fine. The secretary of the 68th Student Council should be like this. It would be strange if she changed. Chapter 438, 438. The marriage proposal battle is about to begin. Yay, finally finished. Fujiwara Chika raised both hands, like a prisoner just released from jail, inhaling her first breath of free air. She wanted to die. Doing homework truly felt like it could kill someone. Shuchiin's summer homework was enormous, because every teacher of every subject assigned their own. This was also why Fujiwara Chika always complained about how hard it was. If she transferred to a normal school, Chika would be considered a top student, but unfortunately, this was Shuchiin. I'm really jealous of the president. No need to do homework during summer break. Fujiwara Chika used a very sinister angle to deliver her attack on Shirogane Miyuki. He works much harder than you. Sakurai Saki responded on Shirogane's behalf. It was true that Shuchiin's summer homework didn't need to be done. He had already withdrawn from Shuchiin. Do it for what? Yes. In fact, at this moment, Shirogane Miyuki was no longer Shuchiin's student. I can't argue with that. Fujiwara Chika looked at Shirogane Miyuki reviewing documents and quietly swallowed her own words. Wait, Saki-kun, what are you looking at? Her gaze fell onto his phone, and she immediately realized something was off. Isn't this the Shinkansen ticket booking page? Buying tickets. Tomorrow I need to go back to Kyoto. Again? Didn't Saki-kun just come back from Kyoto? Hearing that, Sakurai Saki felt it was hard to explain. The death anniversary of the Nakano sisters' mother was approaching, and Nino wanted to call him over to visit the grave together, so the mother in heaven wouldn't know about Sakurai Saki. This was extremely absurd, because the mother of the Nakano quintuplets, under Sakurai Saki's manipulation, wasn't actually dead. She had merely fallen into a deep sleep and was expected to wake up around this time next year, going to pay respects to someone who isn't dead. Just some personal matters. Sakurai Saki had no intention of explaining. Letting Chika know would only cause trouble. After all, Secretary Fujiwara loved gossiping. Then you need to hurry back. The president's flight is on the 16th, and on the 18th, we have to go to the beach. Got it. Sakurai Saki recalculated his schedule. The time should be enough. It's fine, Sakurai. If you can't make it, just call me. It still counts as seeing me off a little. Shirogane Miyuki felt it wasn't something to take so seriously. Brothers didn't need to fuss over such formalities. The heart was what mattered. No, Now that the homework is done, I feel bored. Let me guess. Your next sentence is, Saki-kun, let's play games. Not a single word off, Sakurai Saki muttered to himself inwardly. What do you want to play? Let me think. Fujiwara Chika didn't have a concrete idea yet. After all, she had already played through the board games in the student council room, and replaying them didn't feel interesting anymore. After thinking for a while, Chika-chan finally made her decision. Let's play the I Love You game. The I Love You game. One of the classic social games that could quickly shorten the distance between two people, commonly used at parties. The I Love You game? Shirogane Miyuki stopped signing documents and frowned at the two of them. He had a feeling this game would be pure torture for single dogs. And reality proved he was absolutely right. Say I love you to each other. Whoever blushes first loses. Fujiwara Chika explained the rules of the game. If I say to Saki-kun I love you, you have to reply to me exactly the same I love you. Or Omo. Lowering your head or looking away is not allowed. So simple? Yes, it was exactly that simple. But for a single dog like Shirogane Miyuki, it was not simple at all. He felt that if he played with a girl, he would lose right in the first round. Please, just looking straight into a girl's eyes was already enough to make him want to die, let alone having to say I love you. This was something only those living happily could play, right? All right. Do we need to decide a punishment? Hey, Cham, if someone loses, then, what should they do? Fujiwara Chika couldn't think of anything for the moment. In fact, as long as Sakurai Saki played this game with her, she had already profited greatly. She absolutely didn't need to care about the bet or winning or losing. Winning was a double win. Losing wasn't a loss. The loser obeys. One order from the winner. Thinking it over, Fujiwara Chika still felt this was the best. Sakurai Saki nodded. All right. Then let's start right away. Fujiwara Chika took out her phone, and when Sakurai Saki wasn't paying attention, she pressed the record button. Very quickly, under Shirogane Miyuki's excited spectating, the two of them began the affectionate I love you game. Saki-kun, I love you. I love you, Chika. I love you. I love you too. Wait, you two showing off your affection is one thing. But why are your faces getting closer and closer? Shirogane Miyuki felt that if this continued, before they even decided the winner, the two of them would end up kissing. Seriously, can you two care about my feelings a little bit? Shirogane Miyuki hurriedly coughed once using it to remind them. He really couldn't endure it. This Japan shouldn't be stayed in too long. He should run off to America soon. Or maybe he should go to France. He heard people there greet each other by kissing. Half an hour later, at the Shinomiya house, in Shinomiya Kagaya's room, Hayasaka AI was chatting with her when she received a surprise gift from Fujiwara Chika. It was an extremely loud I love you, Chika. AI-chan gripped her phone tightly. That pink-haired bitch who lost dared to provoke her like this? Oh my, is Sakurai-san finally about to dump you? Kagaya-san, what do you mean? Didn't I warn you last time? You have to be careful with Secretary Fujiwara. She's the kind of woman who would do anything to steal a man. This time she pulled one on you, didn't she? Hayasaka AI felt that the things Kagaya was saying were, in a way, even worse than Fujiwara Chika. Kagaya was like a sparrow perched on a wall watching the two of them, she and Secretary Chan, fight each other. Then she would jump out at some unknown moment to profit as the fisherman. You absolutely couldn't let your guard down. Prevent fires, prevent thieves. Prevent your best friend. Although it seems she had already failed, but the first wife position, she definitely could not hand it over. Saki-chan seems to want to return to Kyoto tomorrow. I don't know what he wants to do. Hayasaka AI said, while sending a message to Sakurai Saki. The content was, of course, related to the recording Chika sent. He's always so mysterious. He's probably hiding from you to go date other women again? Going all the way to Kyoto just to date women? Hayasaka AI was about to refute, but thinking about it again, the possibility wasn't low. It's not impossible. Last time he even went all the way to Kyoto just to stay with me. The example Shinomiya Kagaya gave left Hayasaka AI unsure how to refute. That was because you were being confined by the Shinomiya family. So he went there. Ding! A message arrived. Hayasaka AI glanced at the message Sakurai Saki sent, and she finally let out a sigh of relief. So it was just a game. I thought you had really said those words to Chika. By the way, Hayasaka, when are you planning to get engaged to Sakurai-san? After graduating high school, you can start considering it. You know? AI-chan tilted her head. Engaged? That kind of thing obviously has to be initiated by the man. Why should I consider it? In the battlefield of love, she was the one who made the first move. In the next battlefield of proposing, did she have to be the one to act first too? Chapter 439. The cohabitation life is about to begin the next day. After getting off the Shinkansen, Sakurai Saki boarded a bus back to the countryside. Where are you now? Hearing Nino's doubtful voice on the phone, Sakurai Saki looked at the scenery outside the window and said, about to get off. But your mother's choosing to bury her in the hometown cemetery is really rare. Bringing her back to her roots, but the countryside is such a hassle, you have to wait 2 hours for every bus. I went back a few days ago and almost cried. I forgot to bring sunscreen, and that idiot Mika wouldn't even lend me hers, even though I was the one who recommended that sunscreen to her. That girl is seriously too much. Nino chattered nonstop, complaining about her best friend. Sakurai Saki looked at the scenery outside through the bus yellowed window. I see a lot of rice fields, way more than when I went to Kobe. Right, that's normal. After all, this is complete countryside. Boring as hell. Even the fan at home keeps making annoying clacking noises. All right, I already chilled the watermelon. Once you get off the bus, you can eat it right away. Nakano Nino said. Their family had a large villa in the countryside. Well, not exactly a villa, not too big. Although compared to the houses of ordinary families in Tokyo, it is indeed much larger. A normal thing in the countryside, just average by countryside standards, it was where their maternal grandparents used to live. In recent years, the two elderly had passed away one after another, so now hardly anyone lived there. Only the 5 sisters would return to stay for a few days every summer vacation. Watermelon? Watermelons are super cheap in the countryside. They're grown by the neighbors. I just talked to that Annie a bit and bought a few. What kind of neighbor hunter are you? Always using your cute face to scam people for food. But fruits in supermarkets are indeed expensive, almost like luxury goods. Every bite is money, delicious or not. You still have to say it's delicious. Yeah, okay. Miku, what are you doing? It's noon right now. It's scorching outside, and you still want to go to the bus stop to pick him up? Nino's voice suddenly grew louder, hurting Sakurai Saki's ears. Tell her not to come. Didn't you already send me the map? Even though that simple drawing gives me a headache just looking at it. Don't let Miku come. Sakurai Saki felt the hot air blowing in from outside the bus. Rural buses obviously don't have air conditioning. It was nearly 40 degrees today. After all, it was mid-August. In this weather, letting Mika go pick him up, even a scumbag like Sakurai Saki would feel bad. You're too late. Mika already took an umbrella and went out. Don't expect me to go too. They'll die from the heat. Only Miku likes you so much she's become obsessed. That's why she gets so excited. We're at home, bathing the watermelon. Bathing the watermelon. That wording sounds so funny. Nino spoke while laughing at herself, letting out a crisp giggle. Sakurai Saki only felt the joke was ice cold. After all, is that even considered a joke? Bathing a watermelon? What about Ichika? Is she back yet? No, she'll be back tomorrow. She's a big celebrity now, super full of herself. I called her yesterday, and she even scolded me. Nakano Nino glanced at the electric fan beside her shaking slowly, making a clack sound, feeling like this weather was unbearably hot. She remembered the days from half a month ago when she went to Hokkaido. That place was cool year-round, way better than this countryside near Kyoto. What did she say? She said she didn't want to be a sheep entering the tiger's mouth. Huh? In the tiger? She thinks I'm the tiger. Nino said, unhappily. I think you're a cat. Sakurai Saki offered a different opinion. Well, they're both felines, right? But cats are cuter than tigers, so he'll forgive you. What about the others? Are they all at home? Itsuki is sleeping. Yatsuba is doing her summer homework. As she said this, Nino turned to look at the tatami in the living room behind her. Itsuki was sleeping with her belly exposed, while Yatsuba was sprawled on the floor doing homework. She asked, "Yatsuba, how much do you have left?" The bunny ears on Nakano Yatsuba's head trembled twice, and she said in a despairing voice, "Nino, I just thought an idea, and now you interrupted me. Then what should we do?" Nakano Nino asked back, "Uwu, you're asking me? I'll have to ask Sakurai-san to teach me later." Yatsuba felt this was the one thing that could anger Nino, but she didn't know. Nino was already preparing to carry out the grand happiness plan of the five sisters, pulling all five sisters into the harem. Nino withdrew her gaze and continued talking on the phone with Sakurai Saki. That's what she said. Then it looks like she still has a lot left. She clearly said she would give up the sports recommendation and work hard for university exams. But now she's not even doing her summer homework. Sakurai Saki commented, "She still goes running every morning. She's about to become the Forrest Gump of the village. No one knows why she keeps running. Anyway, a lot of kids follow her. Yatsuba has become the kid king. She's really happy." Before she could finish, Sakurai Saki interrupted. "Nino, the bus reached the stop. We'll talk later." The small village called Asahayaki was full of natural beauty, untouched by the noise of the city, summarized in 2 words, remote countryside. But only such a place deserved to be called a hometown. The Nakano sisters weren't originally from Kyoto or Tokyo. Stepping off the swaying bus and pulling his luggage, Sakurai Saki used his free hand to shade his forehead from the harsh sunlight. "Saki-kun." Hearing a familiar voice, Sakurai Saki looked over and saw Miku walking toward him under an umbrella. She wore a short-sleeved top and a short skirt, but nothing revealing. The tights she always wore before were now gone. Honestly, wearing tights in 40-degree weather had been a bit much. At this moment, Miku looked at him like a little dog waiting for its owner. "Come here quickly. Didn't I say you didn't need to come pick me up?" Sakurai Saki walked toward her. "Once we get home, Saki-kun will definitely be monopolized by Nino again. So, let me enjoy this a little." "I want." "Really? You can't lie to your lover." This way of calling someone lover was quite stimulating. But since Sakurai Saki had agreed to Mika before, calling her that wasn't wrong. He could only have one girlfriend, but aside from a girlfriend, having one lover seemed legal too. After all, it was monogamy. If he interpreted it as one wife but 10 lovers, that wasn't impossible, right? "Then tonight, I want to sleep with you, but there's only one room with air conditioning in the house." Miku revealed an important detail. In the place they were headed, in such a large house, only one area had AC installed. "It probably won't be that hot at night, right? Just turn on the fan." "I'm fine with anything as long as I'm with you." Miku tilted the umbrella to cover both of them, shading him from the sun. They walked down the narrow countryside road. Nearly 10 minutes later, Sakurai Saki arrived, an old-style house, not very large. "So we'll be staying here for 3 days." He raised his head and sighed internally. Hopefully nothing unexpected would happen. Chapter 440. Sleeping becomes a problem. Yoko show. Welcome to our house. Nino was sitting in the backyard, waving at Sakurai Saki, who was dragging his luggage inside. "Not even coming to help? Nino, you're really lazy." Miku glanced at her. "He dotes on me a lot. How could he bear to let me help carry things?" Nakano Nino's words expressed exactly what I'm being favored. "So, they'll do whatever I want. Got a problem?" "Means." All right, move aside." Sakurai Saki tapped Nino's thigh with his foot, signaling her to give way. This girl was sitting right near the entrance, not knowing to move even a little. Miku pointed at the stairs in the hallway nearby. "Saki-kun, they'll take you to the room on the 2nd floor." Saying so, the two of them went up together. Itsuki, who was sleeping beside them, was awakened by the noise. She rubbed her eyes, sat up, looked at Nino and asked, "Nino, is the watermelon cold yet?" In this countryside area, there wasn't even a refrigerator, so to eat cold watermelon, they could only soak it in water. Itsuki had waited so long for it to cool, but ended up falling asleep first. "It should be ready, right?" "Huh? Where's Miku?" Itsuki suddenly asked. She went upstairs with Sakurai-san. "Huh? Sakurai-san? He's here? I thought we still had to wait a few more days." Itsuki's face was full of disbelief. At this moment, Nakano Yatsuba put down her summer homework and turned to look at Itsuki. We didn't tell you. Sakurai-san arrived today. I forgot. After Nakano Itsuki said that, her face flushed slightly. She felt the next few days might be dangerous. After all, that saying was true. Once there's a first time, there will be a second, and after that there will definitely be a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth. She had been bullied by him several times already. Could she avoid him these few days? Very hard. Moreover, Nina was also here. This girl was not the kind to sit quietly. She would definitely cause trouble. She might even drag her in as well. No, absolutely not. Ichika will come back tomorrow. So how should we divide the rooms? In the house, there was one super large washitsu that had air conditioning. So even though the Nakano sisters didn't put their luggage and clothes together, they had been sleeping in the same room for the past few days. At night, it was over 30 degrees. Without air conditioning, it was truly unbearable. Sleep together, Nino said lightly, as if she didn't put this issue in her mind at all. No, she truly didn't care. The number of times Nino had shared a bed with Sakurai Saki was only behind Hayasaka AI. Sleeping with him was already as natural as breathing. But what about Itsuki? Who knows? Nino was well aware that there was an ambiguous relationship between Itsuki and Sakurai Saki, but she wasn't sure how far it had progressed. As for the other sisters, except for Yatsuba, basically all of them had already been Aiko-Aiko'd by Sakurai Saki once, so they didn't care anymore. Ichika was even helped along by Nino herself. No, I'm asking about Sakurai-san. Seeing Nino's expression, Itsuki felt that she didn't have any good intentions. That room is very big, right? Let Sakurai-san sleep in the corner, and we'll all sleep together? Nino's lips curved upward as she offered such a suspicious proposal. But he's a boy. Itsuki's face turned even redder. In that moment, Nino didn't immediately refute. Yatsuba spoke first. Itsuki, Sakurai-san is a guest, right? If we let him sleep in a regular room, he'll die from the heat. I'm not sure about that, Yatsuba. Itsuki widened her eyes. Among the 5 sisters, only she hadn't been bullied yet. Was Yatsuba sure she wanted to offer herself up? Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't think that just because you're cute and a bit simple-minded, he'll spare you. He will eat you, like a wolf devouring a little rabbit, cornering you, overpowering you, leaving you with nothing. Umo, I think Nino's suggestion is very reasonable. Everyone sleeps together. Sakurai-san sleeps in the corner of the room. There are 5 of us. Could we possibly be afraid he'll launch a midnight attack? Nakano Yatsuba spoke very logically, to the point that Itsuki almost believed it, if she didn't know that Sakurai Saki had special abilities. Yatsuba is absolutely right. We are the 5 Nakano sisters. Just Sakurai-san alone. How could he possibly win against all of us? Nino, as the one paving the way and being on the quintuplets harem faction, agreed with Yatsuba's decision 1,000%. Itsuki glanced at her, and in her heart immediately swore that tonight. No, for the next few days, she must protect Yatsuba very carefully. After all, she herself had already been dirted by Sakurai Saki. Sleeping a few more nights with him wouldn't matter, but Yatsuba must absolutely be protected. She was an Akano family's last hope. When what? Sakurai Saki came downstairs. He didn't have much luggage to begin with. Where's Miku? She's helping me arrange my things. Itsuki. What kind of big landlord was he? His belongings even needed Miku, that small, delicate girl, to act as a maid and arrange them? Did he not have hands? Hey, your expression is rude. Mika said she wanted to help. I didn't force her. Just earlier Sakurai Saki had spent quite a while persuading her, but Miku refused to let go no matter what. Thinking back to Mika's room, where she had an entire album full of secretly taken photos of him, Sakurai Saki felt that her love was so heavy it was a little scary, right? What was everyone talking about just now? Talking about how to arrange rooms tonight, since the house only has 1 air conditioner. Can't you call someone to install a few more? The Nakano family wasn't short of money, right? Did they really need to save money here? How could it be that fast? Besides, the structure of the house here isn't suitable for installing too many. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki looked around. This house was extremely old. It even had the smell of rotting wood. Summer was tolerable, but during the rainy season the smell would definitely be terrible. So what's the conclusion? Nino raised her hand. Everyone sleeps together. After saying that, she even winked at Sakurai Saki, as if to say, "How is it? Hurry and praise me." Sakurai Saki responded with a helpless look. Could she stop acting like he was some lust-starved pervert? Besides, weren't they here to perform the memorial service for their mother? What kind of bizarre ideas were swirling in her head? What? Sleep together? Miku came downstairs after finishing the arrangements and happened to hear Nino's words. "Miku, you don't want to?" Itsuki asked eagerly. If it was Miku, surely she wouldn't agree, right? Even though she really liked super like Sakurai, but sleeping 5 people in the same room was still insane, right? No, I think it's totally fine. Mika's answer made Itsuki despair. Why? Why did even Miku agree? Does no one care? Is it really just Yatsuba and me who aren't affected? Itsuki realized that among the 5 sisters, the only normal ones left seemed to be her and Yatsuba. The others had already been fed some kind of strange, bewitching soup by Sakurai Saki, losing all ability to think independently. Itsuki, you don't want to? Then do you want to sleep in another room? Well, sleep with Saki-kun. Itsuki. Miku, how could your soft pink lips say something so cold? Are we even sisters anymore? Can you act like a human being for once? Chapter 441. Voluntarily walking into the trap G. The cicadas were extremely loud. The noisy cicadas combined with the nearly 40-degree heat today were honestly a bit unbearable. In this kind of weather, even the kids who usually played by the river would probably give up, right? When Sakurai Saki got off the car earlier, he saw a little girl wearing a straw hat eating an ice pop in front of a Dagashi candy shop, along with 2 little boys. There were fewer and fewer children in the countryside. A country in a state of negative population growth made people wonder whether, in another 100 years, it would naturally go extinct without any external factors interfering. The watermelon's ready. Behind him, Nino brought over a tray of watermelon and sat down next to him. Receiving the slice she handed him, Sakurai Saki nodded. Thank you. So polite, huh? Nino smiled. Their relationship didn't require this level of formality, so she found Sakurai Saki's sudden thanks amusing. Then please return that thank you from earlier to me. Puhelin numero. Nino covered her lips with a soft laugh, but the thank you stuck in her throat and wouldn't come out. Seeing her like that, Sakurai Saki sighed inwardly and bit into the watermelon. She was really pushing it more and more. As expected, humans never treasure what they already have. The little puppy that used to cling to him seemed to want to flip the script and act dominant now. Is it good? It's fine. As soon as he said that, Nino secretly leaned her head over and took a bite from the exact same slice of watermelon in his hand. Then she pouted and criticized. Why is yours sweeter? That's unfair. It's the same watermelon. How can it be any different? Sakurai Saki said irritably. It is different. It's clearly the same watermelon. But once you bite it, it tastes better. Isn't that strange? Nino blinked at him, then slowly leaned in. So, you'll study what the secret inside is, okay? Since the other sisters hadn't come out yet, why not sneak in a little taste? But before Nino could kiss him, the sound of a door opening cut in. It was Miku. Nino, what are you trying to do? Nothing. I saw it. You were trying to kiss him. Getting interrupted like that made Nakano Nino a little annoyed. She shot Miku a glance. Is it forbidden for me to kiss him? He's not your personal property. You misunderstood. What I mean is, Nakano Miku quickly closed the door and sat down on the other open side, next to Sakurai Saki. If it's just you, then it's unfair. I want to kiss him too. Half a minute later, Nakano Itsuki came out of the kitchen holding a watermelon, looking through the crack of the living room door. She saw Sakurai Saki hugging both girls on each side, kissing the 2 of them at the same time. The watermelon in her hands almost slipped. What on earth were those 3 doing? This was completely unreasonable. Itsuki, what's wrong? Why aren't you going in? Behind her. The bunny ear headband on Nakano Yatsuba tilted to one side, her whole face filled with question marks. Itsuki turned back to her, eating watermelon as she said, Yatsuba, suddenly I really want some ice pops. Want to go buy some with me? But aren't we eating watermelon right now? Yatsuba knew Itsuki loved to eat, but she didn't expect that while eating something in her bowl, she'd still crave something else in the pot. I don't think the watermelon is very good. Itsuki took another bite. Itsuki, if you're going to say that, your mouth should at least stop moving for a second. You're eating like a hamster, you know that? Nakano Yatsuba ignored her and prepared to enter the living room to sit in front of the fan and eat. It was too hot in the hallway. Don't go in there. Yatsuba. The slice of watermelon in Itsuki's hand suddenly didn't seem fragrant anymore. No, it was still very fragrant, but now she was much more concerned about her sisters. If Yatsuba saw Sakurai-san kissing Miku and Nino on both sides then, Itsuki didn't imagine. Why? Yatsuba turned to her. I don't really know why either. Itsuki knew that disaster was inevitable, but she still had to stop Yatsuba. Just pull her back. But Yatsuba didn't give her the chance. She opened the living room door immediately. And then, Yatsuba, why'd you take so long? Don't tell me you were hiding in the kitchen sneaking food? Nino turned her head toward her. If anyone was sneaking food, it would be Itsuki. I'm not the kind of glutton like Itsuki. Where's Itsuki? Miku also turned around to ask. I'm right here. Nakano Itsuki silently let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness she made it in time. Sometimes the delay tactic really did work, Yatsuba. You should be thanking me. If not, you would have been dragged into Sakurai-san's harem already. Listen, Itsuki just said she wanted to eat ice pops. I didn't say I wanted them that badly. Yatsuba, I was desperately trying to save you from the claws of that big bad wolf. Yet you, the little rabbit, run straight into his den yourself. I judged you wrong. Itsuki wants some? Then I'll go buy them with you, Sakurai-saki asked with concern. The scariest thing in life is his sudden kindness from friends. Itsuki felt like this guy had ulterior motives. I don't think that's necessary. Itsuki avoided his gaze, her voice slightly trembling. But actually, I'm kind of craving one too. I really said it's not necessary. The gentler Sakurai-saki became, the more frightened Itsuki felt. If he gets any gentler, I won't be able to handle it. Of course, she also wanted to get closer to Sakurai-saki. But such thoughts hidden deep in her heart were something she would never say out loud. If Nino was the openly tsundere type, then Itsuki was definitely the hidden tsundere type. Itsuki, you're being so fake. Nakano Nino looked at her expression. As a tsundere, she understood tsunderes way too well. This hesitant refusal, anyone could tell what it meant. Fake. Almost fake. Even Mika nodded. Both Nino and I have already accepted it. I'm not the same as you two. Itsuki slightly furrowed her pretty brows. Asking her to do those things Nino and Mika did earlier. She'd rather be told to lose 10 kilograms. This was two indecent girls acting that intimate with a boy like that. Truly shameless. Such scandalous private behavior. Itsuki absolutely could not accept it. Given a chance and not taking it. What a dummy. Nino smiled at Miku. Mika nodded. Even on her expressionless face, a faint smile appeared. Baka, Itsuki. Huh? Who are you calling stupid? I may not be as good as you two, but I'm not stupid. At this moment, Nakano Yatsuba, who had been completely outside the context, asked right after finishing a slice of watermelon. What are you all talking about? She tried to understand, but nothing entered her head at all. Yatsuba, don't try to understand, Nakano Itsuki quickly said. Nino, however, said the opposite. Honestly, Yatsuba's feelings for Sakurai-san aren't that different from ours, right? Mika shook her head. Don't drag unrelated people in. Yatsuba's feelings should be something she realizes on her own. All right, Nino felt that made sense. Besides, whether Yatsuba liked Sakurai-saki in a romantic way, or simply admired him like a student admiring a teacher, Nino herself wasn't sure. So what is everyone actually? Itsuki cut off Yatsuba's question, grabbing her hand and saying, Let's go buy ice pops. Wait, but everyone buy ice pops. Why is everyone talking in riddles? Bye. Ice. Pops. Nakano Yatsuba reluctantly glanced at Sakurai Saki, then pouted as she followed Itsuki out. He'll ask Sakurai-san privately later. He'll definitely tell me. Chapter 442. Yatsuba, why did you all throw a party without calling me? All the obstacles are gone. Nino took a bite of watermelon, watching Yatsuba and Itsuki leave, her tone filled with implication. Saki-kun, other than Nino, no one will bother us anymore. Miku also spoke in a soft yet chilly voice. Huh? You're trying to exclude me? Miku, let me tell you, no way. Nino glared at Miku. Baka Nino. Baka Miku. After saying that, both snorted and turned away. Sakurai Saki really wanted to say, what about my opinion? But in a situation like this, a boy should avoid seeking death by stepping in. Does he think the battlefield isn't intense enough already? Or that the nearly 40-degree heat outside isn't hot enough? A few minutes later, it's so hot, I want to go swimming. Nino looked at the little yard outside the living room. Even the weeds had wilted. Is there some small stream nearby? It's scorching outside. Even if we go to a stream, we'll be roasted by the sun on the way back. Nino cared deeply about her soft white skin. There was no way she would expose herself to such harsh sunlight. Besides, she hadn't brought sunscreen when returning to the countryside this time, and in a rural area like this, there were no proper cosmetic stores or convenience shops to buy one. Nino is really troublesome, Mika muttered softly. Hee. What's wrong with playing in the water during summer? People like Miku, who stay cooped up inside all day without getting bored, are the unusual ones, okay? Nino was absolutely the outdoor activity type. Conversely, Miku was the type who could stay indoors until the end of the world. We can play with water at home, too. Miku spoke with a somewhat stubborn tone, like she was guarding some kind of dignity. Even otaku had their pride. You're just saying you don't want to go outside, right? But honestly, with this heat, I don't want to go outside either. Nino suddenly realized she had no idea what she and Miku were arguing about anymore. The entire conversation felt meaningless. So what exactly does Nino want to do? Sakurai Saki still had no clue what she was getting at. Play in the water. Our house has a pool. A pool? Even out here in the countryside? Sakurai Saki was genuinely impressed. That idiot Nino means the inflatable plastic pool, the kind you pump air into. As someone living in a house, Miku obviously knew. Last year when they came home for a few days, the sisters had played with it. But after sitting in use for a whole year, who knew if it still worked? I remember it's in the storage room, super big. Ichika was the one who paid for it. That girl always buys weird stuff. Nino tossed the watermelon rind into the trash as she spoke. One benefit of being in the countryside. No need to sort trash like in Tokyo or Kyoto. Today, burnable garbage. Tomorrow, non-burnable. The next day, oversized items. Such a pain. Let's go. We're heading to the storage room to pump up the pool. Nino stood up with fiery momentum and headed toward the storage shed. Miku and Sakurai Saki exchanged a look, then helplessly got up to follow. Cough, cough, so much dust. Nakano Nino waved away the cloud of dust, then scanned the cluttered shed. Good thing the inflatable pool was much bigger than she remembered, big enough to spot instantly. Didn't expect it to be tucked this deep inside. Like an explorer in a jungle, Nino slipped nimbly into the depths of the storage room. Sakurai Saki followed and told Miku, "Don't come in, I can help her." Umo. Miku smiled softly and nodded. All right, stop flirting over there. Come on me already," Nino said with pretend irritation. She grabbed one corner of the pool and yanked it outward. Sakurai Saki saw her acting like that, feeling that the thing hadn't even come out of the storage yet, but was already about to be damaged by some sharp object coming out of nowhere. He hurriedly said, "Let me do it, Nino. You go out quickly." "Okay." Nino's voice was very gentle, as if she had always been waiting for this line. Taking the inflatable pool in its deflated state out, the three of them began washing it. In the backyard, there was a garden hose installed by the grandfather of the five sisters to water the potted plants. Its pressure wasn't small, more than enough for washing. So dirty, Even the outside looks a bit yellowish. Can it really still be used? As long as it's not leaking air, it should be fine, right? Sakurai Saki held the air pump in his hand, answering Nino's question. Saki-kun, where will we use it later? Miku cared about this more. If they used it in the backyard, they would definitely be cooked alive. Isn't there a shady spot on the side of the house? Well, inflate it there. All right, stop talking. Help me wash it. After that, it took them more than 10 minutes for the three of them to finally clean the pool. Carrying it to the shady spot also took quite some time. While waiting for the pool to be filled with water, the three of them went to change into swimsuits first. When Sakurai Saki came here, he guessed they might end up going somewhere with water, so he brought a set just in case, not expecting it to actually be used. But a boy's swimsuit was simple, just a pair of beach shorts. But wearing only shorts in a place like this felt a bit like a pervert, so he still put on a light jacket over it. Nino, don't push me. Mika's shy voice echoed in the backyard. Sakurai Saki heard the voice and looked over, immediately noticing that the two girls were completely indistinguishable to a normal person at this moment. Their hair was the same, even the length was similar. If he hadn't known them for so long, Sakurai Saki wouldn't be able to tell either. The swimsuits looked nice. Sakurai Saki glanced at the two of them. Both were wearing bikinis. Mika's was white, while Nino's was black, giving off a more mature vibe. But isn't it a bit too revealing? Nino pushed Mika forward. Isn't it pretty? Besides, only you will see it, it's fine. The walls around our house are really tall. If another man saw it, I might consider killing him. The corner of Sakurai Saki's mouth curved into a faint smile. Nino felt he wasn't joking. That possessiveness was truly frightening, but she felt a little happy because of it. Maybe. Miku covered her chest, face turning red. Should go change into something else? She originally didn't intend to wear this, but Nino forcefully made her change. It's really pretty, don't be shy. Nino grabbed her hand, stopping her from bending down and turning into a mushroom girl, doing that would completely defeat the purpose of wearing a swimsuit. Nino is right. After Sakurai Saki coaxed her with a few lines, Miku finally calmed down from her embarrassment. At the same time, outside the house, Yatsuba and Itsuki had returned after buying popsicles. There, I went with you already. Seriously, buying ice pop and you still had to drag me along. Yatsuba was still holding a grudge about earlier. Sorry. Itsuki carried the bag, her face full of guilt. Forget it. Yatsuba was the first to step into the house. Then oi. Miku, Nino, Sakurai-san. You guys are having a party without calling me? At the doorway, Itsuki's face was full of question marks. Party? What party? Chapter 443. The non-binding agreement. Sakurai-san. You're being way too rough with me. Don't bully me anymore, it'll break. So weird. Itsuki bit the ice pop in her mouth. Listening to what Yatsuba said, she felt that the scene before her was full of wrongness. Their fun was theirs. It had nothing to do with Itsuki. She really wasn't in the mood to play in the water with the other four, mainly because she hadn't finished her ice pop yet, and the house didn't have a refrigerator. She had bought them for everyone, yet these people simply said, the water is cool enough. Ice pops are completely unnecessary. That's right, that bastard Nino said that. Just earlier before going, that girl even said she wanted to eat one. Yet only half an hour later she changed her mind. Nino, you really don't want one? Yeah, it's too cold. Mika, don't splash my face. I'm mad now. Warning, once this young lady gets mad, don't even think that an apology will. Nino hadn't finished speaking before Miku pushed her into the pool, and the straps of her swimsuit also slipped down. She didn't care, immediately pushing Mika back, and very quickly, the two of them were tangled together wrestling. Itsuki crushed the ice pop in her mouth. One bite, then another, completely crushed. Is playing in the water really that fun? Just as she thought that, Yatsuba attacked her. With a whoosh, Itsuki's hair was soaked, and even the white t-shirt on her upper body couldn't escape. Yatsuba. Itsuki's molars ached. She no longer cared about the ice pop and hurried into the house. Not long after, she also changed into a swimsuit and ran into the pool. In the end, it still became a party of 5. They played until the sun was about to set before stopping. After putting away the inflatable pool, everyone prepared to cook dinner. In the end, Sakurai-san barely got attacked at all. Itsuki held the last ice pop in her mouth and dropped a remark. Miku and Nino originally couldn't bear to attack him, but it ended up becoming the four sisters fighting among themselves. But whatever, it was still pretty fun. Nino, let's cook. Miku, I want help too. Yatsuba, everyone wants to cook together? I want help too. Itsuki, forgotten again. What's wrong? You look annoyed. Sakurai-saki saw Itsuki pouting, sadly watching her sisters walk into the kitchen while she did nothing. So he asked curiously, being fought over by Miku and Nino, you must be really happy, huh? Not really. Perhaps a man would enjoy being fought over by women, but Sakurai-saki wasn't that type. I don't believe that. Itsuki tossed away the ice pop stick she had finished, then looked at Sakurai-saki and warned, we're sleeping together tonight. Don't you dare have any ideas. Especially toward Yatsuba. You are absolutely forbidden to go near her. Can you trust me a little more? Sakurai-saki didn't know how many times Head told her already. He really had no interest in Yatsuba, but Itsuki was always worried about Yatsuba's safety. Men are all wolves full of lies. That's my experience. Nakano Itsuki hadn't thought this person would lay hands on her before, yet who knew that flowing with the situation would later turn into a strange relationship. Clearly, she had only wanted to be good friends. Truly, between men and women. Real friendship can exist. There's only friendship that hasn't yet developed into love, or friendship that has already been distorted. How about this then? You sleep with me tonight. Itsuki glared at him, her eyes saying, do you think I'm stupid? But a few seconds later, she reacted. If she offered herself to satisfy the hungry creature, then Yatsuba definitely wouldn't be attacked. Fine, I'll come by her place tonight, but one thing must be clear. Keep your distance from me. Okay. Sakurai-saki answered casually. Once nighttime actually comes, who can really say what will happen? He really couldn't say, for sure. Don't be fooled by Itsuki looking serious on the outside. Once her desires flare up, she's more proactive than anyone. The ones who break discipline the most are often those who look the most obedient on the outside, like Miko. For example, though Itsuki and Miko aren't quite the same. The cooking was done. Because they were in the countryside, the food wasn't considered plentiful, but the five Nakano sisters were all girls who had gone through hardship, so they didn't mind this kind of meal. Although Itsuki loved eating, she wasn't picky. Nino hated pickled food, but that was because she had eaten too much of it before. And Yatsuba, a little angel like her, would never be picky with food. Obon is coming soon. I saw quite a lot of white chrysanthemums at the flower shop in the village. Tomorrow we can buy some. Mom would probably be happy if she saw them, Nino said with a very serious expression and tone. Obon in Japan, on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, falls around August 13th to 16th on the solar calendar, which happened to coincide with the death anniversary of the sister's mother. Even though they had fun during the day, they didn't forget the purpose of returning to their hometown this time. I'll go by them tomorrow. Itsuki also nodded and said, there will be an event in the village. On the 16th, they'll do Bon Odori. But at that time, Sakurai-san probably has to go back to Tokyo, right? Yatsuba looked at him. Sakurai-saki nodded. Shirogane has to fly to America that day. I have to go send him off. The student council is about to change members again. Now that I think about it, in all the years I attended Shuchiin, I never joined any school organizations. In my first year, I thought about joining the tennis club, but I heard from a female upperclassman that if you join tennis, boys will come watch. I felt grossed out, so I didn't join, and why boys came to watch. The reason was obviously not a good one. Nakano Miku quietly ate, not participating in the topic. She was completely isolated in terms of social interaction. In class, aside from her sisters, she basically had no one to talk to. Asking her to join a club would be too difficult. Yatsuba is the complete opposite. She joined several clubs. But Sakurai-saki heard she had withdrawn from the track and field club. Not really. I never joined a girls' basketball club or anything. As for track and field, I only turned in an application. Yatsuba explained. Eating and chatting. Time quickly passed into the evening. Time to sleep. before turning off the lights. Nakano Itsuki assigned the sleeping positions. While sleep on the left side of the room, Sakurai-san sleeps in the right corner. The AC wind is strong enough, so don't worry that it won't reach. Today was really too hot. Even at 10 p.m., it was still hot. The four Nakano sisters, excluding Ichika who hadn't come, were wearing cool sleepwear but still felt uncomfortable. Got it. Itsuki, you talk too much. This wasn't said by Sakurai Saki, but by Nino. Itsuki stared hard at her. Among all the people here, only Nino had the highest chance of slipping into Sakurai Saki's futon. After the agreement was clarified, Itsuki turned off the lights. Hope Nino behaves. She prayed in her heart. Chapter 444. Bring me into the party. Nakano Itsuki originally didn't plan to attack in the middle of the night. But unfortunately, she had agreed with Sakurai Saki. She had to sacrifice herself in exchange for Yotsuba's safety. Is everyone asleep yet? Itsuki thought for a moment, then tilted her ear to listen to her sisters, making sure they were asleep. Miku always slept very quietly. She wouldn't roll around. And even if she wasn't asleep yet, she wouldn't make any noise. Yotsuba loved moving around, so sometimes she would snore lightly, of course within an acceptable range. It was even a bit cute. And Nino, she also fell asleep easily. Wait a little longer. Itsuki didn't want to wake everyone, and she especially didn't want to expose the fact that she was sneaking into Sakurai Saki's futon. Nino and Miku were fine, but the main issue was Yotsuba. She absolutely couldn't let her know. At the same time, Nakano Nino was also thinking, have Itsuki and Miku fallen asleep yet? That airhead Yotsuba must have been asleep long ago. Why? Because these days Yotsuba had been running around the village every single day, so every night she fell asleep very quickly. The key issue now was, would Miku secretly go attack Sakurai? Nino felt that the chance of her doing that was entirely possible. If not 90, then at least 70. Itsuki definitely won't take the initiative to go over there. Thinking that, Nino slightly turned her body, glancing toward Itsuki's futon, and found that there was no movement. Asleep? Nino arrived at that conclusion. Why did Nino suddenly turn over? Is she not asleep yet? Itsuki heard the sound, and her heart instantly tensed up. So she also instinctively turned over. Nino! Itsuki isn't asleep. Clearly the lights had been off for an hour already. Yet she still wasn't asleep? Oh God, don't tell her Itsuki is also thinking the same thing as she is. Nino was forced to consider this possibility. Very quickly, the two of them fell into a deadlock. A night raid couldn't be done openly and straightforwardly, especially in a situation where Yotsuba was lying right next to them. If someone caught them, and even woke Yotsuba with the noise, it would be impossible to explain. What now? Nino took a deep breath. We agreed, so I have to go over. I can't break my promise. Itsuki had long mentally prepared herself to offer herself to feed the tiger, even feeling a tiny bit of anticipation inside. Right at that moment, Miku, who slept closest to the door, stood up, then left the room. She went out. Nino and Itsuki were both stunned, even without looking. Just from the sound of the door, they knew the earth-shaking thing Miku had just done. What kind of tactic was that? Completely insane. Very quickly, they learned the answer. A few minutes later, Nakano Miku opened the door again, yawned, then went straight to Sakurai Saki's futon in the corner of the room. Itsuki tilted her head slightly. In the dimly lit room, she faintly saw Miku lift Sakurai Saki's blanket and crawl inside. Was she sleepwalking or pretending to be half asleep? Itsuki had absolutely no idea how to respond. She had indeed agreed to sleep with Sakurai Saki. But now with Miku delivering herself to the door like this, she seemed to have lost her reason to send in a second package. Nino's thoughts were the same at that moment. She felt she didn't need to go night raid anymore. Anyway, opportunities wouldn't be lacking. She could let Miku have the first night. Glup! In the darkness, the sound of liquids mingling quickly echoed, making both Nino and Itsuki blush. Even though neither of them were inexperienced girls anymore, Hearing a man and a woman kissing in the same room still made them embarrassed. Not to mention that the movements of those two were becoming more and more excessive. This isn't just kissing anymore, right? Nino thought, cheeks burning. What on earth was Miku thinking? Nakano Nino may have said she wanted a night raid, but deep down she only wanted to hug him to sleep for one night. Doing the kinds of things Miku was doing, she absolutely couldn't, especially with all her sisters present. No, I have to stop the two of them. If Yatsuba wakes up, we're doomed. Itsuki was starting to panic. She felt that if this continued, the situation would 100 spiral out of control. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Nakano Yatsuba, fast asleep, was completely unaware of what was happening in the room. She snored lightly in a very cute way, completely unresponsive to the actions and thoughts of her sisters. I have to get up. Nino must be asleep already. As long as I move lightly, stops Sakurai-san and Miku, then nothing unexpected will happen tonight. After thinking that, Itsuki slowly lifted her blanket and quietly moved toward the corner of the room. Hearing Itsuki's footsteps, the movements under the blanket stopped immediately. Miku lifted a corner of the blanket and looked through the darkness to identify who had approached. "Miku, what are you doing?" Itsuki asked, kneeling beside her. "Just resting." Itsuki whispered in a voice as small as a mosquito. "You're a girl. How can you say something like that? At least show some restraint. Hurry up and go back to sleep. I'm the only one being excluded. It's not fair." Miku argued back. Itsuki froze. Why did something like this need to be fair? Didn't everything end up benefiting that smelly man anyway? Just as Itsuki was about to pull Miku away forcefully, she didn't notice the appearance of another figure behind her. It was Nakano Nino sneaking over. "Nino, Itsuki, you don't want Yatsuba to find out we have some kind of ambiguous relationship with Sakurai-san, right?" That night, Itsuki learned the meaning of when three people walk together, there's always someone who can teach you something. The next morning, in the dining hall, Nakano Yatsuba noticed everyone looking at her with strange expressions. Why is everyone looking at me like that?" Yatsuba asked while tilting her head slightly, the rabbit ear ribbon on her head shifting to one side. "Did I sleepwalk last night? Sorry, I couldn't control it." Itsuki spoke softly. "Sorry, Yatsuba." Nino also murmured, "Forgive me." "Miku, sorry." Hearing that, Yatsuba's face was full of confusion. Did she miss something? That couldn't be. She had joined the pool party yesterday afternoon. Could it be that everyone woke up at midnight to eat a late-night snack and had another party? Why didn't they invite her? Why didn't everyone call me? I like doing stuff like that too. Nakano Yatsuba said angrily. Secretly eating in the middle of the night without inviting her. Too much. Itsuki firmly said, "No." Nino shook her head. "Impossible. Yatsuba, you can't join." Miku also didn't know how to explain. That pink-colored party, an outsider like Yatsuba absolutely couldn't enter. Nakano Yatsuba pursed her lips and looked towards Sakurai-san. "Next time, could you let me join? I want to eat too." "Eat?" That's right. Everyone secretly ate late-night snacks without inviting me. Nakano Itsuki suddenly had an idea and said, "If tonight we eat snacks again, we'll definitely wake you up." Nino also lied without her face turning red or her heart beating faster. "We did call you last night, but you didn't wake up." Mika nodded too. This time, Yatsuba actually felt embarrassed. "Sorry, I slept too deeply last night." But she still felt something was off. What exactly was wrong? Chapter 445, a harmonious family that loves each other after finishing breakfast. Walking on the small countryside road, Itsuki and Sakurai-Saki prepared to go to the village flower shop to buy some white chrysanthemums. As the Obon festival was approaching, many houses had altars and butsudans set up at their entrances. August 13th is the day to welcome the spirits. In the evening, people must light Obon lanterns, and at the door or entrance, burn hemp stalks to guide the ancestral spirits. It seems that because it will rain on the 16th, the Obon Dance Festival has to be moved to tomorrow. Nakano Itsuki saw many elderly people wearing striking traditional outfits hurriedly walking on the road, while carrying things. Anyway, it lasts for 4 days. Choosing tomorrow doesn't seem to be a problem. Umo. But since the schedule got disrupted, everyone looks really busy. So what about Nakano-san? He's not coming back? Sakurai Saki suddenly remembered that man. The relationship between the two of them when they interacted wasn't very good. No, calling it full of gunpowder smell wouldn't be an exaggeration. Obon isn't only here, it's the same on my father's side. On my mother's side, my grandparents passed away a long time ago, and in recent years, it's always been us going to visit. Otherwise, would have to travel between 2 places during the 4 days, which would be very inconvenient. Itsuki explained, and then stopped. Sakurai-san, we're here. The two quickly stepped into the flower shop. The shop owner was a woman with her hair done in a classic mama-san, a side ponytail. When she saw Itsuki, a delighted expression appeared on her face. Itsuki-chan, you're back? Yes. Itsuki nodded. Sakurai Saki stood in front, smiling, without saying anything, playing the role of the backdrop, because he didn't know what he should say. This one is, Ara, Itsuki-chan's boyfriend. The shop owner put down her scissors, looked at Sakurai Saki for a few seconds, then covered her mouth and giggled. Nakano Itsuki glanced at Sakurai Saki, mumbling, that's right. Anyway, everything that should and shouldn't be done had already been done. There was no turning back, so just leave it at that. Thinking about it carefully, Miko had worked so hard for so long to conquer Shuchiin, yet in the end, she wasn't as fast as her. She totally won. From Tokyo? In the shop owner's eyes. Only big cities like Tokyo had handsome boys like this. Men from the countryside were all extremely rustic. My old home is in Kyoto. I'm currently studying in Tokyo. My name is Sakurai Saki. No difference at all. Kyoto and Tokyo combined, that's really something. The shop owner's tone gave people a feeling of truly impressive, exaggerated to an unbearable degree. Hana-san, aren't people from Tokyo pretty common? No. It's Itsuki-chan in Asahayaki village besides your family. No one else has any connection to a big metropolis like Tokyo. At this moment, Sakurai Saki once again understood Tokyo's charm to country people. As if in their eyes, Tokyo was full of fashionable beauties, dazzling handsome boys, and everyone lived a glamorous and extravagant life. Prejudice really does kill. After chatting for a few minutes, you two came today to buy flowers for ancestor offerings? Do you want hemp stalks too? I still have a lot. You two just came back from Tokyo after all. Right. Eggplants and cucumbers, Hana-san. We've prepared most things already. We only need flowers. Itsuki hurriedly stopped the overly enthusiastic shop owner. A few minutes later, the two headed back. On the way, they happened to run into Yatsuba, who had just finished her jog. Summer mornings weren't cool at all, and Yatsuba at this moment was drenched in sweat. If she wasn't wearing sportswear, she would definitely look very seductive. Wearing sportswear and jogging in the summer felt very unusual, like she was doing endurance training. Itsuki? Sakurai-san, you two went to buy flowers? Yatsuba approached, gasping for breath. Then she took out a deodorant spray from her pocket and sprayed a bit on her snow-white neck and forehead. What's that? Deodorant spray. Lots of girls carry it with them. You don't know? Itsuki looked at him with a surprised expression. Sakurai Saki complained. I'm a boy. Why should I know? Next to Shuchiin's athletic field, there were so many shower rooms. When would deodorant spray ever have a chance to be used? Goose. Sorry, okay? My sweat doesn't have any weird smell, and it's not dirty. I think you guys really don't understand the value of an esper. The two simultaneously showed unpleasant expressions. Why was this man so narcissistic? Normally, I don't see Sakurai-san training much. Itsuki added, I don't see you at the athletic field either. I go jogging around my house every morning. Before, when I had free time after school, I even planned to go play ball with the people from the sports club, even though student council work wasn't that busy. But ever since I became your tutor last year, my leisure time instantly decreased by more than half. But this year, Sakurai-san, you quit already, didn't you? It's the final year. Have you ever seen a third-year high school student who doesn't study every day and just runs around everywhere? Sakurai Saki glanced at Yatsuba. He thought everyone was just like her. overflowing with excess energy with nowhere to use it. Iya. Yatsuba let out a silly laugh. Yatsuba, where's your homework? Have you finished it? Sakurai Saki asked. Not yet. Yesterday afternoon she worked for a while, then stopped and didn't continue. Go home and finish it. I just prepared several sets of practice problems for you all. I hope you can finish them in the next few days. Practice problems? Sakurai-san, you're not our tutor anymore. You don't have to do them. They'll do them, okay? Don't look at me with that expression. After that, the three of them brought their things back home. In the afternoon, Ichika called, saying that she would come back today. Ichika said she's bringing a lot of stuff. Does anyone want to go help? In the room, Nakano Nino looked at her sisters and asked. Yatsuba lay sprawled on the table, her voice exhausted. I really want to go, but my head hurts too much. Studying was truly painful, especially when the practice problems Sakurai Saki gave were all types she wasn't good at. Sakurai Saki stood up and said, They'll go. He was the only boy in the room. Want me to go with you? Nino asked. It's scorching hot outside, are you sure? It was still nearly 40 degrees today. Staying indoors without air conditioning would be unbearable. I'm just asking. Who would actually want to go pick her up? It's not like she doesn't have hands or feet. Just go and come back quickly. Ichika should be arriving soon. Nino said as she ran to the drawer in the corner and took out an umbrella to hand to him. Walking under the umbrella to the bus stop, where only one bus came every 2 hours, Sakurai Saki saw Nakano Ichika wearing sunglasses and a fashionable sun hat. She was carrying 2 luggage bags, sneakily looking around for someone. Sensei-chan, over here. Seeing Sakurai Saki, Ichika waved at him. The two gradually approached each other. Why did you bring so much stuff with you? After finishing filming the movie, I didn't even get a chance to return to Tokyo, you know? I had no choice but to bring all my luggage along. Nakano Ichika sighed. What are Nino and the others doing? I honestly didn't expect you to be the one coming to pick me up. Sakurai Saki took her luggage and replied, lying around enjoying the air conditioner. Ichika began to doubt the relationship between herself and her sisters. Wasn't this supposed to be a harmonious, loving family? They don't even want to come pick her up? Lazy like pigs. Chapter 446-446. Yatsuba is the invincible of the world. On a small countryside road, 2 figures were walking. Among them, the woman wore sunglasses, while the man dressed more casually. Ichika, is your work really that busy now? Sakurai Saki pulled the luggage, while enjoying the umbrella-holding service Ichika was providing. Why are you asking that? But yes, it's super busy. Ever since I said I want to take a break from school, the manager has been crazily scheduling everything. I'm about to die from exhaustion. After the Obon festival ends and I return to Tokyo, they'll still be busy for a long time. Modeling for fashion magazines, auditioning for films, and promoting the movie from before. Ichika reached this point and switched to a helpless tone. You are clearly the male lead. Yet you don't have to join the promotions. Isn't that way too sneaky? I didn't sign with any agency, not even the previous actor contract. That was only temporary. What Sakurai Saki said made Ichika even more jealous, but that feeling didn't last long. After all, Ichika was extremely stubborn about becoming a celebrity. It would be very hard for her to give up just because she was tired. She had overcome so many temptations and difficulties before. Now that she had dropped out of school and bet everything on this, of course, she had to go all out. How nice. Ichika, are you wearing sunglasses so people won't recognize you? No, it's just too hot, and I'm scared sunlight will hurt my eyes. Ichika described. If I suddenly lift my head and a beam of light shines straight into my face, don't you think that's terrifying? Girls really are troublesome. Sakurai Saki wanted to say that, but didn't. This morning he had already been counterattacked by 2 girls for teasing them about deodorant spray. This was completely a lesson learned through blood and tears. All right, Sensei-chan, tonight don't make a move on me. Yatsuba is still home, you know. Ichika smiled at him, completely unaware of the disastrous battle that happened last night. If she knew, she would probably run straight back to Tokyo, a much safer place. Hi, sisters. I'm home. Ichika mimicked Yatsuba's voice, waving cheerfully at everyone in the room, and she realized their reactions were extremely bland. They weren't even welcoming her. What is this? She had used her ultimate imitation skill, so Ichika expected everyone to respond with much more enthusiasm. Oh, Ichika, welcome back. Nakano Nino lay on the tatama floor, flipping through a manga. Yatsuba was doing homework. Itsuki was preparing items for the upcoming offering, including hemp stalks and a few paper talismans. As for Miku, she had just run out of the room earlier to go meet Sakurai Saki. I ran all the way back from Hokkaido, even had to take a plane, wasted so much money just to see everyone sooner, yet seeing your attitudes. Uvu, imzo set. Ichika instantly activated her actress talent. It took only a few seconds for her crying voice to come out. So noisy, Ichika, stop talking. Yatsuba is doing her homework. As the mother of the house, Itsuki was sometimes even more dignified than the eldest sister Ichika. So, very quickly, Nakano Ichika sat down quietly beside Yatsuba. Then, she glanced at the problems and realized she could barely solve any of them. Yatsuba, aren't these way too hard? Deire fine. At first I almost died doing them. But after doing a lot with Sakurai-san, I got used to it. Doing together? Doing a lot? Ichika shook her head, pushing all the dirty thoughts out of her mind. She suspected she might be a bit too deprived lately. Wasn't that so? She had only met Sakurai Saki for a few hours, and her desire already felt like bursting bubbles in her head. If you're free, Ichika, go get the watermelon. We've been soaking it in cold water for you for a while. Nino flipped to another page as she said that. Okay. Indeed, the sisters' personalities were still the same. Ichika sighed internally. She had thought she would be treated like a precious treasure with everyone fussing around her, but instead, no one even cared. August 14th. Tonight, there would be the Obon Festival and Obon Dance, combined with several nearby villages, held next to the local shrine. The 5 Nakano sisters, of course, said they had to go join the fun. In the countryside, there are no fireworks festivals. Large events are rare, so it would be a waste not to go. Before heading out, the 5 sisters changed into light yukata, each holding a round fan. Under the night sky, the town center was brightly lit, as if gathering all the liveliness within dozens of miles into one place. Various stalls, the calls of the vendors, children and elderly gathered together, and occasionally a few stylish young people could be seen. Something rare in the countryside, and just a glance was enough to see they were different. Probably they had returned to their hometown for Obon to honor their ancestors. Hey Miku, stop fanning him already. Nino complained at Miku. We came out here, not like we're landlords visiting the fields. You look exactly like a little maid standing there fanning him. And on a hot night like this, Miku, what's the point of starting an internal war? None of your business. Nakano Mika's voice was cold as she ignored the strange looks from the people around them and continued fanning Sakurai Saki. Tsuke, Nino pouted, having no choice but to silently admire how terrifying women in love were. Was I this stupid before too? Probably not, right? Nino, don't talk about Miku anymore. A year ago, you were even crazier than she is. Ichika gently commented. You're wrong. I still super like Sakurai-san even now. After saying that, Nino let out a small laugh. Itsuki and Yatsuba still not done over there. That shooting game, neither of them is very good at it. Miku explained. Ichika asked, Want to go see? They're right up ahead. Sakurai Saki nodded. There are a lot of people at the festival today. Don't get separated again. Getting separated once was enough. People must learn from experience. Hearing him say that, Miku gently tugged on the corner of Sakurai Saki's sleeve. Let's go. The 4 of them gathered and walked toward the area where the other 2 were playing the shooting game. Before seeing them, their voices were already audible. Yatsuba's lively voice was unmistakable even in the noisy environment. Almost there, the next shot will definitely hit. And there was also Itsuki's utterly helpless voice. Yatsuba, stop wasting money. 3 shots are 300 yen. 10 shots are 700 yen. You've already fired 20 shots and only hit 2. There's absolutely no way this is profitable. Thinking the stall owner of a shooting game would go bankrupt. Yatsuba's ideas were truly filled with a sense of dreaminess. Sakurai Saki felt that she needed to study more and understand concepts like profit margins, costs, and labor fees. Most importantly, she needed to know what sunk cost was and the importance of cutting losses at the right time. Very quickly, Yatsuba noticed the group approaching, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. Sakurai-san, come save me, chapter 447. Teddy bears save you? Hearing Yatsuba's cry for help, Sakurai Saki walked over to her side and reached out to tug at her rabbit ears. Amid Yatsuba's surprised cry, Sakurai Saki asked, Yatsuba, do you know? Giving up on things you're not good at. We usually call that kind of person smart. Sakurai-san, you're going in circles calling me stupid again. When it came to recognizing when others were calling her stupid, Nakano Yatsuba wasn't stupid at all. She quickly understood what Sakurai Saki meant. She had even studied for so long that she could retort with a sentence. And besides, didn't Sakurai-san say it himself? That we have to work hard to overcome the things we're not good at, for example. Even if we're not good at math, we still have to do the homework properly because those subjects are the easiest to raise our scores in. The corners of Yatsuba's mouth curved into a smile as she put her hands on her hips. Those were Sakurai-san's own words. You know, before she could be smug for long, the rabbit ear on her head was pulled up again by Sakurai Saki. Don't take my words and teach them back to me. And besides, studying and shooting are completely different things, no matter how you categorize them. They have nothing to do with each other. Sakurai Saki patted her head, as if stroking a pet. The Nakano sisters, standing to the side, watched the two of them interact, their expressions different. But in their hearts they all had the same thought. Yatsuba is being treated by Sakurai-san as a pet to play with. This man, his personality really was very bad. Don't rub my head. My hairstyle is about to get all messed up. Yatsuba brushed away the hand that was causing trouble. Hairstyle? This shoulder-length short hairstyle, is that troublesome to deal with? Sakurai Saki truly didn't understand. It really was a blind spot in his knowledge. It's troublesome, of course. Girls dealing with their hair is always troublesome. It has nothing to do with length. Yatsuba said seriously. Nino also flipped her long hair. Every morning I have to spend a long time doing my hair, and when I bathe, I don't want to wash my hair at all. Just rinsing is already tiring enough, not to mention blow-drying it. If it's too close, it damages the hair. If it's too far, it takes forever to dry. The topic gradually drifted away from the shooting stall. The owner in front of them had a slightly strange expression. Looking at Sakurai Saki being surrounded by 5 beautiful girls, he only felt that this scene shouldn't exist in modern society. It would be more fitting placed a few hundred years ago in the feudal era. What was this? An emperor leading his harem out for a stroll? Boss, give me 10 more shots. Yatsuba handed the air gun to Sakurai Saki, then stood on tiptoe and patted his shoulder, saying proudly, I'm handing all my luck over to you. Sakurai-san, you have to try hard for my share too. If someone didn't know better, they'd think your luck was amazing. Sakurai Saki couldn't help but say, this brat, forget it. Anyway, they were just out enjoying the festival. Why be so nitpicky? Which ones do you want? That little bear over there, and the dog next to the bear. Yatsuba said with her hands on her hips. Right now, she was the general, and Sakurai Saki was the soldier under her command, making her so proud she was about to die of it. Over there, the other sisters were still talking about hair. So nice, Ichika. Short hair really is easy to take care of. I want to cut mine short too, Nino said enviously. Too bad Sakurai Saki liked her long hair and wouldn't let her cut it. Nino, who told you short hair is easy to take care of? Ichika frowned. None of the hair care steps can be skipped. Precisely because it's short, you have to take even more careful care of it. My hair is almost as long as Nino's. Itsuki also flicked a lock of hair, joining the conversation. My hair goes all the way down to my waist. Yours only reaches your chest. Nino was unconvinced. Shorter than mine by a third. How can you say it's almost as long? Why are you even arguing about that? Does long hair have any benefits other than getting pressed on when you sleep? Itsuki looked at Nino helplessly. He likes my long hair. That's the benefit. Nino was extremely arrogant at this moment. Hearing this, Mika began to think about her own hair. Just shoulder length, she hadn't paid much attention to at first. But, so, Saki-kun likes long hair? But then, Hayasaka-san has short hair. No, that's not right. She always ties it into a ponytail. So what does that count as? I hit it. Amazing. I hit it. As the doll toppled over, Yatsuba let out a joyful cheer. It wasn't you who hit it, it was me. Sakurai Saki's helpless voice rang out. It's the same thing. The money was paid by me anyway. Sakurai-san is enjoying free entertainment you get to play without spending money. Super great. Right? Yatsuba took the teddy bear the owner handed over and lifted it up to show her sisters. Why do I feel like I'm working for free? There's no sense of fun at all. Even as he said that, Sakurai Saki still fired a few more shots. It wasn't excessive, just enough to get the full share for the 5 sisters. Everyone got one. This was the quality of a scumbag divide equally among the 5 sisters. Stabilize the harem. The family is peaceful. Omu. Sensei-chan, if everyone has one, that's the same as no one having one. Nakano Ichika leaned close to Sakurai Saki's ear and said so. Who taught her this kind of distorted logic? Not being specially favored means not being loved? Sakurai Saki countered with authority. They'll make it up to you with an extra tutoring session tonight. No thanks. Let go. Such a good opportunity, give it to Nino and Miku. They like it. Ichika got scared. She pretended as if nothing had happened and slowly ran over to the sisters ahead. Everyone was waiting for the parade of floats. A procession of carts jointly built by the villagers, used to welcome the souls of ancestors. That's what they say, but whether there really are souls or not is hard to say. Sakurai-san, look, it's really cute. Nakano Yatsuba lifted the doll in her hands and said to Sakurai Saki. She had spent so much money earlier precisely because this little teddy bear was very cute. How should she put it? It had a special vibe, as if there were a soul inside it. Just kidding. How could there be a soul inside a bear? You're cute too. Sakurai Saki reflexively blurted out a scumbag-like line, and only then realized that Yatsuba wasn't his pursuit target. Yatsuba immediately blushed. Sakurai-san, you suddenly say things like that? The ones who like you are Nino and Miku, not me. Yatsuba did have a good impression of Sakurai Saki, but it wasn't that kind of romantic feeling, just a more ordinary, friendly kind of affection. What's wrong? Do you need a reason to praise a girl for being cute? Sakurai Saki searched for an excuse. But honestly, he thought praising girls didn't need any reason at all, just like humans need to eat. And if humans are killed, they will die. Those are things that don't need to be thought about. It feels like something only a bad man would say. Yatsuba pouted, turned her head, and ignored him. And should I say you're not cute? Wouldn't that be even worse? Yatsuba thought for a moment and felt the former was still better. Sakurai Saki spoke as if stating a truth. He said seriously, as expected, humans all like to hear pleasant words. And also, girls are really troublesome. Chapter 448. Detection of a nuclear strike incoming under the cover of night. Lights spread all the way to the shrine on the mountain, illuminating the entire village. Young men carried the festival float forward slowly, their mouths shouting out the characteristic chants. Why shouting instead of singing? Just look at the sweat beading on their foreheads, and you'll know the summer night was not cool at all. Stifling was the norm. Many villagers followed behind the float, clapping their hands and singing the melody of Bon Odori. The lively atmosphere made Sakurai Saki feel that this is what a festival really is. Perhaps because his mood was different, he felt that compared to participating last year, this time it was even more bustling. Today is Mom's death anniversary. Is it really okay for us to be this happy? Itsuki suddenly murmured. Everyone had gone to pay their respects during the day. Sakurai Saki had gone along as well. But as someone who knew the truth, his feelings were a bit subtle. If it were Mom, she would definitely want us to be happy every day. Nino immediately retorted. Yeah, that's true. Itsuki nodded. The float advanced slowly, then arrived at a broader square. This was the place for dancing Bonodori. Many villagers had already prepared, some even arriving beforehand, just waiting for the dance to begin. After the float stopped, the man standing on it raised the drumstick, and the drums and gongs rang out loudly. Boom! 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 Everyone began dancing all at once. Bon Odori emphasizes hand movements. The difficulty isn't high. Even Itsuki in Mikahu's motor coordination was very poor could dance it nicely. With hundreds of people gathered together, even if you knew nothing, you could still feel the joyful atmosphere within. PFF, Itsuki dances so badly. Don't sleep too soundly tonight. Geez, the night before last someone was begging so hard she was almost crying, and now you still dare talk big? Nino teased with a laugh. Hearing this, Itsuki ground her teeth and scurried over next to Nino, both hands reaching toward. Hey, that tickles. Don't touch randomly. Nino hurriedly dodged a few steps towards Sakurai Saki. Baka Itsuki, just you wait till we get home. A round meat bun. And you dare try to counterattack me? Vengeance will be mine. Oomph, oomph. Itsuki snorted a couple of times, adjusted her sea wave pattern yukata, and then continued blending into the crowd to dance. Watching their childish antics, Miku sighed quietly. What a bunch of idiots. Nakano Ichika had already retreated to the edge of the square. She was already tired from filming, and she hadn't slept well last night due to being frightened. If she kept dancing any longer, she'd be done for. To avoid being completely exhausted after the holiday, Ichika wisely chose to skip out. As for Yatsuba, somehow she had mixed herself onto the float and started beating the drums. A terrifying social creature, terrifying to this extent, always. Recently she appeared around the village every morning flaunting her existence. She was about to turn into Forrest Gump, running around and attracting loads of attention. Seeing her waving energetically, Sakurai Saki could only respond with a smile. After finishing the dancing and releasing the floating lanterns onto the water, Sakurai Saki walked home along the nighttime road with the five sisters. It had to be said that the village lighting was truly very dim, almost exactly like a horror movie. Streetlights were spaced dozens of meters apart. Rice fields stretched out on both sides, and in the distance were pitch-dark forests and mountains. I'm so tired. Beating the drums earlier almost used up all my strength. Yatsuba walked at the very front, carrying the prize doll that Sakurai Saki had shot for her, along with gift from the villagers. Let's go back, take a bath, and sleep. I'm really tired too. Ichiki yawned. It was already close to 10 o'clock. From heading out after dinner, strolling the festival took 2 hours, then dancing and releasing lanterns took quite a while as well. Without realizing it, it had reached this hour. Itsuki also yawned, her face full of exhaustion. Nino and Miku were still okay, but it couldn't be said that they had much energy left either. During festivals like this, do you think there's a chance we might run into ghosts if we walk at night? No one knew who suddenly said that. The few girls walking together instantly lost all their drowsiness. Ghosts? Itsuki's voice trembled. She was absolutely terrible at dealing with things like that. Yatsuba, who had been walking at the very front, immediately slowed down quietly and moved closer to the group. There's no such thing as ghosts, right? Obon is for welcoming the spirits of our ancestors. They won't harm us. Nino, however, put on a wicked smile and said, but what if we run into a homeless ghost? Nino, ghosts don't exist. As Mika spoke, she hugged Sakurai Saki's arm. A trace of fear showed on her cute face, and her body also shrank back slightly. Nino, stop scaring people already. Sensei-chan Mao, suddenly bringing up topics like this. Ichika interrupted everyone's conversation as the gate of their house came into view. Talking about ghosts during Obon was really bad luck. In summer, if there's no test of courage, don't you feel like something's missing? Sakurai Saki still remembered it clearly, the unfulfilled wish from last summer. Going to the beach, doing a test of courage. As for the fireworks festival, He hadn't missed it at all. He had even watched it multiple times. Go do that with Secretary Chan. She'll probably like it. Nakano Ichika chose to divert the disaster elsewhere. This time, Sakurai Saki shrank back instead. Chika? Doing a test of courage with her, there would definitely be huge problems. That person wasn't the ordinary obedient type. She could come up with anything. The plan to organize a test of courage was temporarily declared a failure. Before sleeping, after taking a bath, Sakurai Saki sat on the edge of the bed, holding his phone and looking at the chat contents online from everyone in the student council. Shinomiya Kagaya. The farewell for Shirogane Kuin is the morning after tomorrow. Everyone, don't be late. Miko, Sarai Senpai, is still in Kyoto. Can he really make it back in time? Just as Sakurai Saki was about to type a reply, he felt something flying toward his head at extreme speed. With a thump sound, he was struck by the incoming missile. Immediately after came Yatsuba's cheerful shout. Amazing! I hit Sakurai-san. Super far. The poor little rabbit still hadn't realized that danger was approaching. A pillow fight? Sakurai Saki picked up the pillow that had just flown into him and looked toward the five sisters who were in a chaotic brawl not far away. How childish, already grown up and still playing with pillows. Sigh. Can't they be a bit more mature? Sakurai Saki lightly shook his head, stood up, rolled his wrists, adjusted his stance, and then forcefully threw the pillow. Whoosh. Detection of a nuclear strike incoming. After a thump, the little rabbit stiffened upright, then slowly collapsed. Yuwu. It hurts so much. Sakurai-san. Why does even a pillow hurt when it hits? Yatsuba clutched her head, her eyes watery as she looked at him. Stand still. Don't move. It'll teach you right now, believe it. Liar, I don't believe you. Seeing him raise another pillow, Yatsuba hurriedly hid behind Itsuki. If it was plump Itsuki, she would definitely make a good meat shield, Yatsuba thought, after a brutal pillow battle. Midnight. Sakurai Saki suddenly sensed the sound of footsteps beside him. He slowly opened his eyes and discovered it was Yatsuba again, her face full of fear. Sakafin, there's a ghost. You was the ghost, okay? You almost scared me to death. Chapter 449, 449. Five Nights at Freddy's. What time is it now? Sakurai Saki looked at Yatsuba's face right in front of his eyes and asked a question. Yatsuba forced herself to suppress her panic and said, 1 in the morning. If it were morning, when the sun was up, she wouldn't be this scared at all. Precisely because it was so late, the frightening atmosphere had reached max. Yatsuba had only gone to the toilet for a bit and was already scared pale. Go on. Sakurai Saki yawned. What happened? My teddy bear disappeared. Nakano Yatsuba's face gained a few more traces of fear. Today she had brought home a teddy bear, and it was even one that Sakurai Saki had personally shot for her at a festival stall. Its size wasn't small either, about 30 centimeters. Maybe someone hid your bear. Go to sleep. When morning comes, just ask and you'll know. Sakurai Saki really didn't have the mood to look for a teddy bear in the middle of the night. There was no need. It was definitely a prank by Nino or Itsuki. Seeing Yatsuba leaving things around, they probably just casually put it away. I'm the one who sleeps the latest. Before going to bed, I put it in the living room, several corridors away. Yatsuba said tremblingly. But when I checked just now, it had rolled down from the table in the living room to the floor, and it was also very close to the door of the living room. Maybe you didn't place it steadily. After saying that, Sakurai Saki wrapped himself in the blanket, closed his eyes, and planned to go back to sleep. Then why did it? Sécurisant, don't sleep. Yatsuba pulled at his blanket, then crawled straight in. Sakurai Saki opened his eyes and turned his face to look at the cute face only a finger's distance away. Kinda wanted to kiss it. Why did you crawl in? I'm scared. This reason was way too overpowered. As long as a girl said it, anything could be forgiven. Truly cunning. Sakurai Saki fell silent for a few seconds, then got up. Let's go take a look at the scene. Yatsuba watched him get up and put on his clothes. She froze. Wait, Sakurai-san, we were just lying under the same blanket, okay? How can you calmly leave like that? Yatsuba began to doubt her own feminine charm. If Sakurai Saki knew what she was thinking, he would definitely retort. Women horny, and they say the guy is lecherous. No horny, and they say the guy is pretending to be upright. What is it? Didn't you say you wanted to go take a look? Seeing her curling up in fear, Sakurai Saki chuckled softly. They'll protect you. Don't worry. Yatsuba stood up, still wearing her pajamas and showing no intention of changing. Not changing clothes? Pervert. Yatsuba blushed and hugged her chest. It's a bit cold outside. Even though it's summer, the nighttime temperature. If you go out dressed like this, it's very easy to catch a cold. Outside? That's right. According to what you said, that teddy bear is very likely to have gone outside. As soon as those words left his mouth, Yatsuba's legs went weak. She didn't dare to go anymore, hurriedly crawled back into the blanket, stuck her head out to look at Sakurai Saki, and said weakly, "Can I not go?" At this moment, compared to the teddy bear being haunted, she would rather believe it had simply accidentally fallen from the table. The corners of Sakurai Saki's mouth curved into a malicious smile. He forcefully grabbed her hand. "Don't say that. There are no ghosts in this world, right? We have to believe in science." "I know, but I'm just scared." Yatsuba pouted, stepping out of the blanket with great reluctance. The two quietly left the Washitsu-style bedroom, and then arrived at the pitch-dark corridor. Sakurai Saki turned on the light beside them. The light here was an old-style one, flickering orange light. Combined with the timing, it really gave off a bit of a horror movie feeling. "We didn't wake them up just now, right?" Yatsuba turned her head and looked back. "No, every single one of them is sleeping like corpses. That comparison is too much." Yatsuba shot him a glance. Using that kind of comparison in a situation like this was definitely intentional to scare people. But Sakurai Saki's personality had always been rather mean anyway, so she was already used to it. "Shall we check the living room first?" "Umo." The two of them started walking. Yatsuba followed behind Sakurai Saki, turned her head to look at the pitch-black corridor behind them, felt a little scared, and then jogged over to stick close beside him, grabbing his hand. "I'm scared." Having already been blocked by her explanation, Sakurai Saki couldn't really say anything. Holding hands was fine then. After all, the five sisters all looked pretty similar, and besides, Yatsuba wasn't wearing her characteristic bunny ear ribbon at the moment. "Sakurai-san, there won't really be ghosts, right?" "Probably not." Sakurai Saki said a few words that went against his conscience. Yatsuba was the only one among the five sisters who didn't know his true identity, so it was best not to tell her. Why is that phrased as a question? Because I'm not sure either. What if there really is? All those mysterious phenomena that can't be explained by science. It's not that they don't have rules. It's just that humans haven't discovered them yet, right? Why do you have to ask me back when you explain? Before Yatsuba could finish speaking, the two of them had already arrived in front of the living room door. Sakurai Saki didn't think much about it, and directly reached out to push open the door, which already had a fairly large gap. The two of them turned on the living room lights. Contrary to expectations, the teddy bear that Yatsuba said had just fallen near the living room door had disappeared. Yatsuba wanted to scream, but was quickly covered over the mouth by Sakurai Saki. It disappeared? Yatsuba nodded vigorously. Only then did Sakurai Saki let go. If Yatsuba screamed, then no one would be sleeping tonight. "Huh." Yatsuba first let out a breath, then hurriedly explained. "Sakurai-san, I really did see it just now. I wasn't lying, and I wasn't tricking you. I know. It probably took advantage of us talking in the bedroom to push the living room door and leave. In other words, right now in our house, there's a teddy bear that can wander around." Nakano Yatsuba tightly hugged Sakurai Saki's arm, as if she wanted to attach it to her body. She was scared to death. "Let's go to the front door. I want to go back to sleep." Yatsuba felt that acting like an ostrich was more suitable for this situation. In horror movies, the bold people who go exploring usually die the fastest. Instead, the foolish characters are the ones who live the longest. Don't be like that. If we don't catch it now, will you even be able to sleep later? Seeing how scared she was, Sakurai Saki couldn't help having one bad thought after another pop up in his mind. Ooh, actually, Yatsuba had already prepared herself mentally to not sleep tonight. Whether they caught it or not didn't really matter. Wait, catch it? That's right. I don't want it anymore. Thinking about the several thousand yen you spent to get it, are you sure you really don't want it anymore? Fine. We'll just go take a look. Just take a look only. Got it, got it. Look how timid you are. Sakurai Saki pulled Yatsuba toward the entrance. Right in front of the front door. The teddy bear was sitting right there, blankly, one arm raised toward the doorknob. Yatsuba held her breath. Theirs, before she could finish saying the word ghost. Her mouth was once again covered by Sakurai Saki. There really is a ghost. Yatsuba felt a chill surge straight up from her feet to the top of her head. But in such a situation, Sakurai Saki was completely opposite to the reaction one should have. He gestured for Yatsuba to be quiet and then walked over to the entrance, reaching out to open the door. Yatsuba, turn around. Don't look at it. Yatsuba's whole body stiffened as she turned around. A very faint sound came from the doorway. When Yatsuba turned her head to look again, the teddy bear at the front door had disappeared. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the floor, panting as she said, "It left? It left. Let's go back to sleep," Yatsuba said, but then noticed that Sakurai Saki had no intention of closing the door. Why isn't he closing the door? Sakurai-san, you're not thinking of something strange, are you? Sure enough, Sakurai Saki opened his mouth and said, "Want to follow and take a look?" No. Yatsuba wanted to refuse, but the curiosity in her heart kept pushing her to do something stupid. "Don't worry, they'll protect you." Sakurai Saki's voice somehow carried a power that stirred people up. Yatsuba thought for a few seconds, and in the end, she still didn't refuse. Chapter 45450, Returning Home Near Kyoto. In Higashiyama, every year, there is the Gozen no Okurabi, the 5 mountainous send-off fires, ritual to send off the ancestral spirits that are welcomed back during the Obon festival. At today's Bon Odori event, in the end, there were also rituals of floating lanterns and lighting fires. By all logic, the wandering spirits around should have already returned to Yomi, but it seemed that there was one spirit that had lost its way. Stepping out through the front door, they closed it behind them. Nakano Yatsuba let out a breath. Why was it so cold outside? Even though it was night, it was still summer. Where did it go? No idea. There was no sign at all of that teddy bear on the road. There was only a street light about every 50 meters. Searching for a teddy bear that could move on its own under circumstances like this. Wasn't this basically filming a horror movie for real? Timid, Yatsuba tugged at the hem of his clothes. Sakurai-san, I think we should go back. That's something we paid money to bring back, several thousand yen, you know? I don't need it anymore. It was my allowance anyway. So my effort is worth not even a single yen? Sakurai Saki ignored her tugging and pulled her along toward the cemetery area they had visited during the day. Nakano Yatsuba temporarily gave up the idea of going home and looked around nervously. Sakurai-san, don't you feel cold? It must be because of a ghost. Otherwise, suddenly, a strange gust of wind blew up, blowing away the bangs on Yatsuba's forehead. She squinted her eyes and used her free hand to shield against the wind. When the wind died down, Nakano Yatsuba discovered that under a nearby streetlight, the teddy bear that had run off earlier was standing there motionless. Over there, Yatsuba hid behind Sakurai Saki, tilting her head to peek out. Sakurai-san, how did you know it ran here? Didn't I already say it? It wants to go home. A ghost's home, besides where their relatives live, is Yomi. And graves are the entrance to Yomi. Yatsuba, the reason you're afraid of ghosts is because you're worried that ghosts will harm you, right? Sakurai Saki explained. This teddy bear just wants to go home. Otherwise, when we were sleeping just now, it would have come to harm us long ago. I see. Then it's a good teddy bear. Yatsuba felt that what he said made a lot of sense. But sense was sense, and it had absolutely nothing to do with whether she was scared or not. There is no girl in this world brave enough to not be afraid of ghosts. Yatsuba could be certain and affirm that. Turn your back. If we look at it, it probably won't move. Although Yatsuba was scared, she didn't refuse. If it's a spirit that lost its way, could it be my mom's incarnation? Thinking that, the unease in Nakano Yatsuba's heart quickly dissipated, replaced by a warm feeling. If it's Mom, that would be great. She couldn't help but think that. 1 minute later, you can follow it now. Sakurai Saki very naturally took her hand. The two of them turned around and walked forward along the country road. Sakurai-san, could it be? You think it's your mother? Sakurai Saki could give the answer impossible. But the truth was that he couldn't easily tell Yatsuba that. Omo. Yatsuba nodded. I don't know. This is my first time encountering a situation like this, too. If you hadn't woken me up tonight, I probably would have just kept sleeping. I see. Walking while stopping along the way, taking nearly half an hour, the two of them finally arrived at the village cemetery. This place buried many elderly people who had passed away in the surrounding area. Japan has had the custom of cremation since very early on, and burial in the ground is almost non-existent. Temples and cemeteries are everywhere. But unfortunately, the number of elderly people who pass away each year has not decreased at all, so accumulated over time, even in rural areas, graves are still very expensive. Not being able to live in a good house while alive is one thing. But even after dying, there's a possibility of not having a place to stay. There's really no knowing how to put it. Following the footsteps of the teddy bear, the two of them stopped in front of a grave. On it were incense, candles, and offering flowers. There was no eerie atmosphere at all. On the contrary, it gave people an inexplicable sense of warmth. Sakurai-san, it moved. Yatsuba's voice was as soft as a mosquito's as she pointed down in front of the grave, where the teddy bear was crawling upward step by step. Sakurai Saki didn't say anything. Watching the teddy bear slowly crawl to the side of the offerings, then turn around and sit still without moving. Maybe the spirit has returned to the grave? Just as he thought that, the teddy bear suddenly turned its head to look at Yatsuba, waved at her, then slowly lay down. With a ong sound, a beam of light shot out from the teddy bear, like a ribbon shooting straight into Yatsuba's chest. Thank you, big sister. I'm giving you a gift. Please accept it. A childish little girl's voice echoed in Yatsuba's mind. Only then did she look toward the inscription on the gravestone. It's not Mom. She murmured, then a few seconds later shook her head at herself. What am I thinking, Yatsuba? Even if it were Mom, so what? We did a good deed, so don't make that kind of face. Seeing that her expression looked somewhat dispirited, Sakurai Saki offered a word of comfort. Just as Yatsuba responded. She raised her hand to support her forehead, her spirit wavering for a moment. In that instant, countless memories in her mind became unusually clear, as if her childhood had been experienced all over again. Among them, of course, were many memories of living together with her mother. Her mother's voice, her mother's appearance, her mother's reminders, the last words before she passed away. Too many, far too many. This was the gift the spirit had spoken of. Under Sakurai Saki's astonished gaze, Yatsuba slowly squatted down, hugged her knees, and quietly burst into tears. She had originally been the one among the 5 sisters who liked clinging to their mother the most. Now, wave after wave of moving memories kept flooding into her mind, and she truly couldn't hold back her tears. Yatsuba wiped her tears, but discovered that the more she wiped, the more tears fell. After a long time, Nakano Yatsuba propped her hands on her knees and stood up. Sakurai-san, we've met before, haven't we? With the help of the spirit, she had remembered back then. After learning that her mother's illness was incurable, she had run to the park, met Sakurai Saki, begged him for help, and asked him to save her mother. What are you talking about? Sakurai-san doesn't need to blame himself. It's fine. Just being able to relive once more those days spent with her mother already made Yatsuba feel very satisfied. Toward Sakurai Saki, she was truly very grateful. Let's go home. The next day, it just feels like Sakurai-san and Yatsuba have gotten much closer. Itsuki said to Nino, who was also cooking in the kitchen, her face full of suspicion. Isn't that very good? Nino guessed. Something secret must have happened that we don't know about, right? Just like back then with herself. Very good? Itsuki said helplessly, "Do you really want the five of us to always be together? Personally, I don't want Yatsuba to be eaten by him. The five sisters all liking one man, all serving one husband together. That kind of thing, doesn't it seem very strange? This isn't ancient times anymore. I'm talking about a teacher-student relationship, okay? Itsuki, what are you thinking about?" Nino teased with a laugh. Ohaya, Ohaya. So Itsuki wants everyone to be together forever? Itsuki's face reddened as she muttered, "Pervert Nino." Uh-huh. Then who was the one shaking their hips the hardest the night before last? I wonder. I won't say it out loud, you. Itsuki put down the kitchen knife and reached out to pinch Nino's slender waist. "Hey, I'm cooking. That tickles." "It wasn't me. The most intense one was Miku." "Nino? It's... The place you got angry, it seems to be a bit off, doesn't it?" Chapter 451. Farewell time drifted along languidly, and soon it was August 16th. More than half of the summer vacation had already passed. Early in the morning, inside Tokyo Airport, a group from the student council gathered together, seeing off Shirogane Miyuki. "Senpai, once you go to America, don't forget everyone." Ishigami wiped the slightly reddened corners of his eyes. This appearance made quite a few passers-by feel moved as well. "That's right. If you go to America and immediately forget your teammates or something, that would be going too far." Fujiwara Chika crossed her arms and nodded as she spoke, looking as if she truly believed Shirogane Miyuki was capable of doing such a thing. "I won't forget. But before this, you were always complaining that Tokyo isn't good, saying prices are too expensive, income isn't high enough, and that even your hourly part-time wages aren't enough to cover daily food expenses." Shirogane Miyuki, as if America were any better. That place even worships freedom. People protest every single day, not to mention those things. One has to know that America is a country that does not ban guns. If one day I'm walking down the street and get shot dead just because of my Asian face, what am I supposed to do then? When I become prime minister in the future and start handing out gold bars to everyone, we'll call you back." Fujiwara Chika tiptoed up, patted his shoulder, and said those bizarre words with a serious expression. If possible, it'd be best not to." Shirogane Miyuki let out an awkward laugh. If Chika became prime minister, he would hide in America forever and never come back. Ishigami, who had been a bit sad to begin with, after listening to Fujiwara Chika's long ramble, also felt a bit like laughing. "Fujiwara-senpai, could you please shut up? We're seeing Miyu-senpai off. Has anyone seen Sakurai-san? Did he stand us up?" Shinomiya Kagaya looked left and right, searching for the figure of certain someone. Where did Sakurai-kun run off to? Could it be that he went to Kyoto to play, had so much fun that he forgot the way back, and doesn't want to return anymore? But then again, does Kyoto really have anything that could fascinate him that much? Geez, it's simply unimaginable. What kind of depraved life would it take to satisfy him? Maybe only some wildly extravagant indulgence every single day would he be able to sink into it, right? Sakurai-senpai will come. Aino Mika's voice was full of certainty. Saki and I won't make everyone wait in vain. Unlike some older brother, Shirogane K shot Shirogane Miyuki a look of disgust, then spoke with an awkward but caring tone. "Aniki, when you go to America, don't mess around, okay? I've heard there are lots of unclean women there. And don't go running around either like those red light districts." Shirogane Miyuki said irritably, "Your brother's going there to study, not to buy sex." Cough. "K, where did you learn about that kind of stuff? He'll be in high school next year already. Why wouldn't I be allowed to know? Does Aniki still treat me like a little kid?" What Shirogane K couldn't stand the most was her brother's attitude these past few years. He had always treated her as a child. "I'm afraid you'll get tricked by scumbags." Shirogane Miyuki had only gotten halfway through his admonishment when he heard a familiar voice sound out. "Am I late?" Crap, he had just said scumbag, and the scumbag immediately appeared. No, Sakurai-senpai arrived right on time. After saying that, Aino Miko dashed straight towards Sakurai Saki, immediately burrowing into his arms and taking several deep breaths in a row. This action caused Fujiwara Chika's and Shinomiya Kagaya's eyelids to twitch repeatedly. Inside Shinomiya Kagaya's heart, she was speechless, relying on being young to do whatever she wants. What is Miko-chan doing? Fujiwara Chika blinked her eyes. Her beloved Miko-chan was tightly hugging the man she cherished. A situation like this was really uncomfortable. So Fujiwara Chika also scurried over to Sakurai Saki's side and hooked one of his arms. "Welcome back." She smiled brightly. "I'm back." For some reason, Shirage Miyuki felt that at this moment, it didn't feel like they were seeing him off at all, but rather like they were welcoming this Sakurai Saki back instead. Shirage Miyuki's current mood wasn't bad either, so he didn't have any negative thoughts. There are only 10 minutes left before boarding ticket inspection starts. And you show up this close to the time, don't you think that's a little bit late? It's fine, isn't it? Because I am here. You really calculate everything down to the last second. Shirage Miyuki let out a helpless laugh, walked up to Sakurai Saki, who had just escaped from someone's embrace, and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry. If you miss your flight because you're waiting for me, you brother here would immediately charter a private jet to chase after you to America and see you off." It really feels like something you'd actually do, Shirage Miyuki laughed. "Your expression is way too serious, Sakurai." Could be that you weren't joking. Ahem. After I go to America, they'll have to trouble you to take care of Kei. If anything happens to her, they'll be relying on you. Shirage Miyuki said in a low voice. Although he often joked about being afraid that Sakurai Saki would do some scumbag things to his younger sister, he also knew that, as a bro, this guy wouldn't take the initiative toward Kei. "For half a year, I can handle it. After that, once we graduate from Shuchiin, we'll probably have to rely on Ishigami and the others." Umo. The two of them simultaneously looked over at Ishigami beside them, recalling what he had been like a year ago, both revealing satisfied smiles. "Got anything you want to say to me? When the government starts handing out gold bars in the future, remember to come back." "Hey, why are you using the same line as Secretary Fujiwara? I'm just going to study, yet you guys talk like I'm about to betray the country." Shirage Miyuki covered his face, truly at a loss with these two. Fujiwara Chika was unpredictable, and Sakurai Saki was also unpredictable. Even after studying together for 3 years, he still couldn't see through either of them. Sakurai Saki looked at his utterly helpless face and said chokingly, "It's okay. They'll take good care of Kei. Don't keep it in your heart, just go with peace of mind." Shirage Miyuki, "I really want to punch you." "What do you mean go with peace of mind? I'm not dead yet." Letting out a sigh, Shirage Miyuki took out his phone and glanced at the time. "It's almost time to board. We've pretty much said all the goodbyes already, so we'll head off first." "Umo, President Shirage, goodbye. Remember to come back during the next winter vacation." "Miu-senpai, hick, goodbye." Men don't shed tears easily. It's just that the moment of heartbreak hasn't arrived yet. Ishigami, you wiped the moist corners of his eyes and waved goodbye. "Bue due, Virogane-kun." Fujiwara Chika waved as well. "Shirage senpai, even after you go to America, you have to work hard and get first place." "Aniki, after you get off the plane, don't forget to message," Kei reminded him. After that, when Shirage's figure disappeared from sight, everyone fell silent for a moment. Then, Fujiwara Chika jumped up and shouted loudly, "We're going on an island trip tomorrow." "Yay! Yay! 7A island trip." Aino Mika's small face was also filled with excitement. These two instantly shattered the farewell atmosphere from just now truly great villains. "You're getting way too excited," Shinomiya Kagaya said helplessly. "Someone had just gotten on the plane, and you guys acting like this was really too much, no, super too much." "The new swimsuit. I can finally wear it," Kei muttered quietly. When that stupid brother was still around, even wearing a swimsuit would get nagged at, so annoying. Now he's already gone to America and can't control her anymore. Listening to their exchanges, a huge question mark appeared over Ishigami-yu's head. "Give me back the emotion from earlier. You heartless women." Luckily, there's still Sakurai-senpai. "Huh?" Ishigami-yu suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a faintly hidden look of fatigue on Sakurai Saki's face. He asked with concern, Sakurai-senpai. Did you not sleep well last night? I didn't rest well. My waist hurts. Sakurai Saki rubbed his waist. Fighting 4 people alone, sure enough. It was still a bit too much. Ishigami, you? What on earth did you do last night? Held a debauched party? Or something? Chapter 452. The starting point of the trip, the Shinomiya family has a great deal of real estate in Tokyo. Aside from the villa near Mita Station, there's also a palace-like villa by Tokyo Bay. Looking out from the large glass windows on the 3rd floor, one can see the shimmering waves of Tokyo Bay's surface. From time to time, yachts pass from right to left, their long ship horns echoing for quite a while. Early in the morning, Shinomiya Kagaya slowly opened her eyes, then turned over slightly. After opening her eyes, Kagaya thought for a few seconds before finally recalling what had happened last night. Kagaya, are you up yet? Hayasaka, Ace's voice came from outside the door. I'm up. Shinomiya Kagaya replied, listlessly. Hayasaka, AI, pushed the door open and walked in. Her long blonde hair stood out strikingly in the slightly dim room. She sighed, walked to the window, pulled the curtains open as she always had before, then went to the wardrobe to get clothes. No need, Hayasaka, I can do it myself. What exactly did he do to you last night? AI-chan had just seen Sakurai Saki go out for a morning run downstairs earlier. He was amazing. This is the first time I've seen you say things like that. Hayasaka, AI, was left speechless. The once pure and spotless Kagayaheim, now only her beauty remained untainted. I'm just stating the truth. Shinomiya Kagaya took the clothes she handed over and took off her pajamas. A spring scene was immediately revealed. Her jade-smooth skin bore scattered red marks. Just a brief glance was enough to tell how intense last night had been. Where's Fujiwara-san? Has she come over yet? As Kagaya adjusted her hair, she looked at Hayasaka, AI, sitting on the edge of the bed. She's in the reception room downstairs. Sakurai-san went back to Kyoto a while ago. What do you think he went there to do? Shinomiya Kagaya looked for something to talk about. Who knows? Aren't you curious? If you went and asked him, he'd probably be very willing to tell you. Kagaya, women, sometimes living a bit stupidly makes life happier. It wasn't hard for Hayasaka, AI, to guess what Sakurai Saki had been doing during those days. I don't want to become a stupid woman. Shinomiya Kagaya bent her fingers, counting the women currently surrounding Sakurai Saki. Fujiwara-san, Aino Miko, you, and me, there are already 4. As for the Nakano sisters, do you think he succeeded with them? AI-chan's fingers stopped tapping on her phone. Probably not, right? Are you sure? Sure? No, I even suspect he's already swept up all 5 sisters. Hayasaka, AI, thought silently to herself. Among the 5 sisters, the one she could clearly confirm had feelings for Sakurai Saki were actually only 2, Nakano Miku and Nakano Nino. As for the remaining sisters, AI-chan didn't dare to be certain. She had once called Sakurai Saki's mother. The last time he returned to Kyoto, he also hadn't stayed at home for long. Forget it. Let's go downstairs first. The 2 went downstairs together. In the living room, beside the sofa, Fujiwara Chika's face was covered with strips of white paper, on which the words idiot were written. It looked like she had played games and lost quite a few times. That's not fair. I demand a rematch. Chika-chan shouted loudly, looking extremely unconvinced. You have the nerve to say that kind of thing when you're the cheater? Sakurai Saki shot her an annoyed glance. Then he laughed wickedly and stuck another piece of paper onto her forehead. An extra punishment for the loser. You, don't write idiot on it. He'll really become an idiot. After listening to the exchange between the 2, Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka, AI, glanced at each other. These 2 have been like this for over a year. Now, why hasn't the way they get along changed at all? It was still a feeling beyond friends, but not quite lovers. Both of them found it very strange. Fujiwara Chika had confessed that she liked Sakurai Saki for 2 years already. Yet up until now, she still hadn't been eaten by Sakurai Saki, that scumbag. Shinomiya Kagaya couldn't help but think, does Sakurai-san really like Fujiwara-san? Such a thought popped into Kagaya's mind. Why did I think this idiot would be a rival in the first place? Hayasaka AI began to doubt the meaning of her early confession. If Secretary Chan hadn't intervened, maybe she wouldn't have ended up self-destructing. After self-destructing, it triggered a chain reaction, making it impossible for Hayasaka AI to make up her mind to bind Sakurai Saki's heart tightly and not let him open a harem, resulting in the current situation. The starting point of this butterfly effect was precisely Fujiwara Chika. As a result, in the end, Sakurai Saki had almost gone around scumbagging everyone. Yet the most original one, Fujiwara Chika, still hadn't been touched. Hayasaka AI pondered, beginning to doubt life. No, no, no. We still can't let our guard down. This was Fujiwara Chika, the granddaughter of Azathoth, an unpredictable, chaotic creature. What if someday in the future, she suddenly dragged Saki-chan to the ward office to register their marriage? The possibility of a sneak attack on the main wife wasn't low at all. By then, she shouldn't be called Fujiwara Chika anymore, but Sakurai Chika. Saki-kun, stareme. While the other two were still thinking, Fujiwara Chika lost another round. What are you guys playing? Hayasaka AI noticed that there were neither chess pieces nor cards in their hands. It's a very normal game. Normal? Umo. The two of us stare at each other. Whoever's heart wavers first and moves their gaze first loses. Fujiwara Chika nodded as she spoke, the pieces of paper on her forehead lightly swaying. Ayazaka Aishinomi Yakaguya. Take back what we just said. She has never stopped attacking from the beginning. Why are you all looking at me like that? Doesn't everyone like him? Is my behavior really that strange? Fujiwara Chika didn't quite understand. Silence. Secretary Chan, at the very least, Saki-chan is still my boyfriend. Hayasaka Ace expression was about to crack. Playing this kind of game with my boyfriend right in front of me, isn't that a bit too much? Aren't you not married yet? Besides, Kagaya-sen isn't any different. Fujiwara Chika curled the corner of her mouth into a devil-like smile and looked towards Shinomiya Kagaya. Meaning, I know about your relationship with him, you know? Shinomiya Kagaya felt guilty and shifted her gaze away. Just who told her about it anyway? Seeing this, Sakurai Saki lowered his head. If she asks me, I don't have any choice either. Who would have thought she'd ask those kinds of questions without reading the room? And on the very night Miko-chan confessed, no less. No, rather. She's the only one who could ask questions like that. Kagaya-sama is different. She's like my own flesh and blood sister. So, there's no problem at all. Kagaya-san is different. Maybe she also wants to become Lady Sakurai. Fujiwara Chika tilted her head. Huh? Hayasaka AI tilted her face to look at Kagaya. Wait a second. Could it be that I've been too lax in my vigilance toward Kagaya-sama? I even agreed to let her sleep in the same bed as my boyfriend last night. Shinomiya Kagaya covered her face. Don't say it anymore. Please stop saying it. I really did once have the thought of marrying Sakurai-san, but I only thought about it in my head. I never intended to put it into action at all. Wah, just let me die already. This is way too embarrassing. Moreover, didn't we already openly express our feelings to him long ago? Then why are we still arguing over this? Shinomiya Kagaya went all in, no longer pretending. That's true. Fujiwara Chika nodded. Hayasaka AI also nodded and said, as long as someone still hasn't made up their mind, then discussing these things has no meaning anyway. After that, the three of them simultaneously looked toward Sakurai Saki. AI-chan smiled and said, Saki-chan, who are you planning to marry? Sakurai Saki, who had been eating melon and watching the drama halfway through, completely didn't expect things to end like this. He quietly took out his phone and pretended to answer a call. Kei-chan, you're here already? I'll come pick you up right away. Shurafield is truly terrifying. Better to run first. Chapter 453. Sunscreen. Sakurai Saki escaped from the Shurafield, walking past the garden planted with seasonal flowers. Even though no one had lived here for a long time, a great deal of manpower and money was still spent on maintenance and repairs. The luxury yacht moored at the pier was the same, buying it was one sum of money. But the maintenance costs were another, sometimes even more expensive than the original purchase price. Good thing I didn't buy a yacht, otherwise it really would have been a waste of money. While thinking, he had already arrived at the door. What he had just said earlier was of course not a lie. Saki and I, over here. Kei waved her hand towards Sakurai Saki. Standing beside her was another person, the non-blood-related younger sister whom Sakurai Saki had not seen for a very long time. The servants here had already been withdrawn a few days ago. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to the point where guests had to open the door themselves. Sakurai Saki walked into the security room next door. 1 minute later, Shirogane Kei adjusted the sun hat on her head, then turned around in front of Sakurai Saki to show off the one-piece dress she was wearing. Saki and I, how is it, other than the 2 words, so beautiful? I can't think of any other way to describe it. Sakurai Saki carried her luggage, along with the luggage of the cheap little sister standing beside her. Good morning, Yami, Sakurai Saki observed. Waist-length golden hair, a cute face, and those cold eyes that at this moment were enough to make the surrounding temperature drop. Sure enough, Kei was a bit cuter. This time I came only because of Fujiwara-san's invitation. It has nothing to do with Oni-sama at all. It's absolutely not because I wanted to see you that I came. Golden Eve Darkness replied in a soft voice. A textbook under a line, truly rare. Sakurai Saki was speechless inside. Is Eve Senpai really Saki-nai's younger sister? Shirogane Kei's eyes were filled with curiosity. There had once been rumors like this circulating in middle school, but she hadn't expected them to be true. She transferred back from overseas to Shuchiin a few months ago. I see. Shirogane Kei felt a sense of danger. If there really was a biological younger sister, then in the future would Saki and I still treat her as well as before? Wait, it should be fine. After all, she's just a younger sister. It's not like she's something else. Seeing so many senpai from the student council surrounding Saki and I every day, her thoughts had also begun to become strange. If asked whether Kei liked him, of course she did. But more than that, it was probably friendship. Isn't Ishigami-senpai coming this time? Shirogane Kei only found out last night that apart from Sakurai Saki, there were no other male students on this trip. He signed up for remedial classes. Sakurai Saki explained. After all, his current goal is to get first in the grade. At the very least, he has to make it into the top 5. But in my opinion, there's basically no chance. Why? Because there exists someone who is both smarter and more hardworking than him. Aino Miko, the towering mountain blocking Ishigami's path, rising straight into the clouds. The ancients moving mountains had to pass it down through generations of descendants. And for Ishigami to move a mountain, 1 year was definitely not enough. Fortunately, Ishigami was a realistic person with a very clear understanding of himself. Aino-senpai really is amazing. Shirogane Kei recalled the last time Aino Miko told her that she liked Sakurai Saki. Aren't there way too many girls who like Saki and I? Even if you were divided into 5 parts, it still wouldn't be enough for everyone to share. Sakurai Saki. Why did he suddenly feel a chill down his spine? Like he was about to be secretly chopped by a knife from behind? This trip has only Saki and I as the only boy. It feels really strange. But Hayasaka-senpai is Saki-nai's girlfriend. With her there, it should be fine, right? Oni-sama, I hate H stuff. Yami blushed and gave her assessment. It's just everyone going out together. How did it turn into H? There's only you who's a boy. And Fujiwara-sen, Shinomiya-san, Hayasaka-sen, Aino Kohai, and even Shirogane Muto, everyone is a girl. What kind of strange creature do you even think your brother is? Yami thought for a moment, then muttered. An octopus. Hey, that's going too far, treating your brother like a tentacled monster, you know? Even if we're not related by blood, I'm still your brother in name. Sakurai Saki sighed. Yami, you might not believe it when I say this, but I really don't have any intentions toward everyone. I already have a girlfriend. With other girls, it can only be friendship, understand? Liar. Yami looked at him, without the slightest bit of trust in her eyes. You clearly often bring other women home to stay overnight. Before she could finish, Sakurai Saki covered her mouth with his hand. He almost forgot this kid lives right next door. Every move he makes when going in and out, she probably knows it all clearly. There are other people here, you know. Be a good little sister and leave me some dignity, Sakurai Saki whispered close to her ear. And then Yami nodded. Letting go, Sakurai Saki led the two of them across the garden. Yami is a legacy of the old organization. I wonder if she's hiding some earth-shaking secret. The collapse of the old organization back then was indeed a bit strange. But there probably isn't any problem, right? Ever since Yami started going to school, the killing aura she carried as a murder weapon has gradually faded, becoming much more normal. Besides, a plain and ordinary daily life has always been his style of living. Suddenly jumping into chaotic superpower battles, wouldn't that feel extremely out of tune? Returning to the villa. After everyone finished packing their luggage, they waited for Aino Miko to arrive, then drove together to the harbor. At 9 a.m., a luxury yacht departed from Tokyo Bay, heading toward a small island to the north. According to the route, if nothing unexpected happened, they wouldn't reach the destination until the next morning. Since it was a preset journey, piloting the yacht didn't require constant attention, truly something to be grateful for, thanks to the progress of civilization and technology. The yacht had a total of 3 decks. The first deck was the sleeping quarters, along with quite a few entertainment areas, such as a bar and a screening room. The cockpit was on the second deck. There was also a swimming pool on the deck, as well as a KTV room, a kitchen, and a lounge. As for the third deck, Saki-kun, help me put on sunscreen. Fujiwara Chika cut off Sakurai Saki's train of thought. He had been lying on a lounge chair at the stern deck, watching the foamy white waves, when she pulled him back to reality. Where did everyone else go? Sakurai Saki stood up and took off his sunglasses. Miko-chan is eating. Kagaya-san is changing into swimsuits together with Kei-chan and Eve-chan, and AI-chan is in the cockpit checking whether the route was set incorrectly. Fujiwara Chika bent her fingers, counting each love rival one by one. No one was taking the initiative to attack. How unusual. Once we go a bit farther this afternoon, we can stop the boat to fish. There's also storage in the back for jet skis, Sakurai Saki said as he stood up, gesturing for Fujiwara Chika to lie face down. She was wearing a black bikini decorated with ribbon-like accents. The fabric so scant that it was like petals barely covering a blossom, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. After Chika lay down, Sakurai Saki casually untied the straps of her swimsuit. He squeezed out the milky white sunscreen and spread it. Kaya! Fujiwara Chika's body stiffened. It's so cold. Bear with it. Sakurai Saki's fingers glided across her smooth skin. This is clearly the classic sunscreen-applying scene. But Saki-kun, your reaction is really strange. You're not embarrassed at all? Fujiwara Chika felt his large hand continuously tracing over her back. And while suppressing her sense of bashfulness, she asked, haven't I touched it plenty of times before? Sakurai Saki finished applying it to her back. Turn over, it'll do the front as well. Dervert, Saki-kun. Chika covered her full curves, her face flushed as she muttered. You should at least show a bit of embarrassment too. Could it be that my body isn't attractive at all? A few seconds later, Chika let go, lying in front of him, openly presenting her alluring figure without any attempt to hide it like twin lotus buds rising from a snowy field, entering Sakurai Saki's view. She turned her face slightly to the side and said in a soft voice, but I also really like it when you're this gentle. Sakurai Saki, you've already said both the good and the bad yourself. What am I supposed to say then? Itida Kamasu? Chapter 454. Chika. Is it finally my turn? After finishing applying sunscreen for Chika, Sakurai Saki went together with Chika to see what the others were doing. With this much time passed, the swimsuits should already be changed. Shinomiya-senpai, sorry for the trouble. I didn't expect to accidentally buy the wrong swimsuit size. Shinomiya Kagaya sighed, leading Shirogane K out of the changing room. She was wearing a black bikini decorated with cute lace, with a very eye-catching bow in the center. Shirogane K's swimsuit had a similar style, only with the colors reversed, becoming white. What was worth mentioning was that the swimsuit sizes of the two of them were exactly the same. A high school student and a middle school student wearing the same size, Okawai Kodo. Sakurai Saki glanced at Shinomiya Kagaya's perfectly fitting silhouette and silently sighed. The touch felt fine, but the weakness was still obvious. Judging purely by scale, Kagaya was indeed somewhat unfortunate. The two of them did not notice that Sakurai Saki and Chika were approaching from the back deck of the yacht. It seemed they were planning to go play in the pool at the bow. Just as Sakurai Saki was about to follow, he noticed there was still one person left in the changing room. Did Shinomiya-senpai get angry? Aino Miko couldn't figure it out no matter how much she thought about it. She had only said one sentence to Shinomiya Kagaya, that she wanted to change into a swimsuit that looked a bit more mature. Unexpectedly, Kagaya's defenses collapsed immediately. She said a few perfunctory words and then dragged Kei away. But this really couldn't be blamed on Shinomiya Kagaya. Damn, that presence is huge. Sakurai Saki was also shocked as he looked toward Miko. He stretched out his hand to compare, while Fujiwara Chika, beside him, tilted her head, not understanding what he was doing. Eh? Or F? Maybe even G? G? No, if it were one level beyond Chika, wouldn't that mean Miko was actually the most overwhelming one in the student council? If Chika were a tank, then Miko would definitely be a battleship, no? An aircraft carrier. So this was a hidden, overwhelming presence attribute. That's too underhanded, Miko. So you were that kind of underhanded person after all. Even though Sakurai Saki had already sensed this Kohai-chan's build from several hugs before. The difference between a vague feeling and the visual impact of seeing it directly was completely incomparable. Sakurai-senpai. Aino Miko waved her small hand, walking up to him with a sweet smile. Propping his chin, Sakurai Saki asked, Miko, have you ever been to a water park or the beach before? Never. This is my first time. Aino Miko didn't quite understand why he asked. In the future, don't casually go to places like this. Sakurai Saki looked at her proud outline, and two phrases appeared in his mind, a heart as vast as the sea, and as if about to spill over. At this point, the style and color of the swimsuit had long since lost their meaning. Before this aircraft carrier class presence, everything else felt hollow. Hee, is it cute? Cute to the point that I want to pull you into a hug. Sakurai Saki nodded, more specifically onto a bed. Saki-kun is saying strange things again. Chika shot him a glance, then turned to Miko and said, super cute. Miko-chan thanks. Fujiwara-senpai swimsuit is super pretty too. Aino Miko observed Chika, and as a fellow member of the overwhelming presence faction, she was not stingy with her praise at all. After exchanging compliments, the two of them prepared to head out to the pool. Sakurai Saki felt that the situation was not looking very good. Just imagine it on this boat. Aside from him, everyone else was a girl, and soon they would all gather at the pool. Don't misunderstand. It wasn't anything weird. Rather, it was something that made men fear a surer field, and one that was very likely to involve a confrontation between modest silhouettes and overwhelming presences, extremely terrifying. Hayasaka, did you see that super huge thing of Aino's? Shinomiya Kagaya sat by the swimming pool, watching Kei and Yami playing around in the water, then started chatting with Hayasaka AI sitting beside her. I already told you long ago, breast size is not a standard for evaluating a woman. Then share a cup with me. Kagaya-sama, have you finally gone crazy? Hayasaka AI said in a completely resigned tone. I've gone crazy. I've really gone crazy. Kagaya self-destructed and gave up on herself as she said, I'm jealous, I'm envious, boo-hoo, so resentful that I want to grind my molars to pieces and swallow them. Before today, I always thought I was about the same as her. Kei Kagaya, I was just joking. Hayasaka Ace shoulders trembled as she held back her laughter with extreme difficulty. Puffed. Kagaya was clearly nailed down as AA already, and Miko, even wearing loose clothes, at the very least looked like a C. Right? Can they even be compared? That's pretty hard, you know? Kagaya glared at her. What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? No. Hayasaka, AI, shook her head frantically. Oomph. Wait until you all get old in the future and turn into shriveled gourds. Then Sakurai-san will know where I'm good. Shinomiya Kagaya comforted herself. Flat chests are scarce resources. Women's breasts also follow a normal distribution, meaning that both huge breasts and flat chests are relatively few, and the majority are people close to the average. As a minority, flat chests undoubtedly have rare value. What are you talking about? Just girls' private topics. Ayezaka-ai. Seeing her boyfriend walk over called him to sit down. Sakurai Saki walked over to the two who were leaning close together, thought for a few seconds, then sat down on Hayasaka's side. Why didn't you sit next to me? Kagaya asked in confusion. Of course it's because Saki-chan likes big ones. Hayasaka, AI teased her. I'm not that shallow. Sakurai Saki came up with a good idea that could satisfy both of them at the same time. How about I sit in the middle of you two? Shinomiya Kagaya glanced at him and then said, Scumbag. Hey, saying that is a bit too much. Last night you didn't call me that. By the way, AI-chan, which room are we sleeping in tonight? Sorry, tonight the girls are going to hold a pajama sleepover in the super large room in the middle of the 3rd floor, enough for 10 people to sleep together. But since you're a boy, you're not allowed to participate in the party. Just hearing super large room already sounds wrong. Sakurai Saki started thinking wildly. It feels like it's used to do bad things. After having organized several shameless party sessions at the Nakano quintuplet house, Sakurai Saki now already had quite a bit of experience with that kind of thing. Without you, it's still very innocent. Shinomiya Kagaya blushed and immediately guessed what he was thinking. Serait impossible. At most, she would only accept being together with Hayasaka, AI. More than 3 people was absolutely not allowed. It would be too weird. No, being together with Hayasaka was already very weird. Then tonight, I'll lock my door and go to bed early. Go ahead and lock it, Saki-chan. Could it be that you think some girl will skip the pajama party to go sleep with you? Sorry, there's no such person. Hayasaka, AI looked toward Kagaya. Right, Kagaya? That's right, Sarai-san, go to bed early tonight. Last night, Shinomiya Kagaya was bullied by him all night long. Today, she really didn't have any interest at all. Then I'll go ask Chika. She'll probably agree. In the very next second, the expressions of the 2 girls did not change at all. Even if Secretary Chan manages to take one more step forward, she'll just return to the starting line anyway. Can she really overturn me? Hayasaka, AI, was completely not panicked. As for Shinomiya Kagaya, she thought this, with Fujiwara-san's personality. Tonight, she'll definitely go join the pajama party. In short, there's no problem at all. Only Fujiwara Chika alone couldn't cause any trouble. Chapter 455. The Great Water Gun Battle in the afternoon. After the yacht had sailed far enough away from the port, the ship stopped in the middle of the sea. Recalling the situation in the kitchen at noon, it could only be described as utterly disastrous. Every girl wanted to show off her feminine abilities. Among them, a few like AI-chan and Kagaya could at least be considered decent, but Chika and Miko were complete chaos. The former was deliberately provoking Kagaya and the others, while the latter simply lacked the skill. Normally, the bento Miko brought to school was prepared by the household staff, so asking her to make lunch for everyone was indeed a bit much. As for Chika, she was simply enjoying the fun of teasing everyone. When Kagaya was cooking, Chika stood beside her, pointing and commenting on everything. Miko, on the other hand, couldn't handle praise at all. The moment Chika praised her cooking, her whole being floated away. Is it really that good? It's not that amazing, Fujiwara-senpai, Sakurai-senpai. Hurry up and try it. Roughly speaking, exchanges like that kept happening. Sakurai Saki ate until he was completely stuffed. These people truly had no sense of conserving food at all. Everyone made a huge portion. Making too much was one thing, but each person even went around feeding others. And even Shirogane K joined in. All one could say was that herd mentality really kills. Yeah, jet skis. They even have water guns attached. We can finally play a proper match. Fujiwara Chika watched as Sakurai Saki dragged the jet skis out of the yacht storage. There are only 3 in total, 2 seats each. Who wants to play? Sakurai Saki looked around. Meh, meh, meh. Unexpectedly, Shirogane K was extremely excited. Miko raised her hand as well. Imin too. Hayasaka AI officially entered the battlefield. The moment she spoke, someone else could no longer sit still. Fujiwara Chika planted her hands on her hips and declared grandly, "The first Water Gun Queen Championship, begin. The winner will receive the title of Water Gun Queen." What the hell is that? I absolutely don't want such a title. Shinomiya Kagaya rolled her eyes, feeling pain over Fujiwara Chika's naming sense. If she had changed it to something that sounded nicer, maybe I'd have been interested. But Water Gun Queen? Even a dog wouldn't play. Hey, there's still 2 spots left. No one else joining? I'll join. Yami quietly raised her hand. Yami, can you swim? I can teach you, Sakurai Saki asked with concern. No matter how troublesome she was, a little sister was still a little sister. Oni-sama, shut up. Yami glared at him, then turned away, her beautiful blonde hair fluttering in the wind. Sakurai Saki raised both hands. All right. Kids these days really aren't cute at all. A little sister really is better when she belongs to someone else's family. Kagaya-san, aren't you playing? Fujiwara Chika began provoking her. No. Before she could finish, Chika poured more fuel on the fire. Kagaya-san, are you scared? Afraid of losing? Cough. Not participating is not an option. Shinomiya Kagaya changed her tone. She was the type who could accept anything except being provoked. If it were Sakurai Saki mocking her, she could endure it. After all, she lost in academics, lost in athletics, and even lost miserably in personal charm. But Fujiwara Chika, what gave her the right? Her overwhelming presence? Sorry, that was something she absolutely couldn't endure. Fujiwara Chika felt she had completely mastered the instruction manual for Shinomiya Kagaya and said gleefully in her heart, then I'll start dividing the teams. The 2 little sisters on one team, Miko-chan and I on one team, and AI-chan with Kagaya-san on one team. How about that? No one objected. Sakurai Saki naturally became the referee, standing on the deck and observing their movements in the water below. Falling into the water means elimination. Getting hit once counts as 1 point. Getting hit 6 times also means elimination. Whoever has the most points wins. Saki-kun will be the referee. Don't even think about breaking the rules. Fujiwara Chika's posture at this moment was extremely arrogant. Who knew where she got all that confidence from? Saki-ni, can you really see everyone's movements clearly? Shirogane K tilted her head and asked. He's an esper, of course he can see clearly. Fujiwara Chika covered her mouth halfway through her sentence. Crap, she forgot there was a kid here who didn't know anything. What's an esper? Shirogane K smiled cutely. At that moment, Aino Miko looked left and right, noticing that everyone's expressions were different. Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka AI both looked flustered. Eve's beautiful, expressionless face remained expressionless as ever. Huh? No way. Is there something I don't know? I've already confessed to Sakurai-senpai. Could there still be something I'm unaware of? Aino Miko began muttering to herself inwardly. All right, everyone start. Fujiwara Chika placed her hand on the jet ski throttle. Miko snapped back to her senses, picked up the water gun. Her expression focused. Not far away. Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka AI both realized that this battle was not an ordinary jet ski game. This is a clash between flat chest and cow. Just look at the opposing team. Their gravitational pull was so exaggerated it was downright shameless. How could such creatures even survive on Earth? The Little Sisters team, caught in the middle, wore faces full of anticipation, completely unaware of the battlefield dynamics. Do your best, Eve-senpai. Shirogane K cheered. Umo. Eve nodded quietly. Very quickly, the 3 jet skis began to move. Sakurai Saki held a glass of fruit juice, propped his chin, and watched the show from the deck. Not bad. Not bad. What he liked most was watching Bushido battles. Well, this wasn't exactly a fight, was it? Summer, blazing sunlight, seawater, swimsuits, the cheerful laughter of girls. All of it together formed a beautiful picture that only he could see. Shinomiya-senpai, take this. Miko seemed to be having a lot of fun, even adding sound effects to her water gun. Cue the jet of water hit its target perfectly, so cold. Shinomiya Kagaya flicked her slightly off-center ponytail, her face soaked with water. She said seriously, Hayasaka, it's time for us to counterattack. But can you actually do this? It's been so long, and you've only gotten 2 points. Kagaya, this is just a game. Ayazaka, I sighed helplessly. If I used all the shooting techniques from training, this game wouldn't be fun at all. But since Kagaya had pushed it this far, Hayasaka AI didn't plan on holding back anymore. Mainly because someone was being far too smug, constantly provoking. Fuhaha, Kagaya-san is really super weak. Fujiwara Chika handled the jet ski expertly and hadn't been hit even once so far. The very next moment, Hayasaka AI clenched her teeth, aimed the water gun at her, and squeezed the trigger hard. A thick jet of water shot out in a straight line, blasting directly into Fujiwara Chika. Chika seemed not to have time to react. Hit like that, her whole body stiffened, and she toppled backward off the jet ski. Splash! The water burst into a beautiful spray, and then the figure disappeared without a trace. Glug glug, a few bubbles surfaced. Everyone stared intently at Chika's performance. 1 minute passed. Everyone froze. Why hadn't she come back up yet? Oi, Fujiwara-san. Hurry up and come up. Fujiwara-senpai. On the deck, Sakurai Saki's expression changed. He hurriedly tossed aside his drink and jumped straight into the sea. Chika! After shouting once, he dove underwater. Opening his eyes beneath the surface, he quickly spotted Fujiwara Chika not far away. She even winked at him. Judging by her demeanor, she still had plenty of energy. You idiot, what exactly are you playing at? Letting out a breath of relief in his heart, Sakurai Saki swam over. Just a moment ago, he had thought Fujiwara Chika had gotten a cramp and was drowning. Chapter 456. Sneaking out, sorry. I just accidentally fell into the water. Fujiwara Chika surfaced and explained to everyone on the sea. Just now she had simply felt a sudden urge to joke around and wanted to see everyone's reactions. She hadn't expected someone to react so strongly. It was kind of fun. Fujiwara-senpai, you scare me half to death. Miko pulled Chika back onto the jet ski. Chika held the water gun and looked around. Want to play a second round? Sorry, I don't want to play anymore. You have no idea how worried I was just now, Shinomiya Kagaya said with a hint of anger. As Fujiwara Chika's close friend, her heart had tightened just like Sakurai Saki's a moment ago. What's more, Hayasaka ace attack had been carried out on her own orders. Huh? Fujiwara Chika was full of question marks. Were these people really unable to handle even a small joke like that? Or had she gone too far? Secretary Chan, don't do that again next time. Hayasaka AI also spoke up to remind her. Everyone's taking this way too seriously. This was the first time Fujiwara Chika had received this kind of concern. Back in the student council, whenever she messed around, everyone would join in and play along. But this time, the reaction was completely different. This is the second time. Sakurai Saki didn't stay in the sea any longer and climbed back onto the boat along the ladder. The previous time had been at the subway station during Golden Week also, when he had met Shinobu. Saki-kun, you're not angry, are you? Only now did Fujiwara Chika realize that she might really have gone overboard. Standing on the ladder, Sakurai Saki turned his head to look at her and said helplessly, I'm not angry, but don't do that again next time. And this was supposed to be not angry? Chika recalled the scene of him diving into the water earlier. When he saw she was fine, his expression had been like someone narrowly escaping disaster. A dangerous thought even popped in her head, then doing it one more time. All this time, Sakurai Saki seemed to care more about Hayasaka AI and even more about Shinomiya Kagaya than about her. That made a faint sense of crisis rise within her. Beneath her airhead exterior, Fujiwara Chika had worries of her own. She had even suspected whether Sakurai Saki truly liked her or not. Looks like Saki-kun does still like me. The answer was confirmed. It was just that the price paid was a little high. Night. When it was time for dinner, everyone gathered at the yacht's bar. What were they talking about? Sakurai Saki looked toward a corner of the dining area. The girls had agreed to hold a pajama party, and he, the only man on the boat, had been decisively left out. What kind of agreement they had reached, Sakurai Saki was actually quite curious. And at this moment, the group of girls Sakurai Saki was paying attention to. In short, tonight no one is allowed to sneak over to Sakurai-kun's room. Shinomiya Kagaya emphasized. She felt this was very necessary, since she herself was the one who had initiated the pajama party. She wanted this summer trip to remain a bit more pure, and didn't want a certain someone taking advantage. Hayasaka AI said in a teasing tone, "The one who secretly snacked last night is now saying things like this today. You agreed to it yourself. I was just too lazy to argue with you." AI-chan put on the magnanimous air of a main wife. Fujiwara Chika froze. Then what about me? As the only one in the group who had clearly confirmed a romantic relationship with Sakurai Saki, yet hadn't made any progress beyond that of friends, she really wanted to recite a White Album-style monologue on the spot clearly. I came first, got to know him first, actively pursued him first. So why? Why are you two so practiced? Just how many times have you already done things with him? Secretary Chan can do whatever she wants. Even Hayasaka AI felt that Chika was pitiful. Shinomiya Kagaya also smiled at Chika. If it's Fujiwara-san, it's fine. The attitudes of those two only made Fujiwara Chika even angrier. Wasn't this basically thinking she wouldn't dare? Who were they looking down on? But with Miko, Kei, and Eve, it'd be hard to explain. Hayasaka AI spoke from a realistic standpoint, stating this objective fact. Chika clenched her small fists. So frustrating. It could easily be misunderstood as a dirty woman sneaking into a boy's room in the middle of the night. If Secretary Chan doesn't mind, of course we won't stop you. The more Fujiwara Chika listened, the more wrong she felt. She wasn't dirty. And besides, the dirty one should be Kagaya-san, shouldn't it? Huh? Shinomiya Kagaya was full of question marks. What does this have to do with me? You're aiming at the wrong target. Kagaya-san, I've always found this really strange. How can you accept sharing one husband with AI-chan? On a marriage registration, there can only be one wife, right? Shinomiya Kagaya's face darkened. You hit the sore spot. You cancer the earth. You even slept with Saki-kun all night yesterday. Fujiwara Chika looked at her suspiciously. The dirtiest one is clearly Kagaya-san. Is it wrong to like someone? Shinomiya Kagaya defended herself weakly, but couldn't come up with a rebuttal. In the end, she collapsed onto the table, sobbing softly. I just like him too much. Did I really do anything wrong? Battleship Shinomiya Kagaya sunk. It's just Kagaya-san. She thinks she can compete with me? After taking down a small fry, Chika changed targets. And AI-chan, you're pretty strange too, indulging Kagaya-san like that. You're clearly just dating Saki-kun. Yet you already feel like you've secured victory? What if Kagaya-san secretly goes and proposes to Saki-kun behind your back? What would you do then? She wouldn't do that. Hayasaka AI said so, but she wasn't very confident. Her voice trembled unconsciously. Fujiwara Chika laughed. Think about the relationship between Kagaya-san and Saki-kun back then, and then look at now. Betray once, betray twice. That's the broken windows effect. Don't try to drive a wedge between us. For the first time, Hayasaka AI realized Fujiwara Chika's scheming side. Using Discord tactics, too. Have to say, truly the child of a politician? Seeing and hearing it from a young age, a heart blacker than ink. How is this driving a wedge? I'm just stating the facts. Fujiwara Chika smiled sweetly. I'm here to join this family, not to destroy it. Hayasaka AI didn't believe it. And besides, Secretary Chan, your words are way too green. The tea aroma is practically billowing out. If the two of you aren't planning to take Saki-kun on this trip, then let me have him, okay? Suit yourself. Hearing that answer, Fujiwara Chika secretly rejoiced. It's just AI-chan, after all, Yoei. Sakurai-senpai. What's wrong? Nothing. I was just curious about what they were talking about. Sakurai Saki withdrew his gaze and noticed that Miko had come over. Aino Miko stepped closer to him. Senpai, are you free tonight? Sakurai Saki felt puzzled. Aren't the girls preparing to hold a pajama party? Aino Miko really wanted to point straight at her chest and ask him, with this size, do you really still think I'm a kid? I can send you to Jesus with this. Chapter 457. An adventure at the bottom of the sea. At night, the yacht had set up automatic navigation. If everything went smoothly, after sleeping for one night, they would arrive at their destination. The girls were holding a pajama sleepover party, while Sakurai Saki went out onto the deck to enjoy the night breeze. The starry sky over the sea was dazzling. If it were Shirogane Miyuki, the stargazing maniac who saw this scene, he would surely be very happy, but he had already run off to America. Raising his phone, Sakurai Saki took a picture. Unfortunately, there was no telescope on the ship. Saki-kun, what are you looking at? Sakurai Saki turned his head and realized it was Chika, wearing pajamas, with a thin coat draped over her. She had run out. He smiled at her, looking at the stars. And you? Why did you come out here? The summer night breeze, because they were out at sea, was very cool. But it was definitely still not as good as air conditioning. Fujiwara Chika walked to the edge of the deck and, together with Sakurai Saki, rested her arms on the railing. Because I missed you, so I came out to see you. Is that so? Sakurai Saki tilted his face to look at her. The night breeze swayed her cherry-pink long hair. We rarely get to be alone together at this hour. Huh? Aside from the last time I saw you home. Chika did not speak. Indeed, very beautiful. Unfortunately, once she opened her mouth, this gentle aura would vanish like clouds and smoke. Back in our first year, during the cultural festival, we also stayed out very late, Chika added on purpose. And not just once. You really remember it clearly. But back then it was to help the class, and as a new student council member, leaving too early would make it hard to establish authority. Sakurai Saki laughed. That was more than 2 years ago, yet she still remembered it so clearly. It was obviously just a very ordinary time of staying late. I remember everything. Chika raised her head to look at the starry sky, brilliant and dazzling. The summer triangle, Oraheim and Hikoboshi gazing at each other from afar, seeming as though they would never be able to touch one another. Everything related to you, I remember very clearly. Whether it was the first time they met, or other things, the games they played together, every win and loss. Chika recorded them all in her diary, though she hardly ever won. Happy things, sad things, she remembered them all. Saying something so touching at this hour, I might fall in love with you. Sakurai Saki teased. Fujiwara Chika turned to look at him again. Smiling mischievously, she said, if Sakurai-kun falls in love with me, then when are you planning to confess to me? So it's Sakurai-kun again. That way of addressing me really makes one feel nostalgic. Sakurai Saki looked into her eyes. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, then burst out laughing at the same time. Forget it. Mushy stuff like this doesn't suit us. Saki-kun, about confessing, have you thought about how to do it? You still owe me one. Then, shall we first stop the boat? Sakurai Saki quickly made up his mind. The yacht slowly decelerated and came to a stop on the surface of the sea. Sakurai Saki stood at the stern. Under Chika's astonished gaze, he jumped down, splashing up a beautiful spray of water. The stern lights illuminated a whole stretch of the sea. Come down. Sakurai Saki opened his arms toward her. Isn't it too high? Fujiwara Chika bent down to take a look. A distance of 5 or 6 meters, would it really be okay to jump down? Trust me, but it's really high. I'll catch you. I won't let you get hurt. Don't lie to me. Fujiwara Chika tightly closed her eyes and jumped down. Very quickly, she felt 2 solid arms wrap around her. It was Sakurai Saki. What are you planning to do? Take you down to the bottom of the sea to have a look. Sakurai Saki knew that Chika liked novel and interesting things, and he still had not fulfilled his promise to take the girl on an adventure. This time, he will make it up to her. The bottom of the sea? Chika exclaimed in surprise. Immediately after, the two of them dove beneath the surface of the sea. Several fish swimming nearby were startled and quickly scattered away. Fujiwara Chika hid in Sakurai Saki's arms, tightly closing her eyes, not daring to open them, only vaguely sensing that the light around her was gradually disappearing. A few minutes later, the sensation of seawater flowing over her body also faded away. You can open your eyes now. This is shallow water. Only when Sakurai Saki's voice sounded by her ear did Chika slowly open her eyes. Bright yet gentle light illuminated everything within her view. Green algae swayed with the currents, sea anemones undulated, emitting strange colors. Schools of sardines gathered and surged, sometimes curiously brushing against the two of them, then frightening themselves and darting away. So beautiful. This place is the seabed stars? Wait, she'll drown. Chika tightly closed her mouth, held her breath, and puffed up her cheeks like an adorable hamster. You can breathe, don't worry. Sakurai Saki swam a circle around her, looking like a mischievous clownfish. At present, most of the abilities within his body could already be used freely. He had long since ceased to be restricted. Bringing someone down into the sea to dive was completely effortless. Chika took a breath and discovered that no seawater flowed into her mouth at all. Sugoi, after exclaiming. Chika lifted her head to look up and suddenly felt a bit scared again. This is the seabed, right? They didn't even bring diving equipment. Can't you trust me a little? Sakurai Saki saw at a glance what she was thinking and said irritably, Wouldn't Esper let something happen to you? What is that? It's so strange. Chika was suddenly drawn by something, speaking as she was about to reach out and touch the reef. Don't run around. Sakurai Saki himself had never gone deep into the sea either. This world was not an ordinary world. Supernatural power existed. The fact that Hokkaido stayed below -10 degrees all year round was already proof that something was abnormal. Gods, angels, demons, evil organizations that wanted to rule the world. Who knew there might even be sea monsters at the bottom of the sea? Is there any kind of sea fish you want to see? I can take you to see it. Chika shook her head. It's not easy to get down to the seabed. Even once, just looking at fish is boring. Tata, look at this, I brought this. Chika smiled with a mysterious expression and took out an item from the small pouch on her clothes that looked like a watch. Imitating Doraemon's tone, she said, treasure detector. Sakurai Saki, you still haven't thrown this thing away? Well, that makes sense. She spent 10,000 yen on it, and it never even got to be useful. It would be strange if Chika threw it away. Beep, 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 the detector emitted a sound, then pointed toward a target direction. A brilliant smile appeared on Chika's cute face as she reached out her hand towards Sakurai Saki. Saki-kun, let's go explore. Sakurai Saki laughed helplessly and took her hand. Then let's go crazy together once. Anyway, this detector was definitely a fake. And if they really found a treasure, he would kneel on the spot and worship Chika as his master. 1 hour later, Sakurai Saki looked at the shipwreck in front of him, his face full of question marks. It actually exists? He had been careless. A shipwreck. That's the treasure. Fujiwara Chika tugged at Sakurai Saki, intending to move closer. Finally, she knew that this treasure detector she bought wasn't fake. I don't think this is right. Chika, think about it. Has there ever been a ship carrying treasure that sank in this sea area in history? Chika hurriedly said, I don't know about that stuff. But there's treasure in the ship. She only knew that in front of them was a shipwreck. She was about to go on a killing spree. Sakurai Saki, she really is too obsessed with adventure. I'm going to cry myself to death. Chapter 458. Blue sky, sandy beach, seawater, and the wooden shipwreck emitted a rotten smell. As the two of them approached, some small fish living nearby panicked and fled. Quite a few even crashed straight into Sakurai Saki's chest, then, dazed, changed direction and continued to escape. Two two-legged creatures suddenly appeared in the deep sea. Something they had never seen before. If these fish weren't scared, that would be strange. The depth here is over 1,000 meters. The deepest part of this sea area is around 4,000 meters. Tracing back to the mid-19th century, there has never been any news of a treasure ship sinking in this area. Sakurai Saki stated the information he knew. It's fine. If someone really knew, they would have salvaged the treasure long ago. Fujiwara Chika tried to pull her hand out of Sakurai Saki's. She was already very impatient. Très azula, im here, ye. Yar. Sakurai Saki was confident he could protect her. He just wanted to remind her not to do dangerous things out of curiosity. It's because Saki-kun is by my side that I dare to do this. Fujiwara Chika added another sentence. Let's go over there. Sakurai Saki didn't know what to say for a moment. The two dived into the shipwreck, pushing aside a large layer of seaweed that blocked their view. Chika continued moving according to the guidance of the detector. It was probably a ship that sank at the end of the shogunate. Sakurai Saki was still observing the structure of the ship. At this moment, they were in the cockpit area, where the steering wheel was. Fujiwara Chika paid no attention to those things at all. She only cared about the treasure and charged straight toward the cargo hold. Because it had been submerged for too long, many structures had become extremely fragile. Seeing her somewhat hasty movements, Sakurai Saki's heart pounded wildly, afraid she might get hurt. Aya! Suddenly, Chika screamed, "Bones! They're human bones. They're probably crew members who didn't manage to escape in time." Sakurai Saki observed and said. Chika pointed at the skeleton. He's blocking the entrance to the cargo hold. So that's what you're afraid of? Even after being by her side for so long, Sakurai Saki still sometimes couldn't understand Chika's way of thinking. A chaotic, unpredictable life form Fujiwara Chika. After moving the skeleton aside, the two entered the location of the cargo hold. As soon as the door was opened, Sakurai Saki saw quite a few mollusks lying motionless on the ground, while Fujiwara Chika focused her gaze on the stacked cargo inside. Unlike the treasure she had imagined, these wooden crates were all completely rotten. Only a few iron crates were still intact. Sakurai Saki also began to feel interested and swam deeper into the cargo hold with her. What's inside all these things? The wooden crates might contain provisions. As for the iron ones, I'm not sure. Fujiwara Chika decisively ignored the wooden crates and rushed straight to an iron one in front. There's no key. No problem. Sakurai Saki directly used force to break the iron lock protecting it. With a clack, the contents inside were revealed somewhat unexpected. They turned out to be iron matchlock guns, also called teppo. The army of the daimyo Oda Nobunaga liked using teppo very much. At the Battle of Nagashino, teppo were used to rout the cavalry of Takeda Katsuri. 5-petal quints. Sakurai Saki picked one up and saw the family crest engraved at the butt of the gun. That was the family crest of Oda Nobunaga. Mika would probably like it. After all, she was a hardcore history otaku. Chika also picked one up. It's just iron guns? These are antiques. Their value is not low at all. Seeing that she seemed not to understand, Sakurai Saki reminded her. Even antiques don't satisfy her. What exactly is she expecting? Or should we time travel back to the 19th century and salvage the Laurentic? There were 200 gold bars weighing 44 tons on it. Can we sell them for money? After selling them, would probably get arrested. Fujiwara Chika threw the gun down. If the treasure was only this, it was really boring. Beep, beep, beep. The detector in her hand made a sound again. Following the guidance, Chika moved toward another crate beside it. Saki-kun, come over here. This one looks really impressive. What is it? Sakurai Saki swam over to her side and examined the crate. She was talking about gold-inlaid edges all around, extremely luxurious, just short of directly writing "I am treasure" on it. After unlocking it, Fujiwara Chika excitedly opened it, then tilted her head. What is this? I didn't expect it to be porcelain. Sakurai Saki thought for a moment and felt it actually made a lot of sense. There isn't even any gold. Chika had thought she would see something glittering with golden light. The result. That's all. This is much more expensive than gold. If taken to auction, each piece could sell for nearly 1,000,000,000 yen at the very least. Then let's just leave them buried here. Their origin can't be explained. Sakurai Saki also didn't understand why Chika was so obsessed with money. He was even planning to help Chika become the female prime minister of Japan. One day being too greedy for money wouldn't be good. All right then. After hearing that these porcelain items were very expensive, Fujiwara Chika already felt that her treasure-hunting desire had been satisfied. After flipping open a few more crates, the two ended their exploration and swam back up toward the sea surface. The final result. There was absolutely no progress on the confession matter. Sakurai Saki felt that it was all Chika's fault. This girl was really way too impulsive. That's why up until now, nothing had happened between Sakurai Saki and Chika. The problem on Chika's side was really not small. As for things like that, especially the first time, Sakurai Saki wanted to do his best to leave the girl with a good impression. Unfortunately, Chika didn't give him the chance. Hopefully, this seaside vacation would allow them to find a suitable opportunity. The next morning, the group arrived at the seaside island at their destination. Sunlight, sandy beaches, pale blue seawater. Private property of the Shinomiya family, still not fully developed, with only a few villas built close to the shore. The yacht docked at the pier. Sakurai Saki was the only male present, carrying a lot of miscellaneous items. The girls each carried a small suitcase with clothes and daily necessities, dressed lightly in summer outfits, walking ahead of him. From time to time, a gentle breeze blew past, lifting the hems of their tops and skirts, revealing fair, smooth thighs. Shirogane adjusted the straw hat on her head, slowed her pace, and walked over beside Sakurai Saki. The white one-piece dress on her body gave off a pure and fresh feeling, like a lily quietly blooming. Saki and I. Do you need help? These things aren't heavy, it's fine. If Aniki could come along, that would be great. He could carry things for you. So, Saki and I wouldn't get tired. Shirogane thought of her good older brother who was all the way in America, mainly because she didn't want Sakurai Saki to get tired. Sakurai Saki didn't know how to retort for a moment. Shirogane Miyuki wasn't a luggage-carrying tool. Speaking of which, Kei-chan will be entering high school next year, right? Shirogane nodded. Unfortunately, by the time she entered high school, Sakurai Saki would already be in college, and the senpai she knew would be as well. In the end, only Aino Miko and Ishigami would remain. I've already made plans with Aino senpai. When the time comes, he'll join her student council. Very soon, the group arrived at the villa. After tidying up their luggage, Fujiwara Chika picked up a volleyball, looking like she was about to play beach volleyball. Chapter 459. The Love Battle, the earliest loser beach volleyball. Anyone who wants to play, raise your hand. Fujiwara Chika was full of energy, raising her hand high. Unfortunately, everyone seemed not very interested, and no one looked like they wanted to participate. Fujiwara-san, we haven't even changed yet. You're rushing too much. Shinomiya Kagaya noticed that today, Fujiwara Chika seemed unusually happy, her level of causing trouble skyrocketing violently, probably around 1,000? What exactly happened last night? No. Near the end of the girls' sleepover, Fujiwara Chika had already gone back to her room, so there shouldn't have been anything between her and Sakurai Saki. I forgot. Fujiwara Chika put the volleyball down. Then she trotted over to Shinomiya Kagaya's side and linked arms with her. Kagaya-san, let's go change into swimsuits together. Shinomiya Kagaya. Fujiwara-san today is really troublesome. In the morning, they played beach volleyball. Sakurai Saki didn't participate, instead standing to the side watching the girls play. Hiding under a beach umbrella, he drank juice while admiring the energetic of the girls. He felt like he could watch this scene for a lifetime, mainly because every time Chika moved it was too overwhelming. Those tank-sized breasts were truly something Kagaya or Ai-chan couldn't compare to. The only one who could go head-to-head with Chika was probably Aino Miko. After lunch, before the afternoon activities, the girls needed to apply sunscreen. Saki-chan, help me a bit. Hayasaka AI lay face down on a beach chair, untied the straps of her black swimsuit, revealing her smooth, fair, and alluring back. Her eyes hooked people, carrying an ambiguous atmosphere. Benefits from a girlfriend. Sakurai Saki naturally wouldn't miss them. Kaya, it's so cold. Don't move. Is applying sunscreen really that itchy? Sakurai Saki lightly patted her, but telling her to behave for a bit. This was clearly a scene that should have been very erotic, yet it was made far too ordinary by Hayasaka AI. They can't see us here, Saki-chan. You really are. Sakurai Saki's hand traced along the curve of her back, slowly sliding down from her shoulder to the collarbone, then continuing to caress her soft. We've been husband and wife for so long. If you want to talk about something, we can discuss it tonight. Don't do that. Hayasaka AI, who had been holding that awkward pose just now, immediately couldn't take it anymore. You don't need to put lotion on there, do you? Sakurai Saki gave a sly smile. It's fine, anyway they can't see. Having her own words used against her, Hayasaka AI could only helplessly accept his teasing, trying to endure it. 1 minute later, spare me if this keeps going. A faint blush appeared on AI-chan's face. She had become deeply relaxed from Sakurai Saki's careful massage. All right, it's over. Sakurai Saki's massaging movements stopped abruptly, switching hands to continue applying sunscreen. The flame of desire he had just ignited inside Hayasaka AI became somewhat difficult to suppress. It's really over just like that? You jerks. Sakurai Saki looked at her, slightly wriggling, pert, but pretending nothing had happened, finishing applying sunscreen to her thighs and back. Then he gently patted her beautiful butt. Turn around. I could do the front myself. Hayasaka AI turned over, covering her chest. Her mouth refused, but her body very honestly relaxed. Sakurai Saki immediately understood. He was very familiar with these little games between couples. What do you want applied? AI-chan let go of her hands, covering her chest, turned her head, and said in a coquettish voice, Here. A few minutes later. Do it? Umo. Sakurai Saki carried AI-chan back into the villa, placed her on the bed, and they spent the night together. Eve-senpai. Where did Sakurai-senpai go? Aino Miko looked left and right around the beach, but couldn't see Sakurai Saki anywhere. No idea. Yami's long blonde hair fluttered in the sea breeze, and a trace of relaxation appeared on her expressionless face. The sea breeze really was pleasant. As for where Oni-sama went, she didn't really care. Even if the apocalypse came, he probably wouldn't die anyway. So annoying, I was planning to ask Sakurai-senpai for help. Aino Miko deliberately didn't apply sunscreen herself. At this moment, Chika also ran over. Miko-chan, have you seen Saki-kun? Haven't seen him. Is that so? Then you want to float on the sea with me? Fujiwara Chika pointed toward the ocean, where there was a super huge swimming float. She had originally planned to drift on the surface of the sea together with Sakurai Saki, enjoying a beautiful afternoon. Who knew where Sakurai Saki had run off to? Thinking about it again, AI-chan also seemed to be nowhere to be seen. Miko looked at Chika's skin and asked, Fujiwara-senpai, you haven't applied sunscreen? They had only been outside for 2 days, yet Chika's skin had already turned slightly wheat-colored. I did apply it, but it didn't really work. Chika said helplessly. She was the type who tanned very easily, but it also didn't last long, about 2 weeks, and she would return to normal. Wheat-colored skin looks really nice. Aino Miko leaned in close to Chika's face and examined her carefully a few times. Maybe Sakurai-senpai would like this type? Then should I also apply less sunscreen? It might be worth considering. Evening. After dinner, everyone gathered in the villa's mini-home theater. What genre of movie does everyone want to watch? A romance movie? Or, Chika deliberately raised a zombie movie disc with an extremely bloody cover. Tada, a horror movie. Do zombie movies count as horror? After Shinomiya Kagaya said that, she glanced around. Then she asked, "Where's Hayasaka?" "She's sleeping." Sakurai Saki leaned back in his chair and grabbed a handful of popcorn. While crunching away, he recalled the fierce battle in the afternoon. The outcome was naturally his victory. Hayasaka AI alone was still too weak. She couldn't do anything against Sakurai, the harem king. "Fujiwara-senpai, I want to watch a romance movie." "Nah, I think horror movies are better." Fujiwara Chika shook her head, hugging the disc tightly in her arms and refusing to let go. Looking like if she didn't watch it tonight, she wouldn't sleep. Faced with Chika acting spoiled, Miko let out a soft sigh. "All right, Chika, how about we leave the courage-testing stuff for another day and watch a romance movie today instead?" Sakurai Saki supported Miko for a very simple reason. He wanted to quickly confess to Chika. It was actually hard to complain about. 2 years ago, it was Chika and Hayasaka AI who wanted to confess to him. Yet now it had become him confessing to Fujiwara Chika, and there still wasn't even a result. What on earth is going on? Sakurai Saki felt both amused and helpless inside. He had grown this old without ever actively pursuing a girl. But Chika was different. Among all the girls around him, the first one he developed feelings for was Fujiwara Chika. If love were a battle, then long ago, he had already lost completely. Only, it seems she had forgotten about it. If Saki-kun says so, then let's watch this. Fujiwara Chika held up the movie disc in her hand. "Tada 100 Reasons to Like You. I heard it has really good reviews. I haven't watched it yet." In the end, they still chose a romance movie. Chapter 460. Their first encounter at night. A gentle breeze blew. Fujiwara Chika had a bit of trouble sleeping, so she went out to the beach, lightly took off her shoes, and felt the cool seawater. She gently kicked the sand, enjoying the sensation of the fine grains brushing past her toes. "Just what do I have to do to take that step?" She raised her head and looked up at the moon. Kagaya-san is a princess from the moon. Even if she is imprisoned in a lonely palace, a prince will still come to rescue her. As for herself, she is just an ordinary girl. A coward in that year's confession battle. Someone who didn't even dare to seize the initiative. She had always waited for Saki-kun to make the first move, waiting all the way until now. Those foolish actions she showed in front of Sakurai Saki, aside from small part that was innate, most of it was an act. After all, how could anyone really be that stupid? Being able to get into Shuchiin, there was no way she was an idiot, but still the atmosphere last night was really good. Next, Sakurai Saki would take the initiative to confess to her. Chika was really looking forward to it. So much so that she couldn't sleep tonight. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from behind. "I've been looking for you everywhere." Sakurai Saki walked toward her from the sand. Fujiwara Chika turned her head. The thin white jacket on her body fluttered lightly with the sea breeze, bringing a sense of openness in that instant. Her shoulder-length pink hair covered half of her small face, then quickly fell back down. The moonlight was bright and clear. The pale white glow poured down and gathered on her body, while the surface of the sea shimmered with silvery light. "Can't sleep late at night? Because I'm thinking of someone, so I can't sleep. Let me guess, that lucky person?" Sakurai Saki pointed at his own face, smiling as he said, "Is it me?" "That's right." A faint smile bloomed at the corner of Chika's mouth. She tucked a few mischievous strands of hair behind her ear, incomparably beautiful. Sakurai Saki slowly took off his shoes and stepped into the water. The seawater at night was rather cold. "Let me prepare myself a bit before confessing, okay?" "Sure." Chika saw his slightly flushed face under the moonlight. So it turns out Saki-kun can get shy too? After the waves washed over them a few times. May 9th last year. "Chika, do you remember it?" Sakurai Saki slowly raised his head and looked straight into her beautiful blue eyes. Damn it, taking the initiative to confess for the first time really was embarrassing. Even Sakurai Saki, who had experienced so many things, couldn't stop his heart from pounding. Chika tilted her head, placed a finger at the corner of her mouth, and recalled with a dazed expression. "That was the day I confessed to you, right? I already said it back then. You once beat me." "Huh. On the very first day of school?" Actually, we had already met. That can't be possible. Chika snapped back to her senses, covering her mouth with both hands in disbelief. Her heart beat much faster, and a light blush spread across her fair face. She remembered. Chika, Sakurai, Saki, softly called her name. His voice gentle. If developing goodwill the moment it's born counts as losing, then perhaps I lost this game called love a very long time ago. A complete defeat. That day, April 5th, the opening day of Shuchiin, as an aristocratic school for wealthy young ladies and young master. Sakurai Saki, standing in front of the school gate, looked truly out of place. He raised his hand and rubbed his hair. It had been 2 months since his last haircut, long enough that it was about to cover his eyes, but Sakurai Saki didn't care. He didn't concern himself with how ordinary people looked at him, ants that could be crushed to death with a single step weren't worth paying attention to. In the first year after escaping from the organization, Sakurai Saki was still a person cold to the extreme. If it weren't for his foster mother being overly clingy, making him feel annoyed during puberty, then no matter what, Sakurai Saki would never have run all the way from distant Kyoto to Tokyo's Minato ward just to attend school, and even more so under the identity of a transfer student. Dividing people into higher and lower classes, in Sakurai Saki's eyes, these peers of the same age were truly boring. First-year student, would you like to consider joining the basketball club? The enthusiastic female manager of the basketball club handed Sakurai Saki a flyer. Amen. Sakurai Saki politely accepted it, saying nothing more. He had no interest in clubs, or rather, no interest in social interaction. Such a headache. After walking a few steps, Sakurai Saki crumpled the flyer into a ball and threw it into the roadside trash can, then sat down on the bench next to the trash can to rest. A side effect of overly powerful abilities. He couldn't create emotional fluctuations that were too intense. Otherwise, problems would occur. Today's superpower, Tsukumagami conversion. Effect. You can transform items you touch into Tsukumagami-like spiritual existences that will obey your commands. Note. Must be used in conjunction with the ability to see spirits. Side effect. Your sense of direction will become extremely terrible. When will this damn side effect disappear? Sakurai Saki held his forehead. More than once. He had thought about removing the seal powerful people, sealing their own strength, was really too showy. But if he removed it, this world would be affected by the power overflowing from his body. For example, if the time-type ability within him overflowed, it was very possible that a situation like today, being January 20th, and tomorrow suddenly becoming March 21st, would occur. In this world, there were still at least a few people he cared about and wanted to protect compared to hurting them. Sakurai Saki felt that letting himself suffer alone was still acceptable. Classmate, aren't you going in? Sakurai Saki raised his head to look at the person who spoke to him. Short blonde hair, sharp eyes, looking somewhat tired, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Shirogane Miyuki, that seemed to be the name. Last semester, Sakurai Saki had already looked through the student list and memorized everyone's faces. He lightly shook his head, rejecting Shirogane Miyuki's kindness. The opening ceremony is about to start. Seeing that he didn't move at all, Shirogane Miyuki kindly reminded him once, then quickly left. After he left, Sakurai Saki rested for a few more minutes. When the headache eased a bit, he stood up. West, which way is that? Sakurai Saki casually chose a direction and started walking, wandering around, because of the side effects of his superpower in a completely directionless state. He was utterly unable to find the location of the auditorium. The more he walked, the fewer students there were around, probably because of the opening ceremony. Everyone had already gathered in the auditorium. He continued along the small path ahead and very quickly arrived near an unopened entrance of Shuchiin. Wrong way. He tilted his head and began thinking of a solution. Maybe I should just find someone to lead me over. Why you? Help me. Suddenly, a voice so weak it sounded on the verge of tears rang out. Sakurai Saki looked left and right. Over here. Look up. Sakurai Saki raised his head, his face full of question marks. Huh? Why is there someone up there? That fence is a full 5 meters high. Save me faced with the girl's cry for help. Sakurai Saki turned around. Intending to leave, he was an esper without emotions. I've already been waiting for half an hour. Don't leave. The girl tightly grabbed the iron bars, her eyes turning slightly red. Sakurai Saki stepped back a few paces, turned around, then raised his head to look at her. Leaving just like that seemed a bit too heartless. Might as well help her a little. Without thinking much, Sakurai Saki spread his arms. Jump down, Sakurai Saki said to her. It's too high, though. The girl, who was precisely Fujiwara Chika, lowered her head to look down. A distance of 5 or 6 meters. Would it really be okay to jump? Trust me, but it's really high. They'll catch you. I won't let you get hurt. You better not lie to me. Fujiwara Chika trembled all over, aimed at the spot, and decided to trust that hentai protagonist with super long hair covering nearly half his face down below. She closed her eyes. Imitating a diving posture, Chika jumped down. With a thump, Sakurai Saki caught her in his arms, then stepped back and gently spun twice. Jaya, it doesn't hurt at all? Fujiwara Chika slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Sakurai Saki with his bangs completely covering his face, which startled her badly. She stepped out of his embrace. After catching her breath, Chika scratched the back of her head and said with a silly smile, "Sorry, because I was late, and there were guards at the main gate. I planned to climb over the wall and go around to the back entrance, but I wasn't careful and couldn't get down." Amen. Sakurai Saki didn't really mind. He asked, "Can you lead me to the auditorium? I got lost." "Sure." Fujiwara Chika laughed foolishly. Turns out there's someone as dumb as me to actually get lost in a small place like Shuchiin. Follow me. Chika walked in front to lead the way, with Sakurai Saki following behind. A few minutes later, Chika turned her head back and discovered that at some point, Sakurai Saki had wandered onto another path, so she jogged back over and pulled him back. "That's not right. Don't just walk around randomly." Sakurai Saki, oh. Then Chika continued leading the way, but unfortunately, because Sakurai Saki's sense of direction had become far too terrible, even with someone guiding him, his feet still refused to cooperate. And so, dawdling slowly toward the auditorium, by the time they arrived, the opening ceremony was already over. Fujiwara Chika stared blankly and sighed, it actually ended already. Sakurai Saki didn't really care. It was just an opening ceremony. But he still had something he was a bit curious about. Why didn't you just leave me behind and go by yourself? If Fujiwara Chika had abandoned him and gone on her own, she would surely have arrived smoothly. But she didn't do that. Because you saved me. Fujiwara Chika gave him a radiant smile. The April spring breeze lifted her long cherry pink hair. In that instant, by the boy's ears, the noisy chatter of students, the school's loudspeakers, the cherry blossom petals falling from the trees, everything around them seemed to come to a halt. "All right, you should go get a haircut. It's too long. Is it a problem?" "Omo, I can't even see your face anymore." Only when the girl spoke again did time start flowing once more. Sakurai Saki smiled at her. "Omo." Chapter 461. Forever the Student Council. Yendi, the beach. After listening to Sakurai Saki's story, Fujiwara Chika tilted her head. "How strange. So after that, Saki-kun, you just like me right away? Isn't that too casual? It was only the first meeting. I like you if not. Then why would I take the initiative to talk to you?" Sakurai Saki didn't dare look at her. Saying such words out loud himself made him extremely embarrassed. Love at first sight? Fujiwara Chika smiled slyly and leaned her face close to his. "Omo." The other party's smile was very captivating. Sakurai Saki was seeing her like this for the first time and very quickly fell into it. Saki-kun clearly liked me for a long time, yet still refused to confess. Was it because you were embarrassed? Fujiwara Chika immediately became so smug she practically floated. It wasn't really her fault either. She had thought she was the one who lost the most miserably, but now it seemed she had won big. Among the girls around here, was there anyone who could receive a confession from Sakurai Saki? Sorry, there wasn't. You people won and won and won, now you lose and lose and lose. Hihi Chica. Fujiwara Chica slightly rose onto her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and slowly leaned in. I love you. Sakurai Saki bent down and kissed her lips. After returning from the island vacation, the new semester quickly began. Time passed, and once again it was the day of the student council election. Under the dark support, oh no, under the wholehearted support of Sakurai Saki and Shinomiya Kagaya, Aino Miko smoothly overcame all opposing opinions and was elected with an astonishing 571 votes, being regarded as the darkest day in Shuchiin's history. Judging from a state of the other candidates, it seemed they had all withdrawn voluntarily. The paragraph above was just a joke. At present, Aino Mika's reputation at Shuchiin was soaring. Just the prestige she had accumulated since last year was already more than enough. There was absolutely no need for Shinomiya Kagaya to manipulate things behind the scenes. This was the will of the people, and moreover it was pure, not mixed. The position of student council president was something she could easily sit firmly in. All right, Fujiwara Chika also participated in the campaign activities, acting as a cheerleader for Makahara Koju, that is, a member of the board game club. She stepped onto the stage, and then got so nervous she couldn't say a single sentence. Only afterward did Sakurai Saki learn that this was a punishment in a game. Late September, during the Monday morning assembly, while the principal was giving a speech, below, among the students, 4 sisters with very similar faces were huddled together whispering. Lately studying for review is really exhausting. Nino rubbed the corner of her eyes. She hadn't slept well last night. Aside from the few days she spent going out with Sakurai Saki, she had used the rest of her time entirely for studying. There's no other way. After all, everyone decided to take the exams on their own. Yatsuba also felt the future was bleak, but she had already promised Sakurai Saki that she wouldn't apply to a sports university and would instead work hard to get into a regular university. Saki-kun will help everyone with tutoring. Mika trusted him unconditionally. Help with tutoring, my ass. Itsuki adjusted the star-shaped hairpin on her head and said angrily, he's a heartless bastard. He's already forgotten about us. Adding up the whole summer vacation, he only spent 2 weeks with us. You might be curious, where is Nakano Ichika? Because she had taken a leave of absence. After the semester started, she no longer came to school. Another corner of the hall, Shinomiya Kagaya sat together with Hayasaka AI, looking toward a certain spot and speaking softly. Hayasaka, don't you think Fujiwara-san has been going a bit too far lately? Kagaya hadn't really noticed at first, but recently Fujiwara Chika didn't even bother pretending anymore. Only then did she realize that during the summer trip, Sakurai Saki and Chika had already done everything that needed to be done. Just look over there on the other row of seats. Those two were sitting shoulder to shoulder, lacking only hugging and kissing on the spot. Wasn't that way too blatant? Even without her, there's still others. AI-chan was silent for a few seconds, then gently shook her head. In her heart, according to Sakurai Saki's way of thinking, he probably wouldn't get married early either. The battle for marriage proposals was still far away. Hayasaka, your heart is really broad. Be careful, or your house will get stolen. Shinomiya Kagaya reminded her, then changed the topic. By the way, is Aino ready? Don't tell me she's nervous again. Today, there was an arranged segment for the new student council president to give a speech. Kagaya couldn't help feeling worried, recalling last year's student council election, when Aino Miko stood on the stage so nervous that she stuttered badly. Kaguya-sama, Miko-chan has grown up already. Hayasaka AI said in a tone like an old mother evaluating her daughter. The Aino Miko of the past, who still needed her, and Sakurai Saki, to stand at the school gate every day teasing her, was no longer afraid of communication, and had become a student council president capable of shouldering everything on her own. It was truly gratifying. At this moment, the principal spoke. Next, please welcome the 69th Student Council President Aino Miko, to give her speech. Amid warm applause, Aino Miko slowly stepped onto the stage from a corner of the hall. She walked straight up to the podium, her gaze slightly lowered as it swept around once. "Hello, fellow students. I am the 68th Student Council Auditor, and now the 69th Student Council President, Aino Miko." After bowing, she began her speech. "Thinking back to last spring, I was just like all of you, sitting below, watching General Affairs Sakurai give a speech on behalf of the sick President Shirogane as a senior student. His imposing figure made me admire him deeply, and at that time I thought, when would I also be able to gain everyone's recognition and become someone like that, someone who draws attention? I did it. Thanks to the support of all of you, I won the Student Council election. Please allow me to express my sincere thanks once again." She bowed again. Aino Miko glanced at Sakurai Saki and Hayasaka AI. "I want to name those two here. I hope they can take this as a lesson." She continued, "Compared to President Shirogane Miyuki's gentle style, I may be stricter and will set some troublesome rules. But I will still humbly listen to everyone's opinions and strive to find ways to make Shuchiin better. I will do my utmost to enhance its image and improve its evaluations, so that Shuchiin will no longer see incidents like being unable to light a bonfire at the festival." The speech ended. In the student council room, everyone gathered together. "Miko-chan, that speech was so good." Boo-hoo-hoo. Fujiwara Chika hugged Aino Miko tightly, so moved that tears kept streaming down. "Hey, Fujiwara-senpai, your expression is a bit too much." Ishigami, you was speechless. Could someone please take me off this screen?" Shirogane Miyuki's face appeared on the large LCD screen in the student council room. He covered his face. Who would have thought that even all the way in America, he still couldn't escape the fate of being implicated? "All right, everyone, get ready to take a group photo." Shinomiya Kagaya held the camera and tripod, setting it up in front of the president's chair. "It feels kind of sad." Ishigami, you was rarely melancholic. "The 68th Student Council has really ended." Sakurai Saki stood at the bottom of the large screen. "All right, don't be sad anymore, come over here. Take the picture, take the picture, hic." Fujiwara Chika rubbed her eyes and wiped away her tears. Shinomiya Kagaya smiled helplessly. After setting the timer, she walked over to everyone and stood close to Sakurai Saki's left side. Fujiwara Chika stood on the other side, while Miko-chan ran over to stand in front of Sakurai Saki. "Ishigami, you sighed. So where should I stand?" "Ishigami-kun can stand anywhere." "I'm telling you, Fujiwara-senpai, you're really annoying at times like this. Can't you care a bit more about your juniors?" Before Ishigami, you could finish speaking, the camera let out a click. Time froze at this moment. The heroines want to confess, Yendi.